Chapter 14:10 The Terrifying Willow. Long Chen noticed that this strange willow had 18 roots growing out of it, connecting it to the world trees like chains. It was absorbing the energy of the 18 world trees. The thing that shocked him the most was that while the willow's branches swayed gently in the wind, making it seem weak, the willow still made him feel an immense sense of danger. He stealthily approached one of the world trees from a safe angle. Making sure to stay out of view of the willow, he began to climb up a world tree like a lizard. His aura was completely hidden. As he climbed higher and higher, he eventually broke past the clouds. From here, it was even possible to see that distant battlefield. He stealthily plucked one of the world tree's seeds and tossed it into the primal chaos space. His heart was thudding loudly in his ears. The seed landed in the primal chaos bead's soil. But there was no change. Is this seed out of energy too? Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed. Usually, seeds would immediately start to germinate as soon as they were tossed into the primal chaos space. But even after a minute had passed, there wasn't the slightest movement. Just as he gave up hope, a light sound came from the seed. It slowly split apart. Roots dug their way into the ground like small tentacles. The seed split in two, revealing a small shoot. Ha ha! Long Chen laughed delightedly. But just as he laughed, iciness washed over him. A green branch on top of the world tree suddenly shot toward him. It was the branch of a willow with the thickness of a chopstick. Green leaves covered it, flowing with divine light. Long Chen smelled the scent of death coming for it. He directly summoned the divine ring, and 5 stars appeared in his eyes. He slashed his sword at the branch. Boom! Shockingly, his powerful attack was unable to sever that tiny branch. The world rocked, and the world tree's buds and seeds began to fall. Long Chen waved his hand, collecting those seeds. Countless willow branches came out of the world tree. It was like the withered world tree had given birth to new life. But those willow branches did not belong to the world tree. In just a moment, the world tree was covered in willow branches. They shot toward Long Chen. Split the heavens for. Long Chen slashed his sword, unleashing a huge sword image. But shockingly, these willow branches were too strong, and only a small portion of them broke. The majority were completely unharmed. These willow branches looked weak, but they were extremely tough. When his attack landed, those seemingly delicate leaves would lit up and repel a large portion of his power. It was like his slash landed on cotton and couldn't cause any significant damage. Suddenly, the willow leaves lit up. A murderous aura rose as a mass of leaves shot at Long Chen. The willow leaves looked weak and light, but they possessed a terrifying destructive power as they tore through space. The willow leaves were like a sea that completely filled the world. Millions of sharp leaf blades were piercing toward him. Long Chen was appalled. He hastily summoned the green dragon battle armor and slashed his sword down again. An opening appeared in the sea of leaves, but Long Chen was only able to break the ones in front of him. The leaves surrounding him had already lacerated his body. They were so sharp that not even his dragon scales could block them. In some places, he was cut to the bone. Long Chen charged through the opening he had created. Having disturbed that strange willow below him, he had fallen into desperate straits. It was truly a case of great joy being followed by a terrible tragedy. Piercing his way out of the sea of leaves, he sucked in a cold gasp when he saw what was outside. Millions of willow branches had formed layers of nets around this region, completely trapping him. Raging flames devour the heavens. Golden flames suddenly erupted from Long Chen, enveloping the willow branches, instantly igniting them. This world became a sea of golden flames. The leaves were incinerated, but the branches were protected and blocked the heaven incinerating flame. Although they managed to resist the heaven incinerating flame, their defensive power sharply dropped. Long Chen slashed open a large opening for himself. Long Chen joyfully flew out. At the same time, he tossed out a flame sphere behind him. Without looking at the results, he fled. The flame sphere exploded, enveloping this region of the dark forest. Long Chen fled. He had instantly disturbed countless slumbering tree demons. He couldn't bother sneaking around any longer, and he directly summoned Huolong, charging his way through. Those tree demons dodged his path, but Long Chen continuously tossed out flame spheres, spreading the flames. The dark forest was a complete mess. The tree demons were panicked, and some were running around, igniting other tree demons. Long Chen simply rushed away without looking back. That terrifying willow wasn't chasing him at least. That willow was too strange. He had never seen such a terrifying existence. Without the heaven incinerating flame, he might have died. Thinking of that, he felt a burst of lingering fear. It seemed he had underestimated the dark forest. Long Chen fled away. From the air, it looked like a flame dragon was spreading a sea of flames within a forest. He quickly reached the end of the dark forest. After putting away Huolong, lightning wings appeared on his back, and he shot away. He had only just escaped when several terrifying roars rose within the depths of the dark forest. He had clearly disturbed the dark forest's powerful existences, but he had already escaped. As for the flames he had left behind, they incinerated a large mass of trees. Those powerful experts had to personally extinguish those flames, or they would spread until the entire dark forest was gone. Long Chen continued fleeing for several hours. When he felt like he was far enough, he finally took a break. Those willow leaves are strange. Long Chen's injuries were currently bleeding a mix of blood and some black liquid. It wasn't poison. It seemed more similar to a curse that was constantly worsening his injury, making it so he couldn't heal. He was covered in injuries, and he consumed 2 healing pills to temporarily suppress them. His 108,000 stars began to circulate to assist in the healing, forcing out that bizarre energy. As the 9-star hegemon body art circulated, more and more of that black liquid was expelled. After 2 hours, the black liquid was gone, and his injuries began to automatically heal. What strange energy! If an ordinary person was struck by one willow leaf, they would probably lose their life. Long Chen smacked his lips. Ordinary Jade Core experts would be unable to expel this curse energy. This power was even more terrifying than poison. During the battle, if a person couldn't heal their injuries and had no time to expel this curse, it would gravely affect their combat power. The thing that amazed him the most was that he hadn't even seen the willow's main body attack. It had only attacked him through the body of the world tree. If it had been the main body attacking, its power would have been even more terrifying. As for Long Chen's own attacks, they were unable to cause any substantial damage to it. But why had it not chased after him? He couldn't quite figure it out. He looked inside the primal chaos space where hundreds of world trees had started budding. But even after all this time, their shoots were only 3 meters tall. They weren't even as tall as the original seeds. They only had 2 small leaves, and their bodies were somewhat translucent, growing extremely slow. Right now, these soft shoots were too weak for him to split up into more trees. This really is too slow. Long Chen circulated the primal chaos space, urging on the growth of the world trees. But he practically couldn't see any change. Ordinary trees would grow several meters in just a few breaths' time. But considering the size of the world trees he had seen, he understood that having these soft shoots grow to such a size would definitely be a slow process. How regretful. I should have thrown in some tree demons to turn into life energy. Whether it was the bodies of magical beasts or tree demons, once they were tossed into the black soil, they would transform into life energy that would be absorbed by the plants in the primal chaos space. However, feeling regret was too late now. He definitely didn't dare to go back to the dark forest. If he encountered that willow again, it'd be troublesome. But what would be even worse was encountering those terrifying existences he had sensed just now. Other than this, his heaven-incinerating flame had been exposed. He would need to come up with some excuse to cover this up, or if he exposed that he was Long San, he would be done for. After resting and feeling like he had recovered to his peak state, he looked around and went straight toward the ancient battlefield. Chapter 14:11 A Big Fish. The ancient battlefield. It was a very vague name. This was a place where supreme experts had once fought. Back when the spirit world was still allied with the martial heaven continent, when devils had invaded the spirit world and been about to annihilate the spirit race with the intent of eliminating one of the martial heaven continent's helpers, a sovereign of the human race had led an army of experts to provide assistance. An immense battle had been fought here. The core of the battlefield was where the sovereign had fought the devils. The laws of this region had been destroyed, causing spatial cracks to constantly appear for moments. Even after tens of thousands of years, the pressure of the sovereign's fighting remained. Long Chen arrived at the edge of the battlefield where the space was constantly twisting. A powerful tearing force was present, capable of ripping steel apart. This is the power of a sovereign. The sovereign blood seal was like this, and now this battlefield is the same. Just what kind of existence is a sovereign? Wondered Long Chen as he sensed the intense fluctuations in space. He slowly walked deeper into the battlefield. The spatial twisting grew worse. A few miles in, the space beside him suddenly tore apart, and it was like a huge mouth wanting to devour him. If he didn't react fast enough and instinctively dodge, he would have been drawn into the chaotic flow of space. No matter how strong he was, he'd still die from that. His face turned pale. The danger had come so suddenly. To be killed by some random spatial tear would be too sullen of a death. He continued walking deeper, advancing slowly like he was walking through cold water. The spatial fluctuations grew more intense. Fortunately, after traveling for a while, he was able to tell that when a spatial tear was about to form, the surrounding space would turn static for half a breath's time. By keeping watch of that pattern, he managed to effectively avoid the spatial tears. After several hours, he passed through this unsteady space. What he stepped into was a desolate battlefield filled with the stench of blood. He knelt and looked at a blood-stained stone. The blood had already dried up, but its color was as bright as if it was fresh. It also still contained some pressure. Even after all this time, it still retains this pressure. Just how terrifying was the cultivation base of the owner of this blood? Long Chen stepped on an old bone. It was 3 inches long. When he stepped on it, it didn't break. Instead, a rock beside it broke from having the bone pressed down on it. Even a random bone possesses hardness comparable to king items. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. This bone was very strange. There were many holes in it like it was porous, and it was practically weightless when he held it. It definitely wasn't the bone of a normal human. He quickly saw a skeleton. That skeleton was 30 meters long and broken. Its head and limbs had vanished. He took a look and saw that some places showed signs that they had been broken recently. Someone must have come and taken those pieces away. This is the outer region. The good stuff must have already been taken away. I should go deeper and see if I can dredge up anything useful. Long Chen no longer had much hope for his luck, but he was quite the expert at snatching other people's treasures. Continuing forward, he once more reached a place where space was unstable. A huge abyss appeared in front of him when he exited. When he flew over the abyss, he realized it was a giant footprint. A single footprint was dozens of miles long and had broken the spatial laws around it. Even now, the spatial laws were broken as they tried to repair themselves. After crossing the abyss, a scorching air came from ahead. He quickly saw a blazing river of lava. The lava emitted fierce heat, and he saw dozens of figures roving over the lava. Those figures were from the corrupt path, the ancient races, and there were 2 people wearing the robes of the ancient family's disciples. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts smashed a fist into the lava river. Its surface blew back, and within that opening was a fist-sized crystal. The ancient race expert snatched it. There are divine flame crystals here. Long Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected divine flame crystals to appear here, but he wasn't moved by them. According to Tyr, these divine flame crystals were just low grade. The amount of flame energy contained within them was very limited, and it wasn't very pure. He had obtained divine flame crystals as large as human heads in the Heaven Dragon Flame region, and they were definitely top grade. Even if you were to give these low-grade crystals to him, he wouldn't want them. But this wide, bottomless river of lava gave him an idea. There were quite a few people fishing for divine flame crystals here. Long Chen might not care about them, but they were extremely rare treasures to others. The divine flame crystals were hidden within the flow of lava. Fishing them out wasn't difficult. The difficult part lay in finding them. They had to send their divine sense into the lava to search for signs of the crystals, and that was very taxing to one's spiritual strength. They couldn't keep this up for too long. One of the corrupt experts smashed the lava river and smoothly took out another crystal. However, just as he took the crystal, he suddenly noticed a golden figure within the lava. He didn't see its complete body as it was covered by the lava. A treasure. The corrupt expert was delighted, and without hesitation, he summoned his heavenly Tao manifestation. He was a rank 6 celestial, and a large hand reached into the lava. Summoning his manifestation immediately drew everyone else's attention. Just what was going on? Was he attempting to gather the crystals en masse? The hand reached into the lava. It pulled out a 50-meter golden flame dragon, startling everyone. The flame dragon acted like a fish that had been happily swimming before it had been fished out. It let out a furious roar, and golden flames filled the world. Heavens, it's an earth flame spirit beast. No, this flame can incinerate heavenly Tao runes. It has to be the legendary heaven incinerating flame ranked 3rd on the earth flame rankings. Run! A startled cry suddenly came from someone. Idiot, why would we run? This earth flame spirit beast is a priceless treasure, and it's still in a young state. We should capture it. As soon as that person said it was the heaven incinerating flame, several people's eyes turned green with greed. That was a legendary existence, something that would make flame cultivators insane with desire. Most importantly, this earth flame spirit beast had just been born, and its combat power wasn't very high. They had a high chance of subduing it. Suddenly, a miserable scream rang out. The expert who had pulled out the flame dragon was suddenly enveloped by a wave of dragon breath. He was instantly set ablaze, even his heavenly Tao runes burning. The more he resisted, the more he burned. In just a few breaths, that rank 6 celestial who had been at the mid-jade core realm was incinerated. Even his soul was burned to nothing. The others were all startled, as well as delighted. That corrupt expert had used his own life to prove that this earth flame spirit beast was definitely the legendary heaven incinerating flame. It was a priceless treasure. The flame dragon was about to enter the lava river again when an expert launched an attack. A ray of light struck the flame dragon's body. This attack infuriated the flame dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar and attacked that person. Everyone, don't be afraid. If we attack together, using long-distance attacks, it will be helpless. We just have to exhaust it. Earth flame spirit beasts are dumb, and it won't flee. Once we exhaust its energy, we'll be able to capture it easily. The ancient race expert who had attacked it flew into the air, dodging the flame dragon's attack. He took out a bow. Just as the flame dragon chased after the ancient race expert, a corrupt expert launched a wave of sword chi. The flame dragon was struck and became infuriated. It switched targets to the corrupt expert. Seeing that the flame dragon was truly mindless, everyone relaxed slightly. They surrounded and attacked the flame dragon carefully. At the same time, they stealthily sent the call for reinforcements from their own respective parties. They knew that they would at most be able to trap this earth flame spirit beast. It was impossible for them to subdue it. The powers that had entered the spirit world all had secret communication methods so that they would be able to assist their own side if they found treasures or encountered powerful enemies. All they had to do was keep this earth flame spirit beast here. As for which power would manage to send a real expert here first to subdue it, it would be up to luck. Once the call for reinforcements went out, more and more experts began rushing over here. As for Long Chen, he was hiding in the cliff beside the lava river. He watched them attack the flame dragon like they were putting on a monkey show. That earth flame spirit beast was just one of Huo Long's split bodies. Long Chen was using this split body as bait. He had exposed the heaven incinerating flame in order to get away from that terrifying willow. So he had to find a way to prove that he had obtained the heaven incinerating flame himself, and that it had nothing to do with Long San. The chance to do so had now come. In a bit, as long as he went out and subdued the flame dragon in front of everyone, he would be able to wield the heaven incinerating flame openly. Although there was some time difference, which would normally be a fatal flaw, he didn't mind. That was because there was almost no concept of time within the spirit world. And most importantly, the dark forest's tree demons were truly wood-brained. It would be very difficult for them to prove anything. So this normally fatal flaw wasn't even a flaw in the dark forest. Damn, so I really got a big fish. Long Chen was calmly watching the monkey show when he got a nice surprise. He saw a familiar figure rushing over. Chapter 14:12 Intense Competition. That person was Long Chen's old friend, Gui Yan. When Gui Yan saw the flame dragon, his eyes turned green with greed. In his last defeat to Long Chen, Gui Yan's Ghost King had been destroyed. Although he had managed to use the lives of the spirit warriors to save his life, losing his Ghost King had caused his total power to drop by over 50%. He had been forced to become much more low-key. After his second defeat, he had rested for a bit before entering the ancient battlefield. He had only just entered a short time ago, and due to losing his Ghost King, he had been forced to travel carefully. As a result, he just so happened to be nearby when these corrupt experts sent the call for reinforcements, and he immediately rushed over. When he saw that flame dragon, his heart pounded wildly. The heaven incinerating flame could be exchanged for enough resources to build 3 Ghost Kings if he wanted. Once that happened, would anyone else be a match for him within the same realm? Underworld Soul Lock Curse. Gui Yan immediately began to chant a curse. His 9-flower manifestation appeared behind him, and a black chain shot out of each flower. The chain was not metal. It was condensed of heavenly Tao energy. It represented a kind of law. The 9 chains bound the flame dragon. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. As for the 9 chains, they were ignited by the heaven-incinerating flame, but they didn't break. Haha, get in here. Gui Yan laughed, and his chains pulled back, drawing the flame dragon towards him. An ancient jar appeared in his hand. This jar was formed from a skull. It was unknown what level this treasure was. Just as the flame dragon was about to be pulled into the jar, a trident slammed down, and a large figure appeared. It was an ancient race expert with 2 wings and a beak instead of a mouth. His hands were like claws. Heaven and earth shook as this ancient race expert attacked Gui Yan. The 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Tao's manifestation appeared behind him, and a sea of heavenly Tao runes raged around him. Leave behind the heaven-incinerating flame and I'll spare your life. The ancient race expert was extremely domineering, and he directly attacked, not giving a damn about Gui Yan. Bastard, you want to break the agreement? Raged Gui Yan. He couldn't bother with the heaven-incinerating flame. Blood-red runes lit up on the bone jar, and it grew larger, smashing towards the ancient race expert. The trident and jar collided, unleashing blinding light and astral winds. The other experts who had already retreated were still sent flying, coughing up blood. Heavens, they're already using ancestral items. Those experts were shocked. Was a battle really about to erupt here? Considering how enticing the heaven-incinerating flame was, it seemed that whatever their agreement was, it had no power to stop them. Agreement? What a joke. We were invited by the Dark Forest. The ancient races simply need to provide assistance when the Dark Forest requests it. But right now, everyone's just searching for their own opportunities. So don't tell me a joke about how you were the first to see the treasure. The cultivation world's treasures belong to the strong, and as for you, Gui Yan, if you're smart, you'll scram right now. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, sneered the ancient race expert. He once more attacked. He had to obtain the heaven-incinerating flame. Boom! Gui Yan's bone jar was sent flying. This bone jar was a special item capable of refining flesh and blood, as well as souls. But it wasn't a fighting ancestral item. Gui Yan was sent flying, and the chains binding the flame dragon shattered. The flame dragon regained its freedom. Gui Yan's rage soared. If his Ghost King hadn't been destroyed by Long Chen, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. The heaven-incinerating flame is mine. The ancient race expert reached out his hand. Long Chen couldn't help sneering inside. This was just one of Huo Long's split bodies. If its real body was there, it would turn him into a cooked chicken. That flame dragon was just one of Huo Long's 36 split bodies. To make these people feel like they had a chance at winning, it only possessed 1/36 of Huo Long's true power. That was why even the ordinary experts had dared to take the risk. After all, the heaven-incinerating flame was too alluring. The trident-wielding expert's hand transformed into a huge claw image that reached towards Huo Long. Yours. It's a bit early to say that. A disdainful snort rang out, and sword chi slashed down. Blinding light made everyone turn away. The attack had come from behind the ancient race expert. The ancient race expert simply snorted and swung his trident behind him without even looking. What shocked the ancient race expert was that this sword chi contained a very heavy power. His trident was actually unable to resolve the mountain-like power behind the sword chi, and he was sent flying. The most embarrassing thing was that his hand was set ablaze because he had already touched the flame dragon. Because of the sudden attack, he had to circulate his energy several times to his arm to extinguish the flames. Only a rank 9 celestial could possibly use their immense heavenly Tao energy to extinguish the heaven-incinerating flame. This wasn't to say that the heaven-incinerating flame wasn't strong enough, but simply that Huo Long was still in the midst of growing stronger, and couldn't unleash the full power of the heaven-incinerating flame. Otherwise, the heaven-incinerating flame wouldn't make countless people crazy for it. A man wearing a sword stepped out from the air. His appearance was extremely ordinary. Only his eyes were shocking. Sharp, golden light shot out of them, making it so others couldn't look directly at them. This man was wearing the robes of the ancient family alliance. He also had the manifestation of a rank 9 celestial behind him. You're right, treasures belong to the strong. There's no need to say anything useless. Let's use our strength to speak, said the sword-wielding man. The flame dragon didn't seem to recognize its situation, and it suddenly let out a roar. It charged at the ancient race expert. This fortune came so suddenly that even he was surprised. He quickly reached out to grab it, although the flame dragon was sending itself to him, and he moved quickly. Gui Yan and the ancient family expert both attacked. Sword chi slashed towards him along with a bone jar. HMPH, you want to block me? Keep dreaming. The ancient race expert sneered and let go of his trident. He spat a mouthful of blood onto it. The trident instantly grew larger. A vast and ancient aura seeped out of it. Not good. Seeing the ancient race expert actually sacrifice his essence blood to use his trident, Gui Yan and the ancient family expert's expression sank. Boom. Gui Yan's bone jar was sent flying, while the ancient family expert had to use his sword to block. The trident-wielding ancient race expert also suffered a recoil. He hacked up blood as he flew back. But his expression was ecstatic, as he had caught the flame dragon in one of his hands. This hand was now covered in scales, and runes sparkled on the scales. They possessed a spatial energy. The flame dragon shrank to become only a foot long in his hand, and despite how it struggled, it couldn't escape. The ancient race expert laughed delightedly. He was just about to put it away. This flame dragon's power was much lower than the golden phoenix that Long Chen had encountered back then. As long as someone possessed an ancestral item, they would be able to suppress it. Furthermore, back then, Long Chen had only been at the peak of foundation forging. It had naturally been much more difficult for him to fight the heaven-incinerating flame. These experts were at the mid-Jade Core realm. The ancient race expert in particular was on the verge of stepping into the late Jade Core realm. Subduing the flame dragon wasn't that difficult for him. Gui Yan and the ancient family expert were disappointed and angered, but there was no time for them to attack again. They could only watch as he put away the flame dragon. The most hateful thing was how the ancient race expert held the flame dragon. He raised the hand holding it high into the air as if showing off his victory, mocking them. Snick. Suddenly, a strange light flashed through the air. There was no sound or change in the air. People were only vaguely able to see a minute streak of light appear. Then they were shocked to see the ancient race expert's hand fly into the air. His hand had been cut off at the wrist, and the flame dragon instantly regained its original size. It let out a heaven-shaking roar. This occurred out of nowhere, and so suddenly that no one was able to react. A figure seemed to appear out of midair. That person waved his hand, and a golden net wrapped around the flame dragon. Bloodkill Hall bastard, die. At this moment, Gui Yan, the ancient race expert, and the ancient family expert all let out furious roars and attacked. This person was also Long Chen's old friend, one of the Bloodkill Hall's top assassins, Bloodkill 9. Bloodkill 9 had instantly severed the ancient race expert's wrist and snatched the flame dragon. Seeing the three experts in front of him attack at the same time, his expression was calm. As he pulled in the golden net, a white tortoise shell appeared in front of him. It immediately grew larger and began to rapidly spin. White light shot out of it, protecting him. That bastard! Go all out and break his damn tortoise shell! Roared the ancient race expert. He once more coughed up blood onto his trident. Gui Yan and the ancient family expert both attacked. But what startled them was that when their weapons landed on the shell, some mysterious energy cancelled out their blows. Ripples appeared on the shell, but it didn't break, nor was it blown back. Just as Bloodkill 9 was about to succeed in putting away the flame dragon, a fiery red sword stabbed through his back and out his chest. Chapter 14:13 Sending you to see your god. Just as Bloodkill 9 was pulling in the fully trapped flame dragon and blocking the attacks of the other three with his white tortoise shell, a fiery red sword stabbed through his back, piercing out of his chest. That fiery red sword possessed terrifying power. As long as the sword's master willed it, Bloodkill 9 would be blown apart. A hand received the net. The flame dragon and the net vanished from everyone's sight. For a moment, everyone was silent. The white shell shrank and suddenly vanished. At this critical time, it abandoned its master. Gui Yan, the ancient family expert, and the ancient race expert all stared in shock at the figure behind Bloodkill 9. As soon as that sword had stabbed through his body, Bloodkill 9's life no longer belonged to himself. His expression was calm as he looked at that sword. He said, "What precise calculations? You really are suited to join my Bloodkill Hall. Thanks, but I don't think so. I don't like being brainwashed, nor do I like being a soulless executioner." Long Chen shook his head. "You can kill me, but don't blaspheme my faith." Bloodkill 9's voice contained some fury. "I have no interest in blaspheming your faith. I'm not so bored. Do you still remember what I said in front of the Xuantian Dao sect? Since you view death as returning to the embrace of your killing god, I'll send you to see him. I'll do it now, but don't worry, you aren't the first, and you won't be the last," said Long Chen indifferently. He didn't feel the slightest sympathy for the Bloodkill Hall's assassins. He scoffed at these extremist believers. They thought that everyone in this world had sins and so killing those sinners was simply right. That was no need to even mention the enmity between the Bloodkill Hall and himself. Their enmity had reached the point of no rest until death, so Long Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful. I just have one request. Can you let me die in a more dignified way? After all, I stand at the peak of my craft, sighed Bloodkill 9. Let me ask you, how many people have you killed? Did you ever think about their feelings when you killed them? When you cut off their heads, did you ever think of leaving them some dignity? Long Chen scoffed at this. Bloodkill 9 clearly wanted a chance to commit suicide, but Long Chen wouldn't let him. That's different. They're sinners, raged Bloodkill 9. Sinners? Who determined their sins? Your so-called killing god, you're just scum that stands at a slightly higher position and criticizes other people's morals. You think you can stand in the same position as your god and look down on others, telling people they should die and then killing them? When I reach the same height as your killing god, I'll call your killing god a sinner and kill him as well, said Long Chen disdainfully. Bastard, you dare to blaspheme a god? It's about time for you to get going. Tell your crap to your god. Long Chen unleashed his power through his sword, and lightning runes lit up. Bloodkill 9 was blown to pieces, and the Thunder Force destroyed his soul as well. Bloodkill 9 died without a corpse. Let alone dying with some dignity, he died without leaving anything behind. Killing a rank 9 celestial really is difficult. Long Chen swung his sword, sighing emotionally. This was his third encounter with Bloodkill 9. Now, he had finally killed him, but a large part of that was also due to luck. If it had been a head-on fight, killing Bloodkill 9 would have been supremely difficult. That shell ancestral item of his was too strange. Thank you all for your offering. I will kindly accept this heaven incinerating flame. You can leave now. Long Chen smiled. Starting today, he would be able to openly use his heaven incinerating flame. Long Chen, I've heard of your name. But if you think killing an assassin means you can be arrogant, you're wrong, said the ancient family expert coldly. Gui Yan, the ancient race expert, and the ancient family expert surrounded Long Chen. That wasn't just because he had the heaven incinerating flame. Long Chen was the mortal enemy of their three powers. There was no need to say anything about the corrupt path in the ancient races. But as for the ancient family alliance, originally there hadn't been much enmity between them. Their enmity had grown strong when Long Chen had killed Luo Minghao. Killing a top genius of the ancient family alliance was a huge slap in their faces. Although they didn't make any moves on the surface, they had secretly begun making their preparations. Now that they saw him, even Gui Yan thought that this was an extremely good chance to kill Long Chen. By working together, the three of them should have a high chance of killing him. Although Long Chen had just killed Bloodkill 9, that had just been a sneak attack. The fact that he had managed to kill him was also thanks to the three of them. Without the flame dragon drawing attention, without the three of them attacking, without the whole constructed situation, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to kill Bloodkill 9 in one attack. That kind of perfect sneak attack couldn't be replicated. In other words, it was just a coincidence, so the three of them were not afraid at all. On the contrary, their battle-intent soared. Long Chen looked at the ancient family alliance's expert with a sword sheathed on his back and the light shooting out of his eyes. He indifferently said, "Don't think that I'm fooled by your act. You are not a sword cultivator, so that little play of yours is useless on me. I want to ask, why is that you want to target me when that fellow Mo Nian has already caused a huge uproar in your ancient family alliance and you're not even able to handle him?" In truth, Long Chen was just saying this to see if he could dredge up some information about Mo Nian's whereabouts. And as expected, as soon as he mentioned Mo Nian, this expert's expression became extremely unsightly. It was like flames were about to shoot from his eyes. Mo Nian's nothing. The Mo family is scum that was kicked out of the ancient family alliance. As for Mo Nian, he only knows how to do shameless, shady business. If he was a real man, he would have come out and fought openly. Haha, what a joke. Your entire ancient family alliance is unable to do a single thing to Mo Nian. Unable to capture him, you mock him for running, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen relaxed inside. It seemed Mo Nian had had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed his cultivation base to advance rapidly. Just from this fellow's furious expression, it was clear that Mo Nian had done something to infuriate the entire ancient family alliance. To be able to survive after infuriating the entire ancient family alliance meant that Mo Nian was definitely remarkable. When Long Chen thought about it, he supposed that was only natural. That fellow might put on a heroic appearance, but in truth, he was a scoundrel filled with evil thoughts. HMPH, Mo Nian is brute, a half-breed, human scum. He didn't dare to face us, so he dug up the graves of our ancestors. What kind of human would do something like that? Roared the ancient family expert, his eyes starting to turn red. From that, Long Chen guessed that his ancestor's grave had also been dug up by Mo Nian. Long Chen couldn't help being dumbfounded. That little fellow Mo Nian had executed such a stimulating and irritating plot. Long Chen himself had never thought of something like that, so he prostrated himself in admiration to Mo Nian. On the other side of the coin, Long Chen knew what kind of person Mo Nian was. He knew how to act as a person, and unless the other side had done something extremely heinous, he wouldn't do something so immoral. Since he had, it meant that they had been even more immoral. To uphold justice, Mo Nian dug up their ancestors' graves. This was their punishment for not properly raising their descendants. Cough, let me express my sympathy for what you've encountered. I offer my most sincere respect for your ancestors. I hope you can get through your grief. You shouldn't feel bad. Going out and soaking in the sunshine isn't a bad thing. It's very good for bone development. The ancient family expert couldn't hold back any longer, and he attacked, his sword slashing toward Long Chen. His power was instantly raised to its peak, and Long Chen felt the space around him solidify. This was not a feeling. The space was truly frozen. I said that your sword was just a fake. You're actually an earth cultivator. You draw other people's attention with your sword and then use a spatial force field to lock them down. If all goes according to the plan, you will then kill them in one blow. But do you think other people are children? Long Chen sneered and his divine ring appeared, shattering the space around like glass. 5 stars appeared in his eyes, and his sword met the ancient family expert's sword. What surprised others was that when they clashed, there was no eruption of power. Just at this moment, a trident whistled over toward Long Chen's waist. Chapter 14 Spirit Blood Ignition. The trident-wielding ancient race expert's manifestation was in full bloom. Heavenly Tao energy raged around him, boosting the power of his trident. Long Chen first blocked the attack of the ancient family expert, and then his sword slashed towards the ancient race expert's trident. People were shocked to see this. According to reason, having already blocked the ancient family expert's sword, his sword shouldn't have enough power to immediately block the trident. But when the sword and trident met, blinding light erupted. The ancient race expert let out a muffled snort and was blown back. Long Chen spun, smashing his fist behind him. Gui Yan's bone jar was also blown back. In an instant, he forced back 3 peak experts. The distant spectators were all shocked. As Long Chen trying to defy the heavens. First he killed Bloodkill 9 in one blow, and now he's even able to hold his own against the 3 of them. Those 3 were rank 9 celestials. They were at the peak of all celestials. When they used their manifestations, rank 8 celestials and below would only be able to submit. In fact, under the pressure of all 3 of their manifestations, even a rank 9 celestial would be hard-pressed. And yet, Long Chen's divine ring was completely forcing back the might of the heavenly Taos. With this divine ring, heaven and earth couldn't bind him. I already said that your little trick was useless in front of me. Now do you believe me? Asked Long Chen indifferently. You borrowed my power, raged the ancient family expert. You merged the heaviness of earth with the agility of the sword. This kind of thinking isn't bad, but with your brains, there's no way you would be able to truly create something like that. Although it looks like you now possess great offense and defense, as if you can switch between heaviness and lightness at will, the truth is that when you switch, your power leaks out, and you're basically giving it to your opponent. This world is full of people who think themselves clever. But I'm sure that if you weren't from the ancient family alliance, you'd have long since lost your life. Long Chen shook his head. He was an earth cultivator who, instead of using a heavy weapon, decided to take an alternative path. Unless he was truly a peerless genius, such an unorthodox style would only cause his combat power to drop. And this person was not a person capable of blazing such an alternative path. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? You couldn't possibly understand the principles between blending yin and yang, roared the ancient race expert, unable to accept that Long Chen would scoff at this self-created style. The ground exploded, and a 300-meter earth giant appeared. The earth giant's runes revolved around it, and it became the same color as stone, and then gradually became a golden color. Heavy earth. Slash. Having summoned this golden giant, the ancient race expert attacked again. The giant's golden sword slashed towards Long Chen. The golden sword whistled towards Long Chen, cutting apart space like it was a screen of water. Long Chen snorted, but he suddenly felt the space around him solidify. His expression changed slightly as the ground beneath him suddenly sank. Idiot, this is the gravity domain of my golden battle general. All your movements will be slowed down here. The ancient family expert sneered at Long Chen from his golden giant's head. Boom! The golden sword slammed down where Long Chen was. But everyone was shocked to find that there was no explosion. Instead, the ground sank once more, and even the river of lava was cut off. The ground in a 1,000-mile diameter had turned a golden color. The golden giant seemed to be one with the entire earth. This level of gravity can't threaten me. This little bit of power is simply insufficient. Long Chen suddenly slashed his way out of the ground. The golden giant was knocked back several steps, and spiderweb-like cracks spread. With the final step, the ground crumbled. It was already over a mile away from its original location. The golden giant was huge, while a human was tiny in comparison, but the golden giant actually wasn't a match for Long Chen in power. Heavy earth burial. The golden giant itself suddenly let out a roar, and it stabbed its sword into the ground. It quickly disappeared into the ground. The ground suddenly shook and subsided. The ground around Long Chen suddenly began to wrap around him like a hand trying to crush him. It was like the entire ground was being controlled, as if the very ground was the ancient family expert's weapon. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He had never seen such a huge-scale attack. 1,000 miles of earth had instantly enveloped him. A bad feeling rose in his heart, and he hastily flew up, wanting to escape the ground. Gui Yan and the ancient race expert attacked. Gui Yan's bone jar had the faces of ghosts appear on it, and wailing came from them. Blood-red chains formed a huge net that blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen snorted and slashed his sword, but these chains were exceptionally tough. His attack only cut a small nick in the net. Just as he was preparing to go through that nick, a trident smashed towards him. Die, sneered the ancient race expert. Boom! Long Chen slashed out his sword, but as a result, he was blown back into the ground. The ground quickly sealed above him. At this moment, everyone realized it had become a huge coffin. The coffin had devoured Long Chen like a monster. It then began to shrink. In just an instant, it was only several thousand meters wide. As it shrank, the runes on it grew more concentrated, and the pressure grew greater. Long Chen, dying to my ultimate move should make you happy. The ancient family expert smiled coldly. He formed hand seals, causing the coffin to continue shrinking. This was his ultimate move. Once devoured by the coffin, it would shrink and the pressure would increase until you were crushed to powder. Furthermore, the coffin contained the pressure of the heavenly Taos as well. Even a life star expert would be unable to resist unless they were also a rank 9 celestial. As the coffin continued shrinking and the pressure increased, the ancient race expert's expression suddenly changed. If Long Chen is killed like this, what about the heaven incinerating flame? With his reminder, Gui Yan and the ancient family expert were startled. If Long Chen destroyed the heaven incinerating flame in his death, they would have lost a treasure. Just as they were hesitating about whether or not they should speak to Long Chen and force him to hand over the heaven incinerating flame, a roar came from within the 300-meter coffin. A crescent moon sword image slashed out and towards the three of them. The three of them were shocked, and all used their strongest moves to block. The ancient race expert and Gui Yan were the most immoral. As they blocked, they immediately retreated. The ancient family expert's golden giant ended up becoming their sacrificial shield. It was instantly blown apart. The coffin split in two and fell to the ground, revealing Long Chen. He looked like a death god that had just crawled out of hell, and his eyes shone coldly. That coffin had truly been powerful. If he had allowed it to continue compressing, it would have been dangerous. He supposed this was to be expected. Each rank 9 celestial was powerful and had their powerful trump cards. I'll send you on your way. Long Chen stepped forward, appeared in front of the ancient family expert in an instant. The ancient family expert's expression changed. He was pale, as the destruction of his golden giant had caused a backlash to his soul. An injury to the soul couldn't be healed with heavenly Tao energy. For Long Chen to choose him as his first target, he couldn't help cursing. Long Chen was launching a vicious killing blow right at the start. He retreated as fast as he could, and he summoned an earthen armor, but Long Chen's sword still severed his arm. Letting out a pain groan, he slammed his remaining hand on the ground, and a pillar shot out, carrying him into the air rapidly. That was actually normally an attack move, but now he used it as an escape move. He was sent into the sky in an instant, and so suddenly that Long Chen wasn't able to stop him. The ancient race expert was already charging at him, trying to win time for his ally. Although he had severed one of his arms, a rank 9 celestial would instantly heal such an injury. Long Chen's sword slashed into the trident. But in that instant, Long Chen's body became covered in green dragon scales. His power erupted like a volcano. The ground shattered, and rubble flew into the air. A huge hole appeared in the ground, and a wave of earth crazily spread. The ancient race expert violently coughed up blood, caught off guard by Long Chen's sudden increase in power. His arms were deformed. "Something's up, he's intentionally holding back his power," cried the ancient race expert. Seeing Long Chen's sword coming for him again, he roared, "Spirit blood ignition." Blood runes covered his body, and a wild aura rose. Chapter 14-15 The Ancient Battle. The ancient race expert's blood chi erupted, and the trident suddenly let out an ominous roar as if it had come to life. Long Chen's sword landed once more. The trident-wielding ancient race expert forcibly received this attack and used Long Chen's power to shoot away. The runes on his wings lit up, and he transformed into a ray of light that disappeared over the horizon. The distant spectators were all shocked to see him flee. They couldn't understand what had happened. The three of them had clearly suppressed Long Chen, so how had things turned around in the blink of an eye? The ancient race expert had been covered in blood, and his body had been covered in cracks when he had fled. He had been about to die. Long Chen hadn't expected the ancient race expert to pull out such a powerful trump card. In the instant when his blood chi erupted, his combat power multiplied by several times. His trident had caused Long Chen's arms to turn numb. Seeing that the ancient race expert had fled, Long Chen turned toward the ancient family alliance expert. But as soon as he started to move, the ground erupted, and earthen walls appeared like high mountains, blocking his path. Long Chen slashed his sword, breaking the earthen walls. But when he looked around, he found that his target had vanished. A quick survey revealed that Gui Yan had also vanished at some unknown time. Perhaps he had been the first to flee. In the end, I still got nothing, sighed Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that without absolute power, it was very difficult to kill heavenly geniuses who were in possession of copious karmic luck. A situation like his sneak attack against Bloodkill 9 was very rare. Of course, Long Chen had known from the start that fighting 1 against 3, it would be very difficult for him to kill any of them. He hadn't been willing to accept that, and so he had wanted to see if he could kill 1 or 2. But he ended up empty-handed. In truth, if he had wanted to kill Gui Yan's life would have most likely been lost here. But he hadn't wanted to kill him, or he would have released him for nothing last time. Right now, Long Chen estimated that in a one-on-one or in a sneak attack situation, his chances of killing a rank 9 celestial were still decent. But in a group fight, he would just be wasting energy. Unless he could fully condense the Divine Gate Star, it would be very difficult to counter the karmic luck acting behind the scenes. However, despite how he consumed pills like his life depended on it, the Divine Gate Star was still improving very slowly. There was an extremely large distance between its current state and its peak state. Long Chen looked around. The other people had already fled. The lava river that had been blocked had found a new path and was once more flowing. I suppose it wasn't a complete waste. Now I'll be able to use Huo Long openly. Long Chen didn't care if others spread this news or not. In any case, he had recorded his own scene of him capturing the flame dragon. If anyone dared to frame him as being Master Long San, he would take out the photographic jade and slap them in the face. I'm really not used to wielding a sword. It's too light, and I can't use my real power. Long Chen looked at his sword and shook his head. This sword was something he had snatched away in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. He didn't have any better weapons, so he was forced to use it. Although the sword was also an ancestral item, it wasn't a good fit for him. It was a sword for flame cultivators, and he wasn't a real flame cultivator. Tidying up his thoughts, Long Chen left this region, continuing deeper into the ancient battlefield. He quickly reached another region of violent and chaotic space. This time, the spatial fluctuations were even more intense. Long Chen sensed 2 different laws clashing. Space was booming, and it was like the roaring of 10,000 beasts. When he entered this chaotic space, he felt like a fish trying to swim through a turbulent current. Spatial energy was constantly pulling at him, and he almost wasn't able to bear it. Damn, so this is the result of a clash between two supreme magical arts. Even after this many years, the heavenly Tao will left behind by these two experts is still clashing. Long Chen was shocked. I wonder if I could learn it. Long Chen suddenly had an extremely brazen thought. Looking around, he decided to have Lei Long come and protect him. The current Lei Long was no longer its old self. Unlike Huo Long, Long Chen hadn't been constantly interrupting it. By absorbing the lightning chain's energy, Lei Long's power had crazily risen during this time. Its power was no weaker than Huo Long's now. With Lei Long's protection, Long Chen could safely attempt to immerse himself in the clashing energy in the air. He sat lotus-style on the ground and slowly circulated the 9-star hegemon body art. His divine ring appeared behind him. His eyes were closed as he entered a state of emptiness. Long Chen seemed to be in a dream. As the 9-star hegemon body art circulated, he was transported through the river of time. The roaring of magical beasts and devil creatures rang out in his ears. When he heard those voices, his heart shook ever so slightly, causing the sound to intensify. Long Chen knew this was a result of his distraction, and taking a breath, he completely relaxed his heart. The roaring grew louder once more. With his experience from last time, he didn't try to guess what the origins of those voices were. Right now, he was willing this empty state of mind to grasp some of the remnants of the ancient battle that had been fought here. Originally, he had just been testing an extremely brazen thought. This kind of thinking was completely crazy. The only reason why he was trying it was because he was experimenting with the 9-star hegemon body art. He hadn't expected to see some hope of success from this test. But right now, he couldn't think about that. He had to take the attitude of an indifferent spectator. Not trying to see nor hear anything, he could only let it come naturally. The voices grew clearer. He heard the sounds of weapons whistling through the air. He heard the wails of strange beasts. He also heard the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh. But he still maintained this steady state of mind. These were scars left behind from that ancient time. They had been imprinted in the heavenly Taos, and the 9-star hegemon body art was currently seizing them. Once the imprint was seized, it would vanish. Once he grasped it, it would cease to exist. So this kind of opportunity would only come once. If he missed it, there would be no do-overs. He listened to the voices, but he didn't pay any meticulous attention to any of them. A blurry scene appeared before his eyes, but he still couldn't look. In fact, he intentionally didn't look for fear of being attracted by anything he saw. The slightest disturbance in his mind would cause all this to vanish. The scene slowly grew clearer. Long Chen had gotten used to this state, and he began to look at the battle. Countless strange creatures were present. There were beasts that looked like apes but had lizard-like tails. Some were like leopards, but they had 3 heads and a pair of wings. There were also human-shaped creatures. They had a pair of bat-like wings and 2 horns coming out of their heads. They had fangs protruding out of their mouths, and their bodies were covered in scales. Those are devil creatures. Long Chen recognized those creatures from their appearance. As the scene grew clearer, he began to sense those creatures' auras. That further proved that his guess was correct. One of the devil creatures charged right at him. Its clawed hand stabbed through his head, but he still didn't move. Black blood splashed. A ray of sword chi slashed through the air, killing the devil creature. Long Chen was shocked to find that these devil creatures were practically all on the level of 11th rank magical beasts. But this one ray of sword chi killed hundreds and thousands of them. He didn't dare to look at the master of this sword. He had to maintain a steady state of mind. He couldn't be drawn in by any details. The army of devil beasts collapsed, and he finally saw an army of human experts slaughtering their way through them. The shocking thing was that these human experts all had 9 flowers revolving behind them. They were all ranked 9 celestials. Long Chen sat on the ground, not moving. He could now feel his own existence in this world. He was sitting in the middle of the battlefield like a specter, calmly watching the battle. Suddenly, roaring shook the sky. The sky split open as a huge claw descended from above the clouds. The claw was like a mountain. The world shook as it fell. Those human experts were appalled and attacked it with full power. Yet, that claw still fell, destroying the land. Those powerful human experts were all killed by this one claw. Not even one survived. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. What kind of monster was that? How could it be so huge? The world couldn't even fit it. Just a single claw from it was able to kill so many human experts. The claw rose from the ground, and a burst of lava flew into the air, forming a river. Was this the origin of the lava river? Long Chen instantly thought of the lava river that still existed here. The sky began to crumble. It was like the world couldn't bear the power contained in the claw and was about to explode. This was different from its first attack. Divine light was erupting from the claw, and divine runes spread. This time, the power was even more terrifying than its first attack. Just as it felt like the world would crumble from this attack, a golden light shot out. Long Chen couldn't see what that light was. However, when it smashed into the claw, the entire world crumbled away. Long Chen seemed to hear the sound of a star exploding, but then everything vanished. His eyes flew open, and he took a deep breath. His back was covered in cold sweat, and he was involuntarily shivering. The instant those two powers had collided, he had felt like his soul would be torn apart. It was like that power was so terrifying that it was impossible to bear witness to it even through the river of time. One attack caused heaven and earth to crumble. One attack caused stars to explode. Just what kind of terrifying power was that? It had completely surpassed his imagination. That level is too high. There's no way for me to even touch something like that. I should switch locations. Long Chen shook his head and left. Chapter 14-16 Ancient Lightning Art. An endless sea of lightning filled heaven and earth, drowning countless devil creatures. An expert covered in lightning rampaged through their midst, slaughtering the devil creatures. That person's appearance was blurry. He seemed like a human-shaped bolt of lightning. The weapons in his hands were also formed of lightning and could constantly transform. They were completely invincible. In just an incense stick's worth of time, that expert slaughtered all the devil creatures, leaving behind a mountain of corpses. Space exploded, and the world turned dark. Some kind of energy caused Long Chen's scrying to come to a sudden stop. This was Long Chen's 7th time using the 9-star hegemon body art to go back in the flow of time and peer into that ancient battle. But he didn't gain anything with his first 6 attempts. Whatever he saw was far too profound for him to even attempt understanding, or there hadn't been enough time for him to see anything before his vision was cut short. This chaotic domain had countless battle scars that were imprinted in the heavenly Taos. They were random and without order. There was no way to find any pattern to them. Long Chen didn't gain anything, but because of his continuous attempts at peering into the mysteries of the past, he was receiving a backlash, made worse by the terrifying eruptions of power from that battle. His soul was aching, but this ended up provoking Long Chen's stubborn nature. The more he couldn't obtain something, the more he wanted it. As a result, on his 7th try, at this 7th location, Long Chen received a delightful surprise. That senior definitely had a legendary lightning spirit body. His entire body was practically completely transformed into lightning, and he had no more flesh and blood. How terrifying! Long Chen was full of admiration. That person had actually abandoned their own flesh and blood body to become an incarnation of lightning. Just how much bravery did that require? Or was it simply craziness? Long Chen quickly recorded the shape of the runes, as well as how this technique circulated one's energy. He then transferred all this to Lei Long. What delighted him was that Lei Long instantly comprehended what he transferred to it, and it actually became able to use the lightning art. Long Chen was wild with joy. While that senior had possessed a lightning spirit body, he had still been a human. But Lei Long was a spiritual body composed of heavenly tribulation lightning. For Lei Long, controlling lightning runes was as easy as a person controlling their limbs. To Lei Long, this kind of high-level art was just a slightly more difficult movement. It learned it in just a bit, and it would simply need some time to train in it before it was mastered. However, Lei Long also needed Long Chen's power. It needed the support of Long Chen's spiritual yuan to bring out the full power of this magical art. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to comprehend much of this person's lightning arts. Even comprehending a third of them would require a huge amount of time and energy. But now that he tested teaching Lei Long, he realized that this wasn't even a problem. Lei Long, you absorb the lightning chains while studying these lightning arts. When you figure things out, teach them to me. This is very important to me. Long Chen gave this mission to Lei Long. Once Lei Long fully comprehended these lightning arts, considering their mental and spiritual connection, it wouldn't be long before Long Chen could learn them as well. After obtaining these lightning arts, Long Chen didn't bother wasting any more time. These ancient techniques were too difficult to obtain, and also too difficult to comprehend. He didn't have that much time to waste. Long Chen killed one of the ancient family alliance's disciples, and he learned some information that wasn't behind restrictions. First of all, it was now confirmed for him that Mo Nian was fine. Furthermore, his life was very lively recently. He continuously appeared out of nowhere, causing an uproar in the ancient family alliance. He also learned some information about what Mo Nian had done. In just the past year, he had killed over 1,000 geniuses of the ancient family alliance. He had defeated 9 rank 9 celestials, killing 3 of them. He had dug up 1,306 ancestral graves within the ancient family alliance. He had plundered their resources hundreds of times. Many of the ancient families had had every last bit of their wealth plundered. When he thought of that, Long Chen's expression became odd. Could it be that he had been infected by that fellow? He had also plundered Pill Valley. He lamented inside that, as one would expect, ink-stained. Mo Nian's surname, Mo, meant ink, and now it seemed he had been turned black by Mo Nian as well. Long Chen suddenly felt that before he had met Mo Nian, he had been an extremely kind and sunshiny youth. Other than learning about Mo Nian, he also learned why the Dark Forest had gathered the powers. Their reasoning wasn't that off from what Long Chen had expected. The Dark Forest was using the ancient battlefield and the Forest of Life as bargaining chips to work together with them. Their goal was to hold Pill Valley in check. In truth, Long Chen was speechless towards their foolishness. Ever since Pill Valley and the powers other than the righteous path had accepted the heaven-devouring forest taking root in the martial heaven continent, the various powers had obtained countless benefits from the spirit world. The Forest of Life and the ancient battlefield had essentially become trial regions for them to temper their disciples. But did the Dark Forest really think that just that would be enough for these powers to unite with them against Pill Valley? That was just a fantasy. Medicinal pills were the lifeblood of cultivators. What power would turn against Pill Valley? The disciple he had killed didn't know many of the details, but Long Chen trusted that the various powers all thought the Dark Forest was a group of idiots. They would just take advantage while they could. If the Dark Forest really started a war with Pill Valley, they would just try to smooth things over. In any case, they just had to take care to not offend either side. Long Chen clearly saw through thoughts. This time, in order to express their sincerity, the Dark Forest didn't restrict the number of people allowed into the spirit world, and had set up an entrance to the spirit world that allowed the corrupt path to kill any adventurers from the martial heaven continent. Through his soul search, he also obtained a map of the ancient battlefield. Only now did he realize the ancient battlefield had safe passageways that allowed a person to avoid the spatial cracks. Realizing this, Long Chen started to sweat. After scheming all day, all that happened was that he became dumber. If he had accidentally been devoured by a spatial crack, he'd have nowhere to cry. With the map, Long Chen found that the ancient battlefield was a long strip. At the end of it was a region that was said to be where a sovereign had fought. There were countless treasures there, and there was even a chance to comprehend what the sovereign had left behind. The most alluring thing was that rumor was that the sovereign had killed a top devil expert, and had sealed their divine weapon there. Anyone who obtained it would obtain that devil expert's inheritance and gain a power rivaling a sovereign. This is mine. That's mine too. This is all mine. Long Chen's eyes blazed with greed as he looked over the map. He couldn't believe he had wasted so much time in this outer region. He charged directly to the core. With the map, his progress was rapid. He constantly made turns, avoiding the chaotic regions. When he passed a particularly huge chaotic region, a divine pressure appeared, one that invoked reverence and worship. Yes, this is the pressure of a sovereign. It's just like the sovereign blood seal. But their auras aren't the same. They're two different generations of sovereigns, thought Long Chen. This region in front of him was a boundless, desolate world of chaotic space. The space here was like a mirage. The scene was constantly changing. The sky collapsed, the stars vanished. Mountains and plains became nothing. In front of this power, the world couldn't remain stable. It was like the world had died in this region. But when he carefully focused himself, what he saw in front of him was simply mist. It was impossible to see through this mist. Gods, devils, immortals, all sorts of images would flit through this space. It felt possible to hear a grand Tao's music, yet that music also sounded like the wailing of ghosts. This is where a sovereign once fought. Let me try sensing it again. Long Chen clenched his fists, a heroic feeling rising in his heart. A sovereign was an existence that stood at the peak of the marital path. They were unrivaled, completely suppressing everyone else in their generation. No one could contend against them. Everyone had to respect a sovereign. If it hadn't been for the sovereigns, the martial heaven continent would no longer exist. They had been the protective gods of this world. Thinking of how he was standing on the battlefield that a sovereign had once fought on, Long Chen couldn't help feeling excited. He entered the mist. This was a world of both illusion and reality. With each step he took, reality changed. With one step, lightning rang in the air and a torrent of rain fell. With another step, a gentle breeze blew by in the sunlight, the fragrance of flowers and birdsong in the air. As he advanced, reality continued to change. Immortals descended from the heavens, ghosts demanded his life, the sun, the moon, the stars all changed. The transformations continued. He felt like he was in a world where space-time was in chaos. The power of a sovereign is capable of breaking the laws of heaven and earth. Could it be that the real ability of a sovereign is to change the laws of the world? Wondered Long Chen. This chaotic space was actually extremely hard for him to endure. As he walked, it was like he suddenly went from walking on the ground to walking up a wall, and then he suddenly felt like he was upside down. Space and time were in chaos here. This was different from the clashes of laws he had felt before. There were no spatial cracks here. That was because the power here had reached the level that it formed a resonance with the world instead of simply cracking it. However, the two powers that were present were not harmonious, resulting in this chaotic region. Everything was in chaos here. Even the laws of heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. How could I possibly go back and sense anything from that time? Long Chen couldn't even muster up the bravery of circulating the 9-star hegemon body art to try and see the sovereign's battle. He was afraid that kind of power could easily exterminate him even through the river of time. More importantly, this chaotic space meant he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. This chaotic space was a complete mess with no start or end. If the previous regions were like balls of wool where he could follow one thread down to the past, this was a sea of turbid water. Trying to sense anything was nonsense. As he advanced deeper, he grew dizzy and lightheaded. At some unknown time, the chaotic space became still. For some unknown reason, he entered a barren land. Within this barren land was a seductive figure that caused Long Chen's expression to change. Chapter 14-17 Running into Lang Yuan again. Slender legs, bursting curves, a thin waist, and long billowing hair, a figure of such pinnacle beauty would enrapture every man with just a look. This kind of figure wasn't something a human should be able to possess. Her proportions were so perfect it was like a god had carved her body meticulously. This was a beauty and perfection that shouldn't exist. At first, Long Chen was hopeful that it wasn't her. But when he saw that bone sword on her back, his heart plummeted to the depths. Long Chen's appearance also startled her. She slowly turned, revealing her beauty that was perfect down to the last detail. Even each hair of her eyebrows was perfectly matched. When she saw Long Chen, her ocean blue eyes lit up. They were like sapphires reflecting the moonlight. The sight of her was dazzling. Long Chen's heart pounded. He unconsciously took out his sword and retreated half a step. It was like this half a step's distance could make him feel slightly safer. She smiled. Her lips curled slightly, and her eyes were also smiling. This smile could topple a nation, but it gave Long Chen goosebumps. "Are you afraid of me?" Lang Yuan's cherry lips opened, her voice like the song of an oriole. But for some reason, each word and syllable contained bone-chilling killing intent. It was like Lang Yuan had become one with killing and slaughter. Each breath, each blink of an eye, each one of her movements could be the premonition of a slaughter. Long Chen had never expected to run into this killing goddess here. What alarmed him the most was that this killing goddess's cultivation base had reached the late Jade Core realm. If it was just her cultivation base that had increased, that would be one thing. But with his sharp senses from the 9-star hegemon body art, Long Chen also sensed a strong mortal danger. "How could I feel afraid? We're old friends. It wouldn't be suitable to describe what I'm feeling as fear." Long Chen forced out a laugh. He very much wanted to say that he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. These goosebumps were from the cold. Long Chen grumbled inside. It could be said that his cultivation speed had been quite fast recently. His power was soaring rapidly with each passing day, and he had thrown his peers far into the distance. However, this dangerous person in front of him had not only thrown him in the dust when it came to cultivation base, but her actual power had also grown explosively. Ever since leaving Pill Valley, Long Chen spent each day consuming medicinal pills. But his cultivation base was only at the 3rd heaven stage of Jade Core. As old friends, don't you think we should hug to express our feelings? Lang Yuyan's sapphire eyes seemed to see right through Long Chen's heart. Damn it, she had her void-piercing eyes. She can see right through my thoughts. Long Chen immediately recalled the strange power of her eyes. He knew that all his thoughts were being read by her. As a result, he became much more relaxed and smiled. I wouldn't dare to hug such a beautiful woman. A certain jealous somebody would beat me. Long Chen threw caution to the wind. The worst case was that they would fight. How could he be afraid of such a thing? I've been watching you. You're getting stronger quite quickly, but you have too many things holding you back. They're restricting your cultivation speed. The people by your side will one day cause your death. Lang Yuyan shook her head. Long Chen swung his sword, unleashing a blast of wind that blew back Lang Yuyan's hair. But she didn't even blink. She just stared expressionlessly at him. I'm not like you. I have my brothers and sisters. They aren't a burden. They are what allow me to continue forward and get stronger. Don't try to judge me according to your standards, and don't try to judge my brothers and sisters. You are not me. Long Chen's expression was dark with a fury that he didn't bother concealing. He was different from Lang Yuyan. Lang Yuyan was always alone. She had no distractions, so her cultivation base rapidly advanced. Yet, for Long Chen, when he wanted to advance, it was different. It was just like the Divine Gate Star. As the Divine Gate Star advanced, it raised the other stars with it, making it slower. For Long Chen, he had to bring up the Dragonblood Legion as he advanced. So in Lang Yuyan's view, his actions were very foolish. If a genius dragged up a pile of garbage with them, they would turn into garbage as well. It would be a waste of talent. However, Long Chen had never thought that. Each warrior in the Dragonblood Legion was his brother. They wouldn't hesitate to die for him, and in the same vein, he would put his life on the line to protect them. Perhaps only the Dragonblood Legion could comprehend this kind of feeling. Let alone Lang Yuyan, who came from the corrupt path. Even the righteous path's people would scoff at them. Although Lang Yuyan's tone was very flat and she didn't express any disdain, Long Chen was still unable to accept her words. I really am unable to understand. You sacrifice so much for them. Just what are you hoping to obtain? Asked Lang Yuyan. If someone else asked me this, I'd scoff at them. But to you, I can only express my sympathy. Oh, Lang Yuyan raised her brows slightly. In truth, you're very pitiable. Your closest companion died to your own hands, and starting then, you locked your emotions inside. You've already forgotten what trust is, what sacrifice is, what depending on others is. When there is a true bond between people, they don't bother thinking about what they can get in return. This kind of bond can make you feel warm when you are cold. It can guide you when you are lost. It can give you strength when you feel powerless. When I encounter enemies I can't defeat, they are what give me endless power. They are what tell me that I can't die, that I can't lose. That's why I'm still alive today. Having cut yourself off from emotion, you will never be able to feel the warmth of sunlight. Long Chen looked at Lang Yuyan sincerely. Lang Yuyan looked into the distance without saying anything. But her hands had unconsciously tightened. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He continued, do you still remember when you were brought into the corrupt path to cultivate? You were still a child. Your group of 5 died one by one to the corrupt path's rules. In order to get vengeance for them, you cut off the head of your instructor. What were you trying to gain from that? When it was only you and your best friend left, when you decided to give the chance to live to her, did you think about what you were trying to gain? When your best friend intentionally died to your blade because she understood you all too well, did she think about what she was getting in return? Long Chen's voice was very solemn, and very convincing. Most importantly, he was bringing up the miserable story that Lang Yuyan had told him. A crystalline tear dropped onto the desert. Lang Yuyan's eyes were unfocused as she was lost in her distant memories. Long Chen continued again, you've felt what emotions are. Your emotions are still there. All you have to do is use your heart to feel them, and the warmth of the sun will fill your heart. Walk out from the shadows cast over your heart. Then you will find that the sunlight is so warm, that many companions are waiting for you in the sunlight. Will you be there in the sunlight as well? Lang Yuyan turned to look at Long Chen once more. Her flawless face was touched with crystalline tears, but her eyes were still icy. Of course, as long as you, Long Chen brazenly stretched out his hand toward Lang Yuyan's face. But just as his hand was about to touch her cheek, lightning runes lit up on his feet, and he shot back. It was like a cord tied around his waist had suddenly pulled him backward. And yet, despite how fast he was, a bone sword still cut across his waist. If he had been the slightest bit slower, he'd have been cut in two. Fuck, you really are ill. Why would you suddenly attack? Cursed Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Lang Yuan laughed. The tears on her face vanished, and she appeared just as icy as ever. Long Chen, I didn't think your storytelling skills are so skilled. They're not one whit inferior to your fighting skills, teased Lang Yuan, brushing back a stray hair behind her ear. I have many other skills too, but I worry you won't get the pleasure of enjoying them. Raged Long Chen, saying something completely immoral. He truly was infuriated. He had been duped. He really had thought he had moved Lang Yuan, but she had just been toying with him. I do want to enjoy them. But do you have the guts? Asked Lang Yuan. She wasn't angry. She felt happy seeing Long Chen clenching his teeth, his face flushed. Can you and I not properly speak? I don't want to be your enemy. Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to calm down. He had always felt Lang Yuan to be an extremely difficult person to handle. He didn't feel like Lang Yuan was his enemy, as the two of them didn't have any real enmity between them. However, they weren't friends either, because Lang Yuan had her illness. When her illness erupted, she would want to kill him. Of course we can. You're the man I favor. The only precondition is that you can survive my attacks. Lang Yuan smiled. Do you have some illness? I never provoked you, so why do you want to kill me? If you have an illness, tell me. I have medicine, raged Long Chen. You don't like fierce girls. Don't you feel that this kind of hunting and killing game is very stimulating? Let me show you. I'm going to attack. Lang Yuan's smile disappeared, and she unsheathed her bone sword. The void was cut in two. When she unsheathed her sword, she was still 10 meters away. But strangely, without making a move, as she slashed her sword, she appeared in front of him like a phantom. Chapter 14:18 Lightning devours heaven and earth. A chill came with this sword. It felt like it could freeze a person's soul. The face that was smiling beautifully like a flower had become cold-hearted in the blink of an eye. Long Chen was shocked to see Lang Yuan seemingly tear straight through space to teleport in front of him. This was an inconceivable movement art. Long Chen couldn't even grasp the path of her sword, and he had to react with his intuition. A chill cut through Long Chen's face. Blood slowly dripped down. Long Chen's sword was severed. The severed half fall to the ground. This ancestral item was now broken, its item spirit annihilated. You were distracted. Haven't I already told you that since you're the man I favor, I will kill you? Reminded Lang Yuan. I understand. Fine, then let's see who lives or dies. Replied Long Chen coldly. He completely gave up on curing Lang Yuan. He didn't have any more fantasies about converting her, even if the Eastern Wasteland Belle had said that he would one day understand the truth. However, this wasn't one day. This was the present, and presently, Lang Yuan wanted to kill him. The truth wasn't important. He couldn't be merciful to those who wanted to kill him. Right now, what was in his eyes wasn't Lang Yuan, but a terrifying opponent. So if he wanted to live, he had to kill her. That's the right way. If you don't have the determination to kill me, you'll die to my sword sooner or later. Prepare yourself, because this time, I'll be serious. Lang Yuan's sword pointed toward the sky. Her sapphire eyes were like ice, and ripples began to appear within them. Rumble. Lang Yuan's hair began to fly, and an air of death filled the world. Thunderous rumbling rang out that was like the roaring of demons from hell. Heaven and earth changed color, while darkness shrouded the land. There wasn't the slightest bit of life left in this world. The only thing present was death. Lang Yuan was like the god of this world. She didn't have the slightest emotion. She was a killing god who had come to strip this world of all life. Her bone sword quivered ever so slightly. A touch of black appeared on the edge of her white sword. It was so sharp that it seemed to even slash through the restrictions of spacetime. This time, Long Chen was prepared, and he took out the pot. His divine ring was out, 5 stars revolved in his eyes, and green dragon scales covered his body. Long Chen raised his power to his peak and smashed the pot at Lang Yuan. Bomb! When the pot met the bone sword, space exploded and ripples spread, tearing at the sky. They went all out even in the first exchange. With a thunderous cry, Long Chen smashed the pot again at Lang Yuan, lightning erupting from his body. Lang Yuan's bone sword was too terrifying. It looked as fragile as jade, like a finely crafted ornament that would crack easily. But it had cut through his ancestral item sword. In their first exchange, the bone sword had caused Long Chen's blood to flip. Inside him, even in his peak state, he didn't have any advantage. Now seeing Long Chen fighting at full strength, Lang Yuyan smiled. She ignored Long Chen's attack and slashed her sword behind her. I have the void-piercing eyes. Did you think you could trick me? Boom. The bone sword once more collided with the pot. The pot slowly lowered, revealing Long Chen's face. This was his true body. The one who had been attacking from the front had been a fake. What's true is false, what's false is true. Sometimes what you see with your eyes isn't true. You have to use your heart to see the world, said Long Chen lightly. Are you cursing me for not having a heart? At this moment, the Long Chen that was at the front suddenly arrived, smashing the pot at Lang Yuyan. A touch of surprise appeared on Lang Yuyan's face. She extended her arm, using her hand as a blade that slashed against the pot. The pot exploded, but what replaced it was a burst of lightning. Lightning devours heaven and earth. That Long Chen at the front suddenly transformed into lightning runes that wrapped around Lang Yuyan. This Long Chen was one of Lei Long's split bodies. It was based on one of the ancient magical arts he had learned in the ancient battlefield. After learning this magical art, Lei Long became capable of coming out in whatever form it wanted. It was no longer restricted to a dragon form. So Lang Yuyan mistook it for Long Chen's clone. The most amazing thing about this move was that the split body could switch places with the true body at any moment. The split body was simply used to draw the enemy's attention. It didn't possess any attack power. But if it was used well, it could achieve amazing results. Its appearance was essentially flawless, and even a person's killing intent and aura could be replicated perfectly. When it came to clones and split bodies, most of them were simply spiritual clones that didn't possess much power. Other than spiritual clones, there were also clones made of flesh and blood. For such clones, you needed to sacrifice a portion of your spiritual strength. But the power of a clone could only be 80% of the true body. This was an absolute limit. Furthermore, this limit was almost impossible to reach. A clone possessing 70% of the true body's power would be a top-tier clone. However, peak heavenly geniuses would rarely create any clones. One reason was that it took up too much energy and required sacrificing a part of their soul. But the main reason was that once a clone was killed, it would affect the future cultivation of the true body. So those willing to condense non-spiritual clones were very rare. Normally, only people who had reached their limits would create true flesh clones. Sometimes that clone could be used to deceive enemies and save their lives. To put it frankly, it was like a scapegoat. That was why Lang Yuyan wasn't fooled. Even if she didn't possess her void-piercing eyes, it was obvious that someone like Long Chen wouldn't condense a flesh and blood clone. That was why she said that he couldn't trick her. Yet, it was because of this that she did end up falling for it. Just as she ignored that spiritual clone, Lei Long's true body switched out with its split body. Now Thunder Force was tightly binding Lang Yuyan, trapping her. Just as Long Chen thought he had won, a sword pierced through the lightning chains. It seemed that nothing in this world could stop that bone sword. As soon as Lang Yuyan appeared, the prepared Long Chen smashed the pot down. However, he was shocked to find his pot miss. Lang Yuyan had vanished. Lang Yuyan hadn't just vanished from his sight. She had also vanished from Lei Long's senses. Long Chen suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he instinctively moved the pot to his back. Long Chen let out a muffled groan as the bone sword stabbed into the pot. He staggered forwards, but even more shockingly, as he involuntarily staggered forward, Lang Yuyan appeared in front of him, her bone sword already touched his chest. The bone sword pierced his chest. The lightning filling the air vanished, and the world suddenly became calm. Lang Yuyan's bone sword was stabbing through Long Chen's chest, but Long Chen's right hand was also pressed against Lang Yuyan's chest. Neither of them spoke. They simply stood there. A sharp light shone from the bone sword. It was like a sickle of death that could reap Long Chen's life at any moment. However, Long Chen's right hand had two dragon-shaped images revolving on it. All of Lei Long and Huo Long's power was concentrated there. As long as he willed it, they would unleash all their power. Lang Yuyan wouldn't have any chance of surviving. Now their positions were extremely awkward. Long Chen especially felt it as he sensed a slightly warm sensation from his hand. After a moment, Lang Yuyan looked at Long Chen and shook her head. "Why must you be like this? There's nowhere else for me to put my hand," said Long Chen. He really didn't have a choice. "I'm talking about how you could have killed me. Why didn't you? I was clearly aiming to kill you." A complicated expression appeared on Lang Yuyan's face. Long Chen was silent, so Lang Yuan continued, I was tricked by your lightning clone. If you had tried to kill me instead of trapping me, I might have been killed. And now, you could have unleashed your power in your right hand, while my sword had yet to completely pierce your body. If you had attacked, I would definitely have died, while you would only be heavily injured. You let off a person who wanted to kill you twice. Don't you think you're very dumb? Long Chen was still silent. Answer me, demanded Lang Yuan. There's nothing to say. If you want to call me dumb, if you want to call me foolish, if you want to call me an idiot, then fine. This is just who I am. If you want to laugh at me, then laugh away, said Long Chen. Long Chen also felt that he was very stupid. With his kind of character, he definitely shouldn't have mercy on someone who wanted his life. But for some reason, he was unable to launch the killing blow. It was like there was a voice inside his soul screaming at him that if he killed Lang Yuan, he would regret it. Before attacking, he was resolved to kill her. But when the opportunity came, he found himself unable to proceed. This had nothing to do with what the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said. It also had nothing to do with his brain. This was an unknown instinct. Lang Yuan lowered her head and pulled her sword out of Long Chen. She pressed a hand against Long Chen's chest, and the wound instantly healed. All of Lang Yuan's killing intent vanished. She no longer seemed like a terrifying killing goddess, but an ordinary girl. How long are you planning to keep touching? Asked Lang Yuan lightly, looking at her own chest. Chapter 14:19 Disappointment. Only now did Long Chen take back his hand. And it was only at this time that he felt that particular feeling. Before this, he hadn't dared to have any thoughts with his life in his opponent's hands. Now the danger had passed, and only then did he feel that moving sensation. Soft, ample, plump, bouncy. That was what he sensed in the instant that he removed his hand. Thank you for your praise, said Lang Yuan. Ah, it's just the truth, said Long Chen without thinking about it. But his expression quickly changed as he realized Lang Yuan's void-piercing eyes were seeing through his thoughts. He instinctively retreated several steps and raised the pot in preparation for a battle. Lang Yuan's bone sword was already raised. However, Lang Yuan didn't attack. She simply sheathed the bone sword on her back. The bone sword and bone scabbard looked like they had been carved of fine jade. No one would expect the bone sword to be such a terrifying weapon. Long Chen felt awkward, but he also felt a burst of fury. Lang Yuan had definitely done this on purpose to embarrass him. That pot's not bad, said Lang Yuan. It's good for cooking, said Long Chen randomly. He wished he had more to say, but despite feeling that he was pretty eloquent, he had no idea what to say to this killing goddess. Lang Yuan's mood changed at the drop of a pin. Who knew what he might say that would cause her to suddenly attack him? He wanted to leave, but he also felt that would be a feeble display. Worst of all, he couldn't try to think of anything, or it would be read by Lang Yuan. Let's sit together. Lang Yuan slowly sat on a clean rock nearby. She indicated for Long Chen to join her. To be invited by a peerless beauty was something every man dreamed of. But Long Chen felt like he was in a nightmare. However, he was a man, and he thickened his skin and sat beside her, keeping the pot beside him. That was the only thing that gave him a slight sense of safety. Long Chen, do you feel like I'm crazy? Asked Lang Yuan quietly as she stared into the distance. Can I not reply? Probed Long Chen. If I tell the truth, will I be attacked? I can't guarantee anything. Oh, then no I don't. Tell the truth, demanded Lang Yuan. I'm afraid of being attacked. Long Chen shook his head. If you don't, then I'll attack you right now. Lang Yuan slowly raised her hand to her back. Cough. In truth, you're not that bad. At least your craziness is intermittent. Long Chen put it in the nicest way possible. Lang Yuan lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Long Chen was feeling uneasy. He didn't know when this woman would start being crazy again. This kind of waiting was torture. He was like a prisoner waiting to be executed, but his execution date wasn't set. He wasn't allowed to relax at all and had to be ready for the executioner's blade at any moment. Lang Yuan looked at her feet, which repeatedly brushed against the sand. It was unknown what she was thinking. I've decided, I won't kill you. Finally, Lang Yuan raised her head. Looking at the sky, she sighed. Really? Long Chen was stunned. Had she been cured? Yes, really. Congratulations. Lang Yuan turned to stare at Long Chen. For some unknown reason, her sapphire eyes had become much dimmer. You. What's wrong? Long Chen was startled. The current Lang Yuan didn't look like a killing goddess at all. Instead, she seemed like a pitiable girl who had lost all hope. What, is this not good? Lang Yuan smiled. Although her smile was beautiful, it seemed miserable. Seeing that smile made Long Chen's heart ache. However, it wasn't as if he could ask her to continue hunting him down. If he did, wouldn't that mean he had caught her illness? If you have any secret sorrows, you can tell me. I might be able to help, said Long Chen sincerely. Long Chen felt a strange mix of emotions when it came to Lang Yuan. He wasn't able to describe it. She was like the legendary hellflower. Legend was that those who saw it would be attracted by its body. Despite knowing that approaching it meant death, they were unable to resist the allure. Even if they were to die, they had to get closer. Lang Yuan gave Long Chen the same feeling. Lang Yuan was both beautiful and dangerous, but for some reason, Long Chen had a desire to protect her. That kind of thinking was very foolish and very dangerous. It was also very stimulating. He was unable to extricate himself from her. You bastard, why did you have to treat me so well? If you hadn't, I would be able to keep trying to kill you. Lang Yuan smiled as she cursed him. But tears had appeared in her eyes. Lang Yuan got closer to Long Chen. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. Long Chen spread his arms, not daring to move. His spine was rigid, and his goosebumps rippled. This should have been a very alluring action, but being hugged by Lang Yuan, Long Chen felt a chill. It's over for me. Even the pot won't be able to save me this time. At this distance, if Lang Yuan wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. He cursed inside. Well, if he died, then he died. He embraced Lang Yuan, softly patting her hair. Other than killing me, can't you find something else to do with me? Long Chen bitterly smiled. No, before you, I was constantly searching for targets. But after encountering you, I realized that in this world, only you could. Lang Yuan shook her head, cutting herself off in the middle of her words. Long Chen, if I one day die, will you feel bad? Yes, I'll feel very bad, replied Long Chen. Then that's good, thank you. Lang Yuan suddenly laughed while crying. Her smile was like a blooming flower, while her tears were like pearls of dew. That was an indescribable beauty. Yuan, can't we properly talk one time? Whatever words you have in your heart, tell me. I'll keep your secret, and I'll help you think of what to do, promised Long Chen. He knew Lang Yuan had her own secrets. But she never revealed those. Aren't you the same as well? You have just as many secrets as me. Do you tell them to your brothers and sisters? Retorted Lang Yuan. It's useless to share some secrets with others, so there's no need to reveal them. I've already figured out my path forward. I'll have to rely on myself to resolve things, and I can't rely on others. Lang Yuan stood, the tears and smile on her face vanishing. Her icy expression appeared once more. The killing goddess was back. You weren't sleep-talking just now, right? Are you going to start trying to kill me again now? Long Chen asked suspiciously upon seeing her return to this state. The current Lang Yuan felt like a completely different person than the one who had been speaking to him a moment ago. If he couldn't smell her scent, he might even think he had been caught in an illusion before. Don't worry, I said I wouldn't kill you. Furthermore, I'll sever the karma between us. We'll walk our own paths in the future, said Lang Yuan. Why does that sound a bit hurtful? Long Chen bitterly smiled, feeling like the emotions that had just appeared in Lang Yuan had been cut off by a knife. This battlefield has something I need, so I'm going to search for it. This calm place that we're in is a special place where experts once died. It can be considered a pure land within this chaos. They used their own bodies to create minor worlds in their deaths. Because they died, the minor worlds became even weaker, and within a sovereign's pressure, these minor worlds form layers upon layers. If you're lucky, you'll be able to find heaven-defying treasures. Long Chen, goodbye. I will return your favor of not killing me twice. After Lang Yuan finished talking, she took out her bone sword and slashed the air. Divine light rippled on the sword tip, and the void was cut open like it was a piece of cloth. Lang Yuan glanced back at Long Chen for a moment before stepping into that opening. Through the other side of the opening, Long Chen saw a dark and gloomy world. Before he could see any details, the opening closed and it vanished. All that was before him was this barren desert. Long Chen was unable to calm himself. For a long time, although he had escaped from Lang Yuan's irrational, vexing killing, he didn't feel the slightest joy. Instead, he felt disappointment. When Lang Yuan had asked him if he would feel bad if she died, a vague sense of unease had appeared in his heart. After she said she would give up trying to kill him, her bright eyes had immediately lost their luster. That scene was deeply imprinted in his mind. Just what secrets did Lang Yuan have? Why did she want to kill him, and why did the Eastern Wasteland Belle say that she was a pitiable person? These questions tumbled through Long Chen's mind, but he couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. Other than that, he didn't understand what she meant by severing the karma between them. Karma was something so vague that people on their level shouldn't be able to touch it yet. He felt like his head would split. But since Lang Yuan refused to answer, he didn't have the slightest solution to her problems. Swinging his head, he gave up trying to figure it out. Without being told the riddle, who could possibly find the answer? Long Chen followed Lang Yuan's actions, and he swung his pot through the air. A huge opening actually appeared in the void. Long Chen looked inside and jumped in. Chapter 14:20 Silverwing Heavenly King Ants. The space behind him closed, and Long Chen appeared in a different world. It was his first time experiencing what it felt like to step across worlds. He had come from one world to another world just like that. Furthermore, he had done so relying on brute strength to tear open the spatial wall. This was almost inconceivable to him. These worlds were the minor worlds that the fallen experts had created. They weren't like the major worlds of the likes of the Martial Heaven continent. The major worlds had incredibly powerful spatial barriers. Other than those legendary immortals and gods, no one could tear through such barriers. The minor worlds here had been affected by the ancient battlefield, making the spatial walls extremely weak, allowing even Long Chen to break through them. This was a desolate land without a single blade of grass. Furthermore, there were battle scars everywhere, seemingly from many years ago. Long Chen smashed the pot in the air, revealing another large hole. He stepped through, entering another world. When he entered this world, he felt a chill. The air here was filled with brutality and slaughter. He had only just entered when an explosive sound rang out along with a miserable scream. Long Chen hastily rushed over. Rolling hills littered this land, and after passing one particular mountain, he saw a valley below. Over 10 corrupt experts were being chased down by a group of monsters within the valley. The monsters were a dark mass with only silver wings to offset their black bodies. Long Chen looked closer and realized that this swarm was actually a group of ants, all of them were dozens of meters long. Silverwing Heavenly King Ants, he was surprised to see them. They were an extremely ancient kind of magical beast. Their bodies were as hard as iron, and they possessed limitless power. Their mandibles were strong enough to crush any ore. Legend was that the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants consumed a kind of mithril spiritual crystal as food. For there to be so many of them here, there had to be a vein of it present. Mithril spiritual crystal was extremely rare. It could be refined into mithril, a material that was both tough and flexible. On its own, it couldn't be used to forge weapons. But it was a material that could be combined with hundreds of different materials to increase the quality of a weapon. A single drop of mithril could be stretched many miles without breaking. And the most miraculous aspect of it was that a strand of mithril many times thinner than a strand of hair would still have an even thickness throughout the strand. If the slightest bit of mithril was added to a spear, the spear would become even more flexible, giving it noticeable improvement when it came to attacking and defending. A piece of mithril would be just as expensive as his divine flame crystals. So Long Chen could guess why these corrupt experts were being chased by these Silverwing Heavenly King Ants. One of those corrupt experts was holding a piece of mithril and running crazily. Despite the swarm of ants behind him, none of the corrupt experts were willing to toss the mithril away. Mithril wasn't heavy and could be drawn into a spatial ring. But it could only be drawn into extremely high-tier spatial rings, ones that were made with the best material. Otherwise, it would reject the spatial ring. These corrupt experts weren't particularly powerful. Some were at the Soul Transformation realm, and some were at the Jade Core realm. The strongest amongst them was only a rank 7 celestial. In terms of speed, they weren't any faster than the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants. Their wings had special runes that gave them the special ability to break through space. They were practically able to teleport. These Silverwing Heavenly King Ants were extremely terrifying, and they had been famous even in ancient times. Although they could be classified as 8th rank magical beasts, equivalent to the human race's foundation forging realm, there were just too many of them. There were thousands of them. The corrupt experts' attacks were at most able to kill one or two of them before their attack power would drop to the point that it wasn't able to break the defenses of further Silverwing Heavenly King ants. One of the corrupt experts had just killed one of the ants when he was attacked by another. His body was crushed by its mandibles. His physical body was destroyed, and his Yuan spirit floated out. He tried to flee, but his Yuan spirit was struck by one of their wings. That wing unleashed a bizarre energy that destroyed his Yuan spirit in one blow. The corrupt experts were screaming miserably as they tried to fight them off. But there were too many of the ants. They were surrounded, and in just a few breaths, they were annihilated. The mithril spirit crystals that they had obtained were grabbed by the ants, and they left, leaving behind only broken corpses. Long Chen glanced at the corpses and saw a few spatial rings. However, those people had been too weak, and they wouldn't have anything good in their spatial rings. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to take them. Furthermore, after fighting against the corrupt path for so many years, he hated looking through their spatial rings. There were too many revolting and infuriating things inside them. For such weak people to have entered this minor world, they had definitely entered accidentally, like when Long Chen had accidentally entered one to encounter Lang Yuan. Moreover, they didn't have the power to break through space. There were simply too many spatial openings in these broken minor worlds. As long as you found such an opening, you could enter. People as strong as Lang Yuan wouldn't bother wasting time searching. She could just brute force her way through. Long Chen passed the corrupt experts' corpses, following the Silverwing Heavenly King ants. The ground started to change color. A silver tint had appeared, and the ground was becoming harder. Even the stones on the mountains were silver now. Long Chen was familiar with this kind of stone. These were called companion ores. Normally, ores would be accompanied by their companion ores when they appeared naturally. Finding companion ores meant there was a high chance of finding the main ore you were looking for. As he advanced, more and more of these silver companion ores appeared. After reaching the top of a mountain, he saw a huge mountain range shining with a bright silver color. This huge mountain range looked like a winding silver dragon. These mountains were covered in many caves. He saw many Silverwing Heavenly King ants coming and going through them. Damn, this whole mountain is composed of mithril silver crystal. Although he had been prepared, he was still shocked to see such a huge vein. He appraised his surroundings. There was a huge basin below him, and the center was the vein of mithril silver crystal. There wasn't the slightest vegetation in this barren land, and everything was under the sight of the Silverwing Heavenly King ants. To try and steal anything in secret would be too difficult. Those corrupt experts were an excellent example. Long Chen jumped off the mountain and began walking brazenly toward the central mountain. He was quickly noticed by the busy Silverwing Heavenly King ants, and a swarm of them gathered around him. Golden flames erupted out of Long Chen's body. The terrifying heat left scorch marks on the ground where he passed. The reason he dared to advance so arrogantly was because the Silverwing Heavenly King ants' powerful defenses were only weak to fire. Their wings were extremely weak to fire, especially strong flames like the heaven incinerating flame. As expected, once he revealed this flame, they all retreated, not daring to block his path. More and more of them appeared, filling the sky and the ground. But none of them dared to try stopping him. They let out panicked cries. Those sounds weren't coming from their mouths. They were making these sounds by rubbing their wings together. This was a warning to their enemies. Human, you can stop right there. What do you want? Just as Long Chen reached the foot of the mountain, two figures appeared in the sky. They were human in form. One was a man, the other was a woman. They were clad in silver armor, and they had identical horns on their heads just like the Silverwing Heavenly King ants. These two were not actual humans. They were the Ant King and Ant Queen, and their cultivation bases were so powerful that they were able to take human form and speak to Long Chen. Their powerful auras crashed down on Long Chen. Silver light revolved in their eyes. It was like two sharp blades glaring at him. Long Chen seemed to not hear them, and he continued advancing, step after step, leaving scorched footprints behind him. Human, we don't want to be your enemy. But don't go too far, shouted the Ant King. Only then did Long Chen come to a pause. He raised his head and looked at them. I also don't want to be your enemy. It's the opposite. I hope we can work together. What do you mean? You want to trade for our mithril spirit crystal? Asked the Ant King. No, my target's not the mithril spirit crystal. I don't have the time to refine the ore. I want the mithril essence. Don't even think about it. Now the Ant Queen opened her mouth, infuriated. Her aura surged, causing space to rumble. The silverwing heavenly king ants slowly got closer, seemingly ready to fight at any moment. I said that I don't want to be your enemy and that we can work together. But it seems you're questioning my attitude. Fine. Space exploded, and a flame dragon appeared in the air, revolving around Long Chen. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, igniting heaven and earth. This huge flame dragon looked down upon the Ant Queen. Chapter 14:21 Mithril Essence. When Huolong appeared, the world became a sea of flames. Those silverwing heavenly king ants all had to retreat. Huolong's flame energy grew more and more terrifying with each passing second. After absorbing so many divine flame crystals, its aura was now several times greater than the golden phoenix it had absorbed back then. Now that it released its full power, the Ant King and Ant Queen's expressions changed. The might of the heaven incinerating flame cowed them. If Long Chen ordered it to attack, the consequences would be unthinkable. They felt an irresistible terror in the face of the heaven incinerating flame. Their powerful bodies didn't fear blades, but they were afraid of fire. Their wings were especially vulnerable. Once they were incinerated, they would never grow back. In that case, they would never be able to fly again. "Human, what do you want?" shouted the Ant King uneasily. Of course, even if Long Chen wasn't facing the silverwing heavenly king ants, his opponents would still be uneasy. Huolong was just that terrifying. It could annihilate this swarm in an instant. Although the Ant King and Ant Queen might be able to survive, so what? If their swarm was annihilated, their nation would still be ruined. "Don't panic. I said that I don't want to fight against you. How about we just have a drink first?" Long Chen took out a jug of wine from his spatial ring, as well as a table and bowls. The Ant King and Ant Queen exchanged a look. They slowly walked over to Long Chen, as well as silently ordering the other ants to retreat. If a battle really did start, they wouldn't be the slightest bit of help. They would only increase the casualties. Long Chen put away Huolong. Pouring 3 bowls of wine, he smiled and said, "Are you two not afraid my wine might be poisoned?" "The silverwing heavenly king ants aren't afraid of poison," snorted the Ant Queen. "Good. Then let me express my sincerity toward our business. Whether or not we can strike a deal today, I'd like to first offer my respect to both of you with this wine." Long Chen drank his wine in one gulp. The Ant King and Ant Queen hesitated for a moment before drinking their wine as well. They truly weren't afraid of poison, and they didn't sense any danger before drinking, so they also drank it in one gulp. This wine, the Ant King and Ant Queen were shocked and delighted. This wine possessed a special heavenly Tao realm. Even as magical beasts, they managed to sense the heavenly Taos more clearly. "Of course this wine is good wine, or how could I take it out to express my sincerity?" Long Chen smiled and poured out more wine. This time, the Ant King and Ant Queen didn't wait for Long Chen. They drank the wine in one gulp again. "Human, are you planning on making a trade?" asked the Ant Queen directly, pointing at the wine jug. "This wine is just an expression of my sincerity and isn't part of our business transaction. If you like it, you can just take it," said Long Chen magnanimously. "You're not using the wine to trade with us. Then what are you using?" asked the Ant Queen, seeming a bit disappointed. As magical beasts, they possessed long lifespans. This was the advantage the heavenly Taos had blessed them with. However, their comprehension of the heavenly Taos was significantly inferior to the human race. That was why pure-blooded magical beasts that had reached the 11th rank would normally transform to take human form. Humans were the most spiritual of all lifeforms, and this form allowed them to get closer to the heavenly Taos. The Ant King and Ant Queen were 11th rank magical beasts, which was why they normally stayed in their human forms to cultivate. They had never imagined that drinking wine could allow them to get closer to the heavenly Taos. That was why they were addicted to this feeling after just one taste. The wine's usage is limited. You drink it and your comprehension only increases ever so slightly. What I'm offering will allow your future descendants to be immune to fire, said Long Chen. What? Impossible. Both the Ant King and Ant Queen let out a startled cry. Their fear of fire was innate and could not be changed. Whether or not it's possible is dependent on how much mithril essence you have, said Long Chen. Clearly, this business was possible. When doing business, all you needed to know was what the other side needed most. What he offered them was a way to make up for their one fatal weakness. It was enough to make them insane. If you can really do this, my Silverwing Heavenly King Ant Colony will give you everything we've accumulated over 1300 years, said the Ant King. Long Chen looked at the Ant King and felt that he wasn't someone who would try to play cheap tricks. He nodded. How refreshing. Originally, Long Chen had been worried that they would lie and say that they only had a few drops of mithril essence in their entire stock. That would make him cough up blood. This kind of practice was common amongst the human race, and it was very irritating. But Long Chen felt that the Ant King wasn't such a person, so he didn't bother asking the exact amount. A flame crystal appeared in front of him, one that was just as tall as he was. The Ant King and Ant Queen both jumped in shock, fearing that he was turning hostile. They felt a terrifying pressure from this crystal. That was an instinctive terror from their souls. This thing, it has divine energy inside it, exclaimed the Queen Ant. Long Chen nodded inside. Magical beasts weren't good at tricking others. It seemed that he had been too careful. In a normal business transaction between humans, even if the other side's wares were amazing treasures that you needed, you had to act like it was nothing and nitpick at it. That was to make it easier to bargain the price down. For the Queen Ant to directly exclaim that it had divine energy, it was clear that they weren't used to this kind of scheming. This crystal had come from an ancient formation in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. It was because Long Chen had taken out all the crystals that the formation had lost its effect, and the Aldevil monster had been released. That was what had caused all the chaos in Pill Valley. Now, all he did was take out one. Just one was very precious, and he still had many left. Exchanging it for what he needed right now was worth it. There's no need for me to introduce this object, right? This divine flame crystal contains boundless flame energy that possesses a divine attribute. Although you can't directly absorb the flame energy, the divine energy can be absorbed slowly, and by doing so, it will change your constitutions. The divine aspect of its energy possesses its own flame energy. Absorbing it won't let you reach the point that you can control flames, but it will definitely make up for your weakness toward fire. I should mention that this divine crystal is closely related to my flame, and my flame is the heaven incinerating flame ranked 3rd on the earth flame ranking. By absorbing its energy, not only will your resistance toward flames rise, but the change in your constitutions will also be inherited by your future descendants, said Long Chen. You're right, I'm willing to hand over all our mithril essence for it. Many thanks, said the Queen Ant fervently. All of her previous anger had vanished. What Long Chen was offering them was useful for them presently and in the future. The Queen Ant sent out orders to gather up all their mithril essence. Long Chen directly gave the divine crystal to them. You can try testing it first. Carefully draw out a strand of the divine energy inside and confirm there's nothing wrong with it. There's no need. Just now I secretly tried absorbing a bit. Thank you, said the Queen Ant frankly. Long Chen laughed inside. Doing business with magical beasts was truly easy. The mithril essence was quickly sent over, and Long Chen was shocked to get 18 vats of it. This was not the unrefined mithril ore. This was the highest purity mithril. This mithril essence was stored as rations by the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants. In truth, it was a bit disgusting. After the mithril ore was eaten by the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants, it would be digested, and what they pooped out was the refined mithril. That mithril wasn't very pure, so the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants would continuously devour and refine it, leaving behind only the purest part of it, which was the mithril essence. This mithril essence was saved for the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants' top geniuses. To put it frankly, one was eating unrefined grains, while one was eating fine bread. It sounded a bit disgusting, but if you viewed the Silverwing Heavenly King Ants as tools to refine the ore, it was easier to accept. In the Martial Heaven continent, a drop of ordinary mithril was enough to buy a city. It was so rare that you couldn't buy it even if you had the money. Guo Ran had been asking for more of it constantly, and even with the Huayan sect's power, he had only managed to obtain a bit in several months. In the end, the little bit of mithril that he obtained and refined into mithril essence was only enough for his own armor. There wasn't enough for anyone else. Long Chen had Guo Ran use it all on himself first, as after all, he was the one who depended on his armor. The others' armor and weapons were just there to help them, but if Guo Ran didn't have his armor, he'd be slaughtered on the battlefield. In the end, Guo Ran had only produced 30-some drops of mithril essence for his own armor. However, now there were 18 vats of it, and these were no ordinary vats. They were 30 meters wide and 200 meters tall. That was why Long Chen jumped in shock. This is too much. How about I take half of them? Long Chen was now embarrassed. He felt like he was swindling them. No, you can take it all. Or we'll feel ashamed, said the King Ant. He felt like he was the one getting a huge advantage. Seeing that, Long Chen didn't force him. He directly took all the 18 vats of mithril essence. The king ant told him that they had a huge colony of silverwing heavenly king ants that could refine more mithril essence each day. There was no need for Long Chen to worry about it. After taking them all, Long Chen handed over a dozen jars of the wine god palace's wine as well, delighting the ants. With his business complete, Long Chen bid a sad farewell to the king ant and queen ant. This time, he didn't break through space. Instead, he headed off in a direction the queen ant had pointed out for him. Chapter 1422 Illusion Formation. Long Chen learned from the queen ant that they were originally magical beasts from the dark forest. They had been under the dark forest's rule. However, the dark forest's magical beasts were violent, and the competition between them was a fierce slaughter. They had only accidentally fallen into this world because they had been hunted down. As a result, they had flourished in this world and never returned to the dark forest. They told Long Chen that within the dark forest, all magical beasts had to listen to the leaders, or they would be killed. This place was like a paradise outside their original home. The tree demons couldn't enter this region, and other magical beasts didn't possess the power to kill them. They had been here for over 1300 years. They were local hegemons and very familiar with this world. Some of the silverwing heavenly king ants were always out scouting. They also went out to see the situation in other minor worlds and if there were more resources there. Long Chen looked at the grass map in his hand. It was about as useful as grass. Even with the directions of the queen ant, he had difficulty understanding anything about it. There was one particular location that he wanted to go to. Apparently, that was a place of chaos, most likely the core of this battlefield and a place a sovereign had fought. Following the map, Long Chen came to a sad conclusion: he was lost. He could only blindly look around. On his way, he encountered quite a few people. He killed all the corrupt experts he encountered, and as for the few from the ancient family alliance, he ignored them. Suddenly, surging waves of pressure came from ahead. A violent and evil aura appeared, along with raging resentment. Long Chen hastily rushed forward, only to see a region of chaos. Mist shrouded everything inside this space. Lightning, wind, and rain would appear randomly, sometimes alone and sometimes together. Then the wild weather would suddenly vanish, replaced by a wonderland of flowing streams, graceful pavilions, and immortal music. Then the wonderland was shattered by a mournful wail. Mountains of corpses and rivers of blood appeared, like hell on earth. There was someone in the river of blood, crazily struggling to survive. It was like he was on the verge of death, simply trying to grasp a single strand of hope, but he couldn't grab it. That scene was chilling. Long Chen's expression was grave. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the mist. Whatever was inside, this place was filled with danger. He looked around. Some people were also standing before the mist and staring at it in shock. Long Chen stood there for a long time, examining it. However, he was unable to find any pattern to the changing scene. This was a region of chaos. Unable to see through it, Long Chen took a deep breath and walked straight in. That person, he's the Xuantian Dao sect's Long Chen. The few people watching the mist but not daring to advance all recognized Long Chen. They were powerful rank 8 celestials, but sensing the mortal danger from the mist, they didn't dare to enter. HMPH, that damnable heaven Caesar. He should have died a long time ago. He's getting off too easy by dying here. Although Long Chen had already proven he wasn't a heaven Caesar, under the secret urging of several powers, everyone knew that Long Chen was a berserk heaven Caesar. One person told 10, and 10 told 100. Practically, everyone had perceived Long Chen as a heaven Caesar, but he had simply hidden himself very well. Without exposing any flaws, no one could do anything to him for now. Although they had no proof, the fact that he was a heaven Caesar was silently acknowledged by all, especially the people who belonged to the opposing factions. They didn't doubt it at all. Long Chen suddenly vanished. Lightning runes appeared on his feet, and he appeared beside the ancient family expert who had been mocking him. The ancient family expert was appalled and hastily circulated his heavenly Dao energy to resist. But Long Chen was too fast, and his neck was caught. Long Chen held him like holding a chicken. He dragged that rank 8 celestial toward the mist. "You're so envious of me. Then come with me." Long Chen quickly reached the border of the mist. The ancient family expert was completely terrified, but Long Chen's berserk energy had completely sealed his spiritual yuan, and even his heavenly Dao energy was cut off from him. Unable to use any power to resist, he could only watch as Long Chen dragged him into the mist. The other experts were all shocked, but they also blessed their luck. Fortunately, their mouths were tighter, and although they had thought the same thing as this person, they hadn't said it. An old teaching said that disaster always originated from the mouth. This particular expert was using his life to demonstrate it. The ancient family expert could neither move nor speak. A sobbing sound came from him that sounded like begging, but Long Chen ignored him. He walked into the mist, disappearing from their sight. How terrifying! A rank 8 celestial was unable to resist at all. Those experts were all terrified as they watched Long Chen vanished. Although there were countless stories about Long Chen in the cultivation world, many people thought they were simply stories the Xuantian Dao sect was intentionally spreading to shock others. The scene of Long Chen killing a rank 9 celestial had spread. However, many people thought that the only reason why Long Chen had been able to kill Luo Minghao was because of the Xuantian Tower supporting him in secret. So they weren't particularly afraid when they saw Long Chen. In their opinion, even if they couldn't beat him, running away should be no problem. Yet, as soon as Long Chen took action, they believed the legends. That ancient family expert had used his life as the price to prove those stories. He was truly a brave man. Long Chen walked forward, and the mist grew thicker and thicker until he couldn't even see his own fingers. His divine sense was suppressed and couldn't extend out of his body. Long Chen held the ancient family expert in front of him as he slowly walked forward. The ancient family expert's body suddenly twitched, and Long Chen immediately came to a stop. The ancient family expert's hair was standing on end, and his eyes were about to pop out. His expression was one of absolute terror. He bit down on his lip so hard that blood flowed down. Long Chen released him and quietly watched. He quickly noticed that this guy's heavenly Dao energy was slowly leaving his body. It was entering the primal chaos space, being absorbed by the heavenly Dao tree. His heavenly Dao energy left his body, so he will definitely die. The heavenly Daos already view him as a dead person. Long Chen was lost in thought. In his many years of experience with celestials, this was a first. Some strange energy was slowly killing this celestial in front of him. But even before he completely died, his heavenly Dao energy was exiting his body. All his heavenly Dao energy was stripped away, and a new rank 8 heavenly Dao fruit appeared in the primal chaos space. But this ancient family expert was still panting crazily. It can't be seen, and it can't be touched. It should be an illusion formation. As soon as you enter the illusion, the heavenly Daos judge you to be dead. What a terrifying illusion formation. The ancient family expert finally collapsed on the ground, lifeless. Even his spiritual fluctuations slowly faded. Long Chen's expression was grave as he looked at the corpse. There was just one more step for him to take. This one step would bring him to a hellish world. In the end, he took the step. As soon as he did, the world around him changed. Raindrops fell from the sky, landing on his body. A fishy smell hung in the air. A sea of blood was below his feet, and bones floated within it. Huge corpses formed floating islands in this place. The wails of countless fiends came from the sky, and a group of human-shaped skeletons attacked Long Chen. They had a pair of bat-like wings and a bone trident in their hands. Long Chen didn't dodge. He allowed the bone tridents to stab through his heart. Pain. Extreme pain. Long Chen could clearly sense the sharp tridents stabbing into his body. He could even feel them stabbing his heart. He noticed all the details down to his fresh blood spurting out. This feeling is really realistic. If I didn't have that fellow as a scapegoat, I might have fallen for it. Long Chen smiled. At this moment, more and more of the fiends attacked him. He had no spiritual yuan, no weapons, and no power. He had nothing to depend on. So after a person loses their strongest support, they will become afraid and cowardly, like a domineering wild crab that has been stripped of their shell. This means your strongest point is also your weakest point. Whoever designed this illusion formation was quite skilled. More and more tridents stabbed through Long Chen's body. Blood poured out of him. The fiends laughed sinisterly as they saw his blood flow out. Long Chen let out a shout, and a terrifying will erupted. That was an unrivaled will that looked down from above the 9 heavens. In front of this will, everything else was a joke. Those fiends all exploded, and the entire world of blood faded away. The world of mist returned. If a person's will wasn't strong enough, they'd be killed by the formation. But this formation is useless on me. With his heart prepared, he continued forward. After a dozen steps, the scenery changed. He entered a world of birdsong and flowers. Chapter 1423. Finally see that person again. The blue sky was empty, and the warm sunlight shone brightly. Green grass covered the ground, extending to the horizon, greedily absorbing the sunlight and the earth's blessings. A lively mouse curiously stared at Long Chen from its tunnel opening. There was no slaughter in this world of peace and tranquility. The sunlight shining down on Long Chen gave him an urge to relax and take a nap. This is a harbor for people's hearts, a paradise. Unfortunately, illusions are just illusions. A person can't live a lifetime in an illusion. Long Chen shook his head. With a shout, the scene in front of him vanished again. He continued onward. After going through 2 environments, he realized this illusion formation targeted a person's Tao heart. It targeted the weakest places in a person's heart. On his way forward, he saw several people lying on the ground with content smiles. They looked like happy babies, but their souls had already dissipated. They were dead. Instead of dying to a fierce slaughter, they had died slowly like frogs being boiled. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. Once you fell asleep in that peaceful world, you would never wake up. The threats you could see weren't dangerous, it was those you couldn't see that were truly terrifying. In this illusion formation, anyone with weak wills would die. Based on those people's attire, they should have been experts with decent backgrounds. But their wills just weren't strong enough. This had nothing to do with a person's combat power. Many talented geniuses ended up having everything go easy for them in their lifetimes, which meant their wills were rarely tempered. Only people with powerful hearts that had gone through true tests of life and death would be able to survive this formation. As he continued forward, Long Chen saw all kinds of illusions. He saw his parents in the eastern wasteland together with his little sister. Unfortunately, these illusions were based on his memories. After so many years, their appearance should have changed. As for Long Xiaoyu, she was still as tiny as ever. The only thing this formation did to him was make his eyes tear up when he saw his parents and sister. Despite knowing it was an illusion, he couldn't help it. He had left the eastern wasteland so long ago. He had experienced so much, and he felt weary. When he saw his mother's warm expression, he suddenly recalled that when he had been bullied, he wouldn't tell his mother. But his mother would already know about it and tightly hug him, comforting him. His mother held him once more, comforting him once more. In front of his lovers, he was a confident and easy-going Prince Charming. In front of the Dragonblood Legion, he was an undefeatable battle god. In front of his fierce enemies, he was a merciless killing god. However, in front of his mother, he was still that child. There was still a soft spot in his heart, and that particular spot would only be shown when he was in front of his mother. After a long moment, Long Chen wiped away his tears and steeled his heart. The scene in front of him shattered again. He continued forward. He constantly entered more illusions and repeatedly smashed his way through them. His advancement was rapid. Something's wrong. Long Chen suddenly felt that something was off. He looked down and rubbed the ground. There's something below. He dug a hole in the ground and quickly found a strange bone. He couldn't tell what bone it was. It had to be as big as a house. Long Chen pulled fiercely, and the ground suddenly split open. He yanked out the bone and saw that it was connected to another bone. As he pulled harder, he was shocked to find that it was extremely long. Just what is this? He pulled and a huge tail appeared. The more he pulled out, the thicker the tail became. It was like he was pulling out a huge bone snake. Eventually, he pulled out a whole giant skeleton from the ground. It was like a mountain and was probably just as large as the Aldeval monster he had encountered in the Heaven Dragon Flame region. He jumped onto its tail and walked toward its head. He saw some beautiful decorative lines on its skull. Suddenly, he felt a burst of drowsiness overtake him, and he fell from the skeleton. These lines are strange, I can't look directly at them. Long Chen's heart shook. Just now, as he had run forward, he had looked right at the decorative lines and almost fallen asleep. He jumped back onto the skeleton, but this time he didn't look at those lines. He went to the highest point of the skeleton. His heart began to pound. He finally saw the full appearance of the skeleton. It was similar in shape to a dragon, but it had a huge pair of wings and 3 heads. Is this the legendary 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast? Long Chen hastily checked the skull. He saw a large hole on each forehead where a 3rd eye would be. The 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast was a legendary existence. Or perhaps it should be called an existence that only existed in myths and stories. They had long since vanished from the martial heaven continent. Nothing was left of them. In fact, whether or not they even existed was a contentious topic on the martial heaven continent. Legend was that the three-head nine-eye illusion spirit beast was extremely terrifying. Each design on their bodies represented a kind of illusion. Its three heads represented the heavens, the earth, and mankind. Its 9 eyes represented the peak of the Tao. The Tao went from simple to complicated. The start was 1, and the end was 9. 9 represented the peak, and it represented the Tao of all things in heaven and earth. Legend was that its illusory arts killed people without a trace. In stories, it was said that it was a nightmare beast that would hunt you down while you were dreaming. When Long Chen had first seen a picture of the three-head nine-eye illusion spirit beast, he had also thought it was nonsense. If such a terrifying thing had truly existed in the world would have been destroyed a long time ago. If it existed, then anyone who slept would be killed. Who would be left alive in this world? However, now that he personally saw its skeleton, and when he thought of what had just happened to him, he felt a chill. This 9-head three-eye illusion spirit beast had been dead for who knew how many years. Its flesh had long since disappeared, leaving behind just this skeleton. It had nothing, but it had killed so many people who entered this mist region. Now Long Chen finally believed that some of the myths from the era of legends were true. He walked toward the top of its eyes, which was like a huge cave to him. As soon as he got close, he felt a burst of pain in his soul. He hastily retreated, looking at it in shock. This skeleton possessed some kind of energy that rejected him. A treasure, an absolute treasure. Long Chen's heart blazed. This skeleton might be a perfect gift for Meng Qi. The three-head nine-eye illusion spirit beast was an incredibly rare soul beast. Its illusory arts could be activated with spiritual strength, so Meng Qi might even be able to absorb some of its spiritual strength. Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy. He directly drew the skeleton into the primal chaos space. Once the three-head nine-eye illusion spirit beast was in his primal chaos space, the mist surrounding him slowly faded. The world became clear. Long Chen saw many figures in this huge space now. When the mist faded, those people were all shocked. But after a moment of shock, they became madmen, charging toward one direction. There was a huge altar in that place. Surrounding it were 9 stone pillars that soared beyond the clouds. The altar was 100 miles wide, and 2 figures were currently fighting on it. What was drawing everyone's attention wasn't their fight. All their attention was focused on a light barrier at the center of the altar. At the center of the altar was a stone platform. There was a pitch-black saber stabbed into it. The saber had penetrated deeply into the platform, leaving only a portion of it exposed to the outside. Its hilt had an image of a fiendish face that was sinister and frightening on it. The blade itself had an image of 2 black dragons, but with it stabbed into the platform, there was no way to see the full design. Black mist swirled around the saber, giving off a boundless evil air. It was mighty and domineering, seeming to desire the lives of everything in this world. It was very chilling. The black saber was constantly quivering, as if it was alive and trying to escape the platform. But some kind of energy was binding it, preventing it from escaping. Everyone rushed toward the altar frantically. Their goal was that black saber, and the corrupt experts desired it the most. However, Long Chen wasn't looking at the saber. He was drawn to one of the people fighting. She was a woman wearing a green dress, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. Mist floated around her. The mist blocked people from seeing her face clearly, but a powerful life aura came from her. She was like the goddess of life. When Long Chen saw her, his entire body shook. A fierce blaze ignited in his eyes. Chu Yao, he didn't need to see her face. Just her aura, the closeness he felt with her soul, was enough for him to confirm that this was the person he yearned to see. With the mist around her, Chu Yao seemed almost illusory, looking like a fairy. She held a sword in her hand, however, closer examination revealed that it wasn't a true sword but a sword-shaped leaf. Each time it was swung, it tore through space. Facing Chu Yao was a large, long-haired man. He was fighting with his fists, and each one of his punches caused the void to explode. Just as everyone was about to reach the altar, the large man suddenly roared and smashed his fist at the sky. Chapter 14:24 Sand Energy. The sky exploded, and an endless stream of quicksand flowed out at them. This is a variant of the earth element. He's the ancient family alliance's Sha Guangyan. Run! Those experts that had been rushing forward so fervently now fled for their lives. When they collided with the quicksand, they were blown back, vomiting blood. The quicksand possessed some kind of strange power. When it collided with them, divine light appeared, heavily injuring them. That saber belongs to me, Sha Guangyan. "If anyone dares to touch it, I'll kill them," roared the long-haired man. After he stated his name, everyone retreated. Long Chen surprisingly saw Gui Yan amongst them. He couldn't help being shocked. Just what kind of background did Sha Guangyan possess to intimidate this many people with just his name? It had to be known that there were 7 rank 9 celestials among them. The quicksand quickly formed a sea around the altar. It then wrapped up, forming a large ball of sand that blocked people's sight of the altar. Without forming any hand seals, he relied on just his spiritual strength to create such a defense. Long Chen was startled. This Sha Guangyan was definitely powerful. With the altar enveloped by sand, the black saber was blocked from sight. Everyone's attention focused on Chu Yao and Sha Guangyan. Because of their wild greed, no one noticed a certain outsider amongst them. At this moment, Long Chen wasn't wearing the Xuantian Dao sect's robes. He was wearing black robes, and he wasn't particularly conspicuous within the crowd. Doesn't that woman come from the Skywood Divine Palace? No one other than people from the Skywood Divine Palace could possess such strong wood spiritual qi. With Sha Guangyan intimidating them, they didn't dare to get closer. They began to mutter, "You're right, that's the Skywood Divine Palace's most outstanding disciple. What was her name?" "Right, it's Fairy Chu Yao." One of the ancient family experts clapped himself on the head in recognition. Fairy Chu Yao, the one claimed to be the Skywood Divine Palace's strongest disciple. Despite possessing an innate wood spirit body, she missed her most optimal cultivation period. But with the full effort of the Skywood Divine Palace, she still soared into the heavens in one go, said an ancient race expert. Even the ancient races who didn't particularly care about the righteous path were aware of this matter. Chu Yao was like a miracle in the cultivation world. For someone with an innate wood spirit body to miss her golden cultivation age had made countless people sigh in regret. But then, they heard that the Skywood Divine Palace's master had spent all the Skywood Divine elixir stored in the Skywood Divine Palace on Chu Yao. Using this, she made up for Chu Yao's deficit. Furthermore, the palace master had sacrificed 3,000 years of her longevity for Chu Yao. A beauty that could topple a nation had transformed into an old crone overnight. That had shaken the martial heaven continent. That was why everyone thought that Chu Yao was blessed. They also admired the Skywood Divine Palace's master for her boldness, as well as the way she raised her disciples. So Chu Yao's name had also spread through the Central Plains. HMPH, so what? That Chu Yao will be killed by my corrupt path or refined into a puppet sooner or later, said a corrupt expert coldly. The Skywood Divine Palace was one of the representative sects of the righteous path. They were the enemies that the corrupt path hated the most. In the past righteous and corrupt battles, there was always the shadow of the Skywood Divine Palace. The righteous path depended on their contributions. So the corrupt path hated the Skywood Divine Palace to the core. Seeing everyone bewitched by Chu Yao's beauty and talent provoked that hatred. Idiot, don't forget that the ancient family alliance is allied with the martial heaven alliance. If there weren't orders from higher ups, do you think we'd work together with you? Clean your mouth, before you speak again, demanded an expert from the ancient family alliance. There were experts from the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, and other powers. Some of these powers were neutral and didn't participate in the struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. However, the ancient family alliance was different. They were allies with the martial heaven alliance. During the righteous and corrupt battles, they would occasionally appear and help the righteous path. After all, they were also from the human race. Other than that connection, there were many areas in which they shared resources and aligned interests. Their relationship had become strained once Long Chen had appeared. But this didn't affect their hostility toward the corrupt path. The corrupt path looked down on the righteous path's hypocrisy, while the righteous path looked down on the corrupt path's barbarous, murderous tendencies. Both sides hated the other. Now that all these powers were gathered in the spirit world, they were more or less under the rules of the Dark Forest, and they did their best to avoid fighting. However, the corrupt path's words had ended up provoking the ancient family alliance's disciples. They naturally had to retort. Furthermore, Chu Yao possessed a special air to her. No one would want to be enemies with this fairy-like woman. Allies, HMPH, so it was your ally who killed Luo Minghao. After they slaughtered one of your rank 9 celestials, you're still fine being allies. How stupid, sneered the corrupt expert. All the ancient family alliance's experts were enraged, as there was no way for them to retort to this. It was a clear slap in their faces. HMPH, you want to drive a wedge between us? So even the mindless killing corrupt path uses schemes. What a joke. Long Chen is just one sect's disciple and cannot represent the entire righteous path. Furthermore, how many people from your corrupt path has he killed? He has been tramping over the corrupt path's bones since the eastern wasteland. From the Julie secret realm, the immemorial path, the eastern seashore, to Devil Spirit Mountain, he's been slaughtering your corrupt path. If you lined up all the people he killed, it'd probably be enough to loop around the martial heaven sea ring. You might be able to brag, but how many years has he been on the top of your corrupt path's must-kill list? Hurry up and get to work. Long Chen's still alive and well, and who knows when he'll get bored and kill some more corrupt experts for fun. If you really have any skill, then go kill Long Chen and destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. Does standing there spouting crap have any use? One of the eloquent ancient family experts gave a whole speech. His sharp words caused the corrupt experts' expressions to darken. You're provoking us, roared the corrupt experts. What are you going to do about it? The ancient family alliance's experts refused to appear weak. I don't see either of you really fighting, so stop arguing. I can't hear that beauty's words over your shouting, said an impatient voice. A corrupt expert raged. Who do you think you are? You want to die, is that it? However, when the corrupt experts and the ancient family alliance's experts saw who had spoken, they all fell deathly silent. Like sheep that had noticed a lion amongst them, they fled in all directions. Long Chen, everyone gulped, staring at Long Chen who had just been beside them. The corrupt path and the ancient races hated Long Chen to the core. Even the ancient family alliance was his enemy. Within the crowd, Gui Yan's expression changed. Even with so many other experts present, he didn't feel safe. He had fought against Long Chen 3 times. On the 3rd time, Long Chen had clearly viewed him as insignificant. If he hadn't been targeting the ancient race expert and ancient family expert, Gui Yan would probably have died. Long Chen ignored the crowd. Although there were several rank 9 celestials here, he didn't feel any fear of them. Although killing them would be very difficult, he wouldn't mind if they tried to kill him. If his luck was good, perhaps he'd be able to obtain a rank 9 heavenly Dao fruit. Chu Yao stood there, facing Sha Guangyan and not aware of what was happening outside the battlefield. She didn't dare to be distracted while fighting, as she was the only one who knew just how powerful Sha Guangyan was. Fairy Chu Yao, I don't want to be enemies with you. This ancient blade is very important to me. I must obtain it, so I hope you won't make things hard on me, said Sha Guangyan. He was also well aware of how powerful Chu Yao was and had to be restrained. Chu Yao shook her head. This ancient blade is also a must-have for me. I'm sorry, but I can't let you have it. Fairy Chu Yao, you're going too far. This ancient blade is clearly a killing tool. It goes against your life Dao. Since you are unable to use this saber, why must you fight me over it? Sha Guangyan's expression sank slightly. He was pressed for time. But if a real fight started between him and Chu Yao, he had no confidence in being able to defeat her quickly. If they fought at full power, it would cause a huge disturbance. Right now, the majority of the mist in this region had faded, but the mist in the outer regions was still in the process of fading away. He could sense several powerful existences within that mist. So when he had been fighting Chu Yao just now, he hadn't used his full power for fear of drawing those existences over. However, Chu Yao refused to let him have his way, infuriating him. Killing intent began to rise in his eyes. I know that after Blooddrinker shattered on Devil Spirit Mountain, he hasn't been able to find a good weapon. This saber's domineering nature fits his well, so I want to give it to him as a gift, said Chu Yao. She didn't realize the person she was talking about was standing nearby, a warm smile on his face. Long Chen felt a wave of emotion. She was always thinking of him, but he had never gone to find her. He felt grateful but ashamed at the same time. HMPH, are you talking about that idiot Long Chen? Sha Guangyan's expression immediately became dark, and his fists were tightly clenched. Chapter 1425 Berserk Sha Guangyan. Chu Yao had originally had a smile, but Sha Guangyan's words caused her expression to sink. Sha Guangyan, Long Chen is my future husband. Insulting my husband is insulting me. Come, I won't hold back any longer. You don't need to hold back either. Chu Yao's voice became icy cold. The leaf sword in her hand transformed into mist and dissipated. Husband, ha ha ha, I'd advise you to change your family plan. As soon as I leave the spirit world, I will kill that idiot who dared to humiliate my ancient family alliance. Sha Guangyan laughed. I don't think you'll be able to leave the spirit world. Just as Chu Yao was about to form hand seals, an extremely familiar voice rang out. Long Chen walked forward. The crowd of experts from the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance all moved out of the way. Chu Yao couldn't believe her eyes. Her tears welled up. That was the person she had missed day and night. A single separation had lasted several years. It had been over 1,000 bitter days and nights. All the hard work she put into her cultivation was to protect this man. Now that he appeared, she found herself unable to speak. He had the same eyes, the same face, and that same warm smile. However, this face had become more resolute over this time. This was the maturity that came with going through wind and frost, rain and snow. Long Chen slowly walked over to Chu Yao. He thought back to Phoenix Cry when the two of them had sworn to grow old together. While surrounded by enemies, they had depended on each other. This beauty had lost any of her old immaturity. Now that the two of them finally met, they didn't say anything. Long Chen carefully drew Chu Yao into his embrace as there was no need for words. All they needed to feel was the other's heartbeats. Just at this moment, Sha Guangyan's expression sank, and he reached out to grab Long Chen's throat. For Long Chen to ignore him in front of all these experts was definitely an insult. He refused to be humiliated like this. As soon as he attacked, Chu Yao tried to stop him, but Long Chen tightly held her. Just as Sha Guangyan's hand was about to reach Long Chen, a palm swung beautifully from an inconceivable angle, viciously striking him across the face. This slap landed directly. The huge power caused Sha Guangyan's face to distort, and he shot back like a shooting star. He smashed straight through his sand barrier and into a distant stone pillar. The ground shook. Heavens! Startled cries rang out. The ancient family alliance's experts couldn't believe that someone like Sha Guangyan had been sent flying by Long Chen. Even the rank 9 celestials gulped. They were unable to comprehend how Long Chen had done this. Long Chen's hand was still in his slapping posture, while his other hand was tightly holding Chu Yao. His head was nestled into her hair. He hadn't even glanced at Sha Guangyan. In that instant, it was like time had turned still. Everyone stared at Long Chen and Chu Yao dumbfoundedly. Long Chen wasn't showing off. He simply wanted to hold Chu Yao longer. Even an extra blink of an eye made his heart feel a little bit better. Holding Chu Yao's body, inhaling her fragrance, he had an urge to cry. From Chu Yao's muffled sobs, he completely understood her feelings. It was because he did that he felt even more ashamed. Chu Yao's life had been filled with pitfalls. She had been schemed against as a child and used as a bargaining chip. But because of Long Chen, she had resolutely jumped from a small, muddy pool, into a giant whirlpool. However, she had never complained. In their several years apart, Long Chen had fought countless battles and gone through countless dangers. But Chu Yao had endured her own bitterness. Forcing herself to suppress how much she missed him, she had focused entirely on cultivating. She had lived every day in this contradiction. She definitely hadn't suffered less than Long Chen. When Long Chen thought back to his time with Chu Yao, he couldn't recall a single thing he had ever given Chu Yao in return for all that she had done for him. It had always been Chu Yao silently supporting him. He held her tightly, almost wanting to pull her into his own body. In his shame, he even forgot about his own body, leaving his hand hanging in the air. He forgot about everything except Chu Yao. In the eyes of everyone else, this was a kind of flaunting, a taunt, and an intense provocation. Die! Sha Guangyan roared. He slammed the ground with his palms, and the earth transformed into a sea of sand. A large hand flew out of it and slammed toward the two of them. Long Chen was about to attack when Chu Yao held onto him this time. Green leaves appeared below Chu them, and a lotus flower bloomed around the two of them, protecting them from the sand. The hand of sand exploded on contact with the lotus. On the other hand, the blossoming lotus emitted boundless life energy. It wasn't harmed at all. The petals were crystalline. It was barely possible to see through the petals to see Long Chen and Chu Yao in a deep kiss. Bastard! Quicksand vortex! Sha Guangyan felt like he was going crazy at being ignored like this. The sand below him seemed to come to life. It spread, and a huge vortex began to whirl, drawing everyone in 100 miles in. Two of the corrupt experts were too close, and as a result, they were sucked in. They were appalled and struggled against it. Even their heavenly Tao manifestations appeared. However, their rank 8 celestial manifestations exploded as soon as they showed up. The quicksand had some kind of energy that destroyed their heavenly Tao manifestations. We're on your side. "Don't kill us," shouted the two corrupt experts. They felt like mortals who had fallen into quicksand, fighting to grasp one final straw of hope. But no matter how they struggled, it was useless. They were quickly being drawn to the center of the vortex. The closer they got to the center, the greater the pressure grew. People noticed a huge boulder that had been drawn into the quicksand suddenly explode into fragments. That was just on the outer region of the vortex. The center had to be even more terrifying. Shockingly, despite how much the two of them struggled, nothing they did had any effect. They cried to be released, but Sha Guangyan ignored them. He was glaring at the lotus. Inside the lotus, Long Chen and Chu Yao were kissing, ignoring everyone else. At that moment, they felt the rest of the world fall away. As the center of the whirlpool drew closer to the lotus rose from the ground. A large stem appeared connecting it to the ground, and many leaves appeared as well. Seemingly supported by some kind of energy, the lotus continued to simply exist. The whirlpool was unable to do anything to it. Suddenly, one of the two corrupt experts climbed out of the quicksand. Just as everyone thought that he might escape, they realized that everything below his waist had vanished. No, even after crawling out with half his body, the corrupt expert was drawn in once more. A muffled bang came from within the quicksand this time, as if an explosive had gone off within it. Then there was no more sound from that corrupt expert. As for the other expert, he didn't last more than a few seconds before being killed. What shocked everyone was that despite one of them being a soul transformation expert, his Yuan spirit didn't fly out. Clearly, the quicksand had also exterminated his soul. Corrupt paths idiots only know how to brag all day. In front of the experts of my ancient family alliance, they're simply a fart. That sharp-tongued ancient family expert from before added injury to insult. Their argument had been interrupted by Long Chen before this. Now that he got the advantage, he naturally insulted them again. The corrupt experts' expressions were a bit unsightly, but they chose to keep their mouths shut. Now wasn't the time for them to quibble. The quicksand vortex spun faster and faster, and huge waves soared into the sky. They transformed into many huge sand dragons that attacked the lotus. Their sharp fangs dug into the lotus. Ripples appeared over the lotus, and rainbow light shone. Life energy formed a multitude of barriers around the lotus. The sand dragons could only cause ripples when they smashed into the barriers. An ear-splitting rumbling came from their impact. The ancient race, corrupt path, and ancient family alliances experts all stared in shock at this sight. These sand dragons were composed of the hardest sand particles in the vortex. Their attack was incomparably fierce, and they could easily rend mountains and tear the earth apart. Yet, their fierce attacks were unable to even harm the barrier of the lotus. Staring at the two figures inside the lotus, they were incomparably shocked. The two of their lips slowly parted. Chu Yao blushed slightly, making her appear even more beautiful. There are too many disturbances here. How noisy. Long Chen frowned at the sinister Sha Guangyan. These sand dragons were especially noisy. He really is an idiot. I wasn't even bothering with the black saber, but instead of taking it, he decided to attack us, laughed Chu Yao as she held Long Chen's arm. Seeing you is enough for me. I don't really care about that saber. I'll bring you to see Meng Qi and Wan Er. They also miss you. Long Chen smiled brightly at Chu Yao. He was completely content at this moment. It felt like as long as Chu Yao was present, nothing else was that important. Just at this moment, golden light flew over, stabbing into the altar and breaking its light barrier. Chapter 1426 Descendant of the Golden Peng. The golden light shot through the air, piercing directly into the altar. The 9 stone pillars emitted large ripples as it tore through the barrier. The golden light was aimed for the black saber, but just 30 meters from it, divine runes lit up on the stone pillars, and a second barrier appeared around the black saber. The second barrier blocked the golden light, not allowing it to touch the saber. Just as everyone was stunned by the sudden attack, a figure appeared in the air. When they saw that figure, the ancient race experts cheered. This newcomer was a man several feet taller than an ordinary person. He had a pair of wings, and his face looked like it had been carved with a knife. He had golden pupils, and when he blinked, golden light that penetrated people's souls flashed. His long hair danced in the wind. Ha ha ha, the ancient race's top heavenly genius has arrived. Behold Peng Wansheng, cried out an ancient race expert. He was their representative expert on this excursion. Rumor has it that Peng Wansheng possesses the bloodline of the Golden Wing Great Peng. Furthermore, his bloodline is extremely pure and shows signs of reverting back to an even more ancient time, whispered one of the ancient family alliance's experts. As soon as Peng Wansheng appeared, he suppressed everyone else with his domineering display. The corrupt experts all retreated. Of the powers here, the ancient family alliance had Sha Guangyan, while the ancient races had Peng Wansheng. But the corrupt path didn't have an expert on that level present. To be safe, they had no choice but to retreat. They didn't want to be drawn into a battle between people of that level. The fate of those two unlucky fellows slain by Sha Guangyan was still fresh in their memories. Peng Wansheng's gaze was electric. He stared greedily at the black saber. He had also noticed that it was definitely a divine item. Sha Guangyan, you're also here. Peng Wansheng turned to Sha Guangyan. The two of them knew each other. But when Peng Wansheng saw Long Chen, his gaze turned cold. You're Long Chen, you can die. Golden light blossomed from Peng Wansheng's wings, and he shot at Long Chen with incredible speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Leave it to me. Chu Yao was about to form a hand seal when Long Chen's hand swung out. Disregarding Peng Wansheng, his hand twisted in the air twice, shockingly avoiding his claws and striking Peng Wansheng in the face at an incomprehensible angle. The sound of this slap was even louder than when Sha Guangyan had been slapped. Those strange twists had ended up increasing Long Chen's wrist strength when his slap struck. The huge power behind this slap caused people to even see ripples in space. A whistling gale blew away the sand. Peng Wansheng smashed into one of the stone pillars. Everyone's jaws dropped as low as possible. Just what kind of situation was this? Sha Guangyan had been slapped in the face, and now Peng Wansheng had also been slapped in the face. Peng Wansheng had perfectly imitated Sha Guangyan. The angle he was struck, the stone pillar he smashed into, it was all the same. Seeing his hand still in the same slapping posture, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Long Chen was heaven-defying. He had slapped two peerless heavenly geniuses in the face. Pan Wansheng possessed a powerful physical body, but this slap still made him feel a bit dizzy. Most importantly, this slap completely stunned him. This was his first time being slapped in the face. He had no experience in it, and it took several seconds for him to understand what had happened. You despicable human, you dare to blaspheme the noble Golden Peng race. Today, I'll tear about your corpse, and tomorrow, I'll eradicate the Xuantian Dao sect. I'll kill everyone remotely related to you. Peng Wansheng roared furiously. His golden wings spread, and a majestic aura caused heaven and earth to rumble. A powerful pressure descended, and all the celestials present scurried away in terror. There was some kind of will being released from Peng Wansheng that made them feel a chill. It seems we won't be able to avoid a battle today. Fairy Chu Yao, you can pick one of the two. Long Chen sighed. Both Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan were extremely powerful existences whose power surpassed that of rank 9 celestials. When they unleashed their auras, Long Chen could sense that the heavenly Daos became one with their bodies. It wasn't the way celestials borrowed heavenly Dao energy. It was like they themselves were part of the heavenly Daos. Their power was the power of the heavenly Daos. This kind of power was extremely domineering. He had vaguely felt it from Ziyan, and he had also sensed it from the pill fairy, Yu Qingshan. At that time, he had only felt that their bodies emitted strange fluctuations that were extremely different from celestials. However, when he encountered Leng Yuyan, he was shocked to sense the same fluctuations from her body as well. He hadn't paid too much attention at the time, but now that Peng Wansheng's aura was also released, he finally understood that this was the peak of the heavenly Daos. Instead of borrowing the power of the heavenly Daos, they themselves were in control of that power. He also sensed the same kind of fluctuations from Chu Yao, so he trusted that Chu Yao was also a terrifying expert on that level. Then he had Chu Yao pick one. He hadn't reached the level of conceit where he could defeat both of them at the same time. Then I'll choose Sha Guangyan. I specialize in defense, not offense. I probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Peng Wansheng. But you should be careful. They have surpassed rank 9 celestials, so you can't be overconfident, warned Chu Yao. Don't worry, I'm quite good at fighting. Long Chen smiled. At this moment, golden runes revolved all around Peng Wansheng's body. He looked like he was made of gold. Like a golden devil god, he attacked. Sha Guangyan, I want to kill this fellow before fighting over the saber with you, shouted Peng Wansheng. Despite being infuriated, he still retained some of his wits. He was worried that while he attacked Long Chen, Sha Guangyan would snatch the black saber. Don't worry, Long Chen is my enemy as well. I'll handle his woman, called out Sha Guangyan. He no longer called her Fairy Chu Yao. Someone like Chu Yao who was full of spirituality and felt like a goddess of life would make people involuntarily feel good toward her. Although a person wouldn't necessarily reach the point of wanting to pursue her, they would still desire her favor. However, when Chu Yao personally stated that Long Chen was her future husband, Sha Guangyan was unable to conceal his hatred and jealousy. Furthermore, he saw that the black blade was protected by restrictions. Taking the saber would require a long time. He didn't want to waste his time going through all that trouble when it would put his life at risk. Even if he managed to break through the restrictions, it could still be snatched away by others. So seeing Peng Wansheng attacking Long Chen, Sha Guangyan formed hand seals and slammed his palms against the ground. The sea of sand once more surged and attacked Chu Yao. Lightning runes flashed on Long Chen's feet. It was like he was wearing lightning shoes. With a single step, he appeared dozens of miles away. He didn't move forward. Instead, he was moving further away. You want to run? Keep dreaming. No one has ever managed to get away from me, sneered Peng Wansheng. With a slap of his wings, he reached his peak speed. Long Chen also wasn't slow. He repeatedly dodged in the air as he sped away. With Peng Wansheng chasing, they quickly appeared in the distance. As for their original location, Chu Yao had yet to move. With the sea of sand crashing toward her, she simply formed hand seals. Wooden stakes suddenly grew out of the ground. Each wooden stake was 3 meters thick and thousands of meters tall. Dark golden runes revolved around them. The wooden stakes lined up and crossed, forming a huge wooden box, and the sand was unable to shake the wooden stakes. Not only was the sand unable to do anything to the wooden stakes, but the wooden stakes also inhibited the movement of the sand. It became much more difficult for it to move. Losing its original agility, there was no way for the sand to form a vortex again. Only a third of the sand was free to move, and the rest of it was locked by Chu Yao's wooden stakes. This sand has your core energy inside it. Now you won't be able to take it back, said Chu Yao. Sha Guangyan was a rarely seen variant earth element cultivator. He possessed an innate sand spirit body that allowed him to control sand. A portion of his sand was his core sand. It was created through his heavenly Tao energy, soul energy, and blood. That kind of core energy possessed terrifying power. It possessed the power of assimilation. When his core sand landed on the ground, it could draw out all the sand in the region, and it could even break apart rocks to make more sand. His core sand was the leader of a giant sand army. As long as Sha Guangyan wanted to and had enough time, he could turn this entire world into a world of sand. That was an extremely terrifying ability. So what, I'm not even exhausting 1,000th of the core energy you're exhausting, sneered Sha Guangyan. This was a battle of attrition. Neither side was able to get any advantage over the other. The only way to win was to be more efficient with their energy. Chu Yao merely smiled. I should just tell you that the amount of energy a wood cultivator possesses is even greater than you imagine. Furthermore, this is the spirit world, and the air is filled with life energy. The energy I'm spending is being rapidly replenished. You won't be able to defeat me. Sha Guangyan's heart shook. Just at this moment, an explosive sound rang out in the sky. They had started fighting on the other side as well. Chapter 14 27 Consecutive slaps in the face. Long Chen rushed away, dodging Peng Wansheng's attacks. However, Long Chen was shocked by his opponent's speed. He was truly worthy of being a descendant of the Golden Peng. His speed was incomparably fast. The movement art Long Chen was using was one of the lightning techniques he had seen the lightning expert in the ancient battlefield use. Lei Long had comprehended it and taught it to him. His speed was now much greater than before, but he still couldn't compare to Peng Wansheng. Although Long Chen's speed was one level lower than Peng Wansheng's, he was much nimbler and that allowed him to dodge Peng Wansheng's attacks. Due to his own high speed, Peng Wansheng wasn't able to control the change of pace perfectly. Cowardly human, as soon as you run into experts, you can only flee like a rabbit, sneered Peng Wansheng. Long Chen ignored him, and only once he was far enough did he finally stop. Peng Wansheng was rushing straight toward him, so Long Chen turned around, dodging Peng Wansheng's claw and slapping him in the face. His slap came without any warning and didn't contain any killing intent. His movements flowed naturally, and Peng Wansheng was once more struck. It's been a while since I've done this. My hand feels a bit out of practice, and it's not as clean as before. This is why I have to keep training. Once you reach such a high level, You have to keep training every day. Missing a day takes 10 days to make up for. Long Chen looked at his own hand and sighed emotionally. He had truly regressed. Before, when he encountered people in the same realm, he didn't have to prepare at all to slap them. If he raised his hand, it was inevitable that they would be slapped. No one could dodge. However, now he couldn't. He needed to prepare a foundation for his slap before he used it. That made him sigh. Heavens, am I dreaming? The ancient race experts weren't paying that much attention to Chu Yao and Sha Guangyan's fight. They were focused on Long Chen and Peng Wansheng. Just before this, they had seen Peng Wansheng mightily chasing down Long Chen, while Long Chen could only dodge. But in an instant, Peng Wansheng was struck by his slap. The sound was so loud that even thousands of miles away, they heard it clearly. It was absolutely resounding. It felt like two people had been playing tag. Then the person running suddenly said he didn't want to play anymore, slapped the chaser in the face, and told him to scram. This was completely different from the grand battle they had expected. They were unable to accept this. Peng Wansheng was one of the ancient races, top experts, someone above the level of a rank 9 celestial. Yet, he had been slapped in the face consecutively. Had the world gone insane? You're lucky, or the person being slapped would be you, said Chu Yao to Sha Guangyan. Bullshit. Long Chen's trash, human waste, and scum. He'll definitely be killed today. You should. Sha Guangyan suddenly burst into loud curses, making everyone jump in shock. They didn't know why Sha Guangyan would explode in fury. Chu Yao smiled faintly. Having reunited with Long Chen, very few things could make her angry now. Only scum would use scummy moves. Chu Yao shook her head. At that moment, a spear appeared and shot at her from behind. It happened so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard. The spear pierced Chu Yao's body, but there was no blood. Chu Yao slowly faded, and the spear dissolved into sand. Suddenly, a shadow covered the earth as countless vines soared into the sky. Thorn prison. Thorny vines covered heaven and earth, binding around Sha Guangyan. A sharp light came from the thorns, giving others chills. It felt like just looking at those thorns was giving them pain. Upon seeing the thorny vines binding Sha Guangyan, all their hearts shook. Being caught in these vines was a form of torture. Sand armor. The vines exploded, and Sha Guangyan flew out. However, as he flew out, people saw his armor covered in holes. Blood slowly dripped out of those holes. Heavens, how sharp are those thorns? Sha Guangyan's sand armor is comparable to an ancestral item, cried out an ancient family expert familiar with Sha Guangyan. Their battle looked very calm. There weren't huge explosions that changed the color of heaven and earth. But during this calm battle, life or death could be determined in an instant. Sha Guangyan's gaze was grave as he charged out of the thorns, his body covered in blood. Just now, he had cursed so loudly to draw Chu Yao's attention and then sneak attack her. But this little plot of his had been easily read by Chu Yao. She had long since been prepared, and just as he thought he had succeeded, she launched a counterattack that forced him into this bloodied state. He had underestimated Chu Yao, or perhaps it should be said that he had underestimated her attack power. Normal wood cultivators were simply healers and weren't skilled in offense. Even wood cultivators that cultivated to fight were still specialized in defense. Their attack power wasn't very high, but Chu Yao's attack power was terrifying. Your wood energy contains some metal energy. You actually managed to merge two conflicting elements. I suppose I underestimated you, said Sha Guangyan icily. Since that's the case, I'll get serious. Sand began to fall from Sha Guangyan's body. More and more of it fell, until his feet and legs also began to turn to sand and flow away, shocking everyone. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll let you see your so-called husband be killed first. Sha Guangyan's waist and chest turned to sand. With a sinister smile, his face also disintegrated and flowed into the earth. The ground shook intensely, and the wooden stakes that were binding the sea of sand exploded to bits. Chu Yao was shocked and hastily fell back. Sand arrows shot out after her. A hail of sand crashed down from the sky. These sand arrows were several meters long and incredibly sharp. They whistled through the air, and there were so many of them that it was impossible to dodge them all. Heavens, is this the power of a sand spirit body? He can actually transform into sand. The entire sea of sand is his body, cried a rank 9 celestial. Even the rank 9 celestials were incomparably shocked. An expert on Sha Guangyan's level had surpassed the domain of celestials. He was another kind of existence. Red and violet dances, an endless sea of flowers fills the sky. Chu Yao formed hand seals and began to chant. Flower petals appeared in the air and covered her. Their fragrance even reached the spectators. Chu Yao began to lightly spin, her long hair waving. As she spun, more and more flower petals appeared, descending from the sky. From a distance, the spectators felt that they were watching a goddess dance. The flower petals rippled with white divine light. An immortal mist seeped out of them, making them glisten and shine. When those sand arrows struck the flower petals exploded, and the immortal mist would spread. The sand arrows that flew through the immortal mist lost their cohesiveness and fell apart. Endless sand, endless flower petals. The golden sand sea and white flower sea crashed against each other. The flower petals began to dance lightly and gracefully. Chu Yao was like an elf from an ancient forest that didn't possess the slightest murderous aura. She was like a heavenly goddess who wasn't tainted by the slightest dust of the mortal world. She was beautiful and untouchable. The ancient races, ancient family alliance, and corrupt paths experts were all drawn in by Chu Yao's image. They even forgot she was an enemy. They had never seen such a beautiful fight, and they were struck dumb for a moment. The sand arrows grew more concentrated, while the flower petals spread, growing in number. Her dance also grew quicker. The sea of petals and sea of sand exploded. The sea of sand transformed into many furious dragons, while the flower petals transformed into beautiful swans. When they spread their wings, ripples struck the dragons. Explosive sounds rang out once again. Although the sand dragons were fierce and sinister, the swans were strong as well. When the two collided, the swans would shatter into petals that would continue the fight, while the sand dragons would be unable to bear the power of the swans, and they would explode, their particles falling to the ground. In the air, the sea of petals was dominating, while down below was the sea of sand. Sand dragons were flying out and swans were dancing. This was a battle scene that no one had ever witnessed before. Despite being incredibly fierce, the sight of the dancing flower petals relaxed their hearts. But all the experts watching knew that this was a battle of attrition. Both the sea of sand and the sea of petals required energy to maintain. The two of them were even right now, with neither being able to suppress the other. That meant that in the end, the winner would go to whoever's spiritual yuan lasted longer. When they saw that, they were shocked, especially the ancient family experts. They all knew that when it came to a battle of attrition, no one could defeat a wood cultivator. If nothing else happened, then based on this common knowledge, the scales of this battle would eventually tilt toward Chu Yao. Just at this moment, fluctuations spread from the distance that caused their hearts to palpitate. Chapter 14:28 Empyrean. Peng Wansheng's face had turned purple after being slapped by Long Chen. That wasn't a bruise, it was the result of fury. Long Chen's slap might be powerful, but it didn't contain any killing intent. It didn't invoke a sense of danger. This was Peng Wansheng's first time encountering such an opponent. People who don't fight seriously are all depraved trash. Cursed Peng Wansheng. He felt like he was about to go insane. After being slapped twice in the face, even if he did kill Long Chen, this would be a stain for the rest of his life. He was a peerless expert, and he quickly realized the trick behind Long Chen's move. But even though he knew the trick, he couldn't do anything about it. When experts fought, they would fight with the intent to kill. Each attack was launched with killing intent. However, Long Chen's slap was purely to humiliate his opponents. It couldn't be sensed, but the taste of being slapped was horrendous. It was even more painful than having an arm or leg cut off. Compared to the pain of the body, this mental humiliation was far more painful. Despite being on the verge of exploding, Peng Wansheng had to force himself to stay calm. He now had a thought that he couldn't kill Long Chen. He needed to capture him alive and make him live a life worse than death. Peng Wansheng glared at Long Chen, his chest heaving as he did his best to suppress his rage. "Despicable human, can you not fight like a real warrior?" roared Peng Wansheng. If Long Chen continued dodging, Peng Wansheng would be unable to do anything to him. Long Chen's speed was also extremely great. But more importantly, his aura was very strange. Peng Wansheng found himself unable to quickly lock him down. "Aren't you the one cursing your ancestors? Don't you think that's improper?" sneered Long Chen. The ancient races continuously mocked the human race. But without the human race, where would the half-breeds known as the ancient races have come from? "I drew you over here because I don't want to be disturbed by others. It's not because I'm afraid of you. Then you can just die," roared Peng Wansheng. His wings flapped once again, and with the golden runes revolving around them, he appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant, sending a punch at him. "You're not capable of killing me." Long Chen smirked. He also let out a punch, his 108,000 stars revolving. Boom! This was a pure collision of physical strength. Both sides were blown back several miles. "I heard your physical body was powerful and unrivaled amongst the human race. HMPH, now that I'm experiencing it, I'm disappointed. It's a far cry from the power of the ancient races," sneered Peng Wansheng. "That's different. There's no way to compare to half-breeds like you," mocked Long Chen. Peng Wansheng once more attacked, and a huge ball of light appeared behind him. The ball of light was a mass of primal chaos. It was impossible to see anything within. When that ball appeared, Long Chen felt some kind of energy suddenly suppress him, making him feel weak. A manifestation? Long Chen was shocked. Just what was that indistinct ball? Why did he suddenly feel weaker when it appeared? This time, he was sent flying by Peng Wansheng's punch, and he coughed up blood. It felt like his punch contained some kind of hidden power. This was a kind of power that Long Chen couldn't comprehend, and it was in the process of breaking his body down at this very moment. "Ha ha ha, didn't I say that you are but a piece of trash in front of me? Your power is like that of an ant's," laughed Peng Wansheng. The mass of primal chaos behind him revolved. It was filled with thick mist. It felt like there was something there, but it was completely concealed by the mist. "Are you surprised? Did you think you were unrivaled just because you defeated a rank 9 celestial? Let me tell you, rank 9 celestials are not the peak geniuses of this world. There is another kind of existence born from the heavenly Taos and destined for greatness, an embodiment of the heavens that stands at the peak of the martial path. They are above all other geniuses. I heard that you started from a poor background, correct? I suppose you've heard of favored. They are existences even inferior to celestials. Favored are the ants who disseminate the laws of the heavens. They are the most foundational existence in the cultivation world. Outnumbering celestials over 1,000,000 to 1, they are born to spread the word of the heavens. But while they are the foundation, they are not the main characters. Above favored are celestials, emissaries of the heavenly Taos. They are the servants of the heavenly Taos. Although the heavenly Taos give them some benefits, they are still just servants. Celestials are ranked 1 to 9, and even the highest, ranked 9 celestials, are at most higher level servants. To put it in an uglier way, servants are just slaves. They have to listen to their master for everything. This world's real main characters are us, Empyreans. When Peng Wansheng said the word Empyrean, the world shuddered as if resonating with his words. Long Chen coldly stared at Peng Wansheng, not saying anything. He calmly listened to his bragging. He wanted to know exactly why he was bragging. Seeing Long Chen not say a word, Peng Wansheng continued, "Do you see? I am someone who represents the heavenly Taos. I myself am in control of the power of the heavenly Taos. Unlike celestials, I don't need to borrow their power. If the heavens are the king, then favored are the poor commoners, celestials are the civil and military officials, while Empyreans are the crown prince. We are the main characters of this world. As for you, you're not even a commoner, you're at most trash with dogshit luck. Today, your glory comes to an end." After a moment of staring at Peng Wansheng, who was looking at him like a king looking at a commoner, Long Chen said, "Looks like you've done bragging. I just have 2 points to mention. First, if Empyrean is the crown prince, don't you think there are too many crown princes? Just here, there are already 3. Who's really the crown prince in line to inherit the throne? Second, if I'm not interested in being the crown prince, how can I become the emperor? Foolish trash, you'll pay a painful price for your disrespect." Peng Wansheng was irritated that Long Chen hadn't even batted an eye after he said so much. His goal had been to shock Long Chen, but Peng Wansheng had just wasted his saliva. Long Chen was like a duck who heard lightning. It was like he didn't even understand what he said. He once more sent out a punch. "Hey, wait a moment!" cried out Long Chen suddenly. Seeing Long Chen not even move to block, Peng Wansheng jumped in shock. If Long Chen didn't try to block, this punch would blow him apart. There would be no way to capture him alive. Peng Wansheng hastily held back his fist, but his power wasn't so easy to hold back. As a result, he continued flying toward Long Chen. Long Chen slapped him across the face. This time, Long Chen had been storing up power for a long time, and Peng Wansheng flew for 100 miles. "Nice, we have good teamwork," praised Long Chen, giving Peng Wansheng a thumbs up. "Long Chen, I'll tear you to pieces." Peng Wansheng's eyes were scarlet. and his face was twisted. With a sinister wail, he charged at Long Chen. The reason Peng Wansheng had been played this time and slapped again was because Long Chen had seen through his goal of capturing him alive. Now Peng Wansheng was completely crazy, and he didn't even want to capture Long Chen alive anymore. The primal chaos behind Peng Wansheng revolved. Golden runes circulated around his body as his aura soared. He had entered a berserk state. He didn't hold back at all with his punch. The void crumbled wherever it passed, as if the very world would be destroyed by this punch. Everyone was shocked by Peng Wansheng's punch. Even thousands of miles away, they could feel Peng Wansheng's power. It was like this punch had also enveloped them, making it hard for them to breathe. Although the battle between Chu Yao and Sha Guangyan was nice to look at, it wasn't intense enough. Meanwhile, Peng Wansheng's berserk punch was an attack that looked like it could destroy the world, so everyone looked over. Long Chen's definitely dead, he can't receive this punch, said an ancient race expert. In truth, everyone thought the same thing, including the rank 9 Celestials. Although Long Chen had fought and defeated rank 9 Celestials, his combat power was just a bit higher than rank 9 Celestials. As for Peng Wansheng's punch, all the rank 9 Celestials felt that they would die without any suspense if they were in Long Chen's position right now. Even Chu Yao was a bit afraid for Long Chen. She knew what being an Empyrean signified. However, she still chose to trust Long Chen. She trusted that figure. In her memories, that figure had never fallen. He was an undefeatable battle god. Divine Ring, 5-star battle armor, Green Dragon battle armor, all of you get out here. A pillar of chi soared out of Long Chen. The suppression of Peng Wansheng's manifestation was instantly broken. In front of the Divine Ring, all suppressions were forced to break. 108,000 green scales covered Long Chen's body, and an image of a star appeared on each one. Endless energy poured throughout his body. With a thunderous roar, Long Chen smashed a fist at Peng Wansheng. Chapter 1429. The situation rapidly changes. Terrifying astrals winds exploded. Space crumbled and spread a mass of ripples that spread in every direction, rumbling like divine thunder. He blocked it. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. There, Long Chen and Peng Wansheng's fists were repeatedly clashing. The mass of primal chaos behind Peng Wansheng surged, and Long Chen's divine ring spun. Heavens, what terrifying power! People stared at them in shock as their power increased. Space was twisting around them, devouring them. Finally, the sphere of broken space exploded. Long Chen and Peng Wansheng were blown back, both coughing up blood. At the same time, a huge ripple spread. A huge wave of earth rose with the ripple, surging towards the distant spectators. Those experts hastily blocked, but even so, some of the weaker ones vomited blood, their bones broken. Even at this distance, even when they're fighting up in the air, they're managing to reach us. The spectators were no longer bothering with Chu Yao and Sha Guangyan's fight. They were locked on the two figures fighting in the distant sky. So this is the level of a crown prince. It's not much stronger than an ant, mocked Long Chen. Now he was confident in fighting. His divine ring wouldn't be suppressed by any manifestation. Although his divine ring didn't have a suppressive effect on others, it also wouldn't allow other people's manifestations to suppress him. That was enough. As long as he wasn't suppressed by some unknown power, he wasn't afraid at all. You do have some power, but it's just a bit. It's not enough to challenge the noble ancient races. Die, roared Peng Wansheng. Golden runes appeared behind him, shooting towards Long Chen like a rain of arrows. Each one of those golden runes was actually a golden feather. They were Peng Wansheng's core true feathers. This was one of the golden wing great Peng's divine abilities. Each one of the golden Peng's feathers was a supreme treasure, and a powerful killing tool. If trash like you hasn't died, why would I die? Thunder force appeared in Long Chen's hands, and when he clapped his hands together, a lightning blade appeared in his hands. He slashed it out. The golden feathers were blown away. But Long Chen was surprised to find that this lightning blade he had condensed with a secret art from the immortal era was unable to destroy the feathers. This lightning blade's power was comparable to an ancestral item. 10,000 feathers pierced the heart. Peng Wansheng smiled sinisterly. The feathers that Long Chen had blown away seemed to come alive, turning around to attack Long Chen from every direction. Long Chen repeatedly slashed out his lightning blade, but the golden feathers were extremely nimble. Several of them slipped past his defense and struck his body. The feathers were incomparably sharp, and not even his dragon scales could block them. Several bloody holes appeared in his body. These feathers are my core true feathers. They accompanied me and grew with me ever since I was born. Their toughness is comparable to ancestral items. Now let me see how you run." Peng Wansheng smiled, and golden light revolved around him. More and more golden feathers shot at Long Chen. "Run? Why would I run? Do you think a few chicken feathers can block me? Don't make me laugh." Although Long Chen's dragon scales were pierced by these feathers, the injuries they caused weren't particularly heavy. The feathers possessed heavenly Tao energy, but his divine ring wiped away that energy, not allowing it to destroy his body. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. Golden flames filled the air. Long Chen had summoned the heaven incinerating flame. "Today, I'll burn your damn bird feathers. Bastard, this is the heaven incinerating flame." Peng Wansheng was shocked, and hastily called back his feathers. It went without saying that the Golden Peng race's core divine ability was powerful. Even the heaven incinerating flame didn't manage to destroy his feathers. But his golden feathers had dimmed a great deal. Many places were shared and emitted a smell like roasted bird. Peng Wansheng was infuriated, as well as shocked. He had no idea how Long Chen could possess the heaven incinerating flame. If his true feathers had been on his body, they would have managed to endure, but having flown out, while their offensive power was great, their defensive power dropped. If he hadn't recalled them fast enough, his feathers' essence would have been damaged. But even though he had acted quickly, his originally splendid golden wings now looked charred and ugly. Long Chen gulped heavily, his eyes shining. "I've decided. Today, I'm eating roast wings." This was Long Chen's first time feeling such an intense desire for food. That particular smell was just that enticing. Roast wings. The faces of the distant spectators twitched. Long Chen really was trying to defy the heavens. He wanted to eat Peng Wansheng's wings. Those who blaspheme the ancient races are all exterminated down to the 9th bloodline. Peng Wansheng roared furiously, and once more shot towards Long Chen. The primal chaos behind him spread to cover him. Long Chen pointed his fingers. 10 lightning swords shot out of his fingertips and at Peng Wansheng. Peng Wansheng was caught off guard. For the first time, Long Chen wasn't facing him in a direct clash of power. Now he was suddenly using a magical art to attack him at long range. He hastily rolled to the side. But he was still too slow. One of the lightning swords pierced his shoulder, ripping a hole in his tough body. Impossible. Peng Wansheng is the descendant of the Golden Peng. His physical body is completely off the charts. How could he be pierced with one attack? Although Peng Wansheng was from the ancient races, his blood had gone through an ancestral regression, making his physical body on the level of a Zon beast. Rumor was that the Zon beasts essentially had unbreakable bodies. But despite that, Long Chen's lightning sword pierced him so easily. He controls the heaven incinerating flame, as well as that powerful lightning. Long Chen is absolutely terrifying, muttered someone quietly, horrified. None of these experts had thought Long Chen possessed such trump cards. Each one of them was more terrifying than the last. Up to now, Peng Wansheng hadn't managed to get any advantage over Long Chen. The two of them once more crashed together, shaking the sky. Long Chen held a lightning blade, and when he slashed it down, it suddenly grew, filling the sky with blinding light. Peng Wansheng, who had been fighting barehanded this entire time, now took out a golden spear. The spear was ancient and heavy. Its aura was anything but ordinary. It was a powerful ancestral item. The lightning exploded. It was like a giant firework had gone off. The sky was immersed in a sea of lightning. Long Chen unleashed more and more lightning each time he slashed his lightning blade. As for Peng Wansheng, his spear danced in the air. They fought intensely. Long Chen slashed his lightning blade. But this time, Peng Wansheng's spear flickered with golden light, and when it collided with the lightning blade, an even more intense light shot out of it, shooting for the distant altar. "What? He's borrowing Long Chen's power to break the altar's defense," cried out someone. Bang! This attack containing both Long Chen and Peng Wansheng's power smashed into the altar's barrier. The 9 huge stone pillars shattered, and the black saber was visible once more. "HMPH, I'll take that saber first and then kill you." Peng Wansheng became enveloped with golden light, and suddenly vanished. He reappeared right beside the black saber, grabbing it. "Peng Wansheng, what do you think you're doing?" roared Sha Guangyan. A giant sand hand smashed towards Peng Wansheng. "What am I doing? Do you think I'm an idiot? You're intentionally stalling with her to wait for me to exhaust myself against Long Chen. In the end, won't you be the last one laughing? Since that's the case, I think I'll take the treasure first, haha," laughed Peng Wansheng. One hand broke the sand hand, while another hand grabbed the hilt of the black saber. At this time, Long Chen returned to stand next to Chu Yao. Chu Yao had a worried expression, but Long Chen smiled, expressing that she shouldn't worry. Peng Wansheng's sudden move was out of everyone's expectations, including Long Chen. He had actually borrowed Long Chen's power to break the barrier. Long Chen hadn't expected this seemingly idiotic Peng Wansheng to have some smarts. He had actually realized that his thunder force was strange, and used it to attack the barrier. However, Long Chen felt that this situation wasn't so simple. This place was a huge battlefield. There had to be a reason this sinister black saber was sealed here. Long Chen didn't think it would be easy to obtain it. That was why Chu Yao was a bit worried, but Long Chen wasn't at all panicked. He wanted to see if Peng Wansheng really could take the saber. His guess quickly became reality. Peng Wansheng's expression changed as he suddenly coughed up a huge mouthful of blood and fell back. Everyone was shocked. Peng Wansheng had actually been forced off the black saber. But Long Chen saw a touch of shock in Peng Wansheng's eyes that was quickly suppressed. Long Chen looked at the blood he had spat out. He narrowed his eyes, but he didn't say anything, as Sha Guangyan had already reached the black saber as well. Chapter 1430 Evilmoon. Brother Peng, it seems you have no destiny with this blade. It's fated to be mine. Sha Guangyan laughed and grasped the hilt. But Long Chen saw that Sha Guangyan was crafty. His hand was covered in a faint layer of sand that protected him. He had clearly learned from Peng Wansheng's mistake. Not only did he keep a barrier between him and his body, he even created a spiritual defense. Long Chen, what should we do? Asked Chu Yao spiritually. We don't need to do anything. I don't think anyone's going to walk away with that saber. Long Chen replied directly. After the formation had broken, he had carefully examined the black saber. His intuition told him it wasn't something that he could use. They had probably fought for nothing. Peng Wansheng didn't say anything as Sha Guangyan grabbed the saber. He simply stared. The distant experts were also looking at him. They didn't dare to get close though. One reason was to avoid causing a misunderstanding and thinking that they were going to fight over it. Another reason was fear that the four of them would once more start fighting and draw them in. When Peng Wansheng had suddenly switched from fighting Long Chen to snatching the saber, he had shocked everyone. But then when they thought about it, they felt that Peng Wansheng was quite amazing. He really had almost obtained it. Now all their attention was focused on Sha Guangyan. Sha Guangyan couldn't help being nervous when he saw Peng Wansheng's expression. But having reached this point, he couldn't retreat. However, instead of using his sand-covered hand, a large sand hand appeared behind him, and he used it to grab the saber. Get out! Sha Guangyan pulled hard, but he kept a close watch on Long Chen and the others to make sure they couldn't sneak attack him. However, he had overthought it. Peng Wansheng didn't move, Long Chen didn't move, Chu Yao didn't move, no one moved. The only one doing anything was him. Suddenly, Sha Guangyan's expression changed. He was filled with shock, and his body suddenly shook. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. Both Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan failed. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. These two were the strongest existences present. Even Life Star experts weren't able to defeat them. But the two of them had still failed. The most shocking thing was that despite not even touching the saber, Sha Guangyan still coughed up blood. It seems we have no destiny with this saber. You can try it, sighed Sha Guangyan, glancing at Long Chen and Chu Yao. If you have no destiny with it, we probably have no destiny with it either. We'll leave it to others. Chu Yao, it's been too long since we parted. Let's find a comfortable place to chat. Long Chen pulled away Chu Yao. Once they were a few hundred meters away, Chu Yao waved a hand, and two wooden stakes grew out of the ground. A long vine then grew out, forming a swing for the two of them to sit on. They began to laugh and talk, ignoring what was happening here. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan's expressions sank ever so slightly upon seeing them leave. Sha Guangyan turned to everyone else. This blade's name is Evilmoon. It is a priceless treasure of ancient times. But its conditions for selecting a master are very stringent. The two of us have no destiny with it. If you want to try its test, go ahead. Everyone was moved by this. However, the corrupt experts were still intimidated. What would happen if Evilmoon recognized one of them as its master? Wouldn't they simply die? With Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, Long Chen, and Chu Yao present, how could they possibly escape? On the other hand, the ancient race and ancient family alliance experts didn't need to have so many misgivings. They all went up to test it, but none of them were able to move the black saber. Instead, they all coughed up blood. Long Chen, what is it? Chu Yao was looking at what was happening there, but Long Chen was looking all around. I thought someone else would appear here, but she didn't. It's strange, said Long Chen. He was very curious where Lang Yuan had gone. According to reason, she should have come to this place. But he didn't see the slightest sign of her. Who? Asked Chu Yao. Lang Yuan, the Devil Empress Lang Yuan, cried a shocked Chu Yao. You know her? Asked Long Chen, surprised. How could I not? She's known as the Corrupt Path's #1 killing god, a grim reaper who is somehow as beautiful as possible. Rumor is that after she kills people in the Corrupt Path, she keeps their heads and uses them to build her own palace. Her throne is made entirely of bones, and only the skulls of geniuses. The weak aren't even qualified to be bemused after she kills them, said Chu Yao. She has such a hobby. I didn't know she was into construction. Don't joke, I'm being completely serious. My master told me that in the spirit world, Lang Yuan is the only person I had to avoid at all costs, said Chu Yao. She's that terrifying. I'm also very curious, but when I asked my master about it, she refused to answer. She just said I definitely couldn't provoke her, sighed Chu Yao. Her master was the master of the Skywood Divine Palace. She definitely had realized something, but simply refused to tell her. Ah, speaking of which, why did you come here at all? Isn't it very dangerous? Asked Long Chen. I snuck my way over. I wanted to find this place's divine life elixir, but only once I was here did I realize that the divine life elixir is created through refining people. I killed some corrupt experts and saw the spirit world's woman inside their life stones. I couldn't refine them into elixir, so I let them go. Then I heard about this sovereign's battlefield, so I came to test my luck, said Chu Yao sadly. Why do you need such a thing? Can't you make it yourself? Long Chen was puzzled. As a wood cultivator, how could Chu Yao possibly need divine life elixir? The divine life elixir I'm talking about is the most primeval divine life elixir. It's the kind that can restore a person's longevity. Chu Yao's eyes reddened. Long Chen instantly understood. Chu Yao had come for her master. Her master had sacrificed her own longevity for her, transforming from a beauty into an old crone. She had sacrificed far too much for Chu Yao. Just from her red eyes that were on the border of crying, it could be seen how much guilt Chu Yao felt towards her master. Don't worry, I can help you get that divine life elixir. It's not a problem, said Long Chen, holding Chu Yao's hand. He didn't know what exactly that divine life elixir she was talking about was, but he knew that the life god tree was definitely capable of making it. Considering his connection with the forest of life, this was definitely a minor matter. Really, Long Chen, can you really do this? Chu Yao cried out excitedly, causing some of the people in the distance to glance their way. Right now, they were testing their destiny with the black saber. But so far, no one had succeeded. Of course I can do this. It's definitely no problem. Long Chen told her about his connection with the forest of life. When she learned of it, Chu Yao was delighted. That's great. Then on my way back, I'll go to the dark forest and see if I can capture a powerful tree demon to be a fighting housepet for me. That way my combat power will rise again. Chu Yao's mood instantly improved. She told him that after advancing to the Jade Core realm, she had opened a life space that could store a powerful housepet. However, it needed to be vegetation. She was planning on capturing an 11th rank tree demon from the dark forest to make up for her lacking offense. However, her main target had still been the divine life elixir, so she hadn't been in the mood to go looking for one. Another person coughed up a mouthful of blood. Over 1,000 elite experts here had failed. These people were all at least ranked 7 celestials, and there were even 2 life star experts. Long Chen, this situation is strange, said Chu Yao spiritually. Of course it's strange. For that birdman to borrow my power to break the barrier was too sudden. According to reason, after I slapped him in the face 3 times, he should have pretty much lost all his wits in his fury. He definitely wouldn't be so cool-headed to do such a thing. And although his words seem logical, there are way too many holes. This is a trap, transmitted Long Chen back. A trap? Yes, it's definitely a trap. Have you noticed that when these people cough up blood, it always lands on the platform below the saber? The blood they're coughing out contains a large amount of their essence blood. Most importantly, it contains the slightest trace of their purest essence blood from the space between their eyebrows. They themselves aren't even aware of that. Perhaps Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun were aware of something, but they had chosen to keep their mouths shut. When it came to power, Long Chen had to admit that the two of them were very strong. But when it came to intelligence, well, there was no need to say it. This was such an obvious trap that it could only trick children. But the two of them were actually conning their own people with it. That made it hard for Long Chen to understand what they were planning. "Are we supposed to just keep watching?" asked Chu Yao. "Yes, let's just keep watching. In any case, we don't have to be afraid of them. Let's just see what plot they're hatching. I doubt things are as simple as they appear," said Long Chen. This matter was riddled in oddities. The holes in their narrative were clear, and it shouldn't be just the two of them that noticed them. However, over 1,000 experts were acting like they didn't notice anything and were going up to test the saber one by one. Each one of them coughed up blood, and their disappointed expressions didn't seem to be fake. In the end, the final corrupt expert coughed up blood. Suddenly, the black saber began to rumble. The ground shook violently, and cracks appeared in the sky. Divine chains appeared in the air, tightly binding the black saber. "Ha ha ha, I, Evilmoon, have been sealed for so many years. Now it's finally time for me to break free." A thunderous roar rang out, shaking the cosmos. A murderous aura filled the entire world. In that instant, it felt like all of them had fallen to hell. Chapter 1431 One drop of sovereign blood suppresses Evilmoon. Long Chen hastily pulled Chu Yao away. The others were also shocked and ran. The ground exploded, and a terrifying pressure crashed down. It was like a fiend from hell had broken out of its seal. A murderous aura filled the world. "That weapon's completely evil," Chu Yao cried out in shock. At first, all that she had been able to sense from the black saber was that it was domineering and possessed great killing intent. All divine weapons would be infected with some grievance after killing countless experts. That was normal. However, this resentment had practically solidified, and its killing intent looked as if it could shatter heaven and earth. This was not the result of the resentment spirits of those slain by the weapon. This was something that came from the very essence of the saber. Long Chen also hadn't expected this black saber to be such a shocking evil weapon. Even he felt alarmed in the face of its murderous aura. This evil weapon had to have slaughtered a ridiculous number of powerful experts. Just its killing intent felt like it could kill everyone here. The ground exploded and ripples spread. It slowly floated out of the platform. As it rose, the pressure grew greater. A black barrier appeared over this space, and the sun vanished. The world became dark and filled with an air of death. All the experts' expressions changed. But only the corrupt experts became fanatical. "This saber is a gift bestowed to us by the corrupt god. The corrupt path is about to rise." Some of the corrupt experts directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The sinister aura released by the black saber was definitely perfect for the corrupt path. These corrupt experts knelt toward it like it was their god. "Long Chen, should we go? This aura is very uncomfortable for me," said Chu Yao. She was slightly pale. As a wood cultivator, she cultivated the life Tao and was very sensitive to this murderous aura. "Endure it for now. The conclusion will come quickly." Long Chen held Chu Yao's hand and placed himself in front of her, helping her block the head-on aura. When Long Chen stood in front of her, protecting her, it brought back memories. This was the same back she had seen before. Back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, Long Chen had stood in front of her like this as well to block the wind and rain. Back then, he had said that he would stand in front of her for a lifetime. Although the two of them had been young and so many years had passed, their promise toward each other had been firmly recorded in their hearts. Even if the stars were to change orbits, their hearts wouldn't change. Chu Yao unconsciously held Long Chen's waist, pressing her face against his solid back, hearing his powerful heartbeat. In that instant, she felt completely content. She even forgot about that terrifying aura. Laying against Long Chen, her expression was completely peaceful. Long Chen was completely focused on the black saber and didn't notice the change in Chu Yao's mood. At this time, the saber finally escaped the stone platform. When the saber was fully revealed, a terrifying ripple spread, blowing apart the surrounding mountains and unleashing a storm of sand and dust. "Ha ha ha, I've finally escaped. Yun Shang, you, damn human sovereign. In the end, you're dead, but I'm still living. I'm the real winner." A voice came from the black saber. "Yun Shang, the first-generation sovereign after the Battle of the Immortal Era," cried Chu Yao in shock. Long Chen was startled. He had only ever heard of sovereigns. He didn't know any of their names, or how many generations of them there had been. Seeing his confusion, Chu Yao transmitted spiritually to Long Chen, after the battle of the immortal era, no more gods and immortals appeared. Sovereigns stood at the peak of this world and were the closest existences to gods and immortals. Each sovereign led their era, and they were unequaled, the strongest experts of this world. The world only allows one sovereign to exist at any time, and it is only after one era ends that the next sovereign can rise. In all of history, a total of 5 sovereigns appeared. After the final sovereign appeared, it has been tens of thousands of years without a new sovereign. My master said it's likely the martial heaven continent no longer has enough karmic luck to give birth to another sovereign. As for the Yunshang the saber just mentioned, he's the first peerless expert of the martial heaven continent, sovereign Yunshang. She then added, it's strange. If it's been sealed the entire time, how does it know sovereign Yunshang is gone? Naturally someone must have told it. Long Chen pointed at the distant Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan. Senior, you promised me that as long as I helped you escape, you would become the protective divine item of the Golden Peng race. Now I'd like to ask you to kill those 2 people. Peng Wansheng suddenly opened his mouth, pointing at Long Chen and Chu Yao. Chu Yao's expression changed, and she was just about to form a hand seal when Long Chen comforted her, don't worry. We can just keep on watching. Little brat, you think you can order me around? The black saber suddenly let out a cry. Peng Wansheng vomited a mouthful of blood, flames raging in his eyes. He had clearly been tricked. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Although he didn't know exactly what was happening, just looking at Peng Wansheng's ugly expression told Long Chen that the black saber had scammed Peng Wansheng. That idiot had trusted the black saber and arranged for everyone to offer up their essence blood to undo its seal. However, having been released, the black saber seemed to have forgotten about all of that. It completely ignored Peng Wansheng. The inscriptions on the black saber began to shine, and now Long Chen finally got a look at its complete form. It was a long saber, longer than he was tall. There was an image of 2 dragons on the blade. The dragons looked like they were alive, and their appearance was similar to a true dragon. A powerful dragon might come from it. This saber is related to true dragons. Long Chen's heart shook. At this moment, the black saber suddenly pointed at him and said, little fellow, you possess true dragon essence blood. Good, I didn't expect to have such a delicious feast on the same day I break out of my seal. That voice was fiendish and sinister, invoking an image of a demon sticking out its snake-like tongue and licking its own fangs. Everyone stared at Long Chen, smiling at his misfortune. They all knew he was doomed. Chu Yao also tensed. That black saber was too terrifying. It was an existence that had fought on the same battlefield as a sovereign. It definitely had enough power to kill Long Chen with just a thought. Are you an idiot? You want to come at me? Fine, come and show me how you eat this feast. Be careful of breaking your teeth, said Long Chen disdainfully. Everyone jumped in fright. Had Long Chen gone mad? Arrogant brat, die. Black chi burst out of the saber, and it shot at Long Chen. But suddenly, the saber came to a sudden stop. It continued to quiver in the air. Bastard! How is this possible? Roared the saber. At some unknown point in time, a single red dot had appeared above the saber. It was a drop of blood. It looked scarlet at first, but careful examination revealed rainbow light flowing within it. Although it was just a single drop of blood, as soon as it appeared, divine chains sealed the entire world. A single drop of blood suppressed heaven and earth. Everyone felt an unprecedented power. This power wasn't domineering. Instead, it was noble and holy, a power that made others want to kneel in respect. In front of this drop of blood, no one could be arrogant. They would be humbled no matter how strong they were. The sovereign blood finally appeared. Long Chen stared at the drop of blood. The reason he was so calm was because he had sensed this aura from the start. Back on Devil Spirit Mountain, he had witnessed the sovereign blood seal. His memory of the sovereign blood seal was imprinted in his soul, and it was because he sensed that sovereign blood here that he had known this matter wasn't so simple. The only thing that made him curious was that not only had Chu Yao not sensed the sovereign blood, but Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng had also failed to sense it. If it was just them, then fine. But what about the saber? Hadn't it once fought against a sovereign? How could it not sense it? Yunshang, you bastard! Are you planning on sealing me forever? Roared the saber. Black chi exploded out of the saber, transforming into huge black dragons that roared at the sky. Its roar shook everyone's eardrums, and the weaker ones had to cover their ears tightly to try and resist the pain. A total of 18 huge dragons soared out of the saber, unleashing such pressure that no one could breathe. They were not even qualified to touch existences on that level. Yet shockingly, these huge dragons were blown apart when they touched the chains. They vanished into smoke. Everyone, including Long Chen, was shocked. This kind of terrifying attack was unable to even rattle a single drop of blood. How? Was this what it meant to be a sovereign? All life offers sacrifice. The black saber suddenly roared again, and all the experts' expressions changed. Chapter 1432 The Gamebreaker. All the experts from the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the ancient family alliance exploded one by one. Chu Yao jumped in shock. This was too sudden. This con was arranged from the start. Long Chen watched as those experts struggled to resist. Through this reminder, Chu Yao thought of how every one of these people had coughed up a mouthful of blood before this. She instantly realized something. All of those experts summoned their manifestations and went all out resisting. But this power wasn't an outer force. It was coming from within them. They were unable to control their own bodies. It was like the self-detonation process had been triggered and could not be stopped. Blood poured towards the black saber. As more essence blood gathered on it, a vague figure gradually grew more solid. Screams of despair rang out. Unable to resist this bizarre power, these experts exploded. In the end, the only ones left were Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and 7 rank 9 celestials. They had summoned their manifestations and were just barely able to prevent themselves from exploding. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng were a bit better off. Their primal chaos manifestations made it so there wasn't much change in them. But the rank 9 celestials were all pale as paper, and had the majority of their spirit blood extracted. They had felt like their bodies were no longer theirs. Their spirit blood had been extracted in the most barbaric, most domineering method. Even their heavenly Tao energy hadn't helped them. The fortunate thing was that they were alive. The unfortunate thing was that having lost the majority of their spirit blood, they would need to spend a long time recuperating. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 experts were slain. Even Life Star experts hadn't been able to resist. It had to be known that those who were able to reach this place were all true experts. But they didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of the black saber. The blood quickly condensed into a 300-meter blood giant. It grasped the black saber. The black saber also grew to become 300 meters long. It slashed down, shaking the sky. Black light devoured the world. A black crescent moon slashed towards the drop of sovereign blood. The black crescent moon was like a devil's blade. The sovereign blood rippled, and its rainbow light suddenly blazed. A supreme will descended. It was like the will of a god, something no one could resist. Peng Wansheng, Sha Guangyan, and the rank 9 celestials all knelt on the ground in front of this terrifying pressure. Long Chen also felt the pressure, but it didn't affect him at all. On the other hand, Chu Yao turned pale and tottered, requiring him to support her. In that instant, Chu Yao felt like a god was looking at her. She felt that not kneeling would be a blaspheme to that god. But with Long Chen's support, most of the sovereign pressure suddenly vanished. In the end, she didn't kneel. The rainbow light lit up the sky. The black crescent moon shattered. The blood giant exploded, and the black blade dimmed. It once more stabbed into the stone platform in exactly the same position as before. Chu Yao, be careful. I'm going in. Just at this moment, Long Chen shot over. When the black saber stabbed into the ground, just as everyone had yet to recover from their shock, he arrived in front of it. Bastard! Don't even think about it! Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng roared at the same time, charging over. But Long Chen had taken the initiative. He grabbed the black saber. This was the best opportunity to take it. This was also his only chance. For this chance, he had already moved the world tree sprouts in the primal chaos space into one of the life storage rocks. He was preparing to drop the black saber into the primal chaos space and have the primal chaos bead suppress it. In truth, he could tell that this black saber was still being a scammer. It was acting heavily injured, but it was just for everyone to see. It wanted someone to bring it away. The sovereign blood in the sky only targeted it. It didn't target anyone else. When the time came, no matter who managed to bring it away, it would cooperate. Of course, after striking an agreement with it, the price for bringing it away would probably be that person's life. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan were unable to see this. They were still rushing over without realizing that if they did succeed in taking the saber, they would most likely be forfeiting their lives. If Long Chen didn't have the primal chaos bead, he wouldn't hesitate to toss the saber to them. But since he did, he had to try it. His hand grabbed hold of the hilt. He was just about to pull it out and toss it in the primal chaos space. But the instant his hand touched the hilt, the saber vanished. Not only did the saber vanish, all the surroundings vanished. Long Chen appeared in a strange space. This space was only a few square meters. The space around it was twisting. It was like he was currently in a stable space flowing through the river of time. Long Chen was shocked, thinking he had fallen into a trap. Don't worry, right now, time is still. Just, at this moment, a voice rang out behind him. He turned back to see a white-robed man standing there, looking down at a chessboard on the ground. The man didn't look at him. He seemed to be lost in thought. When he saw this man, Long Chen's heart began to pound madly. He instantly felt like he knew who this person was. Come and have a look at this chessboard. The man beckoned Long Chen over without looking at him. Long Chen's heartbeat pounded loudly in his ears. Despite his big guts, he couldn't stay calm in front of a legendary existence. He forcibly suppressed his emotions and walked over to the man. He didn't feel any pressure. He didn't feel any aura at all. It was like this man didn't even exist. It was like everything in front of him was nothing more than a fabrication. How would you play out this game? Asked the white-robed man. Long Chen carefully examined the chessboard. There was a chaotic arrangement of white and black pieces. Although he didn't know how to play this kind of chess, he could see that the black pieces had almost taken over the board. The white pieces were fighting with their backs in a small corner. It should be your turn. Whatever you decide, you have to choose a path, said the man. Long Chen was startled. This sentence sounded like it had a double meaning. He wanted him to make a choice. He knew that this white-robed man was most likely the sovereign Xianxia mentioned by the black saber. But what did choose a path mean? He looked at the chessboard, not saying a word. Hesitating like this shouldn't be your character, sighed the man. Long Chen nodded. Clenching his teeth, he reached out. The chessboard flipped through the air, the pieces tumbling to the ground. The white and black pieces transformed into runes that vanished. I don't know how to play this kind of chess, and I don't like wasting time playing by other people's rules. If I have to play, then I'm going to play by my rules. Long Chen was a bit apprehensive inside, but he thickened his skin. The white-robed man seemed to be stunned. Only at this moment did he raise his head. Long Chen finally saw his face. He looked very young, and wasn't particularly handsome. He simply looked average except for his bright eyes. It felt like his eyes contained the river of time. Although he looked young, he also looked ancient. Although he was looking right at him, his memory of him felt like it was constantly being turned vague and indistinct. You wear black robes. The white-robed man was a bit surprised. The flow of the river of time in his eyes suddenly began to flow differently. Looking at his eyes made Long Chen's head hurt. Ha ha ha, I understand. Truly worthy of the gamebreaker. The white-robed man suddenly laughed heartily. Junior Long Chen greets Sovereign Xianxia. Long Chen paid his respects, while also testing his guess. Good, very good. The white-robed man didn't admit to it, but he didn't deny it. He just looked at Long Chen. Now it was awkward. Long Chen didn't know what to say to that. However, his face wasn't so thick for nothing. Yes, I also feel like I'm very good. Long Chen nodded. The white-robed man smiled. How is the situation of the martial heaven continent now? Unfortunately, I'm not aware of it. My elders refused to tell me, and I don't particularly care. In any case, no matter what the situation is, all I need to do is look after myself and my people, said Long Chen honestly. When it came to the martial heaven continent as a whole, he might as well be blind. There were many things that he didn't know. Whether it was the old man of the heaven-splitting battle sector Li Tianxuan of the Xuandian Dao sect, or even the Xuandian Tower, they all didn't want him to come into contact with too many secrets. He knew that they were doing this for his benefit, so he didn't press them on these questions. Even if he knew those things, what could he possibly do about it? No matter what kind of dangers there were, they would come sooner or later. Dodging was not a way to resolve a problem. In the end, he would have to rely on his power, so all he needed to do was increase his strength. The man nodded at Long Chen. With your current cultivation base, they are afraid of having you bear karma. I can't nitpick them on that. However, you are the gamebreaker. These burdens will fall to you to carry sooner or later. You won't be able to run. However, not telling you these things is fine. It'll avoid the implications of karma. They won't be eliminated in accordance to the rules. Senior, what is the gamebreaker? Long Chen finally asked this question which he had been puzzling over ever since he had first heard this word. He greatly longed for this white-robed man to answer him. Chapter 1433 The Style of a Sovereign. What is the gamebreaker? Isn't it this? The white-robed man smiled and pointed at the chessboard on the ground. At this moment, Long Chen was astonished, realizing that after being flipped, the chessboard had revealed an image. The image was covered in interweaving lines, but he could tell what it was. The ring of blue was the martial heaven sea ring, and the inside of the ring was the central plains. This chessboard actually depicted the martial heaven continent. The man waved his hand, and the chessboard transformed into dots of light that scattered. I've been studying this chessboard for a long time. I've examined countless possibilities to break out of it, yet not a single path worked. But you broke the board with a wave of your hand. I'm ashamed, senior. This little one was just messing around. I really just don't know how to play chess, said Long Chen with embarrassment. Whether or not you know how to play chess isn't important. What's important is that you dare to break convention. That's what's most important. The reason I was unable to break the board was because I'm limited by the rules. I wholeheartedly wanted to protect the white pieces, so I was forced to be passive everywhere. But you killed the black pieces with the white pieces. Just this one point is far beyond me, said the white-robed man. Tell me, why do you like the color black? Long Chen was dumbfounded. How was he supposed to answer such a question? If you liked something, then you liked something. Did there have to be a reason? White represents what is light and holy. It shows the way. Black represents destruction and killing. It signifies the end. So I'm very surprised to see you wearing black robes. But now I understand, the gamebreaker needs to reach a land of death before giving rise to new life. Ah, some things are so simple and right in front of you. But they're like your eyelashes, and they're so close that you can't see them. Sometimes you can only see things clearer when you have a mirror. Good, very good, sighed the white-robed man emotionally. Although this man didn't give off the slightest aura, each of his actions possessed a certain bearing that made others trust him. Despite being a sovereign, he spoke bluntly about his own shortcomings. Just that humility was enough to win Long Chen's praise. Although Long Chen's skin was so thick that it was on the level of an ancestral item, he felt a burning sensation on his cheeks. He shook his head. Junior wouldn't dare to accept Sovereign's praise. There are so many things I don't know that it makes me blush with shame. Sometimes knowing more isn't necessarily a good thing. Imagination is always ahead of reality. Reality has to chase the footsteps of imagination. Without imagination, this world would never progress a single step. The white-robed man didn't retort when Long Chen called him a sovereign. Now Long Chen was certain that this man in front of him was the first-generation sovereign, Xianxia. He was talking with an expert who had shaken the world. A grand feeling filled Long Chen. Furthermore, many of Sovereign Xianxia's viewpoints and philosophies were similar to his own. He couldn't help but feel that they were old friends. Senior, do you want to drink a bit? Long Chen took out a jug of wine. This was currently his best wine. It was the first batch of wine that Tu Qiansheng had made after advancing to the Life Star realm. Other than the High Priest's wine, it was definitely the best. To be able to drink with the first-generation sovereign, Long Chen would definitely be able to brag in the future. That was like drinking with a god. When he bragged about it in the future, he might not even believe himself. No, a person who's been dead for so many years shouldn't waste your wine. Sovereign Xianxia smiled. What? Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Even sovereigns could die, according to reason. By that level, a person should have essentially reached the point of never aging or dying. Their longevity would be almost limitless. The sovereigns had vanished from the continent. But the rumor was that they had simply hidden themselves, secretly protecting the world. When the next dark era descended, the sovereigns would once more appear and lead them against the devils invading them. But now Sovereign Xianxia had admitted he was dead from his own mouth. That was somewhat difficult for Long Chen to accept. You'll understand in the future. Life and death aren't actually important. What's important is the final result. Junior brother, I'm very happy to have seen you. You will definitely be the one to save the martial heaven continent from this game of death. Sovereign Xianxia patted Long Chen on the shoulder. From start to end, Sovereign Xianxia didn't have the slightest arrogance, nor did he act like a supreme expert. Rather than the leader of an era, he seemed more like a respectable big brother speaking to his little brother. You overestimate me. Right now, I'm surrounded by enemies. I can't even save myself. Long Chen felt emotional that Yun Shang would treat him like this, but he also couldn't help but bitterly smile. He had yet to recover from his shock that a sovereign had died. He very much wanted to ask, couldn't a sovereign undergo reincarnation? Couldn't they undergo nirvanic rebirth? Wasn't it said that once a person reached the Nether Passage realm, they would comprehend the profundities of life and death? Now that he looked at sovereign Yun Shang, Long Chen felt extremely unwell inside. Such a peerless hero had actually died. That was a great pity. Then when he thought about it, if a sovereign was still alive, perhaps the martial heaven continent wouldn't have fragmented into contending powers that had turned the world into such a mess. That was a decision you chose with your instincts. Your path is different from ours. To be surrounded by enemies is also a kind of Tao. We were unable to play this chessboard well. If we had tried to be like you, wiping out black and white pieces together, perhaps this world would be in a different state. However, there aren't so many ifs in this world. Back when I suppressed Evilmoon, I saw a bit of the future in your image. So I decided not to destroy Evilmoon. Instead, I sealed it, using a drop of my spirit blood to keep it suppressed. I left a portion of my soul in my spirit blood for your arrival. And now, you really have come. In my day, I saw many bits of the future, and the conclusions were all miserable. The continent was fractured, corpses littered the ground, blood flowed in rivers, and all life was annihilated. This place became a graveyard. But this time, I see hope for the martial heaven continent. I see the slightest opportunity when I look at you. But I didn't expect that another person who could affect the fate of the martial heaven continent would appear. A girl took away Evilmoon's soul essence. That was originally a gift I had prepared for you. The heavenly Taos really are unfathomable. However, seeing you, I'm at ease. We were unable to accomplish our mission, so we have no choice but to leave it to you. A girl, was it Lang Yuyan? No wonder she hadn't appeared here. She must have found another opportunity. Could it be that the thing she needed was precisely Evilmoon's soul essence? This burden's very heavy. I'm afraid I won't be able to carry it. For now, Long Chen didn't worry about Lang Yuyan. He bitterly smiled at Sovereign Yun Shan. How was he supposed to become the savior of the world? He had never had such aspirations. He wasn't skilled in saving the world. He was better at exterminating the world. You picked up this burden a long time ago. The people you love are your motivation for fighting. I trust you will do better than anyone else. Alright, I've pretty much used up all the energy in this drop of essence blood. I have to leave, but before leaving, I'll help you out a bit. I'll help you seal Evilmoon's soul. For now, you won't be able to use it, so just treat it as a gift for your future self. After saying this, Sovereign Yun Shang vanished along with the space around then, and Long Chen appeared on the altar once more, holding Evilmoon's hilt. At this moment, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng launched fierce attacks at him. Wood Spirit Protection. Chu Yao's cry rang out. The ground split open, and huge wooden stakes wove together to form a huge wall. This wall was made of thousands and thousands of wooden stakes. Each of them was 30 meters thick and covered in dark gold runes, and the wall was made of hundreds of layers of them. Chu Yao was going all out to protect Long Chen. Just at this moment, the drop of sovereign blood in the sky fell onto the black saber. The saber let out a heaven-shaking roar and then fell silent. A banging sound rang out and the wooden wall shook violently. Debris was flying everywhere as Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan attacked. Long Chen, hurry, the two of them are too powerful for me to hold much longer, cried Chu Yao. Long Chen didn't need Chu Yao's urging. He was pulling as hard as he could, but the saber was too heavy. It was like it had taken root. Get out, Long Chen roared furiously. His divine ring appeared and green scales covered his body. Finally, the stone broke, and Evilmoon was pulled out. After pulling it out, he tossed it into the primal chaos space. When it fell inside, it let out a heavy thudding sound. Its weight was absolutely terrifying. For now, he had no time to worry about it. A golden flame sphere rapidly grew in his hand. On the other side of the wall, Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan were roaring angrily as they attacked the wooden wall. The thing that infuriated them the most was that Chu Yao's wooden wall possessed its own life energy and was constantly repairing. Now they were experiencing the abnormal defenses of a wood cultivator. Hearing Long Chen's roar inside, they both had a bad feeling. They no longer held back and unleashed their strongest attack. A sand hand and a golden sword slammed into the wooden wall, causing it to instantly explode. Yet, before they could get a look at the situation inside, a huge golden sphere exploded like a star in front of them. The two of them hadn't even understood what was happening when they were sent flying by a terrifying force. Worst of all, they were covered in golden flames that ignited their bodies. It wasn't just the two of them. The sphere's explosion covered a huge area, and those rank 9 celestials that had survived were also swallowed by it. Fuck, what kind of flame is this? Raged a rank 9 celestial. It felt like oil was stuck to their bodies and they couldn't get rid of it. They were only able to circulate their heavenly Tao energy to slowly extinguish it. Once the flames were extinguished, they looked like birds that had flown out of the fire. Other than their eyes, they were completely black, and a burned smell came from them. Where are they? Sha Guangyun roared, his killing intent raging. 1,000 miles in every direction had been turned to charred land, but Long Chen and Chu Yao had vanished. Of course, the black saber had vanished as well. Chapter 1434 Dark Clouds Gather. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun both roared furiously, looking almost insane. Their chilly killing intent made the surviving 7 rank 9 celestials shiver. But they could understand what they were feeling. They had all long since heard that there was a priceless treasure sealed in the sovereign's battlefield. So when the Dark Forest had surprisingly invited them into adventure in the spirit world, they had immediately rushed toward this battlefield. But the thick mist surrounding this place had stalled them for many days. Many of them had almost died in the mist. Then when they finally found the priceless treasure, many people had assumed it would land in either Sha Guangyun or Peng Wansheng's hands. Yet, the final result was that the Black Saber's power had been far more terrifying than any of them had expected, and they were unable to subdue it. Over 1,000 experts were forced to become offerings to it, leaving only the 9 of them alive. As for the Black Saber, it had been snatched away by Long Chen. Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng had labored so long for nothing. Well, that wasn't completely true. They had come out with 4 slaps in the face. Regretfully, Sha Guangyun only got 1. The lucky Peng Wansheng was leaving with 3, each more vicious than the last. When they thought about it, they realized all their efforts had ended up benefiting Long Chen. He had snatched away their harvest without standing on ceremony and then bestowed them with a slap in the face. The 7 rank 9 celestials looked at each other, not daring to say a word. They were afraid Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng might kill them in their fury. Although they were rank 9 celestials, after Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng had appeared, they had known and accepted that the treasure would have no destiny with them. So they hadn't interfered. For them, having the treasure snatched away by Long Chen didn't feel so bad. That was because even if Long Chen didn't get it, they wouldn't have obtained it anyways. Fuck, Sha Guangyun roared and smashed the ground. His core sand had been ruined by Long Chen. The ground was originally a sea of sand, but as a result of the golden flames, it had crystallized, looking like a frozen lake. Sha Guangyun's punch shattered the ground. How could that bastard possess the legendary heaven incinerating flame? Peng Wansheng clenched his teeth furiously. A short while ago, there was an earth flame spirit beast of the heaven incinerating flame that came out of the river of lava on the outskirts of the battlefield. It was still in an immature state, and I tried to obtain it. However, who would have thought that some idiots from the corrupt path would ruin things and allow Long Chen to snatch it away? One of the Ancient Family Alliance's experts suddenly walked forward and pointed at Gui Yan. Both the trident-wielding ancient race expert and the Ancient Family Alliance expert who had fought over the heaven-incinerating flame back then were present. They both glared at Gui Yan. Everyone's focus turned to Gui Yan. Gui Yan was enraged. He was the only member of the corrupt path remaining here. Although the corrupt path had also moved out in great force, and in truth, they had brought in the greatest number of people this time, the majority of their experts were attacking the Forest of Life and capturing the spirit race warriors. The corrupt path's higher-ups had warned them not to go mess around on this battlefield. This battlefield was too dangerous, and the majority of those who entered ended up dying. Even rank 9 celestials might die here. So in comparison, the things that could be obtained from the battlefield weren't worth it. That was why the higher-ups of the corrupt path, the ancient races, and the Ancient Family Alliance had all warned them of the dangers. However, the allure of the ancient battlefield was too great. Despite those warnings, a large portion of people still wanted to test their luck here. Some people who felt themselves to be extraordinary geniuses came because they felt like they were the sons of fate. They felt that the heavens would help them. However, most of those extraordinary geniuses ended up having weaker willpower and dying in the illusion formation. Even a rank 9 celestial would die there without a strong enough will. There was a phrase in the secular world, those who drown are those who know how to swim. This phrase was suitable to the cultivation world as well. The majority of experts listened to warnings. But some experts felt that they were so strong that the warnings didn't apply to them. Of course, some experts were simply supremely stupid and would come regardless of any advice. In truth, Gui Yan hadn't originally been planning on coming here. However, his Ghost King had been destroyed by Long Chen. He was worried that if he stayed in the Forest of Life, he might end up running into him again. That was no different than sending himself into the hands of a Yama King. So he had entered this battlefield, testing his luck. Perhaps if he found a treasure, he could make up for the loss of his Ghost King. Without his Ghost King, he would be amongst the weakest level of rank 9 Celestials. When he had seen the flame dragon in the lava river, he had been ecstatic. In his opinion, if these two hadn't interfered, he would have managed to capture the flame dragon, and there would have been no chance for Long Chen to snatch it away. Now, these two were inverting the truth to push all the blame onto him. He was infuriated. Fuck off. I was the one who first noticed the heaven incinerating flame, and the first to capture it. Is it fun to slander others? Although you have more experts on your side, I dare you to try killing me. Roared Gui Yan. He could see that these two bastards were extremely sinister and were trying to get him killed by Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng. Having been slapped by Long Chen and duped in the end, they were filled with rage that had nowhere to go. Now, the two bastards were trying to point that fury at Gui Yan, who was the only one from the corrupt path here. Pow! Suddenly, a person was slapped hard in the face. However, it wasn't Gui Yan. Peng Wansheng had slapped the trident-wielding ancient race expert. Half his face caved in and blood flowed out. Peng Wansheng's slap was extremely vicious. Not only had he smashed that fellow ancient race expert's face to pulp, but he had used his own heavenly Tao energy to make it more difficult for him to heal. Everyone jumped in shock, not comprehending why Peng Wansheng would slap his own people. Next time if you dare to use me, I'll kill you. Peng Wansheng glared at the ancient race expert. With my golden Peng eyes, do you think you'd be able to trick me? The ancient race expert quivered in terror. This little one knows his mistake. Peng Wansheng had high authority in the ancient races. Even rank 9 Celestials didn't dare to go against him. It was just like Peng Wansheng had said. If Empyreans were the crown prince, Celestials were just some random officers beneath them. This was the power of Empyreans, their absolute domination. Only after he admitted his mistake did the injury to his face slowly begin to heal. Explain it in detail. What happened? Asked Peng Wansheng icily. This time, the ancient race expert didn't dare to lie at all. He gave a complete explanation of what had happened. I heard that bastard is also an alchemist and in control of flame energy. With the heaven incinerating flame, he's like a tiger with wings, said the ancient race expert hatefully. Who knows how Long Chen entered? Asked Sha Guangyan. He was very curious. The dark forest's relationship with the righteous path was unfriendly. How could the righteous path have sent their disciples in? No one knows, but we can be sure that Long Chen is closely related to the Forest of Life, said Gui Yan. He brought up his own fight with Long Chen in the forest. At that time, Long Chen had led him off just for some spirit race warriors. Then let us use the dark forest to attack the Forest of Life and force them to hand over Long Chen and Evilmoon, said Sha Guangyan. Where is the corrupt path's Empyrean? Who did you send? Their agreement was that the ancient races, ancient family alliance, and corrupt path would all send one and only one Empyrean here. That way, they would all have similar power levels, and they could work together easier. It's Leng Yuyan, said Gui Yan bitterly. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng were both badly shocked. Leng Yuyan's name was just that frightening. Why isn't she here? Asked Sha Guangyan. Gui Yan shook his head and sighed, I don't know. I don't even know why the higher-ups allowed her to come. She simply decided to come without asking for permission. Of course, no one dared to say anything. Practically, everyone in the corrupt path avoided her like the plague. Of course, those who wanted to die were the exception. Gui Yan was amongst those. He blessed his fortune that Leng Yuyan hadn't killed him. In the corrupt path, there was another rank 9 Celestial who felt himself to be stronger than Gui Yan, to be more handsome than Gui Yan, and who wanted to subdue Leng Yuyan. As a result, his head ended up joining Leng Yuyan's throne. After that, no one dared to say anything to Leng Yuyan. In truth, such a large movement was not suitable for Leng Yuyan to come. The higher-ups hadn't even wanted her to come. She had simply come of her own volition. After coming, she ignored them all, and she didn't even give them any information about her own movements before vanishing. The corrupt experts in the spirit world could only act for themselves. Can you communicate with her? Asked Sha Guangyan. No, she doesn't care about any of us, said Gui Yan. But he didn't add what he was thinking. Those that she cared about all ended up dead. Then we don't need to bother with her. We'll immediately gather our forces and alert the dark forest that we're going to annihilate the forest of life. If they don't want to be destroyed, they have to hand over Evilmoon, said Peng Wansheng, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 1435. You dare to mock me. Long Chen and Chu Yao were rushing away. Long Chen was a streak of light, with lightning wings and lightning runes on his feet, raising his speed to unprecedented heights. Under the cover of Starfall, he had pulled Chu Yao out of the range that they could be sensed in just an instant. Long Chen, that's about enough. Let's rest for a bit. After 6 hours of travel, Chu Yao's voice rang out. Long Chen looked at her and was frightened to see her face was pale. He hastily stopped. Are you injured? Chu Yao shook her head. I'm not injured. Your thunder force is just very uncomfortable to me. I'm not afraid of other people's thunder force, but yours is very difficult to bear. Long Chen realized the problem. His thunder force came from the 9 heavens tribulation lightning. Its aim was pure destruction. As for Chu Yao, she cultivated the life Tao. The two of them were incompatible. He immediately put away his thunder force. This really is far enough. We can rest. Long Chen pulled Chu Yao to a nearby lake. The two of them sat on the shore. While running, Long Chen had left behind many misleading tracks. Even if they were being followed, they should have a few days before they caught up. On the way, Chu Yao had been focused on concealing their spiritual fluctuations and auras. Tracking them would be extremely difficult. The only possibility was if they spread out and searched through a large area. But doing so would be suicide. Other than Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng, who else could threaten Long Chen? If the two of them split up, then if they faced Long Chen and Chu Yao alone, they would be in an extremely dangerous position. So Long Chen felt that as long as those two weren't stupid, they wouldn't chase. In other words, the two of them were essentially safe. This battlefield was so huge, that looking for the two of them would be like searching for a needle in an ocean. I'm sorry, both my thunder force and flame energy are incompatible with your wood energy, said Long Chen. The only good thing was that he wasn't a lightning cultivator, nor was he a flame cultivator. Otherwise, his aura really would be difficult for Chu Yao to get close to. Now that Long Chen willed it, all traces of his lightning and flame energy vanished. That lifted the pressure on Chu Yao. Why be so polite? After being apart for so long, have you started feeling unfamiliar with me? Chu Yao smiled lightly. How could that be possible? I'm your future husband. How could we be unfamiliar with each other? Long Chen also smiled. He was filled with gratitude inside. With Chu Yao's talent, position, and beauty, she had countless suitors. But she declared him to be her husband and refused all those people. The only one she allowed inside her heart was him. Chu Yao leaned against Long Chen's shoulder. She looked at the calm lake. In this moment, she felt blessed. Did you manage to get the saber? Were there any problems? After a moment, Chu Yao suddenly asked. The black saber was absolutely terrifying. She was naturally a bit worried that it would cause trouble for Long Chen. Originally, I was just testing it, but I didn't expect to really get it with a certain person's assistance. Chu Yao, guess who I saw? Long Chen instantly became excited, almost looking like a child. What would make you this excited? Don't tell me that you saw the sovereign. Chu Yao laughed. How did you know? Long Chen was startled. Now Chu Yao was startled. You really saw the sovereign? Long Chen told Chu Yao about what he had gone through in that mysterious space. In truth, he was trying to keep his expression calm, but there was simply no way to control himself. Hearing Long Chen's story, Chu Yao was completely shocked. She held his hand, amazed. Long Chen, you're amazing. Even a sovereign has high hopes for you. You'll definitely become a world-shaking figure. Long Chen shook his head. I think it's unlikely. I don't have that kind of ambition, nor do I have such a grand goal. I'm not like the sovereigns who protected this world with their full power. In my heart, I just need to protect you and the others. As for the rest of the world, they had nothing to do with me. Long Chen was full of respect and reverence for the sovereigns. That was because he would never be able to be like them. They had been completely selfless in their defense of the continent. He had never thought to be such a grand person. All he wanted to do was protect what he had. He was selfish. He was unable to be like the sovereigns. Although Sovereign Xianxia didn't tell him how he had died, he trusted that godlike figures like them were capable of existing forever. There had to be some kind of secret behind their deaths. That secret was very likely closely related to the Martial Heaven continent. For the Martial Heaven continent, the sovereigns had paid far too much. If it was for the people he loved, Long Chen wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. But he was unable to do something like that for people unrelated to him, and certainly not for his enemies. So he felt ashamed of Sovereign Xianxia's praise. He really wasn't able to accept it. Long Chen, don't be humble. Sovereigns weren't born that way. They reached the peak of the martial path step by step just like you. According to what I know, the 5 generations of sovereigns all had to advance through countless setbacks. They had to kill countless powerful enemies to reach their unrivaled level. It's very similar to your own experiences, and just from your conversation with Sovereign Xianxia, it seems your characters are very similar. To be powerful but humble, to be confident but not conceited, no matter what realm you reach, you never forget your original heart. That's the sign of a real expert, said Chu Yao, proud of him. Long Chen felt a burst of emotion and pulled Chu Yao into his embrace. My treasure, you're right. Keep praising me and don't stop. I feel my vanity being satisfied. Long Chen, Chu Yao pushed him away, rebuking, you're no longer a child. Is your skin really this thick? Chu Yao smiled as she rebuked him. This shameless nature of Long Chen's was still the same as back in the Phoenix Cry Empire. This meant he was still the same Long Chen. Can you take out Evilmoon for me to get a look? Asked Chu Yao curiously. Just from the fact that it was worth a sovereign sealing it, this saber had to be absolutely terrifying. Even Chu Yao was very curious. Just what kind of existence was Evilmoon for it to be able to challenge a sovereign? Boom! Long Chen took out Evilmoon, and its huge weight caused the ground to split open. Even Long Chen was unable to handle its weight. Spirit Wood Foundation. Chu Yao formed a hand seal, and wooden stakes grew out of the ground, forming a platform. Only once there were hundreds of thick wooden stakes did the ground beneath the two of them stop sinking. But cracks had spread in 100 miles, and the calm lake had vanished into the cracks of the earth. Chu Yao embarrassedly stuck out her tongue. What a terrifying weight! Long Chen was also embarrassed. Back when he had taken it out at first, he had thought it was difficult to pull out because of the platform's formation. He hadn't expected Evilmoon's real weight to actually be so high. Without the green dragon battle armor, he was unable to hold it, embarrassing him. Fortunately Chu Yao was nice and didn't laugh at him. This pitch-black saber had an image of a dragon brandishing its claws and bearing its fangs on one side. It was menacing and powerful. As for its tip, it was not a straight edge. Instead, the tip was a crescent moon shape. Although the blade was pitch black, it gave off a flickering, shining visual illusion. It was like the fang of a bloodthirsty devil. With the dragon image and the crescent moon tip, altogether, Evilmoon gave off a feeling of terror. Just looking at it would make a person feel like their soul was being sucked in. It was an extremely dangerous, evil weapon. There was no way it could be used. The hilt of the saber was originally blank, but now a divine mark had appeared on it. This divine mark contained the aura of a sovereign. Rainbow light shined within it. It was the Yun character written in ancient scripture. It was the seal left behind by Sovereign Xianxia. Xianxia, you bastard, you've already dead, but you still seal me. Just wait, when I break out of this seal, I'll slaughter all the creatures in your world. Suddenly, a furious roar came from within the saber. The black saber shook violently as if some kind of power was trying to break out of the saber. However, the sovereign seal prevented that energy from coming out of the saber. Just keep bragging. This is my first time being so amazed by someone's bragging. I wonder, is your bragging in the realm of believing your own bragging? Asked Long Chen. Shut up, you insolent brat, if it weren't for Xianxia, I could kill you with just a thought. Roared the saber. Then if I was a sovereign, I would kill you 10,000 times with a fart. Who doesn't know how to brag? But does bragging have any use? Snorted Long Chen disdainfully. Brat, I might have fallen in your hands, but you should keep in mind that using me will invoke karma on you. That karma isn't one that will end with just your death. It will slaughter all your descendants until your bloodline comes to an end. Right now, your smartest move would be to release me from this seal. I can accept you as a disciple and kill all your enemies in this world, said the saber. Because of the sovereign's seal, your soul-bewitching arts have lost most of their effect. You shouldn't embarrass yourself by trying to use them. I'm not an idiot like Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng. I'm so experienced, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice in your life. Long Chen's lip curled into a sneer. Long Chen, it's older than you, reminded Chu Yao. This bragging was a bit too exaggerated. After all, this was a weapon that had come from the era of sovereigns. It's fine, a saber doesn't eat rice, so I'm still right. Long Chen shrugged. Bastard, you dare to mock me. Black chi suddenly exploded out of the saber along with a terrifying aura. Chapter 1436 Divine Baptism. The black saber slowly rose into the air, unleashing boundless killing intent. It looked like a berserk devil god about to annihilate this entire world. But then the sovereign seal on it activated. Evilmoon trembled, and became unable to release its power. So, you even know how to dance. Since I've managed to reunite with my dear Chu Yao, we should celebrate. Please, keep dancing. Don't worry, if you dance well, there will be a generous tip at the end. Declared Long Chen. With the sovereign seal, this Evilmoon wasn't able to cause any waves. A sovereign was truly a sovereign. A single drop of blood could suppress anything. Evilmoon roared furiously, and then fell from the sky, silent. Chu Yao's wooden platform blew apart from the impact. Chu Yao had to summon it again. Looking at the listless Evilmoon, Chu Yao couldn't help feeling some sympathy. Had it died of anger? She understood Long Chen far too well. Falling into his hands was truly its misfortune. HMPH, don't act dead. I have some questions for you. Long Chen patted Evilmoon. He was very interested in it. But no matter how he called out to it, it refused to reply. He didn't know whether it had really passed out from anger or was just intentionally ignoring him. Seeing this, Long Chen rolled up his pants and took off his shoes. After taking off his shoes, he even took off his socks. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen uncomprehendingly. She had no idea what he was thinking. Sigh, the past few days have been so tiring. I've gotten calluses all over my feet. This blade looks sharp enough for me to give myself a pedicure. Long Chen began to raise Evilmoon to his feet. Stop, you damn bastard, how dare you treat me like this? Stop. A panicked and enraged voice came from the saber. What did you say? I didn't hear anything that I wanted to hear. Long Chen touched his foot to Evilmoon. Suddenly, light flashed out of Evilmoon, and Long Chen immediately pulled back his foot. However, a sharp light from Evilmoon still cut his soul, causing blood to pour out. Fortunately, he was fast enough, or his foot would have been cut in half. HMPH, I suppose you are sharp. Long Chen was startled. Such a heavy weapon should be focused on heaviness. But it was unexpected that it was also this sharp. Furthermore, his blood was pouring out like a flood from this injury. There was some special energy on the wound trying to make his blood run dry. That also shocked him. Even though Evilmoon was sealed, it still possessed such a strange power. Before Long Chen could stop the blood, Chu Yao pressed a hand to his back. Life energy poured into him, and the wound slowly closed. The strange energy also vanished. What a terrifying power. It took quite a bit of energy, said Chu Yao. As a wood cultivator, healing was her forte. For someone else, even a limb could be regrown by her in an instant. But just that tiny cut to Long Chen's foot that barely broke the skin had taken an enormous amount of energy to heal. After a moment's shock, Long Chen silently put his socks and shoes back on. Evilmoon sneered, little brat, although I might be sealed, don't think you can subdue me. If you're smart, you'll release me as soon as possible. I can still go with the conditions I gave you for now, but if you take too long. After putting on his shoes, Long Chen stood up and slowly untied his belt. Chu Yao, you should turn around. Evilmoon isn't very obedient right now, so I'll use my core elixir to baptize it, let it undergo rebirth. Long Chen stamped on Evilmoon with a foot. His belt was untied. Chu Yao realized what he was doing and immediately turned away, blushing. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A furious and alarmed voice rang out. Child, don't be afraid. Let me baptize you in my divine elixir. You will be completely reborn. Through my baptism, you will no longer be violent. You will no longer be lost. My divine elixir will guide you. It will ignite the lighthouse of your life. You will no longer be a lost sheep. Your life will finally have meaning and direction. Divine light suddenly began to bathe Long Chen's face as he spoke devoutly and piously. Chu Yao couldn't hold back a chuckle. Although her back was facing him, just hearing the nonsense he was spouting, she could imagine his righteous expression. Bastard, don't you dare. You can't, cried out Evilmoon. Evilmoon struggled, but it was sealed, and the power it could use was limited. With Long Chen stamping on it, there was no way for it to injure him. It violently trembled. "Child, my divine elixir is coming. I haven't drank a lot of water these days, so it might be a bit yellow. You have to carefully taste it and make sure you experience it fully. Don't be afraid, only by breaking the past can you build success in the future. Without experiencing the pain of the cocoon, how will you one day become a butterfly? Ready yourself. The divine baptism is about to become." Long Chen took a deep breath, preparing himself to unleash the divine baptism. "Bastard, fine, I admit defeat. Let me go, and don't you dare piss." Evelmoon's voice was full of rage and unwillingness, but it still admitted its defeat. "You really don't want my divine baptism? This is my first time offering my baptism to others. My essence has become very thick. Do you not want to consider it?" asked Long Chen. "Long Chen, you're a monster. I admit defeat. If you want to ask something, just ask," sighed Evelmoon. Long Chen smiled evilly. He had finally grabbed this evil blade's weakness. It could be counted as a small bargaining chip. Divine items possessed item spirits that were essentially as intelligent as people. The stronger the item spirit, the greater their dignity. They would be even more offended by an insult than a human expert. Only then did Long Chen stop preparing for his divine baptism. Putting away his divine tool, he tidied his clothes. "Then tell me, when you fought Sovereign Yunsheng back then, how many exchanges did you last before being defeated?" Long Chen wanted to know just how strong Evelmoon was. For it to dare to challenge a sovereign, it had to be extraordinary. This question, it's, Evelmoon began to sputter. Long Chen and Chu Yao exchanged a confused look. Long Chen's expression became odd. 100 exchanges, he probed. A bit lower. 80 exchanges, a bit lower. 50 exchanges, a bit lower again. 30, 20, 10, 5, fuck, don't tell me that you were defeated in just one move. Every time Long Chen asked, Evelmoon would reply that it was a bit lower. Evelmoon didn't reply this time. Long Chen raged, "Fuck, after bragging so much, I thought you actually had some skill. What a waste." Long Chen kicked Evelmoon in his rage. Evelmoon tumbled twice through the air, while Long Chen's shoe exploded, and his foot broke. "What do you think a sovereign is? Just how many people in this world dare to challenge one? No matter how you put it, at least I had the bravery to fight against him. Just that is enough for me to laugh arrogantly," roared Evelmoon. "What are you going to laugh about? You're the idiot who couldn't even receive a single attack from him. Don't you feel ashamed for saying you could challenge him?" cursed Long Chen. He really was angry. Originally, he had thought he had obtained a priceless treasure that might allow him to dominate this world if he used it well. But now he found that this blade wasn't able to receive a single attack from a sovereign. That was too disappointing. He felt like he had been duped. What do you know? The sovereign stood at the peak of this world. You didn't live in that era, so how could you know how terrifying a sovereign is? Even if I wasn't a match for the sovereign, I killed one of his followers. Who could compare to such an accomplishment? I absorbed the souls of all those ants at the altar, so don't try to dupe me. I know your human race only had 5 sovereigns. Ignoring the sovereigns, their followers were also peak existences. In all of history, I, Dragonbone Evelmoon, am the only one to kill a sovereign's follower." Evelmoon roared back at Long Chen. Chu Yao stared in shock as one man and one saber cursed at each other. She covered her mouth, a strange expression in her eyes. She was unable to understand how things had developed to this point. Just from Long Chen's expression, she could tell that he really was angry. She didn't know why he was so angry though. You killed a follower, and then were subdued in one move by the sovereign. And then you had the face to say you dared to challenge a sovereign. In all my years, I've never encountered anyone as shameless as you. Tell me, how did you manage to make your skin so thick? I'm not going to argue with a little brat. Do you think an ant knows anything of this world? You haven't reached the realm, so everything you know now isn't worth a damn. Cursed Evelmoon. Long Chen, calm down. We can discuss this properly. Seeing Long Chen's chest heaving with rage, Chu Yao interrupted. Long Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Although the fact that Evelmoon had been defeated by Sovereign Yun Sheng in one move disappointed him, Evelmoon was right. Anyone who dared to challenge a sovereign could not be ordinary. Fine, I won't bother with that then. Tell me, how did that battle back then happen? Asked Long Chen. I'm not your prisoner. It'd be best if you were more polite when you spoke to me, said Evelmoon frostily. Fine, the divine baptism ceremony can start now. Long Chen once more untied his belt. Chapter 1437 3 begets all things. The divine baptism was unrivaled. In the end, the terrifying Evilmoon was scared of the threat of Long Chen's urine and explained everything. Seeing this made Chu Yao shake her head. Evilmoon was an evil weapon, but Long Chen was even more evil. He never did things the way a normal person would. Through Evilmoon, Long Chen learned that it came from a devil world. This was something he had expected. However, the devil world was far greater than he had imagined. There were demon devil worlds, blood devil worlds, human devil worlds, and more, all of which combined were the total devil world. There were many different races within the devil world. As for Evilmoon, it wasn't originally a weapon. It had actually been a two-headed dragon that had charged into this world. Its bones had been refined into this weapon. Back when Long Chen had been looking to learn some of the ancient arts in the battlefield, he had seen a large claw smash down from the sky. Evilmoon had been the master of that claw. However, Evilmoon said that its body had been destroyed by Yuanshang, and now its soul resided in the saber. It was a similar existence to an item spirit. Originally, it was a dark evil dragon. Since it had been refined from its bones, it was now called Dragonbone Evilmoon. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. No wonder Evilmoon was so heavy. Sovereign Yuanshang had destroyed its physical body and refined all its essence into this blade. It seemed Sovereign Yuanshang had been intent on giving him a great gift. When Long Chen asked why Evilmoon had come to attack the spirit world, it replied that at that time, the spatial walls between the spirit world and the demon devil world it came from had become extremely weak. So it had chosen to enter. Originally, its target was the Martial Heaven continent. But the spatial barrier between the demon devil world and the Martial Heaven continent was too sturdy, and experts on its level couldn't pass through it. That was why the goal had been to come through the spirit world, setting it up as a stronghold, before invading the Martial Heaven continent. However, they had met with catastrophe. As soon as they had entered, Sovereign Yuanshang had led an army of experts to annihilate them. That was when it had been sealed. According to Evilmoon, they were the first wave of invaders in the spirit world. At that time, the Dark Forest hadn't existed. When Long Chen asked about the Dark Forest, it said that they came from a branch of the demon devil world. They were tree demons. Although it could be said that they were on the same side, they weren't actually friendly with each other. How is it that the Dark Forest managed to dominate this place while you were annihilated? Asked Long Chen. Are you stupid? Do you think we were weaker than those wooden-brained idiots? They had a complete advantage compared to us. When we attacked, the spatial channel was opened as much as possible, and we ended up fighting against a sovereign right off the bat. As for when they invaded, the Martial Heaven continent was in chaos, or they'd never have managed to dominate the spirit world like this, raged Dragonbone Evilmoon. Long Chen found that as long as he raised a question about Evilmoon's power, it would immediately strike back, conveniently giving him some new information. Then why did you want to invade the Martial Heaven continent at all? Asked Long Chen. This was the crux. Who knows? It was the orders from higher ups. We were just following orders, said Evilmoon coldly. Orders from higher ups? What is that supposed to mean? It means what it means. I wasn't qualified to know anything further. Seeing Long Chen once more beginning to untie his belt, Evilmoon roared, I don't know. If you really want to humiliate me, then I'd rather kill myself. Long Chen, leave it be. Perhaps it really doesn't know, suggested Chu Yao upon seeing Long Chen force such a terrifying evil weapon to such a state. You've misunderstood. I just didn't tie my belt tight enough before this. Long Chen smiled mischievously, but Chu Yao clearly didn't believe him. He thought about it for a moment before asking, Evilmoon, you dared to challenge a sovereign. Someone like you is qualified to be my weapon. Assist me, and I will one day return your freedom. What nonsense, it's simply impossible. With your current power, I could kill you effortlessly if this sovereign seal wasn't keeping me in check. You think you're fit for me to help you? What a huge joke. If you really do try to force me, I'd rather die, sneered Evilmoon. Long Chen was startled. Originally, he had thought that this evil fellow would agree and then use its evil aura to slowly infect him and try to gain control of him. But instead, it had directly refused him, and so stubbornly at that. Long Chen also didn't dare to force things. He had just been trying to scare it before. Even if it didn't submit, he wouldn't really pee on it. Otherwise, how was he supposed to use it in the future? He smiled calmly. Right now, you refuse because I'm too weak, correct? Then what if I become someone on the same level as a sovereign? Evilmoon paused for a moment before saying, we can discuss it after you reach that level. As a member of the Dark Evil Dragon race, I definitely won't lower my head to a weakling. That would be an insult to the dragon race. Are you really a descendant of the dragon race? But of course, the Dark Evil Dragon is the direct descendant of the true dragons. Although we left the true dragon race, our bloodline is still pure. Even purer than my spirit blood, asked Long Chen. HMPH, so what if your spirit blood is pure? You're just a human. The power of your spirit blood is limited. Just how many of the dragon race's divine abilities are you able to use? Snorted Evilmoon disdainfully. However, Long Chen could hear its jealousy. Clearly, his dragon blood was the purest essence blood of a true dragon. He asked some more questions, but Evilmoon seemed to have realized what Long Chen was doing and refused to answer him any longer. Long Chen wasn't able to dredge up any more valuable information. Evilmoon, I won't make things hard on you. Your seal was placed by Sovereign Yun Shang. He has given you to me, and to put it frankly, you're like a slave. However, I will treat you with the appropriate respect. The thing is though, respect must be mutual. If you don't want to, you cannot help me. But when I use you, you can't cause any intentional trouble for me. Otherwise, no matter how strong you might be as a weapon, since I can't use it, I might as well toss you into some manure. Long Chen, never say any empty words. I won't force you to help, but if you try to bring me down at a critical moment, you can just spend the rest of your life stuck in manure, warned Long Chen. This Dragonbone Evilmoon was an incomparably terrifying existence. If used well, it could save his life. But if it caused trouble for him in the middle of a fight, he might lose his life. So he had to warn it. Fine, I'll accept this, said Evilmoon before going completely silent. Long Chen nodded and put it away. It was so heavy that unless he entered his strongest state, there was no way for him to use it. Although he had received this promise from Evilmoon, he still had to be careful. Who knew whether or not this evil fellow would cause more trouble? Chu Yao had mostly recovered, so the two of them didn't tarry. They rushed off to the Forest of Life. When Chu Yao saw the Forest of Life, she immediately fell in love with it. This place was like paradise for her. Spirit race warriors immediately came to greet them when they arrived. Long Chen asked what had transpired while he had been away. They told him that the spirit race warriors had abandoned their front lines and had all retreated back to the Forest of Life. Now their border was lined with their spirit beasts ready to fight at any time. Although a few human experts had tried to sneak in, after being mercilessly slaughtered by the spirit beasts, no more came. Long Chen nodded. Those bastards viewed the spirit race as prey, so this was the only way to protect them. However, as a result of this, their earnings had suddenly come to a halt. So many experts had entered the spirit world, but now their candy was taken away after just a taste. They definitely wouldn't retreat just like this. Although the current situation looked calm, it was the calm before the storm. Long Chen could smell a crisis descending. The two of them got on a flying magical beast that brought them deep into the Forest of Life. Chu Yao was just as stunned by the Forest of Life's beauty as Long Chen and the others had been when they had first seen it. The dream butterflies flew all around her, not leaving for a long time. Chu Yao said that these spirit creatures liked her and asked her to stay forever. This was Chu Yao's first time feeling such a strong sense of belonging. When the flying beast brought them to the floating islands, Chu Yao was intoxicated with the scenery. This was a miracle of life. When they reached the life god tree, Chu Yao didn't wait for Long Chen to say anything. She directly rushed over and knelt on the ground, forming some strange hand seals with her hands in accordance with some ancient ceremony. Warm light descended from the heavens, landing on Chu Yao's body. Mist floated around her, making her look like the divine emissary of the life god. I didn't think the human race would produce a cultivator with such intimate life energy. She formed an instant resonance with the life god tree. The spirit queen appeared beside Long Chen, staring in shock at Chu Yao who was bathed in the divine light. Chu Yao was in a strange state. Her eyes were closed, and she spread her arms, seeming to embrace this entire world. A green light appeared on her forehead. It gradually grew clearer, revealing that it was a soft shoot. The soft shoot germinated, sprouting a tender green leaf. First one, then two, then three. The 3 leaves slowly spread open, glistening. Dense runes covered them, and those runes began to interweave, showing a mystical scene. That scene contained boundless lifeforms evolving. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. This is the life Tao, praised the Spirit Queen, pleasantly surprised. The three leaves revolved, forming a cycle. Life energy bloomed from Chu Yao's forehead. Right now, she was in a strange connection with the life god tree. It was like she was communicating with all life. At some point, Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the others appeared below the life god tree as well. Seeing that familiar figure that they hadn't seen in so many years, Meng Qi and Tang Wan covered their mouths, tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 1438 Sisters Reunite. Eventually, the divine light slowly faded, and Chu Yao reopened her eyes. The mark on her forehead faded as well, however, now a three-petal flower appeared in her eyes. Only once that flower image faded did Chu Yao's eyes focus once more. Seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan she hugged them, her voice lost in her tears. After parting last time, it had been many years. They had all experienced much suffering and misery. Seeing each other now, they had 1,000 things they wanted to say, but were unable to say a single word. Their tears said everything. The three of them were crying, yet they were also laughing. In this cruel and merciless world, a safe reunion was a rare luxury. After a long while, they finally calmed down. They held hands and began to chat, seeming like they had an infinite amount of things to tell each other. Chu Yao's return raised the entire atmosphere of the Dragonblood Legion. If it weren't for the current situation, they would probably have started a huge celebration. There was also no way to eat meat here, as life was sacred to the forest of life. They wouldn't kill any lifeforms just for food. During the past few days, the spirit race warriors had been treating them to fruit and fresh water, and everyone else could only survive on those. However, the spirit world's fruit were priceless treasures in the outside world. They were all exceptionally delicious. However, in the end, they were still fruit, and to the Dragonblood Legion that was accustomed to stuffing their faces with meat, it was getting hard to endure. Of course, they all had rations on them, but they felt like eating meat in the forest of life would be disrespectful. So despite accompanying beautiful women every day, it was getting hard to endure. "Boss, don't you think we should have a celebration today?" Ji Yu Yong rubbed his head awkwardly. Ji Yu Yong was forced to ask this. Everyone else had already expressed their feelings to Ji Yu Yong, and had made him their voice. Just from their expressions, Long Chen knew what they wanted. It really is a day worth celebrating. But we're in a very dense situation right now, and we need to be careful. It's not the right time for a celebration. Hearing this, all the Dragonblood warriors were filled with disappointment. But they didn't dare to complain. So, the situation outside is already progressing. We have to prepare ourselves to defend the forest of life, so everyone can go to the front lines. I've prepared medicinal pills for all of you. Your mental realms have risen greatly, so you increase your cultivation bases rapidly without worry. Long Chen tossed Ji Yu Yong a spatial ring packed with medicinal pills. The Dragonblood warriors' mental realms had far surpassed their cultivation realms now. They could increase their cultivation bases without worry. The Dragonblood warriors were happy to hear that, and immediately rushed off to the front lines. The front lines weren't part of the forest of life, and they could eat meat happily there. Guo Ran was about to leave too when Long Chen grabbed him. "Don't get too excited." Long Chen took out a small bucket of silver liquid. Guo Ran almost cried out when he saw it. Despite Long Chen's warning, he almost started dancing from excitement. "How do you have this much mithril essence? Can you use the mithril essence immediately?" asked Long Chen. After all, Guo Ran's armor and weapons had already been forged. There was no way for him to completely recreate them at this time. A huge battle was on the verge of erupting. Of course, back when I first forged my armor, I left myself a way to upgrade it. I put an expansion rune on every piece so that if I could get mithril, all I would have to do is drip it onto the rune, and it will automatically spread it throughout the item to increase its flexibility, said Guo Ran confidently. Guo Ran might be unreliable in other aspects, but when it came to forging, he was extremely trustworthy. Although the divine flame crystals had been forged into ancestral items, without mithril essence, those ancestral weapons were all crude. They possessed the necessary hardness, but lacked the flexibility. A powerful impact wouldn't be cushioned at all and would lead to the items cracking and breaking apart. Without the right material, it had been impossible to make up for this deficit. So Guo Ran, after considering this problem from every angle, had finally decided on a trick to remedy this. He had inlaid an expansion rune on every ancestral item he had forged. That was a mysterious rune from the ethereal crafting secret record. It could be likened to a person's arteries. It formed a network throughout the item with an opening exposed. Once he dropped some mithril inside it and activated the rune, the item would automatically absorb the mithril, increasing its flexibility. This was a completely secret technique that was unavailable to the rest of the world. Then that's good. I suppose you can store the mithril essence yourself, right? Asked Long Chen. It's no problem. My forging table has its own space for storing material. Guo Ran directly took the mithril essence. Alright, then here's some more. Vat after vat of mithril essence appeared in front of Guo Ran. These huge vats almost made him faint from shock. He was unable to believe his own eyes. He directly took it all away, feeling like he was dreaming. Work hard. The sooner you finish all the armor and weapons, the better. This relates to everyone's lives, so don't be sloppy, said Long Chen. He knew that neither Sha Guangyan nor Peng Wansheng would leave things as they were. Having slapped in the face so many times, they would definitely be coming for retribution. Furthermore, Evilmoon was in his hands. They would be coming to take it back. Things were calm now, but once they launched their attack, it would definitely be a thunderous blow. Most importantly, the Dark Forest's power was absolutely overwhelming. The Forest of Life was fundamentally unable to block them. If he wanted to resolve the Forest of Life's crisis, they would have to rely on themselves. Guo Ran nodded and told him not to worry. He parted with the rest of the Dragonblood Legion. Based on his excited expression, he probably wasn't even interested in eating meat now. In the blink of an eye, the Dragonblood warriors left valiantly, looking like they were marching out to battle. The Spirit Emperor even asked if Long Chen was planning on launching an attack. Long Chen knew that these fellows were simply acting like this so they could eat meat, so he told the Spirit Emperor that it still wasn't time for the battle, but they had to prepare for the battle. When he asked how the Forest of Life's power was developing, the Spirit Emperor told him that the Life God Tree had produced 800,000 Spirit Generals in the past few days. That was equivalent to 800,000 soul transformation experts. But these Spirit Generals were no ordinary soul transformation experts. Their combat power was on the level of rank 6 to rank 7 Celestials, which made it so that they were almost a match for ordinary Life Star experts. At this moment, the Spirit Emperor waved his staff, and divine light shined. A mass of Spirit Race warriors appeared in front of Long Chen. These 800,000 warriors were born as a result of the help of the soil from Long Chen's primal chaos space. They immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Long Chen. There's no need for this. Long Chen hastily waved his hands. He never kowtowed to others, and he didn't want anyone to kowtow to him either. He didn't like etiquette. This is their way of expressing their gratefulness. Without you, they wouldn't exist. Please accept their thanks, said the Spirit Emperor. Long Chen had no way around it, and could only endure as they continued with this etiquette. After kowtowing, the Spirit Emperor ordered them away. Their spirits were only just born, so they can't communicate with you. This was the only way for them to expression themselves, said the Spirit Emperor. Long Chen nodded. This kind of detail wasn't a big deal. At this time, Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan now came back over. It seemed they had finally calmed down. Spirit Emperor, there's something important I need your help with. I have an elder who lost the majority of her longevity, causing her to lose her beauty. Do you have a method to replenish what she lost? Seeing Chu Yao, Long Chen immediately thought of this matter. Chu Yao's heart began to pound anxiously. Is she from the human race? Asked the Spirit Emperor. Yes, her cultivation base is. Long Chen looked at Chu Yao. Her cultivation base is at the Great Circle of Life Star. If it weren't for me, my master might already be attempting to break through the Nether Passage realm, said Chu Yao. This is simple. The human race's life energy is very limited, and making up for it isn't difficult. There's no need to disturb the Life God Tree for this. I can help you myself, said the Spirit Emperor. Her staff began to shine, and a small shoot grew out of its head. The small shoot was shining, and a holy and pure energy gathered in it. Its light felt like it could cleanse a person's soul. 3 drops fell from the soft shoot and into a wooden bottle. The Spirit Emperor handed the bottle to Chu Yao. She could tell that Long Chen was asking this for Chu Yao. A single drop is enough to replenish her longevity. You can keep the other 2 drops, said the Spirit Emperor. Many thanks, Spirit Emperor. Chu Yao carefully received the bottle. Thinking of how her master's lost longevity and beauty could be restored, she was incredibly emotional. Even her hands were trembling. With Chu Yao's problem resolved, Long Chen said, Spirit Emperor, the battle's about to start. How is the Forest of Life's total power compared to the Dark Forest? Can you give me a full summary? Chapter 1439. A great battle approaches. When Long Chen brought up the power difference between both sides, the Spirit Emperor sadly shook her head. Although the Forest of Life now has 800,000 new spirit generals, our true power is still probably less than a tenth of the Dark Forest. Due to the passageway the Dark Forest established in the martial heaven continent, they managed to absorb the air of death and resentment that exists there due to the constant battles. It was the best nourishment for the Dark Forest. The heaven-devouring forest that existed there was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. The heaven-devouring forest simply constantly funneled the martial heaven continent's air of resentment into their channel as feed for the Dark Forest. To put it one way, they were just some workers for them. This is why I didn't want you to participate in this battle when you first arrived. One reason is because I didn't want to implicate you, but the other reason is that this is simply a hopeless battle. The Spirit Emperor sighed helplessly, looking at the huge life god tree sorrowfully. Chu Yao, Meng, Qi, and Tang Wan'er were all startled. They hadn't expected the Spirit Emperor to have such a pessimistic view of their odds. Fortunately the others had all gone, or everyone's morale would probably have received a grievous blow. The life god tells me you are the lucky star that has come to save us. But the power difference is just too great. I really don't know a better way to put it. The Spirit Emperor was unable to understand what humans were thinking. But seeing their expressions, she knew she had said something wrong to them. Spirit Emperor, I just want to know our total power, what our strengths and weaknesses are, and anything else of particular note. Just leave the rest to me, said Long Chen. There was no need for him to think of a better way to phrase this. The Forest of Life's lifeforms didn't care about such things. The Spirit Emperor nodded and began explaining the situation, with the four of them listening attentively. The Forest of Life was not good at fighting. The only ones capable of fighting against enemies were the Spirit Race Warriors and the Spirit Beasts. The huge trees of the Forest of Life were unable to fight. They could not participate in the front lines. They were pure existences of life. Death and resentment were poison to them. This was why Yao Ling, the forest divinity that Long Chen had encountered back then, had to rely on weak villagers to bring her flesh despite being in possession of great power herself. Long Chen wasn't surprised by this at all. He had long since known of the Forest of Life's greatest weakness. But the tree spirits could still help them in battle. They could form a connection with the fighters, sharing their life energy. As long as they were within the spirit world, their life energy could be shared with the Dragonblood warriors. As long as the Dragonblood warriors didn't die instantaneously, all injuries could be rapidly healed. That kind of ability was very heaven-defying in itself. After a general explanation of the Forest of Life's total power, the Spirit Emperor gave Long Chen a green leaf. It merged into his hand, and an image of it appeared on his palm. The Spirit Emperor said that this was a leaf directly connected to the Life God tree. Through it, Long Chen could use his spiritual strength to send orders to the Life God tree, and the Life God tree would transmit its orders to all the Forest of Life's creatures. It was the most effective way of commanding them. Long Chen nodded and comforted the Spirit Emperor, promising that as long as he was here, the Forest of Life would be fine. He left with Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and Tang Wan'er. But they didn't leave the Forest of Life. Instead, they went to the floating islands. One of the floating islands had a waterfall that rained down beautifully under the sunlight. The four of them sat atop a giant tree leaf and soaked in the scenery. The most intoxicated one would have to be Long Chen. After so much effort, he had succeeded in brazenly leaning on all three beauties. At first, the three of them were a bit uneasy like this, and Tang Wan'er pinched Long Chen a few times. But Long Chen succeeded in having all four of them relax eventually. This place is so beautiful. I really wish we could stay here forever, said Tang Wan'er as she tossed a crystalline grape into Long Chen's mouth. Long Chen was lying on Chu Yao's leg, holding Meng Qi's hand, and munching on the grapes Tang Wan'er fed him. This kind of blessing was something he wouldn't trade for anything. Long Chen closed his eyes and enjoyed this blessing, simply grunting his agreement. But the Dark Forest wants to destroy this beauty. They've already destroyed so much, sighed Chu Yao. When she thought about how the Forest of Life was going to be replaced with the Dark Forest, she was infuriated. Don't worry, Long Chen definitely has a plan, or he wouldn't have made such a promise. Right, Long Chen? Meng Qi smiled. said Long Chen vaguely as he continued lying there. Long Chen, do you really have a way to handle the dark forest? Asked Tang Wan once more dropping a grape into his mouth. What kind of plan? Can you tell us? Probed Tang Wan The three women smiled at each other. Long Chen usually liked to keep his battle plans to himself, so hearing that he agreed to tell them, they were happy. Can you tell us already? After waiting a long time, Tang Wan got impatient. Now Long Chen sounded like he was just talking in his sleep. Meng Qi and Tang Wan speechlessly looked at Tang Wan Tang Wan was just about to pinch Long Chen, when she suddenly had a thought. Suppressing her anger, she once more fed Long Chen a crystalline grape. Conveniently, she also snuck in another grape-sized crystalline object in his mouth as well. Chu Yao and Meng Qi stared at her in shock. Tang Wan simply gestured for them to be quiet, an evil smile on her face. The second grape unleashed a loud crunching sound. Long Chen shot up, spitting out what was in his mouth. Fuck, are you trying to kill me? You fed me a spirit stone. Raged Long Chen when he saw the fragments. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan all laughed. Tang Wan heartlessly mocked, Long Chen, your teeth are so strong. You even managed to crush a spirit stone. I admire you. It's not just my tongue that's strong. There's also my tongue. This move is called the Dragon Claw Hand. Long Chen's hand reached out for Tang Wan chest, causing her to cry out. Meng Qi and Chu Yao immediately came to help, and the four of them began to roll around. The four of them chased each other back and forth across the leaf, filling the forest with their laughter. After chasing each other across hundreds of floating islands, they finally calmed down again. Meng Qi seriously said, Long Chen, what are our chances in the upcoming battle? Chu Yao and Tang Wan smiles also vanished, replaced by grave expressions. They were facing the dark forest and the martial heaven continent's experts. Of course they were worried. Do you want the truth? Long Chen sighed. Of course, said Tang Wan Then the truth is that I don't even have a 10% chance of beating the dark forest. What are you saying? Tang Wan cried out. Long Chen smiled mischievously, but although I have no confidence in beating them, I definitely won't lose. What does that mean? Asked Tang Wan Long Chen saying that in the upcoming battle, we'll only be able to preserve the current state of the things. Neither side will come out with much of a victory, said Meng Qi, looking at Long Chen. Correct. The dark forest is too strong. Adding on the corrupt path, ancient races, and the ancient family alliances experts, our power is too low. However, I have my own trump card. As long as we can fight evenly against the martial heaven continent's experts, it'll be a win for us. So right now, I'm just praying that they launch their attack as late as possible. With each passing day, we in the forest of life are growing stronger. The life god tree is giving birth to tens of thousands of spirit generals each day, and the Dragonblood warriors' mental realms have risen by a massive amount thanks to the life god tree's blessing. They can consume medicinal pills to increase their cultivation bases without worry. Guo Ran is also busy increasing the power of their armor and weapons. So the later the battle, the more favorable it will be to us, said Long Chen. Long Chen, we have to work hard. The spirit race is such a kind race. They shouldn't be destroyed from this world, said Chu Yao, with Meng Qi and Tang Wan nodding along. They had all fallen in love with the forest of life. Don't worry, the forest of life once bestowed me its favor. We will repay this favor, even if I have to sacrifice this life of mine. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. I knew you would be able to do this. Considering how evil you are, it's only natural, laughed Tang Wan holding Long Chen's neck intimately. If you got rid of that last sentence, it would be more perfect. Long Chen glared at Tang Wan Meng Qi and Chu Yao laughed at that expression. It felt like as long as Long Chen was present, he would be able to handle any problems. The four of them didn't cultivate. They simply calmly enjoyed the beauty of the forest of life during these days. They enjoyed this rare moment of relaxation. On the fourth day, news came from the front lines. The dark forest was moving out. A mass of experts was slowly approaching the forest of life. Shockingly, the entire dark forest had been mobilized this time. An endless mass of tree demons was coming towards the forest of life. A great battle was approaching. Chapter 1440. They've finally arrived. Black air surged out, turning the sky dark. This air was filled with slaughter and gloom. Is this the premonition of a world-shaking battle? Ji Yu Yong looked at the black clouds. The entire world had turned dim now, and his voice was subdued. This kind of scene naturally felt ominous. The very air smelled of death, and it was oppressive. The Dragonblood Legion had fully gathered now, standing in front of the Forest of Life. This was the final defensive line before the Forest of Life. All the other defensive lines had been abandoned because of Long Chen's orders. This final defensive line was like the gate to the Forest of Life. Once broken, their enemies would be able to swarm in. Despite being in such a large group, this air of death was still hard to bear. What premonition! This is the dark energy released by the Dark Forest. That darkness is a mass of tiny runes that will allow them to unleash their attacks more effectively. That dark energy is like water, while they are the fish. Without the water, their combat power would sharply drop. Have you forgotten that the entire Dark Forest is covered in that kind of air constantly? Ji Yuyong, I'm puzzled, how can someone with a bright head like yours be unable to understand something so simple? Long Chen looked at Ji Yuyong. That bald head that reflected the sun and moonlight was definitely bright. Guo Ran, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others all laughed. The laughter of the Dragonblood warriors made Ji Yuyang's whole face turn red. Boss, you're the one with the brighter head, said Ji Yuyong. No, I rather like my long, flowing hair. In the Dragonblood Legion, you're the one with the brightest head. Just having you is enough, joked Long Chen. Following Long Chen's joking, the pressure everyone felt lessened. They now felt like they had just been scaring themselves. When they had first entered the spirit world and dropped into the Dark Forest, they hadn't felt that the Dark Forest's air was so intense. This is the influence of the Forest of Life. It shrinks your guts. Long Chen solemnly looked at everyone, gravely saying, right now, the difference between the Dragonblood warriors and the Dragonmark warriors has grown negligible. At the very least, your power is about the same, but the Dragonmark warriors are lacking a certain confidence and fearlessness in their souls. That is the only area where you are lacking compared to the Dragonblood warriors. That showed itself during your last tribulation, and now it's showing itself in the face of the Dark Forest. The Dragonblood warriors are still able to stay calm, but I can see the Dragonmark warriors still feel a great deal of pressure. Boss, we'll work harder on tempering our wills, promised a Dragonmark warrior. Long Chen waved his hand, shaking his head. It's not that your will isn't strong enough. The greatest difference is that you were born into too good of a family. The height that you were born into was different. The Dragonblood warriors followed me from the eastern wasteland, encountering countless pitfalls and battles. We slaughtered our way out of those restrictions, forcing our way into our current height. We paid a great deal, but we also gained a great deal. As for the Dragonmark warriors, you've also gone through many battles, all of them fierce and intense. You've long since tempered your wills to a good enough level. It's just that you still don't understand the meaning of battle. Why do we fight? Fighting isn't to kill, it's to protect. Fighting isn't to establish fame, but for your personal convictions. Only once you understand your convictions can you become fearless in the face of death. The reason your fear has appeared today is because of the effect of the Forest of Life. The Forest of Life, what is that supposed to mean? Asked Guo Ran. The others also didn't understand and looked at Long Chen for the answer. Long Chen solemnly said, you've been affected by the Forest of Life's beliefs. They are a group of kind lifeforms, and they feel respect and gratitude toward all life. They don't hold grudges, and they don't feel hatred. When our human race betrayed them, did they complain? Despite being betrayed by the human race, they still accept and trust us. This is their instinctual reaction. They are pure-hearted and good. They love life, they revere life, and they make life their conviction. When you received the Life God Tree's blessing, you were affected by that conviction. You've also started to feel respect for life, and a thirst for life. This kind of conviction is their Tao, but it's not the Dragonblood Legion's Tao. Our Tao is the weapons in our hands. The Forest of Life's creatures are kind, but that kindness can only be given to good people. If given to bad evil, they will take advantage of it and destroy them. For example, the Forest of Life was betrayed by the human race, and now they've fallen into their current straits. Is that fair? Everyone roared. Thinking of the human race's betrayal, they felt furious. They felt this was a disgrace of the entire human race. We don't have to feel guilty. That wasn't done by us, and the Forest of Life has never blamed us for it. But look at the Martial Heaven continent as a whole. How many good people really exist? If you put out your kind heart, what you will get in return is betrayal and the butcher's knife. So you have to have a kind heart, but you can't give it to just anyone. To love life isn't wrong. To be grateful for life isn't wrong. But we have to know to whom we should be grateful. To respect life isn't wrong. To the people who protected us, who bestowed us with our lives, we naturally have to feel gratitude and respect. But other than our parents and those elders, there's no one else worth our gratitude. If we want to protect our family in this bloody, chaotic world, then we have to bare our fangs. In the face of those evil people, we have to wield our butcher's knife without hesitation. The forest of life gave us its favor, and today, even if we have to fight to the last, we have to use our hot blood and lives to prove our conviction and oath. Why do we have to be afraid? Remember, what we cultivate is not the life Tao. We cultivate a killing Tao. Our world is full of disorder, and there's no way for us to discuss things reasonably. When convictions clash, the only thing that can protect us is our own butcher's blade. Long Chen's words resounded through their minds. It was like they were enlightened. Before coming here, they were unrivaled warriors who had dominated whatever battlefield they had fought on. They had long since grown indifferent to death. But after receiving the life god tree's blessing, they had truly been affected by it. The desire to fight had lessened, while their respect for life grew. However, Long Chen's words brought them all back to their initial state. In the martial heaven continent, only the strong could live with dignity. Only the strong could protect those close to them. They had understood that principle before, but after being affected by the life god tree, this principle had grown muddled. Now with Long Chen's reminder, they were ashamed. Remember, there is no one innocent on a battlefield. Anyone who raises their own butcher's blade to you is someone you have to kill. Perhaps those people are innocent and don't know the true story behind the scenes, perhaps they were tricked and are being used, but those aren't reasons. As long as someone dares to raise their blade at us, no matter what reason they have to be killed mercilessly. A person has to pay the price for their own mistakes and foolishness, because their foolishness will only bring us endless pain. Once the battle starts, don't bother with what race they come from. They only have one identity. They are all enemies. Let me repeat it again. As long as there are enemies, they must be killed with our full power. We definitely can't have mercy, understand? Called out Long Chen. Everyone answered together. They knew that Long Chen was planning a real slaughter. Right now, the ancient races, the corrupt path, and the ancient family alliances experts were present. The corrupt path was the mortal enemy of the righteous path, so there was no need to worry about the Dragonblood warriors being merciful to them. However, they might have some misgivings when it came to the ancient races and the ancient family alliance. After all, the relationship between them hadn't reached the point of, either you die or I die. This made them a bit different from the corrupt path. If the Dragonblood Legion truly slaughtered them, those two powers would definitely become the enemies of the Xuantian Dao sect. There was no way the Xuantian Dao sect would be able to endure the attacks of those two powers. Long Chen was warning everyone because he was worried about those misgivings. On the battlefield, the people you faced were enemies. And enemies had to be killed without hesitation. Now, he was telling them that if they were unable to harden their hearts and kill their enemies, then the kind spirit race warriors behind them would be slaughtered. The spirit race warriors were powerful, but they did not walk the path of slaughter. Their killing power was limited. That was why Long Chen didn't place very high hopes on them. He placed the greatest burden on the Dragonblood Legion. They were warriors that had followed him for many years. With his reminder, they all returned to their battle state. The sky grew darker and darker. The world felt like it was turning completely black. But that brutal aura was no longer able to affect them. Boss Ji Yuyan, please light up your head to show us our path in the darkness. Joked a Dragonblood warrior. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors were all good brothers, and they all joked around with each other. It was very lively, and they didn't treat each other as superiors and inferiors. Long Chen was called boss, and now the other captains were called boss as well. However, they always added their name as well to differentiate them. For example, Boss Ji Yuyong, Boss Guo Ran. Only captain class members were qualified to be called boss. That included Ji Yuyong, Guo Ran, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Powerful auras began to rise in the distance, slowly approaching. They've finally come. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, staring into the distance. Chapter 1441. Two armies face each other. Long Chen stood at the front, facing the distance. A pitch-black wave was slowly coming over. This black wave seemed to be slowly devouring the world. It was a boundless sea of darkness. This black sea was composed of the dark forest's tree demons. Hundreds of millions were approaching, and their berserk and vast auras were starting to rage through the air. Although the tree demons were still extremely far away, their killing intent had already reached the Dragonblood Legion. If it was before, then such an impact would multiply the pressure they were feeling. Even experts that had gone through 100 battles would have their hearts crumble. Due to Long Chen's speech before this, and their new comprehension of what the point of the battle was, none of the Dragonblood warriors were afraid. Not only that, but there was also that figure standing at the front of all of them. Although he wasn't huge, that figure gave them a boundless drive. He was their undefeatable god. As long as he was present, no matter how pessimistic the situation was, he would be able to lead them to victory. This was their unswerving belief. Long Chen stood at the front, his long hair and black robes billowing back. His staunch face was still completely calm, and his starry eyes possessed a reserved light. No one could tell what he was thinking. Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and Tang Waner had unconsciously held hands, staring at him with a soft and adoring expression. Everyone worshipped heroes, and when that hero was also their beloved, they felt an indescribable feeling of grandness. Normally, Long Chen liked to laugh and joke around without any propriety. But at important times, no one was more dependable than him. Even as the wave of darkness got closer, no one felt the slightest fear. The only thing welling up within them was battle intent. To fight alongside Long Chen was a supreme glory. This was the special charisma that Long Chen possessed. The darkness got closer, and the atmosphere began to become taut like a bow being drawn. The air grew heavier. Now that they were closer, the Dragonblood Legion could see experts from the human race at the front of the army of tree demons. What shocked Long Chen was that there were hundreds of thousands of human experts, and the corrupt path occupied the majority of that number. Behind the human experts was the army of tree demons. They were all giants, and their crowns covered the sky. From within the forest of tree demons came the roars of magical beasts. It was even possible to see some of their huge bodies between the tree demons. Long Chen, I didn't expect you to really have some guts. But your current actions are nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a carriage. You don't seem to know just how weak you are. A disdainful voice came from within the dark army. The voice wasn't particularly loud, and yet it rumbled through heaven and earth. It was like the world was resonating with his words, and that made the Dragonblood warriors' hearts shake. They had never seen such a terrifying figure before. When that person spoke, they felt the energy of the world grow distant toward them. The speaker stood in the air, his eyes like golden lanterns, a pair of wings on his back. The world shook around him. He was the ancient race's Empyrean, Peng Wansheng. When he spotted Long Chen, killing intent blazed in his eyes. Even 3 slaps didn't fix your habit of shooting off your mouth. I must regretfully tell you that there's simply no cure for your illness. Chewing a stalk of grass, Long Chen spoke as if he felt sorry for Peng Wansheng's incurable disease. The Dragonblood warriors' jaws dropped as low as possible, their eyes almost popping out. Although they didn't know who Peng Wansheng was, just the fact that several rank 9 celestials were standing deferentially behind him showed what kind of figure he was. Furthermore, they all felt a great heavenly Tao suppression from him. It felt like the heavenly Taos no longer cared about them, and all their energy was surging toward him. This was their first time seeing such a terrifying figure, but Long Chen said that he had slapped him 3 times. Long Chen, if I don't tear you to pieces today, I'll change my surname to yours. Roared Peng Wansheng. No matter how I try, there's no way I could give birth to a birdman like you. Find someone else to be your father. Long Chen shook his head. Bastard. Peng Wansheng fully extended his wings, and golden runes revolved around him. All the heavenly Tao energy in the air raged. He was about to attack. Brother Peng, wait a moment. Don't be in such a rush. When eating and drinking, you have to do it slowly in order to savor it. The appetizers haven't even come, but you're rushing into the feast. That's boring. Sha Guangyan held Peng Wansheng back. Long Chen nodded at Sha Guangyan. Good, a slap in the face had a clear effect on your illness. You no longer start bragging as soon as you open your mouth. There's hope for you. Sha Guangyan's expression sank just like Peng Wansheng's had. His previous calm expression instantly became twisted with fury. Now not only were the Dragonblood warriors shocked, even the people from the ancient races, the corrupt path, and the ancient family alliance were stunned. Such terrifying figures had both been slapped by Long Chen. Had they gone insane? Or was it the world that had gone insane? Only the people who had been there knew what had happened in the ancient battlefield. They naturally had to keep that secret, so no one knew about the face slapping. Unfortunately for them, Long Chen immediately brought it up here. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. Just what kind of monster was capable of consecutively slapping the face of Empyreans? Boss is too low-key. He didn't even tell us such a thing, sighed Guo Ran. If it was him, he'd have announced the matter to the whole world. The Dragonblood warriors stared at Long Chen's back, filled with worship. No matter what level of genius he was facing, they would still have to be slapped by their boss. He was unrivaled. Long Chen, let me tell you your smartest move. Hand over Evilmoon, and we'll immediately leave without making things hard on you. Otherwise, not only will all of you die, but the Forest of Life will also be destroyed, and once you're all dead, we'll slaughter every last member of your family. Can you still act so tough now? Sha Guangyan glared at Long Chen, not bothering to hide his killing intent. Bullshit, do you dare to touch a single hair of our families? Raged Guo Ran. This person was too arrogant. Not only did he say he would kill them all, but he even said he would kill their families. That was too much. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm just trying to scare you? You're mistaken. Once we leave the spirit world, we can annihilate all of your families, and not even the martial heaven continent would dare to say anything, laughed Sha Guangyan. Seeing their fury, he continued, do you still not know? The spirit world's Forest of Life is viewed as an enemy of the martial heaven continent. Back then, they betrayed the human race. When the Dark Era descended and the martial heaven continent was in danger of being destroyed, they chose to stand to the side and just watch, causing the martial heaven continent to descend into a dark era lasting tens of thousands of years. Countless human experts fell, and even the sovereign of that era died because of them. They are our enemies, and by standing with them, you become enemies with the entire martial heaven continent. Since you are the enemies, who would dare to say a thing about killing your families? What slander! It was the human race that betrayed the Forest of Life. You, raged a Dragonblood warrior. Idiot, have you not opened a history book? Plenty of historical records clearly state that the Forest of Life is a bunch of lying, backstabbing traitors. They caused the martial heaven continent to fall into that long-lasting dark era and caused almost all life on the continent to die. It's all because of them, snorted Sha Guangyan. The Dragonblood warriors were infuriated and just about to burst into curses when Long Chen waved his hand. He indifferently said, history is written by the winners, or can be changed according to the requirements of the strong. The true history has long since been lost in the river of time. Arguing about it doesn't have any meaning. I told you all that the current world is one of chaos and disorder. When there's no way to talk reasonably about things, when your convictions clash, the only thing you can do is kill. Sha Guangyan, I won't waste time arguing with you. If you want to play mental warfare, I'd advise you not to embarrass yourself with your little smarts. I owe the Forest of Life my life, and as long as I live, you won't be able to step half a foot into the Forest of Life. Furthermore, there's one thing I should say. I have a certain principle. Those who step onto a battlefield and raise their blades toward me are viewed as my enemies, and the people I recognize as enemies all die. Since we come from the same race, I'll say some awkward words, especially to the ancient family alliances people. I'll give you one last chance to retreat from this battlefield, and then you'll still have a chance to keep living. But if you choose to fight, don't blame me when I cut off your heads. Ha ha ha, how arrogant. Do you think we're children? You're the one who's going to die, yet you still dare to say such big words. How childish, sneered a person from the ancient family alliance. However, the Dragonblood Legion's people looked at them with pitiable expressions. This one sentence had sealed their fate. The void suddenly exploded, and a huge illusory image covered the sky. Chapter 1442 Black Soil Exterminates Tree Demons. It was an image of a huge tree whose branches were like dragons spreading high into the sky. When the surrounding experts looked up, stars seemed to hang amongst its branches. Those were its fruit. This huge tree was completely black, and tiny scales were covering its body. Its leaves were in the shape of sharp blades. Black chi exuded from it. When it first appeared, the Dragonblood warriors almost thought it was the Life God tree. The Life God tree was the only other tree that they had ever seen that was this giant. Its huge branches completely covered the sky, and a berserk energy made their hearts shake. The fluctuations coming from this giant tree were horrifying. It was like it could annihilate everyone on this battlefield with just a thought. Most shocking of all was that this giant tree was nothing more than a projection. It wasn't its true body, and yet it still possessed such pressure. Life Master, I'll give you a chance. As long as you choose not to participate in this battle of the human race, my dark forest will not attack the forest of life. A black figure condensed in front of the tree. That figure seemed to be made out of mist and it was impossible to see its face, but the voice came from it. The sky once more shook, and a divine light began to force back the black tree. Another giant tree appeared in the sky, dispelling the darkness. Life energy began to flow through the air. The pressure on the Dragonblood warriors vanished. The Life God Tree. The Dragonblood warriors were delighted. As long as the Life God Tree could block that tree's pressure, they could still fight to their fullest abilities. Although it was also just a projection, their power seemed to be equal. That gave the Dragonblood warriors confidence. You recovered. Impossible. The black projection's voice was full of shock. A figure also slowly condensed in front of the Life God Tree. It was the Spirit Emperor. You don't need to try discussing any conditions. The Forest of Life will fight to the death alongside Long Chen. HMPH, so your life energy recovered. But if you think you can block my army, you're too arrogant. Since that's the case, today we'll annihilate your Forest of Life. Starting today, the Dark Forest alone will govern the spirit world. The black projection snorted. The giant tree exploded, and black rain fell amongst the sea of tree demons. The tree demons began to crazily grow. All their auras grew and became more berserk. Countless tree demons began to charge over at the Dragonblood Legion. Their bodies were so huge that humans looked like ants in front of them. The ancient race, corrupt path, and ancient family alliances experts stood in their original locations. They eagerly anticipated Long Chen and the others' upcoming miserable plight. Boss, now what? We're not woodcutters, cried out Guo Ran. He had never experienced a fight against tree demons, so he didn't know how to fight them. These tree demons are nothing to me. Watch me exterminate them with a wave of my hand. Long Chen laughed and began to rise through the air. When Long Chen spread his arms, soil suddenly appeared all around him. Idiot, you want to use earth energy to handle tree demons? Is there anyone more stupid than you? Sneered Peng Wansheng. Sha Guangyun was also startled that Long Chen would be summoning earth to handle tree demons. Wasn't it simply obvious that earth birthed wood? It was like he was trying to drown a fish with water. Endless wind waves. Tang Wan who had long since been prepared, directly summoned her 9-flower manifestation. A hurricane was summoned, and waves of wind came from it, dispersing Long Chen's black soil toward the tree demon army. What? This soil is toxic. My body, it's withering. The sky full of black soil surged forward. The human experts didn't sense anything from it, but the tree demons let out horrified cries. When a single speck of the black soil touched their bodies, their life energy would rapidly vanish, and their bodies would wither. The first tree demon withered in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Then its withered body disintegrated until it was just a speck of dust. The tree demons cried out panically and ran for their lives. But it was too late. Under Tang Wan powerful wind, the black soil covered the sky. The dark forest's tree demons were easily caught. This was the black soil from Long Chen's primal chaos space which devoured all life. It was toxic to vegetation. No matter how strong the tree demon was, they would completely wither in just a few breaths' time. The tree demons fell one by one, turning into specks of dust. This scene stunned everyone. These tree demons were comparable to Life Star experts. But they were instantly killed. Life Master, stop, we can still discuss this matter. The Dark Forest's expert suddenly roared. Sorry, my Forest of Life is listening to Long Chen's orders. Asking me is useless, said the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor was also shocked. She had never heard of such a powerful soil of death in this world. It caused her to also feel fear. No wonder Long Chen had been so confident before this battle. This black soil was absolutely dreadful. To the Forest of Life's creatures, this soil was even more deadly. Fortunately, it was flying toward the Dark Forest. If it flew backward instead, the Forest of Life would be doomed. Now she also knew why Long Chen hadn't let them approach the battlefield and were told to just hold their position. Fuck, what are you still standing around for? Kill that bastard, roared the Dark Forest's expert. Roaring rang out and the ground trembled as countless magical beasts charged over at Long Chen. These magical beasts were all huge and powerful, and the majority of them were 11th rank magical beasts. This mass of magical beasts was also terrifying. Long Chen waved his hand, and a mountain of the black soil appeared. Long Chen had no time to release it bit by bit for Tang Wan, so he just dropped a mountain of it off for Tang Wan to spread. They had to annihilate as many tree demons as they could right now to frighten them from ever coming back. Tang Wan summoned a huge sphere of wind blades. It smashed into the black mountain, and the black soil shot out. Because there were so many tree demons, and they covered such a huge area, it was impossible for them to fully retreat in time. Their giant bodies were easy targets. Even as they fled, Tang Wan sent her wind blades after them, using the black soil to touch their bodies. Just the slightest bit represented death for them. Magical beasts of the dark forest, hurry up and come. Your daddy Guo Ran's latest invention has long since gotten thirsty of blood. Guo Ran had already flown into the air. The huge cannon on his shoulder pointed at the army of magical beasts. A huge cannonball shot out. It was only a foot long when it came out, but it rapidly grew. When it landed amongst the magical beasts, it had already grown to 300 meters. It was a giant bomb. Guo Ran had placed spatial runes on it to shrink the cannonball. That way, he didn't need a giant cannon. Boom! It was like a beautiful firework had gone off in the army of magical beasts. Fiery red blades flew out in every direction. Those blades were inscribed with golden runes, and with the power of the explosion behind them, not even 11th rank magical beasts were able to block them. Even with their tough hide, the flying blades cut through their flesh. If they didn't strike bone, they would continue all the way through their bodies. There were too many blades, and the targets were too concentrated. Many magical beasts had their heads pierced and their crystal cores shattered. They were slain just like that. Come, come, your daddy Guo is still hungry. Guo Ran's mighty attack shook everyone. Even Long Chen was experiencing the power of Guo Ran's latest invention for the first time. It seemed that this fellow was finally learning about how to be low-key, at least in order to show off with greater effect. This one attack was absolutely stunning. At the very least, even Long Chen was stunned by it. Most shocking of all, Guo Ran shot out 6 cannonballs in total, aiming them at the most concentrated locations of the magical beasts. They were slain in massive numbers. Boss Guo Ran is mighty. The Dragonblood warriors cheered. This opening from Guo Ran was beautiful. Someone, go kill him, ordered Sha Guangyan with a dark expression. He turned to a rank 9 celestial beside him. The rank 9 celestial nodded and vanished. At this time, Guo Ran was freely shooting more bombs, relishing in the feeling of having all eyes on him. Long Chen's mouth curled into a smile upon seeing Guo Ran show off. Guo Ran's greatest goal in life was to show off in front of others. He was walking further and further along this unending path. When the rank 9 celestial vanished, Long Chen frowned and slowly raised a finger. But after a moment of hesitation, he lowered his hand again. A figure appeared behind Guo Ran like a ghost, slashing at Guo Ran's neck. Chapter 1443 Sharpness Blossoms. That figure appeared so suddenly that no one could react. His sword was already slashing at Guo Ran's neck. It was coming from a dead angle, and even if Guo Ran wasn't busy shooting out cannonballs with his large and clumsy cannon, he wouldn't be able to dodge. The Dragonblood warriors let out startled cries, but that person was so fast, there was nothing they could do. The sword landed right on Guo Ran's neck, but the devastating sight of his head flying didn't appear. Instead, sparks flew, and people realized that Guo Ran's neck had suddenly become covered in golden armor. Guo Ran's neck was fine, while that person's sword bounced off. Idiot, did you think you could sneak attack your daddy? It seems you've never died before. Guo Ran laughed. Without even turning back, the cannon on his shoulder suddenly opened on the other side, and a golden flower blossomed. A red light shot out of the center of the flower at his sneak attacker. The sneak attacker hadn't summoned his manifestation in order to sneak up on Guo Ran. To be fair, no one had thought Guo Ran's cannon would be able to fire backward as well. A shameless design like this was probably something only Guo Ran could think of. The cannon's power was immense, but if a sudden sneak attack was launched from behind him, it would be hard for Guo Ran to face his attacker. So he had come up with this sinister trick. The sneak attacker's hair stood on end when that red light appeared. He hastily brandished his sword, about to summon his manifestation. However, just as he was about to summon his manifestation, his whole body trembled, and an expression of absolute terror appeared on his face. He stiffened. The red light pierced through his body, and he blew up like a watermelon, filling the air with his blood. He killed a rank 9 celestial in one blow. The ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliances experts were all stunned. That was a rank 9 celestial. He had been killed in one blow. Seeing Guo Ran actually kill a rank 9 celestial in one blow, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit angry inside. His power was clearly enough to suppress rank 9 celestials, but killing them was always extremely difficult. The slightest carelessness and they would get away. As for Guo Ran's little trick, he had been secretly helped by Meng Qi. That rank 9 celestial had been killed before understanding what was going on. It had been too simple. Ha ha ha, a pitiful rank 9 celestial dares to embarrass himself in front of me. Your daddy Guo Ran swept through this world, looking down on heaven and earth. You little pieces of crap are only fit to crawl before me. Guo Ran laughed excitedly, feeling incredibly satisfied. Long Chen glanced at Meng Qi and saw her smiling. She didn't say anything, and no one else was capable of sensing what she had done. He knew that Meng Qi was an extremely powerful existence now. After he had given the 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast skeleton to her, she had told him that she would give him a nice surprise. Now he saw Meng Qi silently assist Guo Ran, without forming a hand seal or even moving, to kill a rank 9 celestial. It could be seen how terrifying Meng Qi was now. The 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast skeleton was clearly extremely beneficial to her. However, Guo Ran's follow-up bragging was a bit embarrassing. His skin was too thick. Although it was true that he had killed a rank 9 celestial in one blow, if it hadn't been for Meng Qi's secret assistance, it was an unknown whether or not he could have even injured that dead celestial. Only Guo Ran, Meng Qi, and Long Chen knew about that. The others had no idea, and they all stared in shock at Guo Ran. Using my cannon to kill you weaklings would be bullying. Today, I'll let you see what a true unrivaled hero is. I won't even use my cannon, and I'll still kill you like slaughtering chickens. Cackled Guo Ran as he put away his cannon. Long Chen naturally knew that this was an act. Having used up his cannonballs, Guo Ran still didn't forget to brag. But the opposition was still stunned by him and was unable to determine if his words were true or not. Black specks of soil had covered this world. Under Tang Wan'er's efforts, it was unknown just how many tree demons had been slain, transforming into specks of dust. It was even more effective than I expected. Long Chen was delighted inside. The primal chaos space's black soil was too mysterious. This could count as divine power. It was impossible to calculate how many tree demons had fallen to the black soil just now. But he guessed that at least half of the tree demons were now specks of dust on the battlefield. Spirit Emperor, have your people fall back further so they don't touch the black soil. That thing doesn't differentiate between friend or foe. Long Chen transmitted his orders to the Spirit Emperor. He didn't need to actually speak to the Spirit Emperor. He could simply use the green leaf image on his hand to transmit his thoughts throughout the Forest of Life. From the start, he had chosen a spot very far from the Forest of Life to fight. But the black soil was even more terrifying than he had imagined, so to be safe, he had them retreat even further. At this moment, the sea of beasts crashed upon them. Guo Ran had killed many of them, but there were just too many of the beasts. The amount Guo Ran had killed was nothing compared to this army of magical beasts. Brothers, raise your weapons. Kill all the threats in front of you. Don't let them touch the Forest of Life. This is a battle to protect, and even if we have to die, we won't retreat half a step. Kill, shouted Long Chen, floating above the battlefield. The Dragonblood warriors roared, their voices growing louder wave by wave until they drowned out the magical beasts. Over 13,000 warriors took out their weapons and summoned their heavenly Tao manifestations. They charged at the army of magical beasts. Guo Ran was the first to fly toward them. He charged at a golden bull as large as a mountain and covered in scales. It was exceptionally fierce, but Guo Ran simply pointed a finger, and a golden light flew out. A hole appeared in the golden bull's head, and it tumbled back into the distance before lying motionless, dead. Brothers, kill with me. Dragonblood Legion, use the blood of these brutes to testify to our undefeatable oath. Standing atop the golden bull's corpse, Guo Ran raised his hand and roared. In all honesty, he truly did have the air of an undefeatable leader at this time. The Dragonblood warriors charged, filling the air with the blood of magical beasts. The scent of blood reeked strongly, but it stimulated the Dragonblood warriors' killing intent. Rays of light flashed. The Dragonblood warriors emitted cold rays of sword chi that cut through the tough hides of the magical beasts. Even the 11th rank magical beasts were no exception. Runes flowed around the Dragonblood warriors' swords. Their sword chi was thin and long, cutting through the bodies of the magical beasts like cutting through tofu. Their bodies were easily cut into pieces. How can they have such terrifying weapons? Seeing this, the ancient race, corrupt path, and ancient family alliances experts were stunned. That power has surpassed the limit of king items. Although their auras aren't on the level of ancestral items, their killing power is almost on that level. Most importantly, their swords are practically identical. Could it be they made them themselves? Startled cries rang out as they watched the Dragonblood warriors charge through the sea of magical beasts. The experts with the most experience could easily see the details of the Dragonblood warriors' weapons. Although they didn't have the might of ancestral items, their material was definitely on that level. The runes carved into them were extremely profound and allowed them to unleash sword chi of an exceptionally sharp nature. Even 11th rank magical beasts found their defenses turned to mud in front of their attacks. Should we attack? We can kill them and take their weapons, proposed someone greedily. Over 13,000 warriors with such divine weapons. That was naturally enticing. Those weapons were all forged by Guo Ran. They were his blood, sweat, and tears. The runes carved on them came from the ethereal crafting secret record. He had added a rune he had recently comprehended which imbued them with a sharp nature. The material was of the ancestral item level, while the runes were amazing as well. The only reason they didn't possess the might of ancestral items was because they didn't have item spirits. So, although they couldn't count as ancestral items, they made these people greedy. There's no need. The tree demons are restricted by that strange soil and can't participate in the battle. But don't look down on the dark forest. The magical beasts alone are enough to wipe them out. The magical beasts we see here are nothing more than a small portion of all the magical beasts in the dark forest. It's just that the dark forest didn't expect to encounter the black soil. Now that the tree demons have retreated, they'll be sending out more and more magical beasts. That's enough to crush them. There's no need for us to participate. When they're exhausted, we'll give them the fatal blow. Sha Guangyan had a cold smile as he watched the Dragonblood warriors fight. When they looked at Long Chen floating in the air, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng both had sinister smiles on their faces. Chapter 1444 Expediting the Growth of the World Trees. The Dragonblood warriors' swords danced. Over 13,000 of them had formed a giant human wall that blocked the charge of the magical beasts. Guo Ran was at the very front, wearing his golden armor that shone brightly and drew everyone's attention. He was a metal machine, wielding a special saber in his hand that killed a magical beast with each attack. Even 11th rank magical beasts weren't able to endure his power. Guo Ran wasn't strong himself, but through his armor, his power multiplied hundreds of times. Even Long Chen had become envious of that. He had asked about making such armor for himself, but the control mechanism for Guo Ran's armor was too complicated. As soon as he saw the principles involved, he gave up on that idea. It wasn't just Long Chen. In the Dragonblood Legion, there were quite a few people who asked for some simple mechanisms from Guo Ran, but they all abandoned the idea in the end. Even just a mechanism to increase the power of their arms was difficult to control. On a battlefield, there was no way for them to fight freely with such a thing. If one arm was too difficult to control, then there was even less to say about a full set of armor. That would be even more difficult than ascending the heavens. Guo Ran hadn't wanted to keep his armor to himself. In fact, he hoped to create similar armor for the entire Dragonblood Legion. Then they could dominate these lands. Unfortunately, not everyone had his kind of unique talent. They were unable to manipulate the subtle mechanisms effortlessly like he was. This dream was shattered. With a slash of Guo Ran's saber, a black striped tiger was cut in two, and a long scar was cut in the ground. Guo Ran raised his head and roared, except it sounded a bit more like a wolf howl. Come, your daddy. Guo Ran's blade is still thirsty. His voice was amplified by his armor and contained a metallic ringing to it. It was exceptionally bold, and adding on his terrifying combat power, it caused his enemies' hearts to shake. The current Guo Ran looked like a merciless slaughter machine. He was constantly reaping the lives of these magical beasts. A giant snake opened its mouth, and shot a violet ray at Guo Ran. A huge explosion rocked the world when it struck Guo Ran, but when the dust settled, Guo Ran was fine. He simply slashed his blade once more, killing another 11th rank magical beast. Who is that? How is he so terrifying? Cried out someone from the ancient races. They were aware that Long Chen's combat power was terrifying, but they hadn't heard of other figures on this level as well. In front of Guo Ran, those powerful magical beasts were all cut down, their blood dyeing the ground scarlet. HMPH, he just relies on his armor. Without his armor, he'd be a snail without a shell, and anyone could easily crush him, said someone irritably. Each time Guo Ran attacked, the runes on his armor would light up. Based on that, it wasn't difficult to determine that Guo Ran's power depended on his armor. But more shocking was that it wasn't just Guo Ran. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan were also incredibly powerful. The magical beasts were also killed in one blow by them. They're just relying on the sharpness of their weapons. They can't last long like this. They'll still definitely die, sneered someone. They were standing in the distant sky and could see the entire battlefield clearly. In truth, the dark forest had only brought out half their tree demons and less than a tenth of their magical beasts. The dark forest didn't even view the forest of life as an opponent. They were just prey and a bargaining chip for their cooperation with the martial heaven continent. Their only goal had been to force the forest of life to hand over Long Chen. They didn't want to destroy the forest of life. If that happened, their bargaining chip would vanish. They wouldn't do something so stupid as to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. So their main goal had just been intimidation this time. And to intimidate them, they didn't even need to bring out all their troops. However, they hadn't expected their powerful tree demons to run into their bane. Over half the army they had brought had been killed. They could only send out their magical beast army. To prove their worth to the powers of the martial heaven continent that they were trying to work with, the dark forest would definitely send their other magical beasts over. It was because Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng had long since seen through that they were just watching for now. Long Chen, this isn't favorable to us. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun are our greatest threats, said Chu Yao, who stood beside Long Chen. Clearly, Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun were ordering their side to just watch and wait for when the Dragonblood Legion was exhausted to launch a fatal blow. Having such a threat just standing by was worrisome. I know, but it's fine. All schemes are useless in front of absolute power. Long Chen smiled calmly and slowly raised his hand. Runes began to fall from his hand, transforming into runic chains that fell to the battlefield. All the experts watching had their hearts shake when they saw Long Chen make a move. They all looked toward him. They're done for already. How boring, sneered Peng Wansheng. For Long Chen to make a move meant the Dragonblood Legion had to already be having trouble. But right now, it was still just the start. As the leader of the Dragonblood Legion, he was supposed to lead his troops. To have to join the fight so early, it only proved their defeat was set in stone. Originally, Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun had been expecting Long Chen to only take action when the Dragonblood Legion was getting tired. That would be their best time to attack as well. They would then teach him what despair was. Suddenly, people realized that Long Chen wasn't taking action against the magical beasts. Instead, his runic chains fell toward the magical beast corpses on the ground. Wherever the runic chains went, those huge corpses vanished. Clearly, they were taken away by Long Chen. What an idiot. Even with death at hand, he's greedy for their crystal cores, sneered Peng Wansheng. Hundreds of runic chains flew from Long Chen's body, spreading out and gathering the corpses throughout the battlefield. Long Chen, you, probed Tang Wan. Why would he be cleaning up the battlefield at this time? You shouldn't waste a single piece of grain. In a bit, things will become too chaotic to take them. Long Chen smiled and didn't explain much. Right now, he urgently needed the flesh of magical beasts. If he didn't quickly gather the corpses, then the battle would cause their bodies to explode and become more difficult to gather. So this was actually the best time. His runic chains were like his own hands. Whatever he touched could be drawn into the primal chaos space. Those corpses were all tossed into the black soil in the primal chaos space. This was his first time since advancing to the Jade Core realm to go all out absorbing magical beast corpses. The black soil was like a sea, and the magical beast corpses slowly sank within it. Life energy began to fill the primal chaos space. The world trees were growing extremely slowly. Even now, they were only 30 meters tall. They were still in the form of soft shoots. They couldn't even count as saplings. However, as piles of magical beast corpses landed on the black soil, life energy spread throughout the primal chaos space, and the world trees finally began to grow at a visible rate. They quickly reached a height of 300 meters. For normal large trees, this was already a fully grown state. Yet, the world trees were still in the form of soft shoots. Their bodies were still not fully opaque. However, now a third leaf finally sprouted. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. These world trees were truly shocking. They required a huge amount of life energy to grow. Finally, when they reached a height of 1,000 meters, the first branches began to grow out of them, and they took on the form of saplings. That delighted Long Chen. He was waiting just for this moment. He began carefully snapping off those branches and planting them as well. The primal chaos space didn't disappoint him. Those branches also began to take root and grow as the life energy nourished them. Yes, primal chaos bead, you are really amazing. Long Chen gathered corpses as he planted more branches. This time, he left many miles between each world tree. By the time the world trees were fully grown, they would be hundreds of miles tall, and being too concentrated would affect their growth. Long Chen was hard at work. The first batch of the world trees was already at 1,500 meters, and more branches were growing. He was crazily transplanting them. Fortunately, everything in the primal chaos space was controlled by his spiritual strength. His spiritual strength was spread throughout it, and he was constantly snapping off branches to plant them. In just a short couple hours, the primal chaos space was filled with the world trees. However, these world trees were all in different stages of growth. There were clear differences between the first ones and the later ones. Furthermore, as he planted more, their growth slowed down as well. The first batch of world trees that had reached 1,800 meters were no longer growing at a visible rate. However, the shocking thing was that just that batch of world trees had as much life energy as thousands of fully matured iron spruce oaks. It had to be known that these world trees were still in a very young state. They were only slightly larger saplings, but they possessed this much life energy. This was a nice surprise for Long Chen. Just as he was relishing in this happiness, rumbling rang out. A black mass of figures filled the distant sky. Chapter 1445. Trying to take advantage. The sky in the distance turned black as giant flying figures began rushing over. Those are spotted ghost mosquitoes. Hee hee, now the Dragonblood Legion's doomed, laughed a corrupt expert. The black wave in the sky was a mass of black mosquitoes with white spots. Their individual bodies were 30 meters long. There was no way to estimate their numbers as they filled the entire sky. The spotted ghost mosquitoes were an extremely fierce kind of magical beasts. Their mouthparts were exceptionally sharp and could easily pierce the defenses of other magical beasts. Even armored magical beasts were no exception. Worst of all was the poison on their mouthparts. If struck, a person would be instantly paralyzed. Then the spotted ghost mosquitoes would suck out every last drop of their blood. In the dark forest, they were masters of their own region. They had been developing for many years, and their numbers were horrific. Other magical beasts didn't dare to provoke them. A buzzing filled the air as they flew toward the Dragonblood Legion. But as they pounced, wooden arrows glowing with emerald light shot through their midst. The spirit race warriors were finally attacking. These were Long Chen's orders. Down below, the Dragonblood warriors were already having trouble facing the magical beasts. After all, their bodies were too huge, and the Dragonblood warriors were forced to run back and forth to protect their defensive line. That was why they needed the spirit race warriors to protect the air above them. After all, they were long-range attackers. Millions of spirit race warriors were launching wooden arrows. The rain of arrows caused the spotted ghost mosquitoes to fall from the sky. Although they had terrifying offensive power, and their numbers were also horrifying, their fatal weakness was their low defensive strength. The spirit race warriors could bring down a dozen of them with one arrow. They were quickly shot down. Although they were magical beasts, they were still of insect types, and they didn't have crystal cores. One of them fell right beside Guo Ran. Its long mouthpiece easily stabbed through a tough stone like it was tofu. Damn, it's this powerful. Guo Ran smacked his lips. Their mouthpieces were even sharper than the average king item. Meng Qi, you should take the mouthparts and brand them with your spiritual C. These are powerful killing tools, Long Chen secretly transmitted to Meng Qi. Meng Qi nodded. Her spiritual strength spread stealthily into the ground, and their mouthpieces were silently brought into her spiritual space. Each mouthpart was several meters long, incredibly sharp, and contained powerful poison. Just as Long Chen said, they were powerful killing tools. Best of all, the battlefield was completely chaotic. All Meng Qi had to do was silently spread her spiritual strength, and no one would sense it. The spirit race warriors were continuously shooting. Their movements were very practiced and beautiful, and they could shoot out several arrows in the blink of an eye. Each time they shot an arrow, a small mark would light up on their foreheads. Their wooden arrows were filled with a strange energy. Even though they were wooden arrows, they were even stronger than steel arrows. That should be a kind of faith energy. They give their everything to the life god tree, and the life god tree gives its own energy to them. Long Chen felt a bit envious as he watched them. A healthy faith could give a person great power. They would be able to fight fearlessly and without worry of a heart devil. The spirit race warriors were the most beautiful lifeforms. They were kind, pure, and refined. The Dragonblood warriors hadn't been with them for long, but they had already fallen in love with the forest of life and all its lifeforms. Even without Long Chen's orders, they would be willing to protect them. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. In truth, the forest of life's creatures had also become a kind of conviction for the Dragonblood warriors. Protecting the forest of life was protecting the pure and kind side of their hearts. If the forest of life was really exterminated in front of them, if the beautiful spirit race warriors were mercilessly slaughtered, they would go crazy. That was something they refused to see happen. Now the Dragonblood warriors were working together with the spirit race warriors. The spirit race warriors were in charge of the air, while the Dragonblood warriors were in charge of the ground. Both in charge of their individual areas, they managed to hold back the Dark Forest's army of magical beasts. How are they so strong? Raged an ancient race expert. 6 hours had passed, and the Dragonblood warriors didn't show any sign of fatigue. Instead, their auras were still blazing with power as they fought. The battlefield was still the same. The mountain of corpses that should have piled up had been cleanly taken away by Long Chen. The only change was that now the ground was running with rivers of blood. What is Long Chen doing? Why is he cleaning up the battlefield? None of the experts on the other side could understand what he was thinking. Long Chen was just floating at the center of the battlefield. He didn't go kill magical beasts, nor did he direct his people's attacks. Instead, he just silently cleaned up the battlefield. Although the corpses of 11th rank magical beasts were valuable, especially their crystal cores, who would actually have the heart to gather those things with death at hand? No matter how precious something was, didn't he think his life was more precious? They had no idea that Long Chen was silently rejoicing. More and more magical beast corpses were being tossed into the primal chaos space's black soil. The black soil was like a bottomless mouth, constantly devouring the corpses to unleash endless life energy for the world trees. After this many hours, even the final batch of world trees had reached a height of 600 meters. The barren primal chaos space was finally filled with greenery. It was thriving with vitality. But as the sprouts grew, their growth slowed down. They needed more and more life energy to grow. Now there were hundreds of thousands of world trees absorbing energy at the same time. Their growth looked very slow. Yet, the slower they grew, the happier Long Chen was. That signified that the world trees' life energy was even greater. Once they were all fully grown, he would possess an undying body. More and more spotted ghost mosquitoes arrived, but the spirit race warriors were still strong enough to handle them. Their arrows never stopped. Even after this long, their tempo didn't fall. The spotted ghost mosquitoes were constantly slain, and Meng Qi silently gathered their mouthparts while Long Chen gathered the corpses of all the magical beasts. Thanks to the two of them, the battlefield was very clear. Watch out below, Long Chen suddenly shouted. Just after he shouted, the ground below the battlefield exploded, and a large mouth devoured over 10 of the Dragonblood warriors. The mouth belonged to a black centipede. Its body was glossy, giving off a metallic luster. Its head was as large as a mountain. Boom! The black centipede's head suddenly exploded as over 10 rays of sword chi shot into the air. It was killed. The ground began to erupt in more and more places as giant centipedes launched a sudden attack. This time, they didn't devour anyone. Instead, they spat out a black mist, which was pitch black and spread rapidly. "The mist is poisonous," cried out the Dragonblood warriors. They immediately held their breath and fell back. However, some of the black mist still reached them. As soon as it touched their skin, they felt like they were being hit by a branding iron. Their skin instantly corroded. Haha, now the Dragonblood Legion is doomed. The distant experts all smiled delightedly. Some people were already stealthily approaching the battlefield, ready to snatch the Dragonblood warriors' weapons. These people had been waiting to get the weapons for a long time now. The huge centipedes were an ancient species. They were called golden tail underground centipedes. Although their bodies were huge, they had a strange ability that allowed them to move underground like fish in water. Their auras would be concealed to make them ideal for sneak attacks. These golden tail underground centipedes had 11 stripes on their heads. That was a specific mark, with each stripe representing a rank. In other words, these were all 11th rank magical beasts. Their poison mist could kill Life Star experts. That was why these experts immediately felt that the Dragonblood Legion was doomed, and that this was the best moment to take advantage of them. Everyone retreat, Long Chen cried out. Although the golden tail underground centipede's arrival was a bit sudden, he wasn't panicked. Even if there was poison, it wouldn't be a problem. That was because each of them had the blessing of the spirit trees. As soon as the poison reached them, a green leaf image would appear on their foreheads. Life energy would fill them, expelling the poison. Although there was no danger to their lives, there was still a time lag between being poisoned and expelling the poison. That would gravely affect their combat strength. After sending out the order to retreat, Tang Wan'er didn't need a reminder from Long Chen. She formed hand seals, summoning a wild tempest that blew the poison mist toward the experts that had just crept closer to the battlefield to take advantage. Chapter 1446 Using the attacker's spear as your shield. A wild wind wrapped around the black mist, turning it into a black mist cyclone that shot toward the distant experts. Tang Wan'er's winds were quick, and they reached the enemies in an instant, not giving them any time to react. Quite a few people were devoured by the black mist. The black mist was sticky, and a person's body would dissolve on contact. The weaker ones were instantly turned into white skeletons, before their bones also turned black. In just a breath's time, they were completely dissolved. Even soul transformation experts couldn't escape with their yuan spirits. Only rank 7, celestials and above were barely able to endure the poison by summoning their heavenly Tao manifestations. But they still withered, and their skin dissolved away, exposing their flesh and blood. As for those below rank 7 celestials, even soul transformation experts were unable to endure. They were all killed by the black mist. The rank 7 celestials and above who managed to survive thanks to their heavenly Tao manifestations immediately fled for their lives. They hadn't expected Long Chen to dare to attack them. Tens of thousands of experts flew into a panic. The majority of the experts that had crept forward died in the mist. Bastards of the Xuantian Dao sect, just wait. If we don't kill you all today, I'll swear I'm not human. Roared an ancient family expert. His face no longer had a shred of skin on it. It was a mass of flesh and blood. He was a powerful rank 8 celestial, but he had still been turned into his current state. His heavenly Tao energy was in the midst of expelling the poison from his body. However, the poison was very difficult to deal with. It felt like it had taken root in his body and was trying to tear him apart inch by inch. Even his soul was in immense pain. This was definitely a kind of torture. Idiot, if you have any guts, then just come. Does shouting over there have any meaning? Scoffed Long Chen. Since they were standing on the battlefield, they were already enemies. Shouting obscenities at the other side was meaningless. Tang Wan'er's wind continued to blow through the enemies. They had to hastily retreat and flee like bunnies. Eventually, they went too far, and her wind energy weakened, allowing them to escape. Ignore them. Send the mist to attack the magical beasts, said Long Chen to Tang Wan'er. Long Chen was smiling brightly inside. The dark forest truly did have wooden brains. They didn't even know how to properly plan out battles or what the proper order should be. As Tang Wan'er's wind returned, the black mist began blowing through the magical beasts. The magical beasts also let out mournful wails as smoke began coming from their bodies. Only a few armored magical beasts were able to resist the mist and continue attacking the Dragonblood Legion. Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, trap the centipedes. But don't attack them, spirit race warriors, shoot the furred magical beasts, shouted Long Chen. Thanks to the poison mist, the spotted ghost mosquitoes were falling from the sky. They were the first to die from the poison. The dark forest is so stupid. Aren't they just helping Long Chen now? Cursed Peng Wansheng. There's no way around it. Those idiots all have wooden brains, and they don't know how to think. Furthermore, they're so stubborn that they won't listen to anyone else. It doesn't matter. Even if they die, they aren't really our people, said Sha Guangyun indifferently. He had long since heard of the dark forest stupidity. But today, he supposed he was experiencing what peak stupidity was. In the end, the black mist annihilated the spotted ghost mosquitoes. Only a small portion of them actually died to the spirit race warriors. The rest all died to the poison, as the poison mist was their bane. The furred magical beasts were also weak to the mist. Thanks to the poison's corrosion, their defenses sharply dropped. For the spirit race warriors, shooting through their tough hides was very difficult. But that tough defense had become as weak as paper now, and their arrows rained down on them. Their arrows were very accurate, and each one aimed for vitals. The magical beasts collapsed one by one. As for the golden tail underground centipedes, they were constantly popping out from the ground, attacking the Dragonblood warriors. The Dragonblood warriors retreated repeatedly. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan both summoned their heavenly Tao manifestations, and 9 flowers revolved around each of them. They slammed their hands on the ground. A huge wall rose from the earth. It was many miles thick and tall, and it spread through the battlefield. Countless runes floated across the wall. Thanks to the runes, the earthen wall actually gave off a metallic luster. A heavy aura came from it that made it seem like an invincible city wall. Long Chen smiled. After becoming rank 9 celestials, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan's earth energy had grown even purer. This wall's defensive power was startling. Countless golden tail underground centipedes came crashing out of the ground. This wall didn't just seal the sky, it also sealed the ground beneath it. They were unable to pass. More and more of the centipedes were popping out, crazily attacking the wall. However, this wall was the result of both Li Qi and Song Mingyuan pouring in all their strength. It was incomparably tough. No matter how the countless golden tail underground centipedes attacked, they were unable to break through it. At most, they would cause a few cracks, but those would quickly recover. They tried to climb the walls, but as a result, the wall's runes shook them off. No matter what they tried, they were unable to get by. They were so infuriated that they began to spit out more black mist. They're so useless. The dark forest is filled with idiots. Cursed an ancient race expert. Unable to get past the earthen wall, the golden tail underground centipedes began crazily spitting out poison mist. Tang Wan was sending the mist to the attacking magical beasts. As a result, those magical beasts had their defenses sharply drop and were easily picked off by the spirit race warriors' arrows. As for the defensively powerful armored magical beasts, Guo Ran would target them with a giant crossbow. Although the armored magical beasts didn't fear the poison, Guo Ran's explosive arrows were much more terrifying. He aimed for their weakest spots, and once his arrows pierced their bodies, they would explode. Guo Ran only targeted the armored magical beasts. He didn't want to waste his exploding arrows on the other magical beasts. He left them to the spirit race warriors. As a result, the battlefield became very strange. The Dragonblood warriors were standing atop the giant wall, looking at the centipedes attacking. Tang Wan was constantly sending out the centipedes, missed at the other magical beasts. Guo Ran killed armored magical beasts, while the spirit race warriors killed the furred magical beasts. Long Chen continued to gather corpses, while the Dragonblood warriors' injuries had long since vanished. The Dragonblood warriors didn't go kill the golden tail underground centipedes. Occasionally, they would launch an attack to provoke them a bit and make them spit out more poison. Fuck, are you serious? I can't watch this. The ancient race, corrupt path, and ancient family experts were all enraged. They couldn't tell what the dark forest was thinking. Were they trying to help the Dragonblood Legion? The most difficult thing to bear was that despite the poison clearly being at the front, the other magical beasts all continued foolishly charging head-on into it. That was no different than sending themselves to their deaths. Are these magical beasts also idiots? Have their heads turned to wood as well? Cursed someone. The dark forest's magical beasts are all controlled by the dark forest. Their souls are completely controlled, and they were originally dumb anyways. Now they basically don't have any ability to think on their own, said one of the Life Star experts from the corrupt path. He clearly knew a bit more than the others. But then, this is too painful to watch, said another expert. It wasn't as if Long Chen's tactics had been very skilled, but those magical beasts were still just foolishly falling for everything. Seeing the powerful magical beasts being slaughtered so easily enraged these experts. The dark forest's tree demons had all retreated, and there was no way for them to communicate with them. These magical beasts were all dying for nothing. Long Chen felt like flowers were blooming in his heart. The magical beast corpses were all being tossed into the primal chaos space, and endless life energy was nourishing his world trees. It had to be known that these magical beasts were the elites of the dark forest. They were all 10th and 11th rank magical beasts. They possessed extremely strong life energy. Now the world trees were slowly growing, and even the final batch of them had reached 1500 meters. They had almost caught up to the first batch. It seemed the primal chaos space was spreading its life energy evenly throughout the world trees. In the future, the difference between them would grow less and less. In the end, they would reach the same height. You want to run? That's no good. Li Qi, Songming Yuan, slaughter them. Long Chen suddenly snorted. He also saw intense fluctuations coming from the distance. Shocking auras were rapidly approaching. Chapter 1447 Ardent Meteor Shower of Flames. The golden tail underground centipedes had spat out as much poison mist as they could. Now it seemed that they had received orders, and they suddenly dived back into the ground to flee. Long Chen naturally wouldn't let such outstanding helpers leave like that. He immediately gave the order to Li Qi and Songming Yuan. Huge hands began to appear in the ground, grabbing the centipedes. A single pinch of 2 fingers on the golden tail underground centipedes' heads and they would die. That was because that was where their poison sac was. Although it was their fatal weak point and had no armor to cover it, enemies didn't dare to actually attack them there. Once the poison sac ruptured, the poison would instantly explode and kill the attacker as well. So while this was their weakest point, it could also be likened to their strongest point. As long as their poison sac was full, even an 11th rank magical beast would be killed in an instant considering that density. So only enemies prepared to die along with it would attack that place. However, today was different. They had run into their bane. Long Chen was using them to kill other magical beasts. They were all killed. Their poison parts were removed, and then their corpses were tossed into the primal chaos space as fertilizer. Just at this moment, rumbling sounds rang out from the distance, and a sea of giant figures were rushing over. It was a veritable sea of beasts. But this time, the scale was 10 times greater than at the start. Within this wave of magical beasts were flying leopards, white tigers, flame wolves, and scaled eagles. All kinds of magical beasts were attacking. Furthermore, the magical beasts flying at the front were all 11th rank magical beasts with powerful auras. Hehe, the Dark Forest is finally bringing out their full power. Now the Dragonblood Legion is doomed, snickered a corrupt expert. This beast sea is practically endless. Exterminating the Dragonblood Legion would be simple. Hopefully, they won't be so stupid as to be used by Long Chen again, said someone worriedly. What had happened with the Golden Tail underground centipedes had been too irritating. Long Chen's expression also became serious now as the true battle was about to start. Even the wood-brained leaders of the Dark Forest wouldn't send magical beasts like the Golden Tail underground centipedes again. There would probably be no chance to use any tactics, and they would only be able to fight head-on. The mist slowly scattered. The battlefield was running with the blood of magical beasts. There were even large lakes of blood on the ground. The first wave of magical beasts had all been killed. Now, the Dragonblood warriors stood behind Long Chen, staring at the endless wave of magical beasts. They tightly clenched their weapons. Behind the Dragonblood warriors were millions of spirit race warriors. Their expressions were now slightly nervous. This battle related to the survival of the Forest of Life. If they won, the Forest of Life would have some breathing room. If they lost, the spirit world would no longer have a Forest of Life. Although they were nervous, they were fearless. That was because their spirit emperor had told them that the man standing at the front was the savior of the Forest of Life. This wasn't said directly by the spirit emperor, but by the life god tree. Even after experiencing countless battles, seeing this endless horde of magical beasts still made Long Chen's heart pound. To say that he didn't feel the slightest bit nervous would be a lie. This was a true battle, not a game. Losing meant people would die, and death would give the survivors an unbearable eternal pain. No one wanted that. Long Chen took a deep breath. He announced, "Brothers, you've fought with me against enemies from all sides. Our path was formed by the skeletons of our enemies, and the rivers we crossed were formed with their blood. We were able to defeat powerful enemies time and time again, but that wasn't because we were so strong, or because we were so brave. It was because we knew we had no path of retreat, it was because we knew we couldn't lose, it was because we knew winning was our only option. Look around you, look behind you, they are what you have to protect. This is our conviction, to protect what we want to protect, we would rather die than let it fall. But if we fall, we will leave our pain to others. So we can't be defeated, and we can't die. Brothers, raise your weapons. Let us fight together again and sweep away the enemies in front of us. Let us use their corpses as our stepping stones to the peak of cultivation. Let us use their blood to paint the picture of our lives." Brothers, fight, reap their lives to protect what is inside your hearts. Long Chen's voice was subdued at first, but it grew louder and louder, until it resounded through the air. His voice contained his arrogant will to sweep through everything before him. His voice and his will were above the heavenly Taos. The Dragonblood warriors clenched their fists. Each of Long Chen's words smashed into their hearts like a hammer. They looked at their brothers and sisters around them and also looked at the pure spirit race warriors behind them. Long Chen's voice pounded in their ears. Their overflowing battle intent was ignited. It felt like they might combust at any moment. HMPH, what idiots. Does he think randomly saying a few lines will create a miracle? How laughable. Seeing their surging morale, one of the ancient family experts sneered. The others also looked at the Dragonblood Legion disdainfully. In their opinion, Long Chen's actions were to cover up the terror in his heart. He needed words to make himself feel brave. Die. That person had only just spoken when Meng Qi suddenly opened her mouth. That ancient family expert suddenly summoned his manifestation, his aura surging violently. That rank 7 celestial actually self-destructed from just one word from Meng Qi. His self-destruction killed 2 others beside him and injured over 10 of the people around him. Blood filled the air. That woman knows demonic arts, cried someone. To cause a person to self-destruct from just one word had to be a demonic art. It was absolutely bizarre. Everyone be careful. That woman has powerful spiritual fluctuations. She's a terrifying soul cultivator, warned someone. That person was also a soul cultivator, but he was absolutely terrified. He was at the peak of soul transformation, but not even he could use his spiritual strength to control someone from thousands of miles away. Injuring them would be difficult, let alone causing them to self-destruct. At this time, the Sea of Beasts finally arrived. Their roaring was like thunder, but they were drowned out by the killing cries of the Dragonblood Legion. Ardent meteor shower of flames. Long Chen formed hand seals, and flames began to surge behind him. Arrows of fire flew through the sky. Flame energy circulated through the sky. Golden arrows rapidly grew to become meteors shooting down to the earth. This was a secret art that came from Pill Valley. It involved using the flame energy in his body to link up to the fire elemental energy in the sky, forming huge balls of fire. Each ball was 3,000 meters wide and smashed down like falling stars, exploding amongst the magical beasts. Each of them was like a firework exploding when they landed. Golden flames covered the battlefield. The rain of meteors didn't stop. It was like the heavens were collapsing, and terrifying flames completely enveloped the battlefield. The magical beasts that were struck were instantly smashed to pieces. And those that weren't smashed to death were burned to death. Only a few powerful 11th rank magical beasts were able to charge through the flames to attack. However, their bodies were still burning, and the furred ones had their defensive power sharply drop. Although Long Chen had unleashed a huge area attack, there were still too many magical beasts. Some of them were already skating around the zone of the flames to attack from the sides. Life God, bless us with your divine power to repel our enemies. Just at this moment, devout chanting filled the air. More and more spirit race warriors appeared, and countless spirit beasts also arrived. The forest of life's full power was finally appearing. These spirit race warriors unleashed a rain of arrows at the magical beasts. These arrows easily pierced through the bodies of 11th rank magical beasts and killed them. These were spirit generals, and although their cultivation base was equivalent to the soul transformation realm, there was now divine light shining from above their heads. That was the life god's blessing. Their arrows now had a terrifying penetrative power. Not even an 11th rank magical beast would be able to endure being struck where their crystal core was. The dark forest's magical beasts were falling in droves from the spirit race warriors' arrows. As for the spirit beasts, they protected the spirit race warriors, preventing the magical beasts from reaching them. The curtains to an immense battle had finally been drawn. With each passing second, lives were mercilessly harvested. We're done watching as well. Prepare to annihilate the Dragonblood Legion in one move, said Sha Guangyan suddenly, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Chapter 1448 An insignificant trick. Magical beasts were roaring ferociously, filling the sky and the ground. All kinds of magical beasts as large as mountains with shocking auras were attacking. Long Chen's sea of flames roasted them, but these magical beasts seemed insane. They charged straight through to attack the Dragonblood Legion. Guo Ran attacked the first one and sliced a magical beast, whose whole body had been charred black, in half. It was the opener to a great battle. Wan help me look after the battlefield, said Long Chen. All right, Tang Wan nodded and summoned her manifestation. Wind blades filled the air around her, and more of them appeared. Some of them were already slicing their way toward the magical beasts. Normally, Tang Wan individual wind blades would have great difficulty piercing the defenses of an 11th rank magical beast. After all, she summoned millions of wind blades at once, so their individual power was limited. However, after becoming a rank 9 celestial, her control over heavenly Tao energy had reached an unprecedented height, and the power of her wind blades also grew. After passing through the sea of flames, the magical beasts were badly burned, and many of them were still burning as they passed through. With their defensive power lowered, her individual wind blades could easily pierce their bodies. So Tang Wan was the one best suited for overlooking the entire battlefield. Long Chen, I should attack too, Meng Qi transmitted to Long Chen upon seeing everyone else join the battle. No, you have another mission. Sense Gui Yan's current position, transmitted back Long Chen. Oh, Gui Yan's gone. Wait, that direction. He's trying to loop around the battlefield. What's he doing? Meng Qi was startled by what she sensed. It's not that surprising. Have Cloud go out to keep a watch on Gui Yan. My guess is he wants to loop around to attack the spirit race warriors from behind. Since Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan are still standing at the front to draw out attention, they probably want to launch a simultaneous attack from both our front and back, said Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded. A small, rainbow-colored bird appeared on her shoulder. It was Cloud. After comprehending its ancestral secret arts from the myriad spirit diagram, Cloud had not only learned several domineering techniques, but it had also learned how to control its size and conceal its aura. With its speed and Meng Qi's senses, keeping watch over one person was practically like playing a game. Cloud quickly flapped its wings and vanished into the distance. Chu Yao, I need you to just make a token effort for now. Your mission will come a bit later. Long Chen smiled wickedly. Fuck those two, they actually sent me to sneak attack from the back. Fuck. Gui Yan was stealthily leading 3,000 experts in a large loop around the battlefield. He cursed inside. He was completely enraged. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng had ordered him around like a dog. However, there was no way around it. Their reasoning was simple. The corrupt path didn't have an expert on their level, so they had to listen to the two of them. The corrupt path's top expert, Leng Yuyan, hadn't revealed herself from the start. Some people even suspected that she had already left the spirit world. Their three large powers were currently working together with the Dark Forest. Although the corrupt path had sent the most people, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, the majority of them were just extras who had come to dredge up some benefits. Their actual combat power was limited. So the ancient races and ancient family alliances experts all mocked them for being a group of poor ghosts come to beg for food. During this time, Gui Yan and the other corrupt experts had been forced to endure the mocking of the ancient races and ancient family alliance. The ancient family alliance had been the worst of the two, as they were originally enemies with the corrupt path. They naturally had all kinds of words for them. Nobody had asked the corrupt path to not have a top expert with them. Now that the great battle was starting, it clearly showed that they were lacking sincerity in their cooperation with the Dark Forest. If they didn't cooperate, then considering the wooden brains of the Dark Forest's leaders, it would be all too easy for the ancient races and ancient family alliance to convince the Dark Forest that the corrupt path wasn't worth allying with. In the future, they might even be cut out like Pill Valley. To the corrupt path, the Dark Forest was an important ally due to their control over the spirit world. The corrupt path definitely couldn't offend them. This was something the higher-ups had told them before they had entered the spirit world. So Gui Yan had a belly full of anger and nowhere to release it. He could only curse Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan inside. He couldn't even say his curses out loud, because amongst the 3,000 experts he was leading, there were people from the ancient races and ancient families. These people were all elites. Including Gui Yan, there were 4 rank 9 celestials. 2 were from the corrupt path, while there was 1 each from the ancient races and ancient families. The remaining experts were mostly rank 8 celestials, and the majority of those people were soul transformation experts. There were also over 10 life star experts. Those life star experts were just ranked 6 celestials, and thanks to the heavenly Tao suppression, they wouldn't be able to defeat elite rank 8 celestial Jade Core disciples. However, when facing the spirit race warriors who had no heavenly Tao pressure to suppress them, these life star experts could unleash even greater destructive power. It could be said that this group of 3,000 experts was extremely powerful. They were like a sharp blade about to viciously stab the spirit race warriors in their backs. On the battlefield, there were over 1,300,000 people from the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance. For 3,000 people to stealthily leave was practically unnoticeable. This sneak attack had a very high chance of success. What Gui Yan was cursing Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng for wasn't for their tactics. Instead, it was that the two of them had sent their own people to keep a watch over him, as well as to say that when they succeeded, it was thanks to their people and their plan, not the corrupt paths. However, if this ambush failed, the two of them would push all the blame on Gui Yan, saying that he didn't know how to fight properly. Naturally, Gui Yan was aware of this, but he had no way to go against it. That was why he was so angry. That bitch Leng Yuyan, where did she go? She never should have been sent here, cursed Gui Yan. If Leng Yuyan was present, how could the corrupt path be abused like this? Right now, there was nothing they could do. If they won, they wouldn't share the merit, but if they lost, they would take all the blame. The righteous path is all a bunch of scheming two-faced hypocrites. Gui Yan felt like he might explode out of anger. Although the ancient family alliance was a power in their own right, they could somewhat be considered part of the righteous path. In the end, it was the righteous path that was most skilled in scheming. Right now, the corrupt path had no choice in the matter. If they refused to do what the others said, then once the Dark Forest investigated, the ancient races and ancient family alliance would definitely paint them in a bad light. Gui Yan had led his 3,000 experts well toward the back of the battlefield. Concealing their auras, they were getting closer to the spirit race warriors. After 2 hours of travel, they finally managed to see the battlefield again. They had truly made a huge loop. Just as they were getting closer, they suddenly sensed something. It felt like something was staring at them from behind. When they looked back, their souls almost fled in fright. Somehow, over 10,000 spirit race warriors had appeared behind them. These warriors all had powerful auras. They were the strongest spirit generals of the Forest of Life. Each of them had a bow with an arrow pointing right at Gui Yan's army. An invisible aura locked onto them. We've fallen for a trap. Run. There was no way they could fight like this, so they naturally turned to flee. Facing 10,000 terrifying archers, they would have to be stupid not to run. Attack! Shouted a spirit race warrior. Her arrow was released, and in the next instant, one of the corrupt path's rank 8 celestials was struck in the head. His head exploded instantaneously. He was a soul transformation expert, but his Yuan spirit was annihilated by this single arrow as well. Over 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time. Miserable cries began to ring out as they were slain. Boom! One of the corrupt life star experts slashed his sword out, blocking the arrows coming for him. He shouted, "Don't run. They're long-range fighters, so we can't get away. Our only chance is to charge straight at them." He truly was worthy of being a life star expert. His rich battle experience told him that running in this situation would simply make them targets. He led by example, and he began charging his way through the torrent of arrows, repeatedly breaking any arrows with his sword. Following him, everyone else quickly realized that this was truly the only way for them to survive. They turned. The spirit race warriors were all spirit generals with the life god tree's blessing, and their power was immense. These experts were constantly being slain. However, there was nowhere for them to run. Since they couldn't run, they could only charge forward. Very quickly, the life star experts managed to charge through their arrows to reach them. "Die, you ignorant creatures!" The life star experts roared and attacked. This was their only chance to retaliate. Yet, they didn't notice that atop one of the spirit race warriors' shoulders was a tiny rainbow-colored bird staring coldly at them. Just as they thought that they had seized their chance to counterattack, the life star experts found that the world around them had become dark. Chapter 1449. Leave him alive. What is this place? Where are the spirit race warriors? The life star experts suddenly found themselves in a pitch-black space where they couldn't see anything. Not good, we've been ambushed. One of the life star experts suddenly sensed something off when a sharp blade of energy cut through his body, severing his waist. The other experts hastily took out their weapons. Their weapons' runes illuminated this space. Here, their divine sense was completely suppressed, making them blind. When their weapons lit up, they managed to see countless thin strands billowing violently in the darkness. They only just managed to get a glance at those strands when one of them severed a life star expert's arm. These threads were so thin that they were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. They were many times thinner than a hair, but these experts just barely managed to see that these threads were saw-toothed. Their silent attacks cut through these experts' bodies like they were tofu. Fuck, we've been trapped. Run. The Life Star experts hastily attacked the threads with their full power. But these threads seemed to be controlled by two hands pulling them tautly. They billowed through the space, cutting through bodies. However, the weapons actually bounced off the threads, unable to damage them at all. Our heavenly Tao energy is also suppressed here. Where the hell is this? More and more threads appeared in the air. Millions and millions of them were cutting through them. The Life Star experts let out miserable cries as they were cut to pieces. Even their Yuan spirits were no exception. Even after death, these Life Star experts didn't realize how they had died. They didn't even know who had killed them. They didn't know, but the other experts who had come with them saw it clearly. They had personally witnessed a giant bird devour them in one gulp. The cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. They finally recognized the identity of that little bird. Cloud let out a sharp bird cry, and black threads flew out rapidly at them. Not good. Wei Yan and the others hastily went all out resisting. Barriers of light appeared. Boom. Cloud's attack was blocked, but even for 4 rank 9 celestials, because of how hasty their block was, they were knocked back. The 4 of them were horrified. Although the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow was an ancient species of great power, they had no idea how it could possess such power at just the peak of the 9th rank. That was only equivalent to the Jade Core realm. Worst of all, now that the 4 of them were knocked back, the spirit race warriors' arrows rained down on all of them. There was no way for them to dodge. Although the 4 rank 9 celestials managed to block Cloud's attack, the shockwaves blew away the surrounding experts as well. As they were still impacted by that attack, they were shot down by the arrows. Cloud's arrival had instantly ruined their plans. At such a distance, there was no way for them to dodge or block the arrows of 10,000 spirit generals. The 3,000 experts were slain, while the 4 rank 9 celestials fled for their lives. They found that fleeing was their smartest choice right now. They were already regretting what that Life Star expert had said at the beginning. If they had fled from the start, they might already be gone. All the spirit generals aimed their bows at the 4 of them. As a result, thanks to the divine energy in their arrows, 3 of the rank 9 celestials were torn through with arrows. Damn it, these arrows suppress my heavenly Tao energy, roared the ancient race rank 9 celestial. As soon as he was struck, he felt like he was a balloon with a large hole. All his energy was rushing out of him. Just at that moment, another arrow pierced through his head, and he fell to the ground. He was filled with regret, but that couldn't change reality. He died in body and spirit. The other 2 rank 9 celestials let out furious roars, but they didn't even last a few more breaths before being killed. It wasn't that they were weak, but that they were facing too many other powerful existences. In front of this absolute power, they had no chance of surviving. Wei Yan fled, hearing the others' unwilling cries. His hair stood on end, and he was filled with terror. He thought that he was also about to be killed. Yet unexpectedly, the spirit race warriors didn't chase him after killing the other 3. Not only did they not chase, but even the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow, claimed to be unrivaled in speed, wasn't chasing him. He fled for his life. The spirit race warriors immediately turned toward the battlefield and went to assist upon seeing Wei Yan flee. The reason they had killed everyone except for Wei Yan was thanks to Long Chen's orders. Wei Yan fled, not even returning to the battlefield. He didn't alert Peng Wansheng or Sha Guangyun of his failure. Instead, he went straight toward the exit of the spirit world. Wei Yan was now completely terrified of Long Chen. Whether it was in terms of wits or martial might, he was now afraid of him. Sha Guangyun and Peng Wansheng had only come up with the plan to sneak attack them at the moment, but Long Chen had long since laid down a trap, waiting for these experts to fall into it. Such an enemy was too terrifying. He felt that the only reason he had survived was thanks to the corrupt god's blessing. He no longer dared to be enemies with Long Chen. In fact, he didn't even have the courage to see him again. He wanted to flee back to the martial heaven continent, back to the corrupt path. He had to report everything that had happened here. Flames continuously burst out of Long Chen as he spread them through the air. From a distance, it was like a flame god was shooting out an endless torrent of golden meteors at the magical beasts. The magical beasts were too numerous, and even with Long Chen's efforts, a lot of them were charging through his flames. However, after going through his flames, they were severely weakened, and the Dragonblood Legion killed them easily. In fact, as he unleashed his flame attacks, Long Chen still had time to gather some corpses. At this time, the world trees in the primal chaos space were all about the same height of 3,000 meters. There was now a thriving green forest. Oh, they already made their move. Long Chen suddenly sensed many more fruits appearing on the heavenly Dao tree in the black soil. He didn't need Cloud's report to know what had happened over there. The heavenly Dao tree was also growing stronger. It was actually able to absorb the heavenly Dao energy of slain celestials from such an immense distance now. 3 rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits. It should be close to the end. Long Chen quickly saw 3 rank 9 heavenly Dao fruits appear. There was nothing new from the heavenly Dao tree for a while. Long Chen nodded and sent a spiritual message to Chu Yao and Meng Qi. In the distance, Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan were staring closely at the battlefield. They didn't have the slightest idea that the troops they had sent had long since been annihilated. They were still waiting for the sneak attack from the back before launching an all-out attack from the front. Instead, all they were witness to was Long Chen repeatedly unleashing flames. There wasn't the slightest bit of disorder in the Dragonblood Legion's fighting. Why haven't they attacked yet? It should be about time, said Peng Wansheng impatiently. Just wait, I did tell them to go around very far so that they wouldn't be noticed. It'll take them a bit of time, said Sha Guangyan. The two of them continued watching closely. This was a world-shaking battle. Not only were the Dragonblood warriors powerful, but the millions of Spirit Race warriors were also quite strong. The Spirit Race army would be left to the Dark Forest's magical beasts in a bit, so the two of them only need to keep watch on Long Chen. As soon as he was thrown off balance by their sneak attack, they would kill him. Just as they were staring intently at the battlefield, a snaking wooden stake passed underground from beneath the battlefield to beneath them. The wooden stake was like a serpent. The slightest crack appeared on the earth as its head reached the surface. 2 small holes appeared on the wooden stake, seeming to be eyes. It looked around. It saw the ancient race, corrupt path, and ancient family alliances experts floating in the air, staring at the battlefield. They didn't notice what was happening beneath them. After observing the situation, the wooden stake slowly retreated underground. It was originally an inch thick, but now it began to thicken. Because everyone's attention was on the battlefield, they didn't notice a small piece of earth beneath them starting to bulge slightly. As the wooden stake thickened, the bulge of earth grew. But this small bulge wasn't particularly rare in this terrain. Once the wooden stake had become 3 meters thick, it stopped growing. Instead, it became hollow, creating a wooden passageway. Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Chu Yao silently slipped through the wooden channel. When they reached the end, Long Chen nodded to Meng Qi. Meng Qi took a deep breath and slowly formed many complicated hand seals. Her spirit strength began to circulate. The 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast in her spiritual space suddenly quivered. Chapter 1450 Group Killing Art. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan, as well as the other experts of the ancient races, ancient family alliance, and corrupt path, were currently staring at the battlefield intently. Peng Wansheng suddenly yawned. After watching for so long, he felt bored, and his eyelids felt a bit heavy. The others were also weary. Some people were starting to nod off. Watch out, we've fallen for a soul-bewitching art. Sha Guangyan suddenly cried out, his voice stabbing into their ears like needles. Everyone was instantly startled awake. Their expressions completely changed. In the instant that they awoke, countless black and white spears were shooting at them. These spears were dozens of meters long and thinner at the front than they were at the back. They whistled through the air at them. These spears weren't actually spears. They were the mouthparts of the spotted ghost mosquitoes. They were extremely hard and sharp. Dodge. It was too late. The spotted ghost mosquitoes' mouthparts became the spears that reaped their lives. Tens of thousands of the mouthparts pierced through these experts' bodies. The mouthparts immediately unleashed their poison when piercing a person's body. This poison was not inferior to the golden tail underground centipedes, at all. It instantly paralyzed people. Like shooting stars, the mouthparts pierced through the entire army, slaying many of them. The mouthparts seemed to be alive, flying through the bodies of one expert after another. Anyone who was struck would stiffen and then collapse to the ground, their souls dissipating. They weren't killed from the poison, but from the spiritual strength attached to the mouthparts. The main thing was that Meng Qi was too kind. Even when facing enemies, she preferred that they died painless deaths. If the poison slowly killed them, it would be much more painful. Kill that woman. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun were the first to react. They roared and charged at Meng Qi. Meng Qi was like a specter that had appeared in the air. Under her control, the mouthparts were deadly weapons. Listening to Long Chen's suggestion, she had gathered all the spotted ghost centipede's mouthparts and placed her spiritual mark on them. Although they weren't true soul items, nor had they been nourished by her soul, having them shoot out in a straight line was very simple for her. For this many of the mouthparts to shoot at wherever there were the most enemies, many of them were slain. Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyun were infuriated. They couldn't figure out how Meng Qi had appeared here. She had clearly been on the other side of the battlefield just now. How had she appeared here? However, there was no time to consider this question. Just now, Meng Qi had used a soul art to make them feel tired, causing their sense of alarm to sharply drop before attacking. All three powers on their side had suffered huge losses in an instant. The two of them didn't hesitate to attack her. Peng Wansheng was halfway there when a figure appeared before him. That figure came without any warning and without any killing intent. The figure raised a hand. Long Chen's hand viciously slapped across Peng Wansheng's face. He shot back like a shooting star. Long Chen's arrival caused everyone to feel even more shocked. They looked back at the battlefield to see that Long Chen was still over there, wrapped in flames and fighting intensely. How had another Long Chen appeared here? Sha Guangyun was about to attack him when Long Chen summoned lightning wings and chased after Peng Wansheng. Endless falling wood. Just as everyone was shocked by Long Chen's arrival, the ground burst apart, and wooden stakes flew into the air like dragons, attacking Peng Wansheng. Chu Yao, Sha Guangyun was startled again. Long Chen, Meng Qi, and Chu Yao had all come to launch a sneak attack on them. They were caught completely off guard. The slightest hesitation from his shock allowed Chu Yao's wooden stakes to wind together and form a spherical cage around the two of them. The cage then shot into the distance, leaving the battlefield. "They've dragged away our leaders. Let's get them," shouted an ancient race rank 9 celestial. "Don't panic, we first have to kill that woman. She's just a rank 9 celestial," cried another. There were 11 rank 9 celestials here, while Meng Qi was not an Empyrean. Now that she was left here all alone, she was definitely dead. Everyone charged toward Meng Qi. Meng Qi formed a new hand seal, and all the spotted ghost mosquitoes' mouthparts flew back to her, forming a huge barrier that blocked them. The barrier was immediately attacked by all the experts. Unable to bear such an impact, it instantly blew apart. "Where is she?" The mouthparts were smashed apart, but Meng Qi had vanished, stunning them. "She's already over there." Meng Qi's figure once again appeared on the other side of the battlefield. They had no idea how Meng Qi had escaped from right under their noses. Meng Qi had naturally slipped away thanks to the channel created by Chu Yao. This was the plan Long Chen had come up with. Although Meng Qi's offensive power was shocking, her defensive power was too low. She couldn't handle the attacks of so many people. After she had unleashed her killing move, Meng Qi had immediately jumped back into the wooden channel, and Chu Yao sent her back to the original battlefield. After sending Meng Qi back, Chu Yao closed the channel. No one else could go through it now. What do we do now? Long Chen had taken away Peng Wansheng, and Chu Yao had taken away Sha Guangyun. They had clearly decided to bring their fights somewhere far away to avoid affecting anyone here. Now that two of their leaders were brought away, the rest of them were an army without a leader. Whatever. Generals against generals, and soldiers against soldiers. "We'll kill the Dragonblood Legion," said an ancient family expert, taking the lead in charging to the battlefield. However, his expression wasn't one of hatred or anger, but greed. They had all begun to long for the Dragonblood Legion's weapons. Now they could openly kill them for their treasures. With one person taking the lead, the others all roared and charged at the Dragonblood Legion. Their eyes were all filled with greed as they stared at the Dragonblood Legion's weapons. The majority of them had second-rate king items, and only a few amongst them were in possession of top-grade king items. As for ancestral items, only a few rank 9 celestials were qualified to possess one. But every member of the Dragonblood Legion was carrying a weapon beyond the level of king item. Thus, these experts were naturally greedy for them. The Corrupt Path, Ancient Race, and Ancient Family Alliance's experts all rushed toward the Dragonblood Legion. They quickly encountered each other. "Idiot, I've been waiting for a long time. Come and face your deaths." Guo Ran went to greet them first. Armed to his teeth, Guo Ran was like a metal monster, slashing his blade at the head of a rank 9 celestial. A turtle only knows how to hide in its shell. "Die." The rank 9 Celestial sneered and slashed a blood-colored sword at Guo Ran. The power of Guo Ran's slash was shocking. The rank 9 Celestial was actually blown away. The rank 9 Celestial had just stabilized himself when his expression changed. A wind blade had silently appeared at the back of his head. Not good, he hastily dodged, but just as he did so, Guo Ran's saber slashed toward his waist. Guo Ran's attack was timed perfectly with the wind blade, and the rank 9 Celestial could only dodge one. There was no third option. The rank 9 Celestial was infuriated. He hated himself for being too fast and abandoning the others behind him. Now he didn't have a single helper beside him. This rank 9 Celestial was a powerful figure in his own right, and he didn't panic even in this situation. Not saying a word, he dodged the wind blade while ignoring Guo Ran's saber. Instead, his own sword slashed toward Guo Ran's neck. That was the weakest spot on Guo Ran's armor. A person's head had to be able to turn, and it was the same as the wrist, elbow, knee, and crotch areas of the armor. Allowing those parts to remain agile meant that they were the weakest defensively. The rank 9 Celestial concentrated all his power on his ancestral item sword. This attack would definitely cut off Guo Ran's head if it landed. This was a suicidal attack of exchanging his life for his opponent's. But it was his only way out of his current predicament. Theoretically, if Guo Ran's head was normal, he would give up his attack and dodge or block. But Guo Ran didn't retreat, nor did his attack change. Having dodged the wind blade that would have struck his head and thus killed him, the rank 9 Celestial was instead cut in two by Guo Ran's saber. A cracking sound also came from Guo Ran's neck. That was the sound of bones breaking. Guo Ran was sent flying back. Guo Ran, Ji Yu Yang cried out. He had been a bit too slow, and now he didn't even know if Guo Ran was still alive. He immediately smashed his spear at that rank 9 Celestial. Having been cut in two, the rank 9 Celestial was still shocked that Guo Ran had chosen to exchange lives with him. While still stunned, he was blown apart by Ji Yu Yang's attack. A faint figure appeared amongst the blood mist. It was the rank 9 Celestial soul. He tried to flee, but a spiritual arrow pierced him, causing his soul to dissipate. Guo Ran, Ji Yu Yang pulled Guo Ran up, crying out crazily. His eyes were completely red. Stop shaking me, I just reattached my neck, and you're going to shake it off again. Guo Ran's familiar voice rang out from inside the armor. Chapter 1451 Fury and Killing Intent. Ji Yu Yang was delighted to hear Guo Ran's voice. As long as he was alive, it was fine. After all, that had been the full-strength attack of a rank 9 Celestial. However, it couldn't be said that Guo Ran was fine. The bones in his neck had been crushed, and his skull had cracked. That attack had truly been vicious. Guo Ran's armor had 8 coils of soft metal around it that were extremely tough yet allowed him to retain his agility. This kind of soft metal was present around all his joints, even his knuckles. That was why Guo Ran was able to keep his body nimble even in his armor. But now, a large hole had been cut into the armor over his neck, and 2 of the soft metal coils had been severed. However, high risk signified high reward. If Guo Ran hadn't done this, then that rank 9 Celestial wouldn't have been slain by Ji Yu Yang and Meng Qi's follow-up. There was no need for Guo Ran to circulate his heavenly Tao energy to heal. In just a breath, his bones had healed. Endless life energy flowed through his body, healing his injury. I'm fine, brother, this is a fierce battle that will require our full power. Kill our strongest enemies, or our brothers will be in danger, said Guo Ran, twisting his neck and feeling that it was good enough to keep fighting. Alright, let's continue killing. Ji Yu Yang nodded. He knew that this battle was the most dangerous one so far. The fierce magical beasts weren't the problem. The biggest threat came from the army of ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance. Long Chen and Chu Yao had separated Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan from the battlefield for fear of them attacking the Dragonblood warriors. That would cause huge casualties in the Dragonblood Legion. First, kill that soul cultivator. She's our greatest threat, shouted a rank 9 Celestial from the corrupt path. He and 2 other rank 9 Celestials immediately went to attack Meng Qi. This time, they were smarter and didn't dare to charge out on their own. If that first rank 9 Celestial hadn't been so greedy and charged out alone, he wouldn't have been killed. The 3 of them had just approached Meng Qi when a bird cry resounded through the air. A huge figure descended from the sky, a dazzling rainbow light shining from its body. Cloud's wings slammed down, and the 3 of them hastily brandished their weapons. However, They were still blown away. Flower of the underworld, reaper of souls. Sea of flowers, blooming limitlessly. Meng Qi formed hand seals, a soft chant coming from her lips. She looked like a celestial fairy. A huge flower bud appeared over her head. The flower's entire body was pitch black, and it slowly bloomed. As it bloomed, the world became chaotic. The bloody ground vanished. The corpses vanished. The roaring of the magical beasts vanished. It felt like the world had entered a static space. Here, time was forever still. The only thing present here was death, patiently waiting for them. The flower reached full bloom and then slowly wilted. Meng Qi's face was pale, and tears of blood could be seen flowing from her eyes. It was a ghastly sight as it dripped down her jade-like face. When the black flower finally fully wilted, the world regained its original clamor. It was like what had happened just now was an illusion that had passed in the blink of an eye. When the illusion faded, a huge mass of corrupt experts had fallen to the ground. Their expressions were still shocked. As their minds faded into eternal oblivion, the sight of the blood pouring down a fairy's face was the only thing they could recall. The experts from the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance were all affected. Anyone without strong enough spiritual strength fell silently to the ground, their souls extinguished. Their lives had wilted along with the flower. They vanished from this world. This was an absolutely terrifying attack that covered the entire battlefield. Less than 200,000 of the experts were left standing on the battlefield. Their figures now appeared isolated, standing so far apart. Even a huge mass of magical beasts fell to the ground. Corpses covered 10,000 miles of the battlefield. Sister Meng Qi. Tang Wan'er let out a startled cry and rushed over to Meng Qi's side. Tears of blood were still flowing from Meng Qi's eyes, which had lost their luster. "Are your eyes all right?" Tang Wan'er felt incomparable grief. She had no idea what kind of terrifying technique Meng Qi had used to instantly kill so many of their enemies. But it seemed that she had also suffered a terrifying backlash. Her eyes were blind. "Wan'er, don't worry. I can use my spiritual strength as my eyes. Focus on killing our enemies, or the Dragonblood Legion will be in danger," said Meng Qi as she flew into the air. Cloud let out a furious bird cry and appeared beneath her, carrying her on its back. It spread its wings and attacked the 3 rank 9 celestials. Tang Wan'er didn't tarry and attacked one of the ancient races, rank 9 celestials. Ji Yu Yong, Li Qi, Song Ming Yuan, and the recently recovered Guo Ran each picked out a rank 9 celestial to fight. Meng Qi's terrifying attack had emptied the battlefield. However, there was still an endless stream of magical beasts from the dark forest that was charging in without regard. Right now, the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance all had 9 rank 9 celestials. Meng Qi and Cloud were fighting against 3 of them. Just now, she had used the power of the 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast to activate a terrifying killing technique. But the power of this technique had surpassed her limit. The backlash had blinded her eyes and given her a mental blow. Now she felt like needles were stabbing into her mind, but she endured it to continue fighting. In her current state, she couldn't launch direct attacks against the 3 of them. But she could use her spiritual strength to affect their tempos and give Cloud more opportunities to attack. Having cultivated in the myriad spirit diagram, Cloud's power was extremely terrifying. Under Meng Qi's lead, the 2 of them weren't at the slightest disadvantage against 3 rank 9 celestials. On the other side, Tang Wan'er, Guo Ran, Ji Yu Yong, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan were all fighting a rank 9 celestial each. They were all tied up with their own opponents. However, there was still a rank 9 celestial who managed to reach the Dragonblood Legion. He was an expert from the ancient family alliance. Xuantian Dao sect. "Today, you'll pay the price for killing Luo Minghao." The ancient family alliance expert wielded a long battle axe. With a single swing of his battle axe, a dozen of the Dragonblood warriors were blown back, coughing up blood. "Haha, not bad, not even one of you died from that. Then try to keep receiving my attacks." The ancient family expert laughed and his aura suddenly soared. The battle axe in his hand began to shine as he actually activated a portion of his ancestral item's power. This attack was many times more terrifying than the last. "Get out of the way." One of the squad leaders charged forward to receive this attack alone. He knew this attack was something others couldn't receive. If they tried, they would simply be killed. "You think you can stop me? What a joke," sneered the ancient family expert. His battle axe didn't pause and mercilessly fell. The squad leader's sword exploded, while the battle axe merely paused for a moment before continuing down to strike his body. His armor was blown apart along with his body. The squad leader had died. However, that terrifying attack had been stopped with just his death. The surrounding Dragonblood warriors were only sent flying, and none of them died. Squad leader. Seeing their squad leader sacrifice his life to protect them, the others let out bestial roars. Ha ha ha, the Dragonblood Legion really has money. Not only do you have such powerful weapons, but you even have such powerful armor. The ancient family expert laughed. At this time, the other experts from the ancient races, the corrupt path, and ancient families arrived, each of them filled with greed. Kill. Avenge the squad leader, roared a Dragonmark warrior, tears covering his face. He and the others had joined the Dragonblood Legion later, and they felt great respect and admiration for the Dragonblood warriors that had started out with Long Chen in the eastern wasteland. It was the Dragonblood warriors that had led them through the initial slaughter and strengthened their resolve. They had been their teachers. They had taught them the essence of the martial path. They had been like big brothers looking after their little brothers. Whenever the latter had encountered danger, the former had been the ones to bear it. Even after everyone had grown to this point, the original Dragonblood warriors still looked after them like little brothers. And today, to protect them, one of them had died. Despite knowing he would die, he still sacrificed himself. Ever since they had officially joined the Dragonblood Legion in the Central Plains, they had experienced many battles but had always maintained a zero-casualty record. Their squad leader's death was unacceptable to them. Haha, a group of ants also dares to call for revenge. Just die. The ancient family expert laughed at the Dragonblood Legion's warriors who were charging at him. His battle axe slashed down once more. The 9-flower manifestation behind him revolved as endless heavenly Tao energy poured into his ancestral item. This attack was equally unblockable. The ancient family expert was just about to kill everyone before him when the ground beneath him suddenly swelled up, sending him flying into the air and causing his attack to miss. All warriors, hear my orders. Retreat back to the defensive line of the spirit race warriors and spirit beasts. Guo Ran cried out new orders. Lang Yuan won the peace of the countryside is broken. Lang Yuan chapter 1 The peace of the countryside is broken. A small river flowed within the surrounding mountains. Farmland lined the river, and with the sun's warm rays already lighting up the land, the farmers had long since gotten to work. The oxen were walking back and forth on the farms, pulling on the plows that broke apart the earth. But the farms had water in them, and as the oxen traveled, the muddy water splashed. Whether it was the oxen or the farmers, they were all covered in mud. One farmer appeared to be in his 30s. Through the layers of mud, it was vaguely possible to see he was a suntanned man busy with his honest labor. He was constantly shouting, directing the oxen. Only once the land was level could he begin planting the seedlings. This entire year's crop depended on the spring, so he couldn't waste this sunlight. Suddenly, a tender shout rang out. The man turned to see a little girl who appeared to be between 3 or 4 years old running over to him on the embankment between farms. She held 2 wild fruits in her hand as she excitedly shouted. The little girl wore her hair in pigtails, and she wore a cotton jacket. Although it was spring, this early spring morning was still a bit chilly. She was a beautiful girl who seemed like an adorable doll, with her jade-like face and her crescent eyebrows. Her eyes were the perfect proportion of white and black. Little Yan, why have you run over here? Look, you dirtied your jacket. Aren't you afraid your mom will spank you? The suntanned man immediately smiled, looking at the little girl with love. Even his tiredness was swept away by her arrival. Mom won't hit me. I came here to bring Dad some fruit. Careful, the suntanned man cried out. The embankment was very muddy, and the girl slipped and fell. Those 2 fruits she was carrying fell into the mud, and even her dress was dirtied. She immediately began to bawl. The man hastily ran over and wiped her dress a few times. Picking her up, he placed her on a larger rock to the side of the embankment. Little Yan, what hurts? Tell Dad, he said, worriedly looking at her. I'm sorry Dad, little Yan is too stupid. I got the fruit dirty. Little Yan cried, obviously feeling both embarrassed and angry from having her good deed ruined. Hearing that, the man immediately relaxed and smiled. What's so dirty about them? The man directly dug the 2 fruits from the mud, wiped them a few times, and then took a big bite. Dad, they're dirty. Mom said that if you eat dirty things, they'll grow insects inside your stomach. I'll go wash them in the river, cried the girl. Haha, that's something that will only happen to children. Your dad's stomach is strong and he can eat them without worry. The man patted his chest confidently. Really, Dad is amazing. The girl actually believed him and looked at him worshipfully. Come, give Dad a hug. Dad will bring you home and have your mom change your clothes. If you're so dirty, you won't look like a little fairy. The man took off his outer clothes and lifted the girl. He was afraid of getting the girl's clothes dirty. He clearly doted on her. Dad, am I holding up your work? She asked. Of course not. I've already worked for a while and I needed a break. Let alone your dad, even the oxen need a rest, comforted the man. Dad really is the best. The girl leaned over to kiss him on the cheek. Don't. Your dad is dirty, so you can't kiss him. If you eat any dirt, bugs will grow in your stomach. The man hastily dodged with a laugh. Then I'll wait until Dad is clean. The girl hung onto his neck. Carrying the girl, the man crossed the farmland and arrived on the path to return to the village. Hey, Langer, hey, this girl of yours has such pale skin. It's a completely different color from yours. It couldn't be that your wife wasn't loyal to you, right? Joked a fellow farmer who was busy in the fields when he saw them passing. These farmers all liked to joke around, and in truth, they were very close to each other. This joke didn't harbor any ill intent. They were all used to it. Screw off. You and your wife are both so pale, but your child looks like he is made of mud. I heard that he fell once, and it was impossible to tell him apart from the ground. It was only the next day that you found him. You're clearly just jealous, laughed the man who had been called Langer. Hey. Hee, my second son is 2 years older than your girl. Those ages just happen to be suitable. What do you think about setting them up? That farmer's eyebrows rolled several times. Don't even think about it. This girl of mine is like a heavenly fairy. But your son really is not bad. He'll definitely be a capable hunter in the future. He'll be invisible once he's tossed to the ground, and even prey won't notice him. Ha ha ha. Langer Hay laughed and left, bringing his daughter into the village. The village wasn't very large. There were only a few dozen households. They lived off the land, relying entirely on farming, hunting, and gathering. Once the two of them arrived, a few women looking after children immediately smiled toward them, praising the girl for being smart and attractive. Although they often saw her, it always felt like it wasn't enough. The girl was also very adorable, cutely calling them third aunt, second aunt, and so on. These villagers lived simple and honest lives here, and they all got along with each other. Aya, my little girl, what happened to you? Are you all right? A woman immediately walked over upon seeing them. Seeing her current appearance, she was both angered and distressed. She's fine. She just fell down and got her clothes dirty. Why don't you go ask Mom to change your clothes? I'll get back to work. Langer Hay rubbed the girl's head and then left. The girl's mother brought out a set of clean clothes for little Yan. She had just helped her change into them when the sound of rapid hoofbeats rang out along with several startled cries. What are you doing? Langer Hay was amongst them. But after a muffled groan, his voice was cut off. Little Yan, don't move. Mom will go out to take a look. Little Yan's mother hastily ran out of the courtyard to see over 10 black-robed men. Each of them was large and stocky, and they were currently shouting something. Little Yan's mother quickly saw Langer Hay on the ground. Hey, cried little Yan's mother. She ran over to his side and saw that his nose was sunken in. His teeth had been knocked out of his mouth and his face was covered with blood. The entire village was panicked. They had never seen such strong people. The villagers quickly grabbed their children and stared fearfully at the black-robed men. Some of those black-robed men carried swords on their backs, some carried sabers on their waists. They seemed like evil fiends to these villagers. Following the panic in the village, the men working on the farms all rushed back. Seeing Langer Hay lying on the ground, they shouted furiously, "What are you doing?" PFF'd. One man had just opened his mouth when one of those black-robed men with a scar on his face unsheathed his saber and cut off that man's head. They're killers. Run. PFFT. One of the shouting women was directly cut in two by another man. The villagers were all scared stupid. The sound of crying and terrified shouts echoed. How vexing. We were actually sent to this region. How are we supposed to find any good seedlings amongst these peasants? One of the black-robed men spat on the ground as his gaze swept across the quivering villagers. His gaze was focused on the children the women were carrying. A cold light shone in his eyes. What a waste of time. Kill them all. Such inferior people aren't fit to live in this world. They should make room for useful people, said the scar-faced man who seemed to be the leader. As he spoke, he randomly slashed his saber. One man was directly killed. I won't let you. One village man attacked one of the black-robed men with a farming pick. But he had only just raised it when a sword pierced his chest. That man looked at the sword piercing his chest and unwillingly collapsed. Dad, a 7-year-old boy ran over, wailing. With a single kick from the black-robed man, that child was sent flying. One of the black-robed men arrived in front of Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia had just been woken by his wife. Seeing the black-robed men, he immediately pushed his wife behind him and shouted, "If you have any guts, then come at us. Leave the women alone. The weak don't have the qualifications to set conditions." The black-robed man kicked Xianxia in the chest, and he and his wife were both sent tumbling back. The black-robed man raised his sword again. It began to fall toward Xianxia's neck without the slightest mercy. "Don't hurt Daddy." At some unknown point, the little girl had also run over. She stood in front of Xianxia's body. She stared at the black-robed man with her black and white eyes. A courageous light shone in those eyes, a light without the slightest fear. Seeing little Yan run over, Xianxia was startled and hastily pulled her back, giving her to his wife. "Bring little Yan away." Little Yan's mother picked her up and immediately fled for her life. The black-robed man was about to chase when Xianxia grabbed his waist and swept out his leg. In his carelessness, the black-robed man actually tripped to the ground. With a furious roar, that black-robed man smashed a fist at Xianxia's back. Lang Yuan 2 The Weak Seek to Live. Lang Yuan Chapter 2 The Weak Seek to Live. The sound of bones breaking rang out and Xianxia's spine was instantly destroyed. He was just an ordinary person, while his opponent was a cultivator. But even with his spine broken, even as he lost all connection to his lower body, Xianxia continued to hang onto the black-robed man. In his fury, the black-robed man's body suddenly shook. A powerful chi wave directly shattered Xianxia's arms, and he was sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. Xianxia smashed into a wall. His body was completely deformed and no longer looked human. He stopped breathing, but his eyes were still looking in the direction his wife had fled. They were filled with longing. "Dad!" Little Yan let out a heart-rending cry as she tried to escape from her mother's hold. But she was too weak, and she was carried away. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, little Yan's mother trembled. A sword had stabbed into her back and out through her chest. The tip left behind a shallow cut on little Yan's cheek. "Mom!" Little Yan cried out, looking at her mother. Her mother's eyes were filled with death, and her mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to say something, but she was unable to. Her mother's body collapsed on the ground, her blood dyeing the vegetables. This place was her family's garden. "Little girl, you're not bad looking, but you don't have any spiritual chi fluctuations. You don't even have a spirit root. Ugh, useless. You can die now." That black-robed man looked at the crying little Yan and ruthlessly sent a kick her way. She was sent flying and crashed into a wall. This kick of his was something that would kill any ordinary adult, let alone a child. The man didn't even give her a second glance. He turned and went in another direction. He had no idea that the girl hadn't died. She stood back up. Blue lines began to appear in her originally black and white eyes. A sickle appeared in her hand, and she ran over at him. That black-robed man was looking over the scene, looking to see if there were any fish that had escaped their nets. He actually didn't realize that a little girl was stealthily getting closer to him. "Li Laosin, look out!" Suddenly, one of his fellows let out a startled cry as he noticed that the girl behind him had already raised the sickle in her hand. Before Li Laosin could even react, that sickle struck. It was unknown from where that girl even got the power, but that heavy sickle used for cutting firewood sliced cleanly through his neck. Li Laosin let out a startled cry, and without even thinking about it, he slashed his sword behind him. It was an instinctive reaction. Regretfully, those instincts were for use on adults. His slash was aimed at his opponent's waist, but the person attacking him was only a child. His sword swept right over her head. Let alone injuring her, it instead caused him to stagger and fall on the ground. His head fell to the ground. Just as it landed, he saw that sickle growing even larger in his eyes. Then, he turned stiff, never to move again. As if she didn't realize he had already died, the little girl continued to crazily hack her blade down on the body. Blood dyed her entire body. The blue color in her eyes grew, and there was even a faint pulse to them now. With the blood splashing onto her body, she felt inexhaustible energy within her. She continued hacking her blade. Li Laosin was already turned into mincemeat, but she still didn't stop. Her hands were covered in blood. It wasn't just Li Laosin's, but also her own. The skin on her hands had been ground away, but she didn't seem to be able to feel the pain. She hacked away, each slash stronger than the last. In the end, her sickle brought with it a whistling sound that even caused the other black-robed men to be stunned. A little girl had used a sickle to hack a fourth heaven stage of chi condensation expert to death. That scene was too bizarre. Eventually, she suddenly collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Only then did the black-robed men walk over. Seeing Li Laosin's mincemeat corpse, as well as the little girl who seemed like an adorable doll, they didn't know what to think. This scene was chilling. This girl's extremely bizarre. Perhaps we have found a treasure. If she's a supreme seedling, all of us will have contributed a great merit. The scar-faced man picked up the girl and left with the others. The black-robed men had left, but the originally peaceful village had been turned into a land of death. Other than that little girl, the others had all died. It was dark and damp. A moldy smell filled her nose. It was extremely disgusting. The little girl suddenly awoke. "Dad, Mom," she cried out. She found that her voice had become hoarse as if she hadn't drunk any water in many days. It felt like smoke was about to come from her throat. Her head was still dazed. She once more fell asleep. In her dreams, she saw her mom and dad playing with her. She also saw her fellow villagers celebrating. It was the new year. All of them were smiling happily. Suddenly, the entire world darkened. It was so dark that it was impossible to see anything. She panicked and began to cry, and she tried to find her mom and dad. As a result, she quickly found their corpses. "This isn't real. It must be a dream," she cried. After crying and crying, at some unknown point, she realized there was someone in front of her. She raised her head, but she wasn't able to see that person's face. All she could tell was that it was a woman. She was very tall with an excellent figure. She had long hair, and she seemed to be holding something in her hands. "Who are you? Why did you kill my parents?" shouted the girl as she pounced on that figure. Intense pain in her head woke her up from her dream. She realized she was locked in a cage, and it was constantly rocking. She should be on some sort of cart. A sharp rocking of the cart had caused her head to slam against a wooden pillar. Blood was flowing out. Feeling that blood, she panicked. She almost called out for her mom when she suddenly recalled that her mom was already dead. Her dad was also dead. "Release me, I want to go find my mom and dad," she shouted, clutching the cage. The cover on the cage was removed. The blazing sunlight pierced her eyes, causing her to cry out. She hastily covered her eyes with her hands. "If you keep shouting, I'll feed you to the wolves." A vicious voice rang out. She didn't even have a chance to see from whom it came before the tarp was put back on. The cage once more became dark. Her stomach growled, but she bitterly endured, not making a sound. After an unknown time, when she was so hungry that she was only half conscious, she felt the cage shake several times. Only then did she powerlessly open her eyes. She saw that a stocky man was carrying her cage as if she was just a wild animal. At the same time, she saw other cages. She saw a pair of frightened eyes in each one of them. A boy who appeared 7 or 8 years old shyly opened his mouth. But he only had time to say a single word when he was beaten by a whip. His skin immediately split and he let out a pained shout. "No one said you could speak, so keep your mouths shut. If you want to live, remember this place's rules," said a man icily. The children in hundreds of cages immediately became so terrified that they didn't dare to make a sound. Even when their tears overflowed, they tightly clenched their mouths, not letting their sobs escape. A group of large men quickly carried the cages. They were even faster than horses, and they quickly crossed a mountain. They eventually reached their destination. After putting down their cages, a one-eyed man swept his gaze over them. He icily announced, "Your first mission is to survive for 7 days here. During this week, you'll have to find your own food and water. If you can't find anything to eat, there's an even simpler method. Human flesh isn't poisonous, and it's not as hard to eat as you think." This group of children looked at him with terror. It was unknown whether they could even understand what he was saying, but this group of people didn't care. After saying that, they directly opened the cages and then left without a second word. The little girl looked around. It was already dusk now, and it would quickly be dark. She felt an unprecedented loneliness. Thinking of her dead parents, she wanted to cry, but there were no more tears to be found in her eyes. I want to live. I want to get revenge for my parents. She clenched her tiny fists and was the first to walk out. The other children saw that and also walked out. They wanted to find some fruits to relieve their hunger. But there were no fruit trees around. There weren't even any bodies of water. The girl quickly found a foot-tall plant as she advanced. She hastily bent down and dug it up. Her hands immediately began to bleed because they were still too tender. However, she bore it and continued digging. Eventually, she dug out a fist-sized ball. She recalled that this thing was called a potato, and it could be eaten. Her father had once dug some up for her to eat. She happily looked at it. She was just preparing to wipe off the dirt and eat it when a boy snatched the potato out of her hands. "That's mine," she cried, but the boy ignored her and also ignored the dirt on the potato. He directly bit into it, and it was gone in just 3 mouthfuls. The girl tearfully looked on. At this moment, her fists were quivering and blue ripples appeared in her eyes. "Little sister, I have 2 insect larvae here. You should eat them quickly." Just as the girl's fury was slowly gathering, a gentle voice rang out in her ears. Lang Yuan 3 Followers of the Corrupt God. Lang Yuan Chapter 3 Followers of the Corrupt God. The girl turned to see another girl a bit bigger than she was. She was holding 2 larvae in her hands. "Big sister, you." The little girl didn't know what to do. "Oh, shush." The other girl hastily indicated for her to be quiet. Looking around, she pulled her behind a boulder. "Eat it quickly. This kind of larva can be eaten. If you're afraid, you can first kill them." The girl gave the 2 larvae to Little Yan. Little Yan was truly hungry. Looking at these larvae, she directly swallowed them. Randomly chewing them a few times, she swallowed. "I didn't trick you, right? Although their flavor is a bit strange," the other girl said with a smile. "Big sister, I ate your food. What about you?" asked Little Yan. "I've already eaten 3. This way we won't starve to death for now. How about we search for food together?" "I'm Gu Nianru. What's your name?" she asked. "I'm bigger than you, so you can call me Big Sister Nianru." "And how about I call you Little Yan?" "That's good. My mom and dad called me that." Lang Yuan suddenly thought of her parents and her eyes immediately reddened. "Good sister, all of us that were brought here had all our family killed. We're all the same. Right now, if we want to live, we have to rely entirely on ourselves. Don't think about anything else. Just focus on finding food." Gu Nianru pulled on Lang Yuan, going deeper in search of food. Gu Nianru was only a year older than Lang Yuan, but she possessed a maturity and steadiness that didn't match her age. "Try to stay a bit further away from those bigger ones. Otherwise, your things will be snatched by them. In fact, they might even kill you to eat your flesh," said Gu Nianru. Lang Yuan quivered in fear. Eating people, wasn't that something only fiends would do? That was what all the villagers had said. Going into a small mound, the 2 of them dug up some earthworms. But Gu Nianru didn't eat them, and she also didn't let Lang Yuan eat them. They wanted to first find water to drink. However, they were surrounded by wild mountains, and there were no rivers. But Gu Nianru was very amazing. She managed to squeeze out a bit of water from some plants' stalks, bringing relief to their completely parched throats. "Sister, how are you so amazing?" asked Lang Yuan a bit worshipfully. "My family was hunters. We relied on hunting to survive, and when I was just 3 years old, I learned how to set traps and capture prey with my dad. When we're severely dehydrated, we can't eat too much. Otherwise, we'll quickly die. So while we should continue looking for earthworms, we shouldn't eat them for now. We have to get some water first," said Gu Nianru. She brought Lang Yuan in search of more vegetation, and she quickly squeezed out several more drops for them. The 2 of them only ate a few earthworms. Their situation was still terrible. When the sky darkened, they returned to their camp and entered their cages. Those cages were like their homes. They stayed in them to prevent wild beasts from eating them during the night. This night was extremely bitter. They were all starving and feeling cold. Lang Yuan even woke up several times because she heard strange sounds in the night, as well as a few chilling screams. Some children were constantly crying. When the sun finally lit up the sky again, the children began to crawl out of their cages. But there were several that didn't get up. One of them was that rather large boy that had snatched the potato Lang Yuan had dug up. He was already dead. He didn't find any water and ate too much. "That's why he died," said Gu Nianru. She pulled Lang Yuan away to continue searching for water. That little bit of water they had obtained yesterday wasn't even close to enough. Today, they had to find a greater source of water. Food was actually secondary. In the morning, the cold had condensed some dew. Ji Nianru dragged her clothes across the ground, and they quickly became wet. Little Yan, open your mouth. Ji Nianru wrung her clothes, squeezing out the water. Lang Yuyan hastily opened her mouth. Seeing Ji Nianru's actions, the other children quickly imitated her. But there wasn't much dew, so the water was very limited. Despite doing their best, Lang Yuyan and Ji Nianru had only drunk less than half a cup of water. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the dew quickly disappeared. But Lang Yuyan and Ji Nianru were reinvigorated. They went far afield, intentionally avoiding others so they could secretly eat a few more earthworms they had caught yesterday. At some point, Ji Nianru saw a small, withered tree not far from them. She went over and snapped a branch, obtaining 2 sticks that were half a foot long. She then found a stone and smashed it a few times, making one side the stick more pointy. She then began grinding it against the stone. Big sister, what are you doing? Lang Yuyan's eyes were wide open. She didn't understand. Ji Nianru smiled slightly and didn't say anything. She continued grinding. Very quickly, she finished 2 wooden daggers. She held them in her hands and waved them around a few times. A pleased smile appeared on her face. Here, these will be our secret weapons. If someone bullies us and wants to take our food, we'll kill them, said Ji Nianru. I can't, Lang Yuyan said fearfully. That's okay, I'll protect you. I have a little sister just as old as you, but I couldn't save her. This time, I'll definitely protect my sister. Ji Nianru looked at Lang Yuyan, her eyes a bit red as if she was reminiscing. The two of them climbed over a steep mountain. They were already several miles from their camp, and it was already an immense distance to travel for 2 children. This was also very dangerous. Having gone this far, they were exhausting their precious physical energy and water. But once they climbed this mountain, they began shouting in excitement. That was because they saw gourds growing out of a vine. Even Lang Yuyan recognized this kind of vegetation. This kind of gourd was filled with water. The villagers would often use its shell to store things. There were over 10 of these gourds. The 2 of them immediately cut one off for each of them. Using their wooden daggers, they cut a small hole. Water immediately began spurting out, along with a faint sweet taste. The 2 of them didn't waste a single drop. All the liquid in the 2 gourds was sucked clean. They drank another one before stopping, completely satisfied. Lang Yuyan suggested bringing one back, but Ji Nianru told her not to. Although they had managed to drink their fill, their bodies were still too weak. Just drinking their fill once wasn't enough to recover. If they were noticed by others, these gourds wouldn't be theirs anymore. In fact, they might even be killed. The 2 of them decided to be safe and return according to their original path. This one trip took them the whole day. On the way, they ate the gourds, flesh to allay their hunger. Once they returned, they saw that a few people had disappeared. Furthermore, those that had died had also disappeared. The next day, Lang Yuyan and Ji Nianru once more went out. But Ji Nianru chose to go along another path and then detoured to the gourds. They had just finished one gourd when they heard footsteps. A group of large boys appeared. Seeing those gourds, their expressions immediately changed. They practically became fanatic. They charged up, and Ji Nianru pulled Lang Yuyan away. Lang Yuyan shouted, "But those are ours." Those children were like hungry wolves. They consumed all the gourds in practically an instant. Then they suddenly charged at Ji Nianru and Lang Yuyan. Lang Yuyan was too young, and she couldn't run quickly. She was quickly caught up too. One of the boys with many scars on his face seemed to be the leader, and he shouted, "Kill them." The other boys immediately charged forward, a vicious light shining in their eyes. "You already snatched our water. Now what do you want?" shouted Lang Yuyan. "We want to eat your flesh," roared one of them. He was the first one to charge and directly went after Lang Yuyan, causing her to scream. However, he was just about to reach her when Ji Nianru's wooden dagger stabbed through his heart. His body stiffened and then slowly collapsed. That one attack was extremely vicious and sharp, stopping the boys immediately and turning them pale. Ji Nianru waved her dagger at them. There was still blood on it. She icily said, "That should have been enough for you. If you come at us again, we'll go all out. At the very least, we'll drag a few of you down with us." Those boys were scared stiff for a moment. Originally, They had thought that these two little girls were just two sheep. They hadn't expected them to have such vicious fangs. Before coming here, I already went through a round of elimination. There are dozens of people that died at my hands. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Ji Nianru stared closely at the scarred boy. For a moment, everyone was stunned by Ji Nianru's vicious change. She slowly retreated with Lang Yuyan. Once they were far enough, they ran off. The boys stared as they went away. In the end, they also left, bringing along their fallen brethren's corpse. On the third day's morning, more people failed to wake up. Looking at those corpses, it was like they had already become numb to that scene. Everyone went out in search of food and water. Furthermore, the struggle between people only grew more intense. That was especially true when it came to Lang Yuyan and Ji Nianru. Their group only contained 2 people, and Lang Yuyan was too small. It was all too easy for others to treat them as prey. However, Ji Nianru displayed an extremely vicious side. That wooden daggers of hers touched blood several times, and that intimidated everyone. Later, no one dared to place their sights on them. Instead, they went to fight over food and water with the others. Because everyone's search range had increased so much, they had begun to find sources of food and water. It wasn't as scarce as before, but they needed as much food and water as possible so that they could get stronger. Otherwise, their things would be snatched away, and one of those things might be their lives. Here, there was nothing they could rely on except themselves. They couldn't trust in anything except power. 7 days passed. There had originally been hundreds of people, but now they were down to a few dozen. Only 1/10 of them had survived. Of those people, Lang Yuyan was the weakest. If it hadn't been for Ji Nianru's protection, she would have long since died. Once the 7 days were up, the one-eyed man returned. He brought them away, and 3 days later, they arrived in a sect. There were tens of thousands of children standing in the plaza currently. At the center of the plaza was a statue that soared into the clouds. From today onwards, you're all followers of the corrupt god. Everything you have is the corrupt gods, and that includes your bodies and souls. Lang Yuyan 4 Bathing in the Divine Blessing. Lang Yuyan Chapter 4 Bathing in the Divine Blessing. More and more red-robed people appeared in the plaza. Every 3 steps, they bowed. Each 9 steps, they kowtowed. They were muttering some kind of strange scripture. A strange air filled heaven and earth. Lang Yuyan and the others' nerves were stretched taut, and it was like some kind of formless energy was enveloping them. Grand Corrupt God, please bestow your glory onto these children. Enlighten them on how to advance. From today onwards, they will no longer be sheep lost in the wild. An old man was kneeling in front of the statue and was also muttering a scripture. Lang Yuyan didn't know that this was a kind of ceremony. All the children were befuddled as they looked at the statue. The ceremony took a full 2 hours, and during it, none of the children dared to move. Once the ceremony was finally over, all the children were forced together, and the scripture was taught to them. Corrupt God blessing, temper my body, make me fearless. Make me forget myself, make me forget the rest of the world. Everything the world has is bestowed by the God, every blade of grass, every tree, every thread, every needle. The God graced me with my body, a body to follow heaven's laws. Eliminate the weak, a battle of survival of the fittest. The weak are only born for the strong. All life struggles, no one could understand it, but they did their best to memorize it. That was because the elder had just said that this ceremony was to offer sacrifice to the corrupt god. That person would only repeat it 3 times, and if they still couldn't memorize it, it meant they didn't know how to respect the corrupt god. Those who disrespected the corrupt god would be killed. There were over 1,000 words. After only repeating it 3 times, that person began testing people one by one. If anyone said one word wrong, they would be dragged away. It was said that they would be fed to magical beasts, thus, whales began to rise. Little Yan, did you memorize it? Asked Ji Nianru stealthily. Yes. Lang Yuyan nodded. It was quickly their turn. The 2 of them smoothly passed the test. After that, they were split into a group of 500 people. Since you've memorized it, from today onwards, you will no longer be orphans, but the god's children. Your parents weren't killed, they died to undertake the corrupt god's work. You can consider them heroes that died in battle. If they hadn't died, there would have been no way for you to realize what this world is. This world is emotionless, pitiless, and merciless. It is a world where the weak are only prey to the strong, and only the strong are respected. Compassion, duty, propriety, integrity. Those are hypocritical shams. Power is the only thing you need. With power, you can fulfill all your desires. Without power, you'll only be able to watch as the things you cherish the most are taken away by others. As for you, you'll be able to do nothing. Starting today, you'll form groups of 10 and be thrown deep into the mountains. You'll have to survive on your own for 2 years. Wild beasts roam about in those mountains, so whether or not you can survive depends on your own abilities. That expert directly sent them off after speaking. This was Lang Yuyan's first time seeing flying magical beasts. The fortunate thing was that she was in the same group as Ji Yu Nianru. In their group of 10, there were 3 girls and 7 boys. They all listened to Ji Yu Nianru, working together to find a source of water, forage for food, and build a shelter. These children who had originally enjoyed their parents' love had now begun to learn how to survive on their own. Fortunately, Ji Yu Nianru was extremely experienced with hunting. When the 10 of them worked together, each day was better than the last. They began to form bonds between them, as if they were a family. In the beginning, they only dared to gather a few wild fruits. Once they found a source of water, they began building a shelter. They built traps around the shelter to prevent attacks from wild beasts. A month later, they began hunting for pheasants, rabbits, and other prey. Sometimes, they would even dare to attack wild boars. Living in that intense environment, Lang Yuyan learned many skills. Under Ji Yu Nianru's guidance, she quickly became their group's second in command. She was strong and agile. Their shelter was attacked several times by wild beasts. Once a fierce black bear attacked and broken their traps. Under Ji Yu Nianru and Lang Yuyan's guidance, they worked together to cut it down. The days passed one by one. They felt that these days were the happiest time of their lives after what they had experienced before. But happy days always passed by the quickest. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lang Yuyan was already 5.5 years old. In this environment, she had grown a great deal. She had almost forgotten the pain of her past. But on this day, their nightmare returned. People came to bring them back. They tried to run, but they were all caught. They were brought back to the sect. After that, they were forced to consume various medicinal pills and take tests to evaluate their physical functions. The pain was enough for them to want to die. In this place, they were like animals that had to follow other people's orders. They wanted to rebel, but they didn't have the power. 3 days later, they were brought into a room. Next, someone came and called out 3 names. Once those 3 people left, they never returned. Lang Yuyan and Ji Yu Nianru went out to search only to find them in a nearby valley. They were already dead. There were hundreds of other corpses with them. They should be the people whose talent wasn't good enough. They didn't have the qualifications to be raised, so they were killed, said Ji Yu Nianru hatefully, clenching her fists. These bastards, roared one boy. They were all infuriated. These were companions they had been with for 2 years. Seeing 3 of them die, they were incomparably distressed. Scram or die. Just at this moment, a red-robed man appeared, tossing 2 more corpses onto the pile. Lang Yuyan and the others returned to their wooden room, and then, more people brought them away again. It was another round of tests. After those tests, only 5 of their 7 remained. 2 more of them died. They despaired. In front of these powerful experts, their little bit of power was insignificant. Bastards, just wait until I get stronger. I'll definitely kill them all to get revenge. I've already remembered all their faces, said one boy through clenched teeth. The next day, the 5 of them were brought back to the plaza with hundreds of others. It was still the same group as 2 years ago, but now they numbered much less. 2 years had let them grow a great deal. They had become stronger, but the only thing in their eyes was endless hatred. They had obviously encountered the same thing as Lang Yuyan and the others. It was still the same elder that had held the ceremony back then. He smiled slightly. Now do you understand how important power is? Without power, you won't even be able to survive, let alone have freedom or dignity. However, you don't need to panic. Do you want revenge? Do you want revenge for your companions? Do you want to kill those people who were so cruel to you? Do you also want to kill me with them? That's also fine. Everyone is a follower of the corrupt god, and the corrupt god is fair. He will give all of you the chance to fulfill your wishes. The key point is whether or not you can grasp that chance. Starting today, you all have the right to cultivate. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill anyone here that you have enmity against, including myself. You are the seedlings that have been tested to have the greatest potential. But whether or not you can grow is up to yourselves. Now you have the chance to take the first step of your growth. Bathe in the corrupt god's favor. Let the divine ceremony begin. The corrupt god's statue began to shake slightly, and light began to rain from the sky. Those children began to quiver as that light sprinkled upon them. The blood in their bodies began to rapidly circulate. It felt like their bodies were overflowing with energy. Corrupt God, grace me with power. I am willing to become your most loyal servant, shouted some people, their eyes red. Corrupt God, I am willing to offer up my everything to you, including my soul. Following the loud shouting of certain people, it was like the corrupt God had really heard them. The rain of light slowly condensed over them. The others saw that and followed suit. Shouts of solemn oaths rang throughout the air. Those people's voices turned hoarse, but they continued to scream. That was because they found that as they screamed, more light would gather over their bodies, and the power overflowing out of them grew even greater. Lang Yuan watched as the people around her screamed with greater and greater fervor. She noticed that when the light landed on her body, there was some kind of power that forced it back. She was unable to absorb it. Once the divine ceremony was over, they learned that they were the disciples of the corrupt god, also known as the corrupt path's disciples. Their sect was called Bloodfiend Gate. Bloodfiend Gate didn't split its disciples into inner or outer disciples. Everyone was the same. They started cultivating and training together. The elders imparted the chi condensation techniques to them. Chi condensation was the first step. As for the chi sensing realm, after bathing in the corrupt god's divine grace, they had already passed that. Their cultivation speed was incredibly fast, and their foundation was extremely solid. During this time, they had plenty of food, a good dwelling, and practically anything else that they wanted. In just 1 month, Lang Yuan had reached the 7th heaven stage of chi condensation. That was the most frightening thing about the god's blessing. Each of these people had been without the slightest foundation. But having experienced countless life and death trials, all their potential was carved out. Ji-Yu Nianru was even stronger. She had already reached the 9th heaven stage. To reach the 9th heaven stage of chi condensation at just 6 years old was extremely terrifying. Once all the disciples were gathered again, they were no longer children, but cultivators. Although they were young and immature, the pain and suffering of their childhood had allowed them to mature very early. At just 6 or 7 years old, they had the same stature as someone over 10 years old. Their eyes were cold and sharp. They also had their own weapons, as well as any battle skills they wanted to cultivate. Compared to a month ago, they were like completely different people. Excellent. You should all have sensed the power of the divine blessing now. It was the corrupt god that changed your everything. Only by bathing under the light of the corrupt god can you become this world's master, becoming the master of your own fate. A month ago, I said the corrupt god would give you a chance to get revenge. That time has come. The elder pointed to a mass of people standing in the distance. They were all chi condensation experts. Do you see them? The people who captured you, the people who killed your families, they're right there. Your chance to get revenge has come. You can challenge them. It will be a fair fight. Life and death will be up to fate. It just depends on whether you have the courage, said the elder. I want to challenge you. Seeing the man with the scar on his face, killing intent erupted out of Lang Yuan. That was precisely one of the people that had killed her parents. Even if he was burned to ash, she would still recognize that face. Lang Yuan 5 Cruel Rules. Lang Yuan Chapter 5 Cruel Rules. Lang Yuan immediately thought of how her parents had died miserably. Looking at this scar-faced man, a strange blue light appeared in her pupils. Little Yan, his cultivation base has reached the 9th heaven stage of chi condensation. You can't beat him, said Ji-Yu Nianru. But Lang Yuan had already walked out, a 2-foot-long sword in her hand. It was a specially made weapon for her age. The scar-faced man smiled slightly. His luck was excellent. Lang Yuan had actually challenged him. According to the corrupt path's rules, these disciples would only have one chance to challenge them. As long as they passed, they would receive a large reward. But there was another rule. That was that they couldn't kill these children. However, the children challenging them didn't know about that rule. For Lang Yuan to challenge him now meant that she couldn't challenge him again in the future. He would receive an easy reward now. The people like him were most afraid of these disciples growing up before challenging them. Then they would definitely die. Lang Yuan unsheathed her sword. Even at such a young age, the whistling sound of her sword was so sharp. That was enough to show how strong her wrist strength was. Even some of the elders couldn't help nodding. This Lang Yuyan was so young, but she was made of good stuff. The scar-faced man snorted and raised his sword. Lang Yuyan's attack was easily blocked. In terms of power, she was unable to compete with him. "Little Yan," cried Ji Nianru. Lang Yuyan clenched her teeth. Blood was pouring out of her hand, but she seemed to not be able to sense it. She repeatedly slashed her sword. The corrupt experts shook their heads. Her first slash had been good, but by the third slash, she was just randomly hacking. The scar-faced man snorted. His sword danced and Lang Yuyan was forced back 3 times. Blood dripped out of the corner of her mouth. After all, she was just a child, and she was too lacking when it came to power. Furthermore, as she became furious, she even forgot to circulate her qi. Without circulating her qi, she was immediately sent flying back, a cut on her cheek. Blood slowly flowed out. She knelt there, trying to get up. But she didn't succeed. "You really are too useless. I still remember that your father was that dark-skinned fellow, correct? When he died, you retaliated and even managed to kill Li Laosin. Over 2 years have passed, but you haven't grown at all. Don't even think about getting revenge in your life. You're fated to forever be weak. In the future, you'll only be able to crawl beneath the feet of the strong," sneered the scar-faced man. That was their mission. They were supposed to provoke these disciples to get stronger. They wanted them to be furious. They wanted them to go crazy. Lang Yuyan was on the ground. The scar-faced man was too powerful. She felt like her body was about to collapse. Her mind entered a muddled state. She could vaguely hear Ji Nianru's cries, but that voice seemed so distant. Just as Lang Yuyan was about to fall unconscious, she entered a strange space. There was a long-haired woman was in front of her. That woman was holding something in her hand. That was all Lang Yuyan could tell. She was unable to see anything else about her figure. "Who are you?" cried Lang Yuyan. This was her second time seeing this figure. "You still aren't angry enough. This way, you won't be able to obtain the power that should be yours. He is right, you really are too useless. You are unable to get revenge for your parents. They died for nothing." That woman shook her head and then disappeared. "No, I will get revenge. I'll get revenge from my parents. I'm not trash, I'll get revenge." Lang Yuyan slowly raised her head. Her originally black and white eyes now twinkled with a blue light. It was a bit strange. Originally, everyone had thought that the battle was over. But Lang Yuyan suddenly crawled up. She raised her sword and walked over to the scar-faced man. Her eyes. The scar-faced man's heart shook. He suddenly recalled that when Lang Yuyan had killed Li Laosin, her eyes had also changed color. Die. Lang Yuyan's sword slashed down. What startled everyone was that this attack brought with it a whistling sound that made it seem like it was tearing apart space. That wasn't a kind of power she should possess. The scar-faced man hastily raised his sword. As a result, sparks flew. He was forced back several steps. Just as he was knocked back, Lang Yuyan's figure appeared in front of him. With a slash of her sword, his leg was severed. The experts' expressions all changed. Lang Yuyan's power was extremely strange. They were unable to see through it. The scar-faced man hadn't expected a child to possess such power. Seeing another slash coming toward him, he hastily dodged. His sword was knocked out of his hand. Lang Yuyan's sword flew. The scar-faced man's other leg and arms were all cut off. He screamed, but Lang Yuyan was merciless. She thought of the love her parents had given her, and all kinds of scenes surfaced in her mind. She became more and more infuriated because these people had killed those that she loved the most. Lang Yuyan's sword repeatedly slashed down. The scar-faced man was turned into mincemeat in front of everyone's shocked gazes. Suddenly, the blue light in Lang Yuyan's eyes faded, and she collapsed limply. Ji Nianru hastily ran over to support her. Lang Yuyan had succeeded in getting revenge. Countless other disciples immediately challenged the ones that had harmed them. Some succeeded, some failed. This revenge was a trial for these disciples. These were the ways the corrupt path raised its disciples. 3 days later, Lang Yuyan and Ji Nianru were split into a group of 500 people. They cultivated together. They received missions to hunt magical beasts, and with Lang Yuyan and Ji Nianru present, they never encountered any danger. 3 months later, Lang Yuyan broke through to blood condensation. At this time, they tested their spirit roots. As a result, the higher-ups were disappointed to see that her spirit root was only silver grade. But Ji Nianru's spirit root had reached the dark gold rank. After testing their spirit roots, they underwent an extremely cruel challenge. Their group of disciples was about to undergo a knockout competition. 2 people would fight, the winner would live, while the loser would die. When they heard of this, everyone was dumbfounded. Their opponent was specially chosen by the situation. If the 2 disciples were unable to determine a winner within an incense stick's worth of time, the elder would directly cut off both their heads. Battle isn't a game. The corrupt god does not accept blasphemy. The goal of the battle is to kill your opponent. If you're afraid of death, you'll only die faster. The corrupt god has blessed all of you so that you'll become the strongest warriors. It's not for trash afraid of dying. If your faith is strong enough, you'll be fearless. Then you'll obtain the god's power and be unrivaled. If you're afraid of dying, it's a blasphemy to the corrupt god. The god's displeasure will end your life, said the elder sternly. Following that, 2 disciples immediately walked out. At the same time, they roared and began a fierce battle. They fought with their full strength, each of their attacks vicious, a true battle to the death. In just 10 moves, one of them killed the other, ending the battle. The thing that made Lang Yuan feel extremely fortunate about was that she wasn't in the same section as Ji Yunianru. After her experience from last time, she had gained a slight understanding of the essence of battle. Her opponent was easily killed. As for Ji Yunianru, she defeated her opponent in just 3 moves. Her opponent was dejected and killed by the elder. The fate of losers was death. Over 500 experts were cut down to half. In their original group of 10 people, other than Lang Yuan and Ji Yunianru, the rest had all died during this competition. Lang Yuan and Ji Yunianru were dejected, but the elder didn't give them much time to feel sorrow. They were soon sent to a small town to slaughter the heathens there. They were heathens that had disrespected their god. When she watched those countless disciples slaughtering those unarmed commoners, Lang Yuan couldn't help softly asking Ji Yunianru, "Big sister, why do we live?" Ji Yunianru looked at her and smiled slightly. "We live for ourselves. As for them, perhaps it's to vent their feelings. They feel much hatred inside. Perhaps doing this can make them feel a bit better." Ji Yunianru and Lang Yuan didn't participate in the slaughter. They just watched the other corrupt disciples roar and slaughter the commoners. They held each other as they watched on. Once the heathens were slaughtered, they disbanded and returned to their sect to cultivate. But the corrupt path's cultivation was extremely cruel. The elimination competitions continued. They happened periodically. Sometimes it would be half a year between them, sometimes there would be 2 in 1 month. Time passed bit by bit. The struggle between them only grew more and more intense, and the people were growing more and more vicious. This year, Lang Yuan was 13 years old and already a bone-forging expert. Her beauty was also gradually showing itself. Quite a few disciples secretly set their intentions on her, but they only dared to think of that. That was because they were afraid of a certain person, Ji Yunianru. Ji Yunianru's name seemed to be amicable, but she would hunt down whoever dared to provoke Lang Yuan to the ends of the earth. But once they reached the bone-forging realm, everyone's cultivation slowed down. The bone-forging realm was extremely important. It was a realm created through amassing resources. In this realm, the resources had to be concentrated on the absolute geniuses. Just now, Lang Yuan had killed her final opponent. But she didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement. Instead, her expression was exceedingly grave. Within her original group of over 500 people, the only ones left were her and Ji Yunianru. Furthermore, according to the rules, the 2 would now have to fight. In other words, only one of them would be able to live. It was an extremely cruel reality. It was just like the past. Once the 2 had won, they returned behind the mountains to amuse themselves. Ji Yunianru had also grown into a beautiful woman. She was like a lotus flower blooming just out of the surface, and anyone who looked at her would feel a good feeling. When she smiled, those deep dimples were exceptionally enchanting. "Big sister, tomorrow we'll have 2. Lang Yuan's voice was a bit hoarse. "Will you kill me?" Ji Yunianru softly brushed Lang Yuan's hair, a tender expression on her face. Gu Nianru Ji Yunianru, to care for someone softly. Lang Yuan 6 The name of the Devil Empress. Lang Yuan Chapter 6 The name of the Devil Empress. "No, I'd rather die than see you die." Lang Yuan held Ji Yunianru, resting her head on her chest. Ji Yunianru had always looked after her. She viewed her as practically more important than her own life. Therefore, there was no way Lang Yuan could really fight her. Ji Yunianru also tightly held Lang Yuan. "I beg the sect master," but his response was that these are the rules set by the corrupt god. "Only one of us can live. Caressing her cheek, she asked, "Little Yan, is there anything you feel unfulfilled about?" Lang Yuyan shook her head. She had already gotten revenge for her parents. She had no regrets. But I do. When my parents died, I was in a panic and running. I didn't see them clearly. And most hateful of all, my little sister ended up getting lost as she ran with me. When I went back to find her, she was already a corpse. During these years, I've always been secretly investigating, trying to get revenge for them. Currently, I've only gained a few clues. Little Yan, your big sister is begging you. Give this chance to live to me. I want to get revenge for them, said Ji Nianru tearfully. All right, if I can use my life in exchange for your life, I'm willing. It's just that we'll never be able to see each other again. Lang Yuyan was willing to die, but she was reluctant to part. Ji Nianru couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They streamed down, and she sobbed, I'm also unwilling to part with you. I will always keep your corpse. I've heard that as long as people work hard at cultivating, they can one day become a god or immortal. At that time, I'll become a god and revive you from the dead. Then we can be reunited. Then I'll wait for you. Big sister, you're so amazing, so I know you can do it, said Lang Yuyan. Her confident gaze at Ji Nianru made it seem like she could see the day she would become a god. The next day, they were still on the same martial stage. The original 500 disciples had been whittled down to 2. There was an elder smiling at them from the stage. For him, seeing disciples slaughter each other was an extremely delightful thing. Furthermore, there were dozens of other elders who had come to watch. They were all looking at Ji Nianru expectantly. Ji Nianru had always been the disciple that had stood out the most amongst her peers. But she had one immense weak point, and that was Lang Yuyan. Once Lang Yuyan was gone, Ji Nianru would have nothing besides herself and would truly become a monster. Regretfully, Ji Nianru had always been caring too much about Lang Yuyan, which had hindered her cultivation speed. So they wanted Ji Nianru to personally remove her burden, making her truly vicious. Once that happened, she would become a true expert. Big sister, I'm going to attack now. Lang Yuyan's expression was calm. Her sword suddenly came out of its sheath, piercing straight toward Ji Nianru's heart. Ji Nianru's sword was also as quick as lightning. After blocking Lang Yuyan's sword, her own sword spun and stabbed toward Lang Yuyan's head. This attack was extremely vicious. The elders nodded. Ji Nianru had finally accepted the situation and attacked her little sister. Their two swords repeatedly clashed. Sword chi erupted. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 30 blows. Suddenly, Ji Nianru's sword shook and her sword light changed, becoming a lotus flower that mercilessly slammed toward Lang Yuyan. Lang Yuyan smiled sadly. This was the move she had agreed to die to yesterday. According to the plan, Lang Yuyan stabbed her sword at the center of the lotus. That was the strongest part of the attack, and so she would definitely die. Goodbye, big sister. Lang Yuyan closed her eyes. But the pain she had expected didn't appear. When she opened her eyes, she was horrified to find that her sword had stabbed through Ji Nianru's heart. Big sister, cried Lang Yuyan. Even the elders' expressions changed. They were filled with fury. How? Let me heal you. Lang Yuyan pressed her hand against Ji Nianru's chest, pouring her spiritual chi into her. But she found that all of Ji Nianru's meridians had been destroyed along with her heart. No one could save her now. Lang Yuyan began to wail. Little Yan, I'm sorry, I tricked you. Please forgive me. I really am unable to bear you dying right in front of me. Forgive my selfishness. I've passed the pain on to you. I've always thought of you as my real little sister. I don't know whether this is fate, or whether I wanted to make up for my regrets. Being able to die for you makes me really happy. Little Yan, don't feel bad. I trust you'll definitely become a god one day. In the future, you'll be able to revive. You will. Ji Nianru tried to raise her hand to touch Lang Yuyan's face, but she failed. Her head fell as her life came to an end. No, you're lying. Everything you're saying is a lie. There aren't any gods or immortals in this world, so why did you have to trick me? Lang Yuyan clenched Ji Nianru's corpse, letting out a heart-rending cry. How infuriating. That idiot actually dared to kill herself. That's a blasphemy to the corrupt god. Even if she's a corpse, I'll take her to use as a cauldron. One of the elders furiously came onto the stage and grabbed Ji Nianru's head, just about to take her away. Bastard, release my big sister. Raged Lang Yuyan. She immediately slashed her sword at him. Lang Yuyan's sword shattered. At the same time, the elder also sent a kick at Lang Yuyan's ribs. Lang Yuyan vomited blood, feeling like her ribs had broken into several pieces. Slut, do you know? You ruined a peerless genius. The elder was enraged and once more sent out a kick. Lang Yuyan was immediately sent flying and crashed onto the martial stage's stone pillar. A large gash appeared on her forehead, and her head was almost crushed. That elder was a meridian opening expert while Lang Yuyan had only just reached bone forging. She had only tempered 6 bones, so the power difference between them was immense. She didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Release. My big sister. Lang Yuyan was already half unconscious. She struggled, but with her bones broken, she couldn't stand. She could only watch as that elder dragged Ji Nianru's body by the hair. He would stain her body. Her killing intent erupted. She had never felt this much hatred before. She once more entered that special space, once more seeing that mysterious woman. You're finally angry enough. It's time to take what's yours. That woman extended her hand, handing her something. Lang Yuyan didn't hesitate to grab it. The elder had just left the stage when an icy killing intent soared. In that instant, a sensation of death filled everyone present. Those elders who had been about to leave turned to suddenly see Lang Yuyan reach her own hand toward her ribs. Her eyes were still closed. The sound of bones breaking rang out as Lang Yuyan actually tore off a piece of one of her ribs. That 3-inch piece of bone had only just appeared when white runes lit up on it. It began to grow, in the end becoming a bone sword. Lang Yuyan raised the bone sword and slowly opened her eyes. Her original eyes had become a deep ocean blue. They were like 2 sapphire gemstones. But those beautiful eyes seemed to belong to a devil. Those meridian opening experts all felt their blood turn cold. Lang Yuyan stood. A formless aura erupted out of her, one that directly blew apart the martial stage. Raging chi waves devoured this space. To dare blaspheme my big sister, I'll make it so you never reincarnate in this world. Lang Yuyan suddenly disappeared like a ghost. When she reappeared, she was right in front of that elder. That elder hastily raised his weapon to block, but his weapon was cut in 2 along with his body. That bone sword was actually incomparably sharp. Before he could make any further moves, Lang Yuyan's sword had already pierced his head. He let out a miserable shriek. His soul was being absorbed by the sword. This was a method to completely exterminate the soul, making it so that they couldn't reincarnate. He would forever disappear from the world. The other elders were appalled. Lang Yuyan had actually become a monster. They hastily rushed over, wanting to save that elder. Lang Yuyan held Ji Nianru's corpse in one hand while she swung her bone sword in the other. Sword chi slashed apart those powerful elders. Sect Master, save us. The particular elder that had been in charge of this group of disciples cried out. These elders rapidly fled, but Lang Yuyan seemed to have been possessed by a devil. Still holding Ji Nianru, she chased after them. With each slash of her sword, she cut through someone's body. No one could stop her. There was some kind of strange energy on her bone sword. Other weapons were unable to block it, let alone the human body. These meridian opening experts were slaughtered one by one like chickens. Suddenly, a spear blocked Lang Yuyan's sword. An elderly man appeared, causing the last one remaining, the elder in charge of her group, to rejoice. Sect Master, please handle this matter for us. This person was precisely Bloodfiend Gate's master. The elder immediately hid behind him. Shut up, the Gate Master shouted and turned to Lang Yuyan. Are you willing to take me as your master? Lang Yuyan icily looked at him. I can take you as my master. But if you are surpassed by me, I will take your head. Ha ha ha, good, good. Then I accept you as my apprentice, laughed the Gate Master. You, get over here. I want to cut off your head. Lang Yuyan pointed her sword at the remaining surviving. The current Lang Yuyan was icily arrogant. And bloodthirsty. She was like a completely different person. Hurry up, shouted the Gate Master. That elder immediately despaired. He could only go over. He knew that if he went over, he would die. But if he didn't, he would suffer a fate that was even worse than death. Smile, said Lang Yuyan coldly. In the end, that elder forced out several smiles. Lang Yuyan cut off his head when his smile was as close as possible to natural. His head was taken away by her. Lang Yuyan had suddenly killed dozens of elders and become the Gate Master's apprentice in one go. Those who had once offended her were all killed. Moreover, the Gate Master completely ignored all of it. Lang Yuan brought Jiyu Nianru's corpse to the back mountains where they had once played. Her sapphire eyes looked at her body. Big sister, don't worry. I'll definitely become a god and revive you. It won't take too long. She put away her corpse. Her face was icy as she looked at the bone sword in her hand. If you were the one who set this up, then I, Lang Yuan, swear to make you live a life worse than death. After becoming the Gate Master's disciple, Lang Yuan returned to that small village. It was still in ruins, and she lived by herself there for 3 years. During those 3 years, she didn't cultivate. She just sat quietly in front of her parents' graves. However, her eyes stayed blue the entire time. They never returned to their previous state again. After those 3 years, she knelt in front of her parents' graves and said, "Mom, Dad, you raised me for 3 years, and I've mourned for you for 3 years. Although I can't repay all your kindness, your daughter is about to leave. If there is a next life, little Yan will repay all your kindness. From today onwards, little Yan is no longer little Yan. Mom, Dad, goodbye." Lang Yuan kowtowed 3 times. These 3 kowtows were a goodbye to her past. She was burying all memories of her past deep within her. She rose, her bone sword on her back. She didn't look back. Starting that day, a vicious devil empress was born in the corrupt path. The name Little Yan was gone. The only thing in people's memories was a vicious, emotionless killer, the devil empress Lang Yuan. No one knew her past. That was because all those people had all died. They had died to Lang Yuan's sword, including her master. Chapter 1452 Golden Peng True Body. The Dragonblood warriors who were close to Berserk clenched their teeth and retreated. Long Chen had instilled this principle into them. At any time, they could be willful, rash, even cause trouble if they wanted to, but they could not be like that on the battlefield. On the battlefield, orders were everything. What were orders? Orders were things that had to be followed even if they involved sacrificing your life. Once orders were sent out, they had to be followed immediately and without any hesitation. Anyone who dared to go against the orders would no longer be a member of the Dragonblood Legion. So despite their hatred, despite their fury, the Dragonblood Legion retreated upon hearing Guo Ran's orders. Other than the rank 9 Celestials, the front lines suddenly pulled back. The ancient race, corrupt path, and ancient family experts chased, but their expressions quickly changed as they entered bow range of the Spirit Race warriors. The Spirit Race warriors didn't need any orders. They concentrated their firepower on assisting the Dragonblood Legion. As a result, the spirit beasts of the Forest of Life lost their protection and were forced to clash all out against the Dark Forest's magical beasts. The battle was reaching its climax. The rank 9 Celestial from the Ancient Family Alliance tried to attack the Dragonblood Legion several times as they retreated, but he was forced back by the Spirit Race warriors' concentrated attacks. As for the other experts, they used those openings to attack and cause chaos in the Spirit Race warriors' formations. However, unexpectedly, the Spirit Race warriors were extremely courageous and would rather die to protect the Dragonblood Legion. Only once they guaranteed that the Dragonblood Legion was safe did they start fighting back. As a result, large casualties appeared amongst the Spirit Race warriors. The Dragonblood Legion began a fierce fight against the experts from the ancient races, the Corrupt Path, and the Ancient Family Alliance, along with the Dark Forest's magical beasts. This was the most brutal fight the Dragonblood Legion had fought in all of history. Their enemies were fierce and outnumbered them by thousands of times, but their hearts were firm. As long as that person was present, he would definitely lead them to victory. All they had to do was wait for news. Peng Wansheng was sent flying by Long Chen's slap. Before he could do anything, he was kicked flying. This kick was extremely powerful, because Long Chen was already fighting all out. His divine ring and battle armor were in full force. Peng Wansheng shot across the ground, creating a straight ditch. Long Chen, you're asking for it. Peng Wansheng finally stabilized himself. At this time, he was already far from the battlefield. Golden runes lit up all over his body. I don't have time to waste words with you. Today, let's decide who dies. Long Chen didn't waste any time. He sent another kick at Peng Wansheng. Peng Wansheng was infuriated. This attack was clearly just to humiliate him. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his hands turned into sharp claws that reached toward Long Chen's foot. Peng Wansheng was a descendant of the Golden Peng, so his cultivation base's power was concentrated in his claws and wings. If he grabbed Long Chen's foot, he was confident that Long Chen wouldn't be able to escape. Thus, He was pleasantly surprised that Long Chen was so arrogant as to keep going with his foot. He easily caught it. Delighted, Peng Wansheng attempted to slam him into the ground. But just as he tried, thunder force erupted out of Long Chen, and an irresistible energy forced Peng Wansheng to let go. At the same time, the thunder force invaded his body, causing him to stiffen. At this moment, Long Chen's other foot viciously kicked Peng Wansheng in the nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Peng Wansheng let out a muffled groan as he was once more sent flying. Like a bolt of lightning, Long Chen chased after him. But at that moment, Long Chen felt his heart turn cold. When Peng Wansheng raised his head, Long Chen saw 2 golden runes in his eyes. Long Chen forcibly twisted his body in the air. At the same time, 2 golden rays shot out of Peng Wansheng's eyes. Long Chen's instinctive dodge managed to protect his vitals. However, his shoulder was struck by one of the golden rays, and it was blown away. Blood poured out, and even his bones were exposed. His blood dyed his upper body. This attack was bizarre. It had come so suddenly and at such a close range. If it hadn't been for his shocking spiritual perception, Long Chen might have been killed. This is the Golden Peng race's inherited secret technique, the Golden Peng Light. How does it feel? Peng Wansheng's primal chaos manifestation appeared behind him, and his broken nose was already healed. Just now, he had intentionally covered his face, making it seem like an instinctual reaction to having his nose broken. But it had been an act to cover himself as he unleashed one of his ultimate moves. He had almost succeeded. Does your face not hurt? If it doesn't, stick it out again for me to slap. Long Chen sneered as the primal chaos space unleashed its life energy. The injury to his shoulder almost instantaneously healed. Now that there was an ocean's worth of life energy in the primal chaos space, he didn't need to worry about being injured. Seeing Long Chen's injury instantly heal, Peng Wansheng's expression twitched. He was an Empyrean, and his attacks contained the power of the heavenly Taos. Even a rank 9 celestial would have difficulty healing themselves from injuries inflicted by him. His attacks contained the will of the heavenly Taos that constantly attack the wound. A rank 9 celestial would probably need several days just to heal from that kind of injury. However, Long Chen had instantly healed it. Peng Wansheng was shocked. Since you don't want to take the initiative, I won't stand on courtesy. Long Chen began to form hand seals. Although he had fought against Peng Wansheng before, he knew that there had been too many people at that time. Although it had looked like a full-power fight, Peng Wansheng had been holding back. With his experience, Long Chen knew that the most dependable way to defeat an expert like Peng Wansheng was to slowly increase his power and gradually test out his opponent's tempo and trump cards before attempting to kill them. This way gave the highest odds of victory. Because of his immense battle experience, Long Chen would have an absolute advantage in this aspect as the battle continued. The longer the fight, the greater his chances of winning. However, he couldn't do that now. With each passing second, lives were being lost. Intense fluctuations were also coming from Chu Yao's side as she fought against Sha Guangyan. It seemed they were already fighting all out over there. As for the original battlefield, Long Chen had no confidence in it. This time was different from past battles. This time, he no longer felt any sense of control over the battle. He had to fight for every second, and right now was the moment to go all out. Flame energy erupted out of him, and golden flames filled the sky. As he summoned his flame energy, the flames that were still raging on the original battlefield faded. Long Chen had to use all of Huo Long's power. So that's what it was. You simply left a flame clone to deceive us, realized Peng Wansheng. Now he understood how they had been duped by Long Chen. The flames around that Long Chen had made them unable to tell the difference. Long Chen didn't reply. The golden flames around him condensed into a huge blade in his hand. He attacked. HMPH, did you summon this flame domain to suppress my feathers? Do you really think the Golden Peng race only has that little ability? Then I'll let you see the true abilities of the Golden Peng race, the power that a human like you would never be able to achieve even if you cultivated for 1,000,000 years. The golden runes in Peng Wansheng's eyes began to revolve faster and faster, and he suddenly soared into the sky. The sky suddenly darkened as a huge body appeared. It was a giant bird whose whole body was golden. The Golden Peng's true body. Long Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected that someone from the ancient races, who was clearly a mix between the human race and the Golden Peng race, would be able to bring out the complete Golden Peng true body. Peng Wansheng's huge body looked like it had been made of gold. Most terrifying of all, His aura was completely different from before. Are you curious? Then I'll tell you. Although I'm from the ancient races, my bloodline shows signs of returning to an ancestral state. It can be said that 99% of my blood is the blood of the Golden Peng race. If it weren't because of the damn trace of garbage human blood, I'd be able to join the Golden Peng race. If it weren't for that, I'd be able to summon the Golden Peng true body whenever I wanted. But now, to protect the purity of my bloodline, I have to rest for several months when I use this technique to make up for my exhausted spirit blood. All of this is because of your damn human race. Your garbage bloodline should have never existed in this world. You should all be killed, roared the transformed Peng Wansheng with great hatred. With his wings fully spread, his giant body covered the entire sky. He hated the trace of human blood in his body. He had thought of every possible method but hadn't been able to erase it. He considered it a kind of humiliation. This humiliation was the same humiliation of all the ancient races. Die, you damn human. Peng Wansheng dived down from the sky, shooting at Long Chen like a golden meteor. Chapter 1453. A frantic and bloody battle. Peng Wansheng was incredibly fast. His huge body unleashed a fierce burst of astral winds that shook the sky. His huge wings slammed down, seemingly unstoppable. In the form of the Golden Peng true body, a single one of his wings was 3,000 meters long. Now that his wings slammed down, they were like giant unstoppable blades. This was Peng Wansheng's strongest state. Long Chen was prepared, and golden flame wings spread on his back. He punched the air. When he punched, the flame essence of the world concentrated on his fist and condensed into a huge fist image of flames that smashed toward Peng Wansheng. The golden wings smashed into the golden flame fist. Golden light erupted, blazing even brighter than the sun. Long Chen's expression changed slightly, as his attack was shattered by Peng Wansheng's wings. But even more shocking was that he had lost track of Peng Wansheng. Suddenly, he twisted. Using his leg like a whip, he swung it behind him. Long Chen's foot landed on a sharp claw. Peng Wansheng, whose body had shrunk to just a few meters, had appeared behind Long Chen. Long Chen was blown away. Although he had used his startling spiritual perception to intercept this claw, a bloody mark had been left on his leg. Even his dragon scales were unable to block Peng Wansheng's sharp claws. Die! Peng Wansheng's body instantly grew larger again, and he once more smashed his wings at Long Chen. Raging flames devour the heavens. Long Chen pulled out all his flame energy, covering the world with golden flames. Idiot! In my Golden Peng true body form, your flames are unable to harm me. Peng Wansheng sneered as his wings mercilessly slashed down. The huge wings blew Long Chen back once more. He carved a long ditch in the ground. No, Peng Wansheng suddenly felt that something was off. This flame-wrapped figure was lacking some kind of aura. Bang! Peng Wansheng tried to dodge, but a black pot viciously smashed into his head. Unable to defend in time, Peng Wansheng's head slammed into the ground, causing it to shatter. Bastard! Peng Wansheng roared. He had fallen for the same trick twice. Long Chen had a strange movement art. In a battle, he could randomly summon a flame clone that could be easily mistaken for his true body. In truth, this was one of Pill Valley's secret arts. Peng Wansheng had just shot out of the ground when a god-like roar rang out. Two 30,000-meter dragons appeared around Long Chen. One was golden, while one was violet. They looked incredibly lifelike as they coiled together agilely. When they coiled together, heaven and earth rumbled, and the void was torn asunder. A terrifying pressure caused the world to quiver. This was Long Chen's first time using his full lightning and flame power after Huo Long had devoured all those earth flames and Lei Long had devoured the huge energy inside the lightning chains. Normally, there wasn't a suitable time to use such a huge move. If your enemy dodged, you would have just shown off your trump card for nothing. This kind of move could only be used to kill your opponent in one move. Long Chen had no time to look for openings. Since he had no time, he might as well force it. Peng Wansheng's heart shook as he stared at those two huge dragons coiling in the sky. This move was horrifying. Don't think you're the only one with trump cards. I have plenty as well. Peng Wansheng spread his wings. Starting from his tail, all his golden runes began to flow toward his head. At the same time, the golden runes in his eyes spun and began to blaze like suns. I'll let you experience the Golden Peng race's unrivaled skill. Golden Peng destroys the void. A huge golden figure appeared in front of Peng Wansheng. It was the exact same form as him. However, it was composed entirely of golden runes. It suddenly shot forward. The golden runes within it were growing larger and unleashing even more dazzling light. This move could no longer be called a technique of the ancient races. This was an inherited secret art of the Golden Peng race. Only extremely pure-blooded golden-winged great Pengs could use it. Peng Wansheng was the descendant of the human race and the golden-winged great Peng race. Thus, being able to unleash this move was already inconceivable. The two dragons smashed into the Golden Peng. The world shook violently and the ground exploded. Terrifying astral winds blew apart the clouds. It was day, and yet it was possible to see the stars in the sky shaking. Such an intense collision unleashed a blinding explosion of light that was visible even on the distant battlefield. Cloud, we have to work hard and kill these people. Casualties are already appearing in the Dragonblood Legion. Long Chen will be pained. Meng Qi's eyes had lost their luster, and she couldn't see the light. But she could sense Long Chen's aura. She knew Long Chen was putting everything on the line over there. She understood Long Chen too well. Each warrior of the Dragonblood Legion was his brother, and he was incapable of accepting a single one of them as a sacrifice. However, this battle was cruel. No one amongst the Dragonblood Legion could stop that powerful rank 9 celestial. He was the greatest threat. Cloud let out a sharp bird cry in response to Meng Qi's words. Its feathers rose, and divine runes began to appear on them. It launched an all-out attack on the 3 rank 9 celestials. Meng Qi formed hand seals and circulated her spiritual strength. The world began to change. One moment it was sunny and breezy, and in the next moment, a thunderous storm appeared. One moment it was a wonderland, and the next moment it became a bloody hell. She was affecting her opponents, spirits, so that their view of the world constantly changed. This made it all too easy for them to make errors in judgment, and now, they were disturbing each other with their attacks. With Cloud's power, in a 1-against-1, it could absolutely defeat a rank 9 celestial. However, to kill one would be very difficult. With Meng Qi's assistance, they were able to suppress the 3 of them. But killing them was simply impossible. After all, those were rank 9 celestials. And right now, what they needed wasn't to beat them, but to kill them. That was the only way they could assist the others and lessen the casualties of the Dragonblood Legion. They had to go all out. Guo Ran forced back his rank 9 celestial, but he was panicked. The situation of the battlefield was extremely grim, and the Dragonblood Legion was in danger. Fuck, do I only know how to show off? With this little ability, how can I keep following boss? Guo Ran roared, unleashing a tempest of attacks with his dual sabers. His opponent, who had originally been fighting evenly with him, was now forced to retreat over and over again. They all sensed Long Chen's aura, and they knew he was fighting all out over there. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion let out furious roars and went all out. In another place far away from the main battlefield, sand and wooden stakes filled the air. Chu Yao stood atop a formation of wood, shooting out wooden stakes like arrows. She was also going all out against Sha Guangyan. The land had been turned into a sea of sand, and she had summoned a mountain of wooden stakes. The two of them were fighting an intense battle. Glancing into the distance, Chu Yao couldn't conceal her worry. She was skilled in defense, not offense. Although she was doing her best, she knew it was impossible for her to kill Sha Guangyan. The two of them had plenty of spiritual yuan, and a fight between them was a fight of endurance. Their offensive and defensive power were too similar to each other, and neither of their elemental natures had a restrictive effect on the others. Victory or defeat would be decided by whose spiritual yuan would last longer. Even if she could defeat Sha Guangyan in terms of spiritual yuan, it would take a long time to do so. Most importantly, Sha Guangyan wouldn't just foolishly sit here until his spiritual yuan was exhausted. He would run, and Chu Yao wouldn't have any opportunity to kill him. So right now, the only one who could turn the entire battlefield around was Long Chen. If Long Chen won, the situation would instantly reverse. As for if he lost, Chu Yao never thought of that possibility. It wasn't just her, anyone who understood Long Chen never thought that he would lose. Right now, Long Chen couldn't just defeat Peng Wansheng. He had to kill him. Just defeating him was meaningless. If Peng Wansheng simply fled back to the main battlefield and targeted the Dragonblood warriors, he would cause huge casualties. So the only thing that could quickly reverse the tides of this battle was if Long Chen could slay Peng Wansheng. Long Chen, I trust you. You can do it. Chu Yao looked at that blazing light in the distance, praying inside. The golden pung and the two dragons exploded. A tempest of chaotic energy unfurled, devouring both Long Chen and Peng Wansheng. Both of them violently hacked up blood. This exchange had been horrifying. Both of them were injured. Peng Wansheng's manifestation circulated, and his injuries slowly healed. At that moment, Long Chen shot over to him. The black pot in his hand explosively grew, becoming as large as a mountain as it smashed down toward Peng Wansheng. Chapter 1454 Utilizing Evilmoon. The black pot became enormous, and a mass of its black rust floated away. Long Chen was finally able to create the slightest connection between himself and the pot, allowing him to use a bit of its powers. Peng Wansheng had never seen such a bizarre weapon, and he slammed his claws into the pot, trying to tear it apart. What cracked wasn't the pot but Peng Wansheng's claws. The pot wasn't harmed at all. Peng Wansheng let out a pained groan as he was sent flying. The pot's power was too bizarre. His claws, which were comparable to ancestral items, had been broken. Long Chen didn't give Peng Wansheng any chance to take a break. He once more smashed his pot at Peng Wansheng. The pot was what remained of the ancient expert who had created the Four Nations' ancient remnant. Now he could form the slightest spiritual connection to it. Before this, the black pot had never responded to Long Chen. It was only just now that it seemed to have woken up from a deep slumber. Long Chen's spiritual energy poured into the pot, and the pot finally responded. It instantaneously grew to help him strike Peng Wansheng. Peng Wansheng released a noise that sounded like an explosion. He turned into a golden ray of light that slammed toward Long Chen. Golden light mixed with black dust flew through the air. Long Chen's wrist cracked, and he vomited blood. Peng Wansheng was no better off. His golden wings were now bloody, and his huge body tumbled back across the ground. The wings of the golden Peng race were their strongest weapons. But when he used them to clash with the pot, they had almost broken. That filled Peng Wansheng with shock. Fuck, a damn pot for begging dares to show off in front of me. Ridiculous. Peng Wansheng roared furiously. His huge body vanished as he reverted to his original, winged human form. The primal chaos behind him revolved, and the injuries to his wings quickly healed. This was the terror of Peng Wansheng. Someone with such a powerful physical body and quick recovery abilities was practically impossible to defeat. This pot isn't for begging but for stir-frying. Today, I'm planning on eating chicken wings. Long Chen used the pot once more. The pot's item spirit had woken, but it still seemed to be in a half-conscious state. Long Chen couldn't use too much of his power. As long as he poured in his spiritual yuan to it, it would grow larger and unleash greater power. Just that was enough. Having humiliated the Golden Peng race, you've signed death warrants for your entire bloodline, Long Chen. Peng Wansheng was a descendant of the noble golden-winged Great Peng, but Long Chen had called him a chicken. As he roared, Peng Wansheng's feathers raised, and a golden rune appeared on his forehead. A golden spear materialized in his hand. Countless runes revolved around the spear, and it was like the sharp fang of a devil king. Using my name as a descendant of the Golden Peng, awake my full power. Divine light began to shine from the rune on Peng Wansheng's forehead. The golden spear in his hand began to buzz. The spear seemed like an ancient beast that had been sealed for countless years and now finally regained its freedom. Overflowing killing intent erupted. Peng Wansheng's spear unleashed a wave of golden light. A terrifying pressure caused the world to shake. Long Chen's expression changed. He knew that Peng Wansheng had used some secret technique to fully activate the ancestral item in his hands. Ancestral items were normally only usable by Life Star experts. Below the Life Star realm, an ancestral item's item spirit would not be fully convinced of their master's power and would only use a small portion of their own power to help their master. Yet, Peng Wansheng had now fully activated the ancestral item. This attack was full of destructive power. It came so suddenly that Long Chen had no time to change what he was doing. He could only pour his spiritual yuan into the pot. The golden spear slammed into the pot. A heaven-shaking eruption unleashed huge ripples that blew apart the ground and shattered any mountains in their way. A giant mushroom cloud of dust appeared in the sky, and the space for 10,000 miles was twisting like the world was covered in water. Long Chen repeatedly coughed up blood. His upper body was a bloody pulp, and even his bones were exposed. That huge power had almost caused his body to crumble away. Long Chen was in an extremely miserable state, but Peng Wansheng was also covered in blood. He was staring in shock at the remaining half of the spear in his hand. The rest of it had shattered. Long Chen pressed his feet into the air, stopping himself from being blown further away. Faint cracks had now appeared on the pot, and he didn't dare to use it any longer. Evilmoon, I'm giving you one last warning. You better not cause any trouble, or I'll toss you in manure and seal you there. For eternity. A pitch-black saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. An incredibly evil aura filled the air, mixed with a will to slaughter everything. It felt like the air of hell had suddenly emerged. Long Chen raised the black saber into the air, and a saber image soared through the sky, causing the stars to quiver. A formless aura locked Peng Wansheng down. Fuck, how can he use it? Peng Wansheng's expression changed upon seeing Dragonbone Evilmoon. Just now, because he had been lost in shock from the destruction of his weapon, he hadn't been able to react before being locked down. It had to be known that powerful moves in battle all required a long casting time, and that was the only way to lock down an opponent and prevent them from fleeing. Without locking down an opponent, they would just run away when you unleashed your attack. Then your huge ultimate move would be a joke. So before unleashing a big move, you had to create an opportunity to unleash it, forcing your opponent to have no choice but to receive it. Long Chen had finally created that opportunity and grasped it. He had locked Peng Wansheng down, and the latter had no choice but to receive his attack now. The black saber unleashed endless killing intent. It felt like millions of fiends were roaring. It was definitely a peerless evil weapon that was forged only to slaughter. Peng Wansheng's expression became extremely ugly. Clenching his teeth, he stuck out a finger and drew a vertical cross on his forehead. Golden essence blood began to drip out. Peng Wansheng was forcing out his most precious, purest essence blood. Blood of the golden Peng offered to my ancestors. Bloodline summoning, ancestral spirit possession. The void exploded, and a huge 30,000-meter figure appeared behind Peng Wansheng. It was like a god had descended to the world. This figure was composed of golden runes. It was a human with golden wings just like Peng Wansheng, and he held a golden spear. This spear was equally large. When the figure raised the spear, the world rumbled as if it couldn't bear this power. This was the Golden Peng race's secret art, while that figure was an ancestral heroic spirit that the Golden Peng race offered sacrifice to. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Most extremely ancient inheritances would involve offering sacrifice to an ancestral spirit. In the ancient era, there were some experts who weren't willing to ascend and instead transformed their lives into protective wills that looked after their descendants. As long as their descendants continued to sincerely sacrifice to them, their heroic spirit wouldn't fade. Like an oil lamp, as long as they continued offering more oil, the flame would not go out. Peng Wansheng had now summoned the Golden Peng race's ancestral spirit, but the price had been a huge amount of his essence blood, as well as his purest essence blood located in the space between his eyebrows. Long Chen didn't even look at the giant figure. All he focused on was unleashing his full power. His 108,000 stars poured their energy through 45 of his acupuncture points. The black saber image in the sky grew more and more solid. It now looked like a true blade, but it didn't cause any rumbling. Instead, it was deadly silent. It was the calm before the slaughter. Split the heavens 5. Long Chen let out a thunderous cry that was like the roar of a devil god. The black saber hacked down following Long Chen's movements. It unleashed boundless killing intent. Golden Peng heaven-breaking attack. Peng Wansheng also let out a cry, and the huge figure behind him stabbed its spear at Long Chen. When the golden spear met with the black saber image, the explosive rumbling faded. Deathly silence took over the world. Then an incomparably violent explosion caused the world to rock. Golden rays of light and black waves spread, unleashing apocalyptic power. The ground crumbled, split, and exploded. Countless cracks appeared in the sky. It felt like a tsunami was spreading through heaven and earth. Terrifying waves spread into the distance. The huge sound caused all the experts fighting on the distant battlefield to go deaf. Then in the next instant, terrifying astral winds buffeted them. Everyone hastily blocked, while the magical beasts high in the sky were blown far into the distance. The fierce astral winds made them feel like their bodies were being torn apart. The weaker ones coughed up blood. What kind of power is this? Cried one of the ancient family experts as he stared at the space in the distance that was still twisting violently. Long Chen's robes were torn apart, and his body was covered in blood. He was panting slightly, but his eyes were calm. He stepped through the air. Finding his target, he shot over. He put away the black saber, replacing it with a medicinal cauldron that he smashed into a giant hole beneath him. Chapter 1455 Landing in Desperate Straits. Long Chen had used Evilmoon for the first time to unleash an unrivaled attack. But he was shocked to find that the majority of his spiritual yuan had been sucked away by Evilmoon. Long Chen immediately assumed it was some nonsense caused by Evilmoon and cursed it. But the truth was that he had wrongly accused it. Although he was just using Dragonbone Evilmoon's body and not actually utilizing its true power, trying to use the fifth form of Split the Heavens would automatically use up over 10 times the spiritual yuan as when he used it with his previous ancestral item sword. That amount of energy was the majority of his spiritual yuan. The exhaustion was huge, but the attack power was terrifying. His power had also been increased by over 10 times, or there was no way Long Chen would have been able to defeat Peng Wansheng's attack. On the other hand, he had now used up so much energy that he didn't have enough left for another attack. He could only use the Blazing Dragon Cauldron. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron, which had almost been completely crippled by the Black Pot, had now recovered by 30% after this long recovery time. Its power had risen immensely. The dragon image on the Blazing Dragon Cauldron lit up, and a faint dragon roar could be heard. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron became 3,000 meters wide, and it was like a meteor as it shot toward the giant hole. Peng Wansheng was hacking up blood in the bottom of the hole, his face completely pale. Even the golden runes in his eyes had dimmed. That attack just now hadn't just used up a great amount of his essence blood, but it had also exhausted his spiritual yuan. In his heavily injured state, he hadn't even had time to recover before the Blazing Dragon Cauldron whistled toward him. Golden Peng Flash, a ray of light shot out of Peng Wansheng's eyes and struck the Blazing Dragon Cauldron. At the same time, golden light revolved around his body and transformed him into a phantom that shot away. The golden ray merely caused the Blazing Dragon Cauldron to quiver ever so slightly, but it couldn't change its trajectory. It smashed down. The ground exploded when the Blazing Dragon Cauldron struck it, but Peng Wansheng had used this attack and strange movement art to avoid this fatal blow. Although he wasn't struck directly, he was blown away by the astral winds and coughed up more blood. Just at this moment, Long Chen circulated his flame and lightning energy, not giving Peng Wansheng any opportunity. This time, he was 90% confident in being able to kill Peng Wansheng. Without having a chance to heal, Peng Wansheng couldn't handle the double dragon destruction. Peng Wansheng's expression changed once more. He felt himself be locked onto by a terrifying attack. Long Chen was once more using a big move, and in his current state, there was no way Peng Wansheng could receive it. Suddenly, the void exploded, and countless killer chains shot toward Long Chen. It's the willow. Long Chen's expression changed as he was far too familiar with this aura. These chains were actually willow branches, and their terrifying killing intent made Long Chen's hair stand on end. He immediately gave up on attacking Peng Wansheng and changed his attack to the willow branches. Boom! The two dragons flew out, breaking countless willow branches. But as they did, the void crumbled and a huge figure appeared. It was a giant willow tree. It was many times larger than when Long Chen had first seen it. If he hadn't recognized its aura, he wouldn't be able to tell it was the same one. The giant willow's branches covered the sky, but most of its branches had now been destroyed by Long Chen's attack. He had no time to bother with the willow. Long Chen immediately shot after the pale Peng Wansheng. He had to kill him first before considering anything else. Long Chen was quick as lightning, and he took out the Blazing Dragon Cauldron again. From the moment he had unleashed the fifth form of Split the Heavens, to when he attacked with the Blazing Dragon Cauldron, to when the strange willow had appeared, had been just a moment. There was no time to wait. He had to attack before his opponent could react. This was valuable experience gained through battles. On the battlefield, even the slightest opportunity could not be wasted. Peng Wansheng was just about to use his primal chaos manifestation to heal when the Blazing Dragon Cauldron smashed into him again. Peng Wansheng barely managed to survive it and was sent flying once more, one of his wings broken. Long Chen was shocked inside. Peng Wansheng was truly powerful. Under the torrent of attacks, despite being on his last breaths, Peng Wansheng was still able to survive. Just as Long Chen was preparing to attack again, willow leaves rained down like arrows at him. The willow branches, which covered the sky, had countless leaves, and they now began to shine and shoot down at him. The willow leaves were shockingly able to resist the heaven incinerating flame. It was like there was some kind of divine energy protecting and isolating them from the heaven incinerating flame. Long Chen did his best to smash the leaves apart with the Blazing Dragon Cauldron, but the leaves came from every angle, and they were incredibly sharp, easily piercing his body. Not even his dragon scales were able to block these willow leaves. They were life-reaping weapons. Long Chen had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Long Chen extended his arms, unleashing Lei Long and Huo Long. They sped toward the willow leaves, but the willow leaves didn't break, despite being attacked by the true bodies of Lei Long and Huo Long. However, thanks to the two of them, the willow leaves were blown back and unable to harm Long Chen. Using that opening, Long Chen went straight toward the willow's crown, because standing there was his target. That figure was the strange willow's core. Seeing Long Chen coming toward it, it didn't even move. It simply stared indifferently at him. Long Chen's heart thudded. That look was like it didn't even view him as an enemy. He took a deep breath, and the blazing dragon cauldron in his hand unleashed blinding light as he smashed it at the figure. Just before the blazing dragon cauldron was about to reach it, the figure simply raised a hand. That hand seemed thin and weak, and yet it flicked the blazing dragon cauldron away easily. Long Chen's hand immediately split open and began to bleed. He was actually unable to keep a hold on the blazing dragon cauldron, and he was sent flying. Long Chen was incomparably shocked. Just what kind of existence was this willow? It was too terrifying. More willow branches and leaves shot toward him once more, and Long Chen immediately called out Lei Long and Huo Long to protect him as he retreated. Be careful, Long Chen. That's a legendary undying willow from a demon spirit world. Its power is limitless, and it is said to possess an undying body. Called out Chu Yao from the distance. Chu Yao was trying to rush over to help, but Sha Guangyan was holding her back. Although she had managed to pull away at the start, Sha Guangyan began to go all out to stop her toward the end, and she couldn't escape for the moment. Long Chen, your death has come. Peng Wansheng's cold shout came just as Long Chen escaped from the undying willow's attack. He had just finished healing with his heavenly Dao energy and regained some of his power. Peng Wansheng could tell that the undying willow had come to kill Long Chen. He didn't need to do anything else but stop Long Chen from escaping. Seeing Long Chen escape the undying willow's attack, Peng Wansheng hastily attacked to prevent him from escaping. But this action was superfluous. How could Long Chen leave all his people behind? Long Chen slammed the blazing dragon cauldron at Peng Wansheng. Despite healing, Peng Wansheng's combat power had sharply dropped, and he couldn't receive Long Chen's attacks. Long Chen had only just sent Peng Wansheng flying when a sea of sharp willow leaves whistled toward him. He hastily used the blazing dragon cauldron to defend. Fortunately, he had Lei Long and Huo Long protecting him as well. For a moment, he managed to endure. However, Peng Wansheng was now waiting to launch sneak attacks behind him. Long Chen was flustered. No one had expected that just as Long Chen was about to turn the tables, this terrifying undying willow would appear. Now Long Chen was in great danger. Chu Yao did her best to escape Sha Guangyan's entanglement to help, but Sha Guangyan had also realized Long Chen was in desperate straits, so he did everything to block Chu Yao. Although he couldn't defeat her, holding her back temporarily was simple for him. Long Chen was now caught between the undying willow and Peng Wansheng. He was in immense danger, and Chu Yao was panicked. She was the one who knew best just how terrifying the undying willow was. That was why Chu Yao was doing her best to force back Sha Guangyan. Chu Yao, watch out! Chu Yao was in the midst of crazily attacking Sha Guangyan's blockade when she heard Long Chen's furious roar. His voice had only just rung out when the space behind Chu Yao rippled like water. A sword silently appeared. The sharp blade stabbed through Chu Yao's back all the way to its hilt. Chapter 1456 Everything hangs by a thread. Long Chen let out a heart-rending roar. He hadn't expected the Bloodkill Hall's assassin to be patiently lying in wait here. Long Chen didn't know what technique that the assassin was using to have prevented Long Chen from sensing his existence. Now that he attacked, his sword was already through Chu Yao's back. Due to the distraction, a golden ray pierced Long Chen in the ribs. Peng Wansheng sneered, "Don't worry, you'll quickly be reunited with her." Die! Long Chen roared furiously and switched out the blazing dragon cauldron for Dragonbone Evilmoon. An incredibly evil aura of slaughter soared into the sky as he slashed it at Peng Wansheng. Peng Wansheng's expression changed, and he hastily retreated. He had already experienced how terrifying Dragonbone Evilmoon was, so he didn't dare to take it directly. Forcing away Peng Wansheng, Long Chen unleashed a spinning saber image at the undying willow. The saber image blew apart the willow branches that were at least on the ancestral item level. In front of Dragonbone Evilmoon, they were unable to withstand a single blow. Just as Long Chen was crazily forcing back Peng Wansheng and the Undying Willow, the Bloodkill Hall's assassin stabbed Chu Yao through the back. He smiled coldly, but that smile quickly became shock. The Chu Yao in front of him stiffened and transformed into a wooden statue. Not good, it's a fake. The assassin's expression changed, and he pulled his sword back, preparing to flee. However, the statue that his sword had pierced now tightened around his sword, making it so he couldn't pull it out. Just as he was about to use his full power, a sharp wooden stake stabbed through his forehead. Blood splashed as the wooden stake stabbed through him like a spear. Countless roots sprang from the wooden stake, digging into his body. The Bloodkill Hall assassin had no opportunity to flee before his body was completely pierced by roots. The roots then lit up and exploded, killing the assassin. Be careful, Chu Yao, there are still 3 more. Chu Yao thought that she had escaped a calamity by killing this rank 9 celestial from the Bloodkill Hall, but then Long Chen's voice rang out again. Just now, when that person had attacked, Long Chen had instantly sensed at least 3 of the Bloodkill Hall's assassins in the surrounding area. Originally, they had been planning to attack together. But Sha Guangyin's sand had ended up blocking 3 of them. They hadn't had a chance to attack, but their killing intent was still sensed by Long Chen in that instant. Chu Yao had only just killed the first assassin when Sha Guangyin took that chance to launch a powerful attack. A sand hand slammed toward her back, and her hasty wooden shield was blown apart. Fairy Chu Yao, sorry, but I'll have to be vicious today. That was what Sha Guangyin said, but his expression wasn't the slightest bit apologetic. Sand filled the air and condensed into flying spears that took advantage of this chance to attack Chu Yao. Chu Yao wiped off some blood from the corner of her mouth. She was in the midst of forming hand seals when her expression changed. A portion of the wooden stakes that were growing out of the ground and in the midst of attacking Sha Guangyin suddenly came back to shield her back. 3 rays of sword light came from different angles, stabbing into Chu Yao's shield. Their swords stabbed into the wooden shield, but that cancelled out so much of their power that they couldn't press forward anymore. The 3 of them were like phantoms. They were from the Bloodkill Hall, and as soon as they appeared, they vanished. It was impossible to track them in the sky. Boom! The shield in front of Chu Yao blew apart as sand spears stabbed through it. Chu Yao was originally fighting evenly with Sha Guangyin, but now that 3 assassins from the Bloodkill Hall had been added into the mix, she had no choice but to divert some of her power to handle them. As a result, her power in other areas dropped, and she could now no longer fully block Sha Guangyin's attacks. She hastily retreated, and wooden walls grew out of the wall one by one. The wooden walls were destroyed one after another. The sand spears destroyed 7 of them before finally running out of energy. Just as Chu Yao was hastily blocking Sha Guangyin's attack, a sword came from a strange angle and stabbed toward her ribs. Chu Yao was about to block that when another sword appeared above her head. Only the sword was visible, while its master was nowhere to be seen. Flowers suddenly bloomed in the air around her, spreading in every direction. Very quickly, an invisible figure was revealed by the flower. The 3 of them were at 3 different angles and attacking at the same time to seal all her paths of retreat. The endless flowers suddenly exploded, forcing the 3 of them away. They might be rank 9 celestials, but in front of Chu Yao, they still weren't strong enough. If it weren't for the great threat that Sha Guangyin posed to her, the 3 of them would simply be courting death by attacking Chu Yao. But now, they were like distracting houseflies, constantly disturbing her attacks. Most importantly, they were terrifying assassins. If she really allowed them to approach her, it would be dangerous. Fairy Chu Yao, don't struggle meaninglessly. Today, you'll all die here. Sha Guangyin didn't have the slightest sympathy. Taking advantage of the 3 assassins, he focused entirely on attacking. Sand condensed into a huge fist that slammed down. Chu Yao's hasty defense was destroyed. She was once more sent flying, coughing up blood that dyed the front of her robes. As she was flying back, a sword silently appeared. Chu Yao did her best to dodge, but it still pierced her ribs. Blood dyed her robes. Bloodkill Hall, I swear that if I don't annihilate you all, I won't be Long Chen. Long Chen's furious roar shook the heavens. He was fighting while wielding Dragonbone Evilmoon, but the Undying Willow was too terrifying. It seemed to be toying with Long Chen, intentionally stalling him so he couldn't go help Chu Yao. The willow branches completely covered the sky. Every time he destroyed them, new ones grew. These were the branches of the Undying Willow, and it seemed that there was an inexhaustible supply. As for Peng Wansheng, he was launching ranged attacks so Long Chen couldn't possibly help Chu Yao. Seeing her injured, Long Chen almost went crazy. Long Chen wasn't afraid of bleeding, he wasn't afraid of being injured, and he wasn't afraid of dying. But he was afraid of seeing the people by his side bleeding. Seeing his own woman injured, he felt like his heart was being stabbed. "You're too weak. You should let me take over. I guarantee I'll instantly slaughter all of them. As long as you relax your mind and let me work with you, no one will be a match for us." Evilmoon's enticing voice rang out at this critical time. Long Chen roared furiously. At this time, Evilmoon was trying to seduce Long Chen to make him release its seal. Then it would take over his soul and make him its slave. If he really did that, he would completely lose himself and be under Evilmoon's control. Considering Evilmoon's brutality, it would definitely annihilate all lifeforms here without discriminating against friend or foe. It existed only to kill. If he agreed, he wouldn't end up saving Chu Yao. He would end up killing everyone here. Unfortunately for Evilmoon, Long Chen's will was extremely powerful, and he wasn't affected. He could see Chu Yao in danger as Sha Guangyan crazily attacked and the three assassins constantly launched sneak attacks. There were several times where she almost lost her life to the assassins. Their attacks were very difficult to handle, and they were too shameless, too despicable. "Long Chen, you can only blame yourself for this. This is the karma for destroying one of the Bloodkill Hall's strongholds in the eastern wasteland and blaspheming the statue of the killing god. Your death and the deaths of all the people around you are all because of the seed you planted. Don't blame anyone else. Death is your only ending, and only death will cleanse you of your sins. The will of the killing god cannot be overturned," sneered one of the assassins as his sword almost stabbed through Chu Yao's back. "Fuck your mother. Starting today, I will hunt down your Bloodkill Hall. To the last man," roared Long Chen. He repeatedly slashed his saber, unleashing huge saber images that broke through the obstacles in front of him, allowing him to slowly get closer to Chu Yao. However, the undying willow was too difficult to deal with. It truly had an undying body, and its life energy was almost limitless. Long Chen didn't even know how many of its branches he had destroyed, but they still continued growing without any sign of stopping. In the distant battlefield, the Dragonblood Legion also saw Chu Yao's situation. "Brothers, kill, we have to save boss and sister Chu Yao." The Dragonblood warriors' eyes were scarlet. This time, it was Long Chen and Chu Yao who had fallen into unprecedented danger. They had to help the two of them, hence, the Dragonblood Legion no longer fought defensively. They focused entirely on attacking, going crazy as they forced their way forward in a suicidal manner. The Dragonblood Legion had gone insane. Their everything had been bestowed by Long Chen. Without Long Chen, they would have never reached their current heights. "Kill. The Dragonblood Legion can lose us, but it can't lose our boss." One of the squad leaders launched a direct attack at the rank 9 Celestial, pulling open the curtains to a crazy, bloody battle. The Dragonblood Legion was charging forward without regard for death. The Forest of Life's army almost pressed forward with the Dragonblood Legion, doing their best to protect them. However, they were too far now, and in their suicidal push, they were cut down one after another by the opposing experts. The Dragonblood Legion was fighting crazily. They used their bodies to take their opponents' attacks while their own blades attacked the enemies. "They've gone insane." The opposing experts were horrified. The current Dragonblood Legion seemed like a group of bloodthirsty fiends, and they didn't care about their own lives. Even the fierce corrupt experts felt a chill. They pushed forward, gradually getting closer to Chu Yao. But they couldn't get there in time. Chu Yao was covered in injuries and tottering on the verge of collapse. Sha Guangyan launched another powerful attack, causing Chu Yao to cough up blood. Her body seemed to fall apart as she involuntarily shot back. Behind her, one of the Bloodkill Hall assassins smiled. His sword slashed toward her like a bolt of lightning. If it landed, it would definitely take her life. "Long Chen, I'm sorry. I couldn't help you at all." Chu Yao was covered in injuries and had spent a great deal of her spiritual yuan. She was powerless to block this attack. Instead of fear, she looked into the distance at the insane Long Chen, a touch of sadness in her eyes. The Bloodkill Hall assassin's sword shone brightly as it slashed down. Yet, before it could reach her body, a gentle hand wrapped around Chu Yao's waist, and a bone sword swung through the air, cutting through the restrictions of time and space. It was like a star had exploded, and blinding light filled the sky. Chapter 1457. A shocking reversal. The bone sword swung through the air, unleashing blinding light. In that instant, it felt like time was standing still. The only thing moving in this world was the bone sword. The Bloodkill Hall assassin suddenly turned icy cold. Then the world split in two and began to slide away. A line of blood appeared from the top of his head, down to his nose, then neck, stomach, until his entire body split in two. It wasn't this world that was split in two, but his body. His eyes were seeing things from different angles. However, he had no time to consider that issue. That sword didn't just cut apart his body, but it also annihilated his soul. Ready yourself. I'll handle them, but the battle's not over. A beautiful voice rang out in Chu Yao's ears, but that voice felt icy, as if it could freeze a person's soul. Chu Yao looked in disbelief at the person before her. This was a woman who was beautiful to the peak. Her blue eyes were like gemstones in the night, releasing a dream-like light. She was beautiful and mysterious. But those eyes also contained unconcealable killing intent. They were like the eyes of a merciless goddess of death. Lang Yuan, Sha Guangyan was also filled with disbelief as he stared at this woman. She was the corrupt path's supreme expert, Lang Yuan. No one had expected her to appear and save Chu Yao. Lang Yuan completely ignored Sha Guangyan. Without even looking back, her sword slashed out behind her, cutting through a figure hidden in space. Shameful things, you really disgust me. Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes were shining, looking like they could see through all the mysteries of heaven and earth. It's the void-piercing eyes. Since 3 of the 4 assassins from the Bloodkill Hall had been slain, the last one fled hastily. However, he had just moved when a bone sword slashed out. Although Lang Yuan was simply slashing through the air and not striking him, the distant assassin instantly exploded. It was a bizarre sight. Long Chen had not expected Lang Yuan to come and help. But she had truly come at the right time. This was his first time being full of gratitude toward her. Chu Yao stared in shock at this death goddess. Even as all the assassins were slain, she didn't recover from her shock. Lang Yuan's name was known throughout the martial heaven continent. She possessed both beauty and power that could shake the world, and her vicious means were well known. Who could have possibly thought that she would come to save Chu Yao? Chu Yao was pushed away by Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan's voice rang in her ears. Don't just stand there. That undying willow is an emperor amongst undying willows, and its origins are mysterious. Hurry and help Long Chen. Otherwise, he'll be killed before long. Only then did Chu Yao realize that Long Chen's figure had vanished behind a wall of willow branches. She nodded. Although she didn't know why Lang Yuan would help her, she guessed it was connected to Long Chen. Hastily using her heavenly Tao energy to heal, she rushed over to Long Chen. Lang Yuan, what do you think you're doing? You intend to violate the agreement. Sha Guangyan was infuriated that his victory was ruined at the last moment. First of all, don't shout at me, only he is qualified to do so. Other than him, everyone else who has dared to do that has died. Second, I don't care about any agreement. There is nothing in this world that can restrict me. Third, I'll simply say this, my throne just so happens to be missing an expert's skull, and yours will do quite nicely. Lang Yuan stared at Sha Guangyan without the slightest emotion. But a chilling killing intent had already enveloped him. Sha Guangyan laughed, what a joke. You and I are both Empyreans. In a 1-against-1, who knows whether or not you can even defeat me, let alone kill me. Are you sleep-talking? Lang Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. Someone who hasn't even awakened their manifestation dares to call themselves an Empyrean. That's a real joke. As for whether or not I'm sleep-talking, you'll quickly know. Lang Yuan slashed her sword at the same time as the final word came out her mouth. It was incredibly quick, and it had already reached Sha Guangyan. Sha Guangyan was shocked by her speed. Not only did it come without any warning, but she also didn't have to store up any energy to launch such a fierce killing blow. By the time he could react, the bone sword was right before his face. He didn't even have time to summon his sand energy, and a sand chain pulled him from behind, bringing him away. His reaction speed was also shocking. Although the speed at which he retreated was shocking enough, he didn't manage to completely dodge it. The tip of the bone sword slashed across his face, leaving a bloody wound from his forehead to his chin. It was so deep that you could see bone. Any slower and he'd have been cut in two. Blood spurted, and Sha Guangyan was horrified to find that some unknown energy was present on his wound, causing his blood to pour out rapidly. He hastily circulated his heavenly Tao energy to heal. Lang Yuan, you're courting death, roared Sha Guangyan. Lang Yuan had almost killed him just now. Following his roar, the the just-healed injury on his face split open once more, and blood poured out. Lang Yuan's bone sword possessed a special energy that was above the heavenly Daos. The injuries caused by it could not be healed. Even using heavenly Dao energy to heal it would just heal the appearance. Once the muscles were used, they would split apart again. It was an eternal injury. Sha Guangyun was shocked, and he roared furiously. Sand soared into the air, forming a huge twister that smashed toward Lang Yuan. This was a huge area attack that had once made Chu Yao suffer. It was extremely powerful, but Lang Yuan was not showing any expression. A primal chaos manifestation appeared behind her, and killing intent caused the sky to shake. Her sword slashed down, and the sand twister was cut in two. Lang Yuan appeared right in front of Sha Guangyun like a death goddess. Sand waterfall. Sha Guangyun was horrified and slammed the ground with his palms. His sand soared into the sky like a waterfall flowing in reverse, forming multiple layers in front of Lang Yuan. But yet again, Lang Yuan simply slashed her sword out. The runes on it unleashed a bright glow, and the waterfall was blown apart. Let me see how long you can last. As her bone sword danced, the waterfall was constantly being blown apart. Sha Guangyun was filled with terror. This sand waterfall was his strongest defense. But it appeared so weak in front of Lang Yuan's bone sword. He was comforted that the speed at which Lang Yuan broke through his waterfalls was not as fast as the rate at which he created them. However, Lang Yuan was just randomly slashing her sword, while he was using up a huge amount of his spiritual yuan. He would run out of energy sooner or later, and then his death would come. Sha Guangyun hadn't expected Lang Yuan to be even more terrifying than the rumors said. In truth, he was already defeated. He was only bitterly enduring in hope that the situation would turn around. Lang Yuan instantly forced Sha Guangyun into desperate straits. If he didn't specialize in defense, he'd already have been killed. Lang Yuan was too powerful. Chu Yao flew over to Long Chen's side. Her current power had dropped from her peak, and she couldn't handle the undying willow. However, Peng Wansheng was also weakened, and she could protect Long Chen's back from him. Yet, just as she went to stop Peng Wansheng, Long Chen sent her a spiritual message. Go help Meng Qi and the others. Then call over Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. Chu Yao was startled, but she chose to listen to his directions. She turned toward Meng Qi's side. Endless falling wooden stakes soared into the sky like serpents, attacking the rank 9 celestials. One of the corrupt rank 9 celestials in the midst of attacking Cloud did his best to dodge the wooden stakes, and as a result, he was slain by Cloud's attack. Chu Yao's arrival instantly broke the equilibrium of the battle. The Dragonblood Legion's absolute disadvantage became an absolute advantage. Wooden stakes flew out everywhere, covering the battlefield. Following the death of one rank 9 celestial, Cloud let out a cry, and with Meng Qi's assistance, it spat out a black ball of light that killed another rank 9 celestial entangled by the wooden stakes. 2 rank 9 celestials were slain in just a moment. The balance was completely ruined, with the scales of victory tipping toward the Dragonblood Legion. With Ji Yu Yang's assistance, Guo Ran killed a rank 9 celestial from the ancient races. Another expert was freed up. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one. Vengeance for our brothers. Guo Ran roared furiously and started a crazy slaughter of the opposing experts. Due to their absolute disadvantage, Guo Ran had been forced to watch as several of the Dragonblood warriors were slain. Some of them died from launching suicidal attacks that brought down their enemies with them. That sight was branded in his heart. His killing intent overflowed as he cut down these experts one by one. The Dragonblood warriors roared furiously, their eyes scarlet. They were like bloodthirsty magical beasts that only knew slaughter. That was the only way to release their fury. With Chu Yao's arrival, the Dragonblood Legion slaughtered their enemies. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan rushed over to Long Chen's battlefield. Just as they were getting closer, they saw a giant saber image soar into the sky and shatter countless willow branches. Chapter 1458 Heaven Sealing Earth Locking Killing Formation. The black saber image looked like a manifestation of evil. It was like the blade of a fiend that wanted to extinguish all life in this world. The undying willow was cut in two, and the saber image continued onward to the distant Peng Wansheng. Peng Wansheng was shocked, not being able to comprehend how Long Chen had unleashed such a terrifying attack. He stabbed himself in the forehead with his finger. Blood spurted out, flowing with golden runes. 2 huge wings appeared on his back. Those 30,000-meter wings released a blinding light and powerful pressure. Folding in, they protected Peng Wansheng like 2 large hands. The black saber image struck the golden wings. They exploded, and Peng Wansheng shot out like a shooting star, going so far that he vanished over the horizon. Boss 1. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan arrived just in time to see Long Chen pull off this incredible victory. The huge tree was cut in two and Peng Wansheng was sent flying. Just as they thought the battle was over, the undying willow's two halves began to shine, and its scale-like bark began to ripple. Countless branches grew out of its crown to reconnect its two halves. It instantly healed. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were shocked. It was able to heal so easily after such a terrifying attack. The undying willow's life energy far surpassed their imagination. Li Qi, Mingyuan, quick, help me out. Long Chen was panting slightly. He suddenly formed a hand seal, and the sky darkened. A mass of black soil was falling out of the sky. This huge amount of soil was many miles thick. Earth-covered star. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were prepared, and the black soil swelled up, wrapping around the just recovered undying willow. It condensed into a huge sphere on the ground. It shook intensely, looking like it might explode at any moment. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan slammed the ground with their palms, and countless dark gold runes appeared, surging toward the earthen sphere. The runes were like millions of fish swimming on top of the earthen sphere. They began to form rows, forming runic chains. The sphere shook. Clearly, the undying willow was launching a crazy attack to escape. Each time it shook, the world shook along with it. Everyone's hearts clenched. More and more runes streamed over from every direction on the ground. They crawled up the sphere, but each time the sphere fiercely shook, a portion of the runes were broken. Fortunately, there were enough runes to make up for the shattered ones. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan both spat a mouthful of their blood on the ground. As their essence blood entered the ground, the earthen runes grew more excited and crazily charged forward. However, the sphere was still shaking intensely, breaking apart their runes. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan were both tense. As long as these runic chains managed to reach the top, it would form a complete runic prison, and their heaven-sealing earth-locking formation would be complete. Then they wouldn't need to fear the undying willow any longer. However, the undying willow seemed to be aware of this danger and was crazily struggling, refusing to allow the formation to be completed. Fuck, we'll go all out. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan spat out 9 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. Their faces turned white as paper. With this boost, the first runic chain finally reached the top of the sphere. Once it did, the chain brightened, and no matter how the sphere trembled, no more runes were broken. Then more and more chains managed to reach the top. Any chains that managed to reach the top no longer broke. As more and more of the chains became complete, the trembling of the sphere lessened until it was still. 10,000 chains had tightly wrapped the sphere. Li Qi and Song Mingyuan shouted once more. Heaven-sealing earth-locking killing formation. With a final hand seal, the runes on the sphere began to revolve, causing it to shrink. In just a moment, it was only a couple of miles wide. It had to be known that the original undying willow had been dozens of times larger than that. It had been compressed to this point. But once it reached this point, it began to shake once more. Most likely, the undying willow inside was struggling crazily. Yet, it only managed to stall the compression for a moment before it continued. In the end, it became the size of a fist. Boss, it transformed into a seed form. We're unable to kill it, said Li Qi, panting slightly. Long Chen was also weary now. The undying willow had been too terrifying. Even his black soil, the bane of all life, was unable to kill it. The black soil came from the primal chaos space, so Long Chen was even more aware of the situation inside the sphere than Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. The undying willow had been crazily struggling at first. Other tree demons would instantly wither upon coming into contact with the black soil, but this undying willow had released some kind of light that had temporarily blocked the black soil. However, as time passed, the undying willow had also not been able to resist. Its leaves and branches had begun to wither. When the formation was complete and it realized it couldn't win, it finally transformed into a tiny seed. It seemed to be in a dormant state that made it so even the black soil couldn't kill it. It was no wonder it was called the undying willow. Those that could be called undying were truly terrifying. Without the black soil, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to survive today. Long Chen put away the sphere containing the undying willow's seed form. He was just about to go assist Leng Yuyan when he realized Shi and Sha Guangyun had already vanished. Chu Yao and the others came rushing over. All the Dragonblood Legion came. The Dark Forest's magical beasts had been routed along with the army of the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance. Long Chen, are you alright? Chu Yao came forward and helped support Long Chen. She pressed a hand against his back, slowly released the little bit of spiritual yuan she had left into his body. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was at rock bottom now. Where is Leng Yuan? With Chu Yao's assistance, Long Chen no longer felt that the world was spinning around him. She already left. She told me to tell you that she had now repaid one of your favors and still owes you one final favor. Chu Yao looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. Leng Yuan was known as the Corrupt Path's #1 killing goddess, unrivaled in her generation. But today, she had come to help Long Chen. Furthermore, her actions today were equivalent to betraying the Corrupt Path. Chu Yao was unable to imagine how Leng Yuan could owe Long Chen such a favor. Long Chen, goodbye, I will return your favor of not killing me twice. Leng Yuan's parting words from when they had encountered each other in the ancient battlefield rang out in Long Chen's mind. One final favor. Long Chen had a complicated feeling. He didn't know what he felt toward Leng Yuan, but he felt a bit distressed now. Taking a deep breath, he expelled those emotions for now. The battle was over, and the Dragonblood Legion, the Spirit Race Warriors, and the Forest of Life's Spirit Beasts were all here. The army of Spirit Race Warriors had shrunk a great deal. At the very least, half were no longer present. That made Long Chen's heart turn heavy. How many of the Dragonblood Legion sacrificed their lives? Asked Long Chen, his voice heavy. He did his best to keep the emotion out of his voice, but his voice still trembled. His nervousness couldn't be hidden. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others were all silent. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi had expressions of grief. Everyone was silent. Tell me, sighed Long Chen. In truth, just by using his divine sense, he could see how many casualties there had been. But he didn't dare. He didn't want to see those familiar figures gone. A total of 537 of our brothers died. Guo Ran was the one who spoke the number. All the Dragonblood Legion had tears in their eyes. This was not a number to them. This was the lives of their brothers that were lost forever. Long Chen, it was my fault. Said Meng Qi. Boss, I didn't lead the battle well enough, cried Guo Ran. Long Chen waved his hand. Battle is not a game. Since we've chosen to fight, those who die will forever be by our side, so don't blame yourselves. We all did our best. It's not that we weren't strong enough, but that our enemies were just too powerful. Long Chen was comforting them when he suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood, alarming everyone. Chu Yao's tears overflowed. She was in the midst of healing Long Chen's injuries, so her soul was connected to his. Only she knew how much pain he was in. Long Chen was comforting others, when in reality, he was the one who needed to be comforted the most. I'm fine. Long Chen shook his head, but his voice was also choked with emotion just like the others. Clean up the battlefield. We'll go back to the Forest of Life to rest and reorganize. This matter definitely won't end here. Everyone began cleaning up the battlefield, gathering some things that the experts had left behind. The powerful magical beast corpses were also gathered. Boss, there's also this arm. It's Sha Guangyan's. Guo Ran noticed an arm while cleaning the battlefield. Keep it, we can use it as a present for the ancient family alliance, said Long Chen indifferently. Guo Ran put away the arm, and the battlefield was cleaned up by them. Since the Dark Forest didn't make any more moves, Long Chen led the Dragonblood Legion back to the Forest of Life. The world returned to calm. But the battlefield was now covered in rivers of blood. Countless dead spirits were buried, along with the souls of 537 heroes who had sacrificed all their hot blood here. Chapter 1459 Resting. After the battle, this had been the most desperate battle the Dragonblood Legion had ever fought. Their zero-casualty legend was shattered. Now the Dragonblood Legion had 12,537 people left, and that cast a dark shadow on them. After returning to the Forest of Life, all the lifeforms in the forest prostrated themselves toward them. Even the Spirit Emperor personally prostrated herself to Long Chen. Long Chen hastily pulled her up. Spirit Emperor, if it hadn't been for the Forest of Life's kindness, I'd have long since died in the Eastern Wasteland. None of us have any regrets over fighting for the Forest of Life today. No regrets. The Dragonblood warriors all cried out united. Even ignoring the Forest of Life's connection with Long Chen, they were all hot-blooded warriors who wouldn't just watch as the Forest of Life was annihilated. Furthermore, the human race had once betrayed these kind spirit women. This could be considered a kind of atonement. Even the ones who had died felt no regret. The Spirit Emperor was full of gratitude. I know you don't like that much courtesy. But your great favor will be forever remembered by the Forest of Life. The Spirit Emperor then placed her hands in front of her chest. Her hands took a strange form, looking like a flower blooming. With a sacred light shining on her face, she solemnly said, using the name of the Life God Tree, the Forest of Life forms an alliance with Long Chen. As long as Long Chen is alive, the Forest of Life will assist him with our full power. Even if our bodies are burned to ashes, we will not regret it. Even if our bodies are burned to ashes, we will not regret it. Following the Spirit Emperor, all the Forest of Life's creatures swore the same thing. All the Spirit Race warriors had the same hand posture as the Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, Long Chen and the rest of the Dragonblood Legion were extremely grateful. All the Forest of Life's creatures were kind and pure, and they showed a kind of absolute trust to their allies, even entrusting their lives to them. Because of it, the Dragonblood warriors' grief lessened a bit. The battle had only just ended, so everyone rested for a few days. Any external injuries were healed by the Life God Tree, but the wounds in their hearts could not be healed even with the best medicinal pills. They could only be healed with time. All the Dragonblood warriors were resting beneath the Life God Tree. Divine light sprinkled on their bodies, and they quickly fell into slumber. Long Chen, you should sleep as well. The Life God Tree's blessing will make you feel much better, said the Spirit Emperor. When she looked at Long Chen, she couldn't help feeling sad. Everyone was asleep. Only Long Chen didn't go through this method of healing his wounds. As the leader of the Forest of Life, the Spirit Emperor was connected to the Life God Tree, and she could see the burden on Long Chen's heart. Long Chen shook his head. Some pain should be kept. At the very least, it'll make me cherish my memories of my brothers more. If the pain fades, I might slowly forget them, so I want to remember them forever. I want to remember their smiles, I want to remember every day I was with them. Long Chen, you're too tired. If you continue like this, you will be like the wind, never able to stop. The Spirit Emperor sighed. She was unable to comprehend the human race's complicated way of thinking. You're right, that's a good comparison. The wind is unable to stop, because once it does, it vanishes, which signifies death. In the cultivation world, everyone is doing their best to get stronger. They're all running as fast as they can, because they can't stop, nor do they dare to stop. Long Chen nodded in approval of the Spirit Emperor's words. Long Chen, stay in the Forest of Life. The Dark Forest is heavily injured, so we'll have a long time of peace in the spirit world, said the Spirit Emperor. Long Chen bitterly smiled. No one who steps into the vortex of the cultivation world can expect a good ending. This world is like a vat of dye, and no one can go through it without being stained. However, you aren't able to understand this thinking of the human race. Although we are like wind, forced to keep going involuntarily, we have our own things that make it worth it. For example, the wind blows through an alley, smelling the buns that have just come out of the oven, hearing the laughter of children playing, seeing the marvels of human civilization. The wind blows across high mountains and great seas, experiencing the magnificence of the world. The wind blows through rivers and fields, experiencing the changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, learning the flavors of life. As we rush forward, we gain friends, we gain true love, and we journey alongside each other in fortune or disaster. We are like the wind. We don't know where we came from, we don't know where we're going. All we know is that we have to cherish all the scenery of the journey. We have to cherish every companion, every emotion. The heavens are heartless. Cultivators look grand and powerful, but if you think about it, you'll realize the heavens are just playing a cruel game of selecting the best and killing the rest. The heavens act according to their own will. They made the rules to their game, and when they're bored, they'll randomly change the rules as they please. Whoever they say dies has to die. They are both the players and the referee. Toward the end, Long Chen's expression became frosty, and his killing intent grew stronger. The Spirit Emperor felt that the current Long Chen was a bit frightening. Long Chen looked up at the sky. This battle was something he viewed as a loss. He hadn't lost to Peng Wansheng, he hadn't lost to Sha Guangyan, and he hadn't lost to the Undying Willow. What he had lost to were these damn heavens. He had planned things out and he had used up all his trump cards, but he had still lost. Thinking of the 537 brothers of the Dragonblood Legion who had fought to their deaths on the battlefield, Long Chen felt like a knife was stabbing his heart. Due to the protection of the spirit trees, as long as a dragonblood warrior wasn't instantly killed, even heavy injuries could be healed in an instant. Only warriors that were slain in one attack would die. In this bitter battle, without the protection of the spirit trees, at least half the Dragonblood Legion would have died. The Dragonblood Legion's undefeatable legend had been shattered. This gave Long Chen a warning. He was now seeing things clearly. His opponents weren't people but the heavens. Ever since he had stepped onto his cultivation path, each step had been thorny and covered in pitfalls. There was nothing that ever went smoothly for him. Essentially, none of his opportunities had been gained through luck. Instead, his bad luck always made things gravely life-threatening. This time, there was nothing for him to complain about when it came to the Dragonblood Legion's fighting. Whether it was their arrangement or their individual display, they were all practically perfect. And yet, they had still fallen to this point. If Lang Yuan hadn't appeared at the critical moment and reversed the tides, the Dragonblood Legion might have been completely annihilated today. Long Chen silently thought to himself. Had he been too brash and made too many enemies? No, because if he had endured instead, his enemies would have long since climbed over his head and crushed him. Had he been too hot-headed and not understood how to act pragmatically? Should he have instead simply slipped away? No, if he had done that, he would have violated the essence of the 9-star hegemon body art, as well as betrayed his own principles. Then he wouldn't be Long Chen. Yes, he could have pretended not to know about the battle in the spirit world. Then he could have had more time to focus on getting stronger. But if he hadn't been here, and the forest of life had been destroyed, it would become a stain on his life that he would never be able to wash away. What would be the point of cultivating if he acted like that? Cultivation was to get stronger. Getting stronger was to live with dignity, to protect what you loved and believed in. If he hadn't come to the spirit world, forgetting about his past debts and abandoning the beliefs in his heart, then what would he have been cultivating for? When he thought about it, he felt that he hadn't taken a single step wrong. What was wrong was this world. What was wrong was the heavens. They were intentionally making things hard on him. The Spirit Emperor chatted a bit longer with Long Chen, trying to untie the knot in his heart. But she found that his thoughts were wandering, so she didn't keep bothering him. Long Chen went to a floating island alone, sitting on a huge leaf seat. He looked at the flow of the waterfall in front of him and felt incomparable pain inside. Battle was not a game. Sacrifices were inevitable. Upon stepping into the cultivation world, death was just a matter of time. People had to view death indifferently, or they should simply not cultivate. These were all words Long Chen had lectured to the Dragonblood Legion so that they could fight without being restrained by the fear of death. The Dragonblood warriors had never questioned his words. He had persuaded them, but now that it was his turn, he found he was unable to convince himself of the same thing. When he thought of those brothers he had eaten, drunk, and laughed with, when he thought of how he would never see those familiar faces again, he felt like his heart was being ripped out. Long Chen stared at the waterfall with a blank expression. His head was empty, and time silently passed. A soft hand gently stroked Long Chen's cheek. Chu Yao appeared before him. Meng Qi and Tang Waner had also come. The three of them felt their own hearts stabbed with pain when they saw Long Chen like this. Long Chen was a hero of indomitable spirit, but he also had his fatal weakness. He cared too much about his people. But it was because of this that he possessed such charisma that people followed him unswervingly. Meng Qi, are your eyes all right? Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that Meng Qi's eyes had regained their luster. Most likely, the life god tree had helped her heal them. Long Chen, if you want to cry, you should cry. You might feel a bit more comfortable. Meng Qi held Long Chen's hand. Just seeing him like this, she began to tear up. Long Chen smiled faintly. I'm fine. I'm just trying to think about them so I can forever remember them in my heart. I know they wouldn't want me to be like this, but I'm just doing this to cherish them. Once everyone's recovered, I'll also come out of this. We still have a long path to walk. Those people that harmed us will have all their debts dragged out of them. The three of them were slightly comforted to hear this, but their eyes were still red. Long Chen was the leader of the Dragonblood Legion, and he couldn't even vent the feelings he wanted to. He could only keep them to himself. That's right, Meng Qi, did you manage to gather the powerful souls I asked you to gather? Long Chen asked Meng Qi. At this time, a bit of light began to shine. In his eyes, this matter was extremely important. Chapter 1460 Those closer to Lang Yuan or closer to reincarnation. Before the battle had started, Long Chen had given a mission to gather any powerful souls of fallen experts. That was because the armor and weapons that Guo Ran had forged didn't have item spirits. They couldn't count as true ancestral items. That was why the Dragonblood warriors had had their lives stolen under the attacks of their opponents' ancestral items. Almost all the warriors had died to the rank 9 Celestial's ancestral item. The magical beasts might have been powerful, but they had at most been capable of heavily injuring the Dragonblood warriors. Those heavy injuries were instantly healed by the spirit trees, life blessing, so the majority of the fallen warriors had been slain by that rank 9 Celestial from the ancient family alliance. In the end, his body had been torn into pieces by the Dragonblood warriors. If the Dragonblood warriors' armor and weapons had had item spirits, they would have become true ancestral items. Then perhaps they would have managed to keep their legend of 0 casualties. However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. There was only the cruel reality. Meng Qi nodded. I gathered many powerful souls. Most are from 11th rank magical beasts, and some are from the corrupt path, ancient races, and ancient family alliance. Meng Qi took out a dark red pearl. This was a soul item, the soul-locking pearl. During the battle, Meng Qi's spiritual strength had been spread throughout the battlefield. There were now millions of powerful souls sealed within it. For the magical beasts, only those above the 10th rank had souls that wouldn't instantly dissipate. As for humans, soul transformation experts were able to keep a complete soul upon dying. The fighting had been exceptionally fierce. Many powerful attacks had contained a powerful soul-killing aspect to them, which meant that only one in dozens of viable souls had managed to survive. From that, it could be seen how grand that battle had been. Calculating like this, the number of experts at the soul transformation realm and above had numbered in the tens of millions. Furthermore, those tens of millions of deaths had come from the dark forest, corrupt path, ancient races, and ancient family alliance. That was because the forest of life's spirit beasts and warriors all had their souls returned to the forest of life when they died. Pick out 15,000 of the strongest souls and have them devour the other souls. Then they can be used to create ancestral item spirits, said Long Chen. To inject spirituality into an item like this after the forging process required the souls be very powerful. The stronger the souls were, the better. So like raising poison insects, he would have them slaughter each other until only the strongest remained. This method was very cruel and was commonly used by the corrupt path. A large reason the corrupt path was so powerful was because they used such evil cultivation techniques. However, Long Chen didn't feel any guilt about this. He was still full of hatred and pain. He had to strengthen the Dragonblood Legion. All right, Meng Qi nodded. You don't need to look after me. I really am fine. Meng Qi, how did you end up struck with such an immense backlash? Seeing their worried expressions, Long Chen comforted them and changed the subject. The 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast's power is too terrifying. I only used the slightest bit of it, but it immediately caused a spiritual backlash and snatched away my sight. It was similar to a kind of curse. Fortunately, the life god tree removed it for me, or with my current power, I would be forced to stay blind, said Meng Qi with some faint fear. To unleash a huge, terrifying attack, Meng Qi had tapped into the 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast's energy. She had just used the slightest bit and it had caused such a backlash. If she had used a bit more, she might have lost her life. Is it really so terrifying? Long Chen, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er were startled to hear this. It was clearly just a skeleton that had died who knew how many years ago. But it still possessed such power. The 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast is an ancient species, and a king amongst soul beasts. Although it's already dead, its crystal core and 9 eyes are still intact. They aren't the slightest bit damaged, so a significant amount of its energy was preserved. Although it's less than half, it's still not something I can currently use. Furthermore, I still haven't pinpointed the source of its soul and cannot control it. I can only borrow the slightest bit of its energy. And so, I almost made a huge mistake, sighed Meng Qi. The 3-head 9-eye illusion spirit beast was truly worthy of being a legendary existence. However, as long as I spend a bit more time, I should be able to pinpoint the source of its soul. Then I'll be able to control it, said Meng Qi confidently. Alright, then just study it closely. You can give us a pleasant surprise when the time comes. However, first handle the matter of the souls. That's very important to the lives of the Dragonblood warriors, said Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded. This matter was very simple for her, and she quickly set it up. After finishing Meng Qi's matter, Long Chen took out a fist-sized ball. Inside was the sealed undying willow. Long Chen still felt some fear toward it. It was too terrifying, possessing a practically undying body. This little sphere was just the size of a fist, but the undying willow had created a huge space inside it, as if it was a spatial ring. Within this space was a seed. It looked like a walnut that was tightly sealed. The black soil's devouring energy was being blocked by the seed's outer layer and was unable to harm its core. Although it was just the size of a fist, it was as heavy as a mountain. There were also countless runic chains sealing the outside. There was no way for the undying willow to escape. Chu Yao, the undying willow is sealed inside. You can use this to slowly absorb its energy. Refine it, and you will be in control of the undying willow's power. You'll be in possession of both great defensive and offensive prowess in the future, said Long Chen, handing the sphere over to Chu Yao. Chu Yao received it, excited. Long Chen was correct. Once she refined it, she would be able to peer into the undying race's mysteries, wildly increasing her combat power. Her offensive might would sharply increase. Wan sorry, but I don't have a decent gift for you. Long Chen was a bit embarrassed to have given Meng Qi and Chu Yao such priceless treasures but left Tang Wan empty-handed. Tang Wan shook her head. I don't need a gift. I just want you to be happy. Tang Wan eyes reddened. Although she did her best to suppress it, she couldn't hold back some tears. Seeing Long Chen in his current state had been heartbreaking. He was normally a laughing scoundrel and an unrivaled hero on the battlefield. Yet just now, he had appeared haggard and lonely. All right, don't cry. That matter has already passed. Our brothers will always stay by our side. They will see our glory, so what we have to do is live happily so that they can rest in peace. Long Chen smiled and wiped away her tears. Tang Wan might be a bit petty and liked to fight, but when it came to big matters, she never caused any trouble for Long Chen. She treated him sincerely, and her expression of emotions was the most direct. Amongst the women, all right, if you don't want me to cry, tell me if you had an affair with Leng Yuyan. Tang Wan wiped away her tears and looked at Long Chen seriously. Long Chen's expression became odd. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you change the subject so quickly, you might cause the cart to flip. Don't act dumb. Speak. What happened between you and Leng Yuyan? In particular, did anything intimate happen between you? Tang Wan stared closely into Long Chen's eyes, seeming to want to determine if he was lying or not. Meng Qi and Chu Yao laughed. Tang Wan's expression looked both serious and mischievous. Long Chen didn't have any way to handle her. Long Chen bitterly smiled. It's not so exaggerated. You should know, she's always wanted to kill me. Helplessly, Long Chen explained all of what had happened between him and Leng Yuyan. Leng Yuyan's is the #1 figure of the Corrupt Path's junior generation. No one can contend with her, and she's both unrivaled in power and viciousness. But curiously, she doesn't kill experts from the righteous path. It seems she always kills people from her own corrupt path, said Chu Yao. Perhaps this is the hellflower that kills those closest to it. Those closer to Leng Yuyan are closer to reincarnation, said Long Chen, also without comprehending. Leng Yuyan was a mystery. Sometimes, he felt like she had a split personality, as if there were two souls within her. Even now, he didn't know what she was thinking. Anyone who tried to communicate with her would have to be prepared to go reincarnate at any moment. Her character was unfathomable. She really is terrifying. She even almost killed Sha Guangyan. He had to sacrifice an arm to get away, said Meng Qi with some admiration. Because she had been blind at that time, she had used her soul to cover the battlefield. She was the one who had witnessed Leng Yuyan's fighting the closest. Each time Leng Yuyan had attacked, she had launched a vicious killing blow to directly reap her opponent's life. Sha Guangyan hadn't had any chance to fight back at all. In the end, even his strongest defense had been broken. He had left behind an arm as he miserably fled. Long Chen also couldn't help sighing. In truth, on the outskirts of the ancient battlefield, he had had mercy on her, but hadn't she also had mercy on him? If she had really wanted to kill Long Chen and used her full power from the start, he might have died already. That meant Leng Yuyan hadn't really wanted to kill him. But then what was her goal? Neither Long Chen nor the Corrupt Path understood Leng Yuyan. No one knew what she was thinking. Leng Yuyan rarely spoke. She usually communicated with her bone sword, and those who she communicated with usually died. However, Leng Yuyan's words to him made Long Chen feel some distress. if I one day die, will you feel sad? Long Chen, Lang Yuan is hiding immense pain inside. Although she's powerful, merciless, and kills decisively, when she saved me, I touched her hand. My wood spiritual energy allowed me to sense the helplessness and indecision in her heart, said Chu Yao after pondering for a moment. Helplessness and indecision. Tang Wan was gobsmacked. Even such a terrifying killing goddess felt such emotions. What level of expert is Lang Yuan? Asked Long Chen. He had too many questions when it came to Lang Yuan. Chapter 1461 Injecting Ancestral Item Spirits. She is an Empyrean, answered Chu Yao. Of the people here, only Chu Yao was an Empyrean. Long Chen, Tang Wan and Meng Qi were still a bit confused as to what an Empyrean was. Chu Yao explained, do you still remember favored from the Eastern Wasteland? Favored, Celestials, and Empyreans are all the same concept. They are all born from the heavenly Taos. When Peng Wansheng likened favored, Celestials, and Empyreans to commoners, officials, and crown princes, he was generally correct. They are all born from the heavenly Taos, but the degree in which the heavenly Taos favor them differs greatly. So putting it simply, it's a case of each level suppressing the last. Asked Tang Wan Yes, that's about it. The suppression of the heavenly Taos is even greater than the suppression between cultivation realms. That's why life star experts can easily kill soul transformation experts when they're at equivalent celestials ranks, but a rank 5 life star celestial is only a match for a rank 7 soul transformation celestial. For example, if two children are fighting, if one is a true son while the other is adopted, the father will naturally treat their own son a bit better. But when it comes to the difference between Empyreans and Celestials, it's like one is the father's son, while the other is someone else's son. The heavenly Taos won't even care about the other person's death, said Chu Yao. I heard Lang Yuan say that someone who hasn't awakened their manifestation isn't even an Empyrean. What does that mean? Asked Tang Wan referring to what Lang Yuan had said to Sha Guangyan. She is correct. Right now, we aren't true Empyreans. We are more accurately sprouts that can become Empyreans. The mass of primal chaos behind us when we fight is a primitive manifestation. All our manifestations are like that right now. That primal chaos manifestation is at most able to allow us to use a portion of the heavenly Tao's energy. We can't control the energy of the whole world. True Empyreans who have awakened their manifestations are in control of heaven and earth. Just like Peng Wansheng said, they are the crown prince of the world, and everyone else has to kneel before them. In front of Empyreans, all Celestials have to kneel and accept their fate, said Chu Yao. They're that powerful. Even Long Chen was shocked. The Empyreans he had fought weren't even true Empyreans yet. Just how terrifying would they be once they had awakened their manifestations? Yes, they're that powerful. However, awakening your manifestation is not easy. Each manifestation has its own name, and only one such manifestation can exist at any time. In other words, each Empyrean with an awakened manifestation is unique. So Lang Yuan is right that Sha Guangyan was trying to make himself look better by calling himself an Empyrean. An Empyrean who hasn't awakened their manifestation is not a true Empyrean, said Chu Yao. Then can you awaken your manifestation? What do you need to do to awaken it? Asked Tang Wan Chu Yao shook her head. Awakening one's manifestation is not simply a matter of effort. It's up to the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens. That was what Long Chen hated the most. If things had gone according to the will of the heavens, he'd have long since died. Shaking his head, he asked, have the others woken up? Everyone else is awake. You sat here for 10 days, and no one wanted to disturb you. But after so much time, we decided to come over, said Meng Qi. I've made you worry. Let's go over to them. Long Chen rose and stretched his waist, slapping himself in the face a couple of times. After talking for a bit, he felt much more refreshed. The losses of the Dragonblood warriors had been a heavy blow to him. But after the pain, you had to wipe away your tears and continue forward. Those fallen brothers were still watching, so Long Chen had to act in a way befitting their deaths and led everyone onward. The entire Dragonblood Legion was gathered, and after resting, they had fully recovered. Most importantly, their mental states were much better. Now, boss. They all looked at Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. Remember, we don't have time to feel sad, and we don't need to feel sad. Our lives are the continuation of our brothers' lives. Not only can we not be sad, but we have to live even happier than before, not just for ourselves, but for them. If the positions were reversed and we were the ones to die, we'd also want the same. So starting today, forget that useless pain and sorrow. Everyone, work hard on cultivation, because the first thing we'll need to do is get revenge. Long Chen's voice was icy and filled with killing intent. Whoever made him feel pain would have to pay a heavy price. Revenge, revenge, the Dragonblood warriors roared out furiously. This blood debt would have to be paid. Boss, let's completely annihilate the corrupt path, ancient races, and ancient family alliance, said Guo Ran high-spiritedly. Are your big words useful? When will you change this habit? With our current power, we aren't able to destroy any of them. Do you even believe your own words? Demanded Long Chen. Cough, boss, I was speaking for you. With your power, you'll definitely be capable of it, said Guo Ran. Don't bring up such useless things, and sucking up to me doesn't have the slightest use. If I really was unrivaled, then so many of my brothers wouldn't have died with the ringleaders escaping. Long Chen shook his head. Boss, it's not your fault. Those people are all peak heavenly geniuses. Ever since they were born, no, even before they were born, they were raised with various resources. But you had to win everything you have with your fists. And if that undying willow hadn't appeared at that time, you would have killed Peng Wansheng, so you're still unrivaled. Quibbled Guo Ran. Guo Ran was speaking from the heart. Geniuses were created from 3% talent, 7% luck, and 90% piles and piles of resources. In the Eastern Wasteland, Long Chen's talent was low, and his luck wasn't even worth mentioning. It should be called bad luck instead. As for resources, he didn't have a huge background, so all his resources were accumulated bit by bit. Not only did he have to find them for his own cultivation, but he even had to raise a huge force like the Dragonblood Legion with them. So there was no way to compare Long Chen's accomplishments with those geniuses who were fated to become geniuses even before they were born. One relied on everything their family bestowed them, while the other gathered what he needed bit by bit with his own power. They were as different as heaven and earth. This was the aspect that the Dragonblood warriors most admired and worshipped Long Chen for, aside from his heaven-shaking power. In their hearts, Long Chen was the only true expert. Stop sucking up, let's get to business. Thanks to the Life God Tree, your mental realms have far surpassed your cultivation bases. You can raise your cultivation bases without worry now, so your current goal is to reach the peak of the Jade Core realm. You won't run into any bottlenecks or cause your foundation to grow unstable no matter how fast you go. So I want you to turn yourself into medicine jars now. Go all out to increase your cultivation base. Go into seclusion, and come out only when you've reached the peak of Jade Core, said Long Chen. Yes, everyone nodded. Guo Ran, take back everyone's weapons and armor. I'll inject item spirits into them. All of you will have a pair of true ancestral items soon, said Long Chen. Really, everyone was delighted. Giving their weapon spirits would increase their power by over 10 times. At that time, the Dragonblood Legion would truly be unrivaled. Guo Ran, your personal armor is made of multiple parts that all add individual item spirits. 2. At that time, you'll be in possession of dozens of ancestral items. However, you'll need to work hard and quickly raise your cultivation base. Otherwise, if you simply had multiple ancestral items but not enough spiritual strength to nourish them, what would you do? Long Chen stared at Guo Ran intently. He was worried about this fellow secretly being lazy. Boss, don't worry, that definitely won't happen. For my complete ancestral item armor, I'll consume medicinal pills like crazy. Even if I can't eat them, I'll stuff them down somehow. Guo Ran was smiling excitedly. If each part of his armor was its own ancestral item, just who could block him? His eyes were shining brightly. He had an urge to go into seclusion right at this moment. After saying a few more words, Long Chen took out the mountains of medicinal pills that Huo Long had refined during this time. These medicinal pills were perfect for increasing Jade Core cultivation bases. They were all top-grade pills. These were refined by one of Huo Long's split bodies in the Blazing Dragon Cauldron working together. The Blazing Dragon Cauldron wasn't a fighting ancestral item, so its power was limited. However, its alchemy abilities were amazing. Each person was given 10,000 top-grade pills. Long Chen's estimate was that this would bring them to the peak of the Jade Core realm. Even if it wasn't enough, it wouldn't be that far off. The majority of the Dragonblood Legion was at the mid-Jade Core realm, with a small portion at the late realm. These pills would naturally be enough. While they were in seclusion, Long Chen would have Huo Long refine a few more. In any case, Any leftovers could be sold to the Huayan sect for more resources. Everyone went into seclusion. 2 days later, Meng Qi came over, her matter finished. The millions of souls she had gathered had devoured each other until only the 15,000 strongest souls remained. These souls were extremely powerful, but Meng Qi had already erased their minds. They were mindless soul essence essentially, which made it easy for Long Chen to use them to create item spirits. With his experience in creating an item spirit for the heaven-flipping seal, Long Chen didn't have to do them one by one. Instead, he added souls to over 100 of them at once. When those souls were injected into the weapons and armor, the dull and lifeless pieces of metal suddenly began to shine brightly, their runes lighting up like they had come to life. This signified that the process had gone off properly. The light slowly dimmed, but now all those items had a slight air of life to them. The newly born item spirits were in slumber now and required someone to nourish them with their souls. When they woke, the person who nourished them would become their first-generation master. All ancestral items were very loyal to their first-generation master. Long Chen worked for 5 days before completing all the ancestral items. He finally sighed in relaxation and fell asleep. Chapter 1462 Preparing for Another Battle. The technique that Long Chen used to inject item spirits came from his pill sovereign memories, and it was normally used to impart spirituality to medicinal pills. Not only did it require great spiritual strength, but it also required the slightest bit of pill flame to help with the process. Otherwise, this work could easily be left to a spiritual expert like Meng Qi. Regretfully, Meng Qi was not an alchemist, so Long Chen could only do it himself. After 5 days, Long Chen's head felt like it was splitting. Thus, when he fell asleep, it was a deep slumber. When he awoke, he realized he was sleeping on a soft bed, and the sunlight shining down on his face was very warm. The sound of babbling water could be heard, along with some tinkling laughter. He slowly rose and put on his shoes. He realized he was wearing a fresh set of robes that emitted a very familiar scent. When he carefully examined it, he could distinguish 3 different people's scents. Ah, they couldn't have held me while sleeping the whole night, right? Fuck, I slept like a log while accompanied by 3 beauties. I didn't even get a single touch. It's worse than a beast. Long Chen was full of regret. Getting up, he walked out of a tent and saw a small pool with a tiny waterfall slowly pouring into it. The pool was surrounded by a dense forest. The trees had formed a wooden wall that others couldn't see through. It was clear that such an orderly arrangement had to be Chu Yao's handiwork. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He crept forward, completely suppressing his aura. Stealthily creeping up a tree, he saw 3 beautiful women playing in the water. Their fair skin was dotted in droplets of water. Most heart-stopping was that they weren't wearing any clothes. Their perfect curves were completely revealed to Long Chen with only the crystalline drops of water to obscure his view. In all his years, Long Chen had never seen such an alluring sight. Suddenly, something dripped onto a green leaf. Long Chen's expression immediately changed, and his heart dropped. That leaf belonged to one of the trees Chu Yao had created. Ah, someone's peeping. Chu Yao let out a sharp cry. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er also let out startled cries and dived into the water. The water exploded, and Long Chen was blinded. When his vision cleared, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er were all right in front of him. Regretfully, they were already wearing clothes. It's not peeping. We're all one family, and as your husband, I have to get used to helping you bathe, change clothes, massage your backs. It's nothing bad. I held a pure heart when I came to appreciate. Yes, appreciate, not peep. In front of Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan'er's death stares, Long Chen couldn't possibly admit to peeping. First, he gave himself a noble reason for his actions. Wipe away your nosebleed before speaking, said Tang Wan'er disdainfully. Only now did Long Chen realize that his nose felt odd. A hot liquid was pouring out, and he reached out to wipe it with his hand. Now he was doomed. He had actually gotten a nosebleed without realizing it. In order to fully mask his presence just now, he had observed them like a mortal, and as a result, he ended up reacting like a mortal. A pure heart for appreciation. Yes, appreciation, not peeping. Chu Yao's lips curled into a smile when she repeated Long Chen's sanctimonious words. Long Chen had an urge to find a hole to bury himself in. This was too embarrassing. Even with his thick face, he felt a burning sensation. Are you planning on staying up in a tree your whole life? Come down. In the end, it was Meng Qi who treated him the best. She gave him a way out of this embarrassing situation. Once Long Chen jumped off the tree, Meng Qi even handed him a handkerchief to wipe away his blood. Long Chen was so moved that he wanted to cry. Meng Qi was truly the best. I really didn't see too much. Your clothes. You put them on too quickly. Long Chen looked over the three of them. Their clothes had been soaked in some droplets of water, which revealed their curves. However, those crucial areas were blocked off now. Scoundrel, don't speak. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan blushed. But at least Long Chen had returned to normal. They didn't have to worry about that at least. Ah, have the ancestral items been distributed? Everyone can increase their cultivation base while nourishing their ancestral items with their souls. They shouldn't interfere with each other. Long Chen, change the subject. We handed them out yesterday. All of them are excited, especially Guo Ran. He kissed his armor over and over again. It was embarrassing to see, said Tang Wan somewhat speechlessly. Long Chen smiled. He knew Guo Ran viewed his personal armor like his own child. His excitement was only natural, but he would quickly feel the pain. Long Chen, we're also going into seclusion. But what about you? Asked Meng Qi. They also had to increase their cultivation bases. Each level they advanced would increase their power, which would be what protected their lives. The reason they had waited until now was because they had been too worried for Long Chen. They were worried about a problem occurring in his heart. But now, they felt like Long Chen had walked out from that shadow, so they were preparing to enter seclusion as well. I don't need to go into seclusion. I still have many things to handle. My cultivation is different from yours, so don't worry about me, said Long Chen. Only then did Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan leave. They returned to the Life God Tree. Since the Life God Tree provided them with the best possible cultivation environment, their cultivation bases would advance rapidly. TCH, are those garbage weapons and armor useful? If you worked with me and undid the Sovereign Seal, I'd help you annihilate all your enemies. You're just like a turtle hiding in its shell. How long are you planning on hiding here? Are you even a man? Once the three of them left, Evelmoon's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. The garbage weapons and armor it was referring to were actually the ancestral items that Guo Ran had forged. Aren't you also trash? If you aren't, how come you weren't even able to kill a tree? When will you fix your habit of only knowing how to brag? Sneered Long Chen. Bullshit, the reason you couldn't kill that willow is because you're trash. With your little bit of spiritual yuan, what do you think you could accomplish? You want to be able to use my power with such a pitiful amount. Keep dreaming, and don't think I'll lend you the slightest bit of my own power, sneered back Evelmoon. If you really were useful, your body should have enough power to break a single willow. But in reality, other than being stupidly heavy, you're not the slightest bit useful. Try not to natter so much in the future, snorted Long Chen. HMPH, I won't argue with a brat. In any case, if you refuse to help me undo the Sovereign Seal, don't even think about me lending you the slightest bit of energy. And don't threaten me. I'd rather die than submit to a weakling, said Evelmoon. What is a weakling? People like you. People who hesitate and spend all day planning cautiously for no reason. If you have anger in your heart, if you have killing intent, then release it. Kill all the people you hate and want to kill, said Evelmoon. When it spoke, Long Chen clearly sensed its killing intent spreading toward him. After a moment of silence, Long Chen nodded. Perhaps you're right. He didn't refute it, nor did he insult it. That caught Evelmoon off guard. It didn't know what to say. If they're enemies, they should be killed with my full power. I shouldn't give them any chance to harm me. I shouldn't passively wait until they come to kill me. Perhaps that's the right path, sighed Long Chen. So even you know how to talk like a human. I'm amazed, said Evelmoon. You're a brute. Can you even understand human words? Demanded Long Chen coldly. Who are you calling a brute? Your dark evil dragon race is a branch and the descendants of the true dragon race. The true dragon is a grand and noble existence. How did they end up with such useless descendants? Sneered Long Chen. What do you think you're doing? In the primal chaos space, Dragonbone Evelmoon began to quiver violently, waves of killing intent exploding out of it. Your little bit of killing intent can only frighten children. In my Dragonblood Legion, everyone is a hot-blooded man, and you aren't capable of frightening any one of them. Did you see anyone in the Dragonblood Legion afraid of dying? The reason I look down on you is that despite having the blood of the true dragon race, you are still relying on slaughtering the weak for your vanity and self-esteem. Don't you feel that you're garbage? I dared to challenge a sovereign. You dare to call me someone who slaughters the weak? Roared Evilmoon. TCH, the only reason you dared to challenge a sovereign was because your ego was inflated from killing so many weaklings. Dragonbone Evilmoon, let me ask you this, if you had another chance to challenge a sovereign, would you do it? Demanded Long Chen. So, you don't have the qualifications to look down on me. From the moment I stepped into the cultivation world, my enemies were always formidable heavenly geniuses. I advanced on my path by walking over their corpses. My path is different from yours. Although I'm from the human race, I've refined true dragon essence blood, so I understand the pride and essence of the true dragon race better than you. I don't need to make transactions with you, nor do I need to submit to you. That's because you aren't worthy. Even if I were to die on the battlefield, I wouldn't ask for your help. So in the future, put away your arrogance and scheming. To tell the truth, I really don't know why Sovereign Yunsheng left you to me. If it weren't for him, I'd have 100 different ways of playing you to death. You should be thanking him for the fact that you're able to keep living peacefully. If you think I'm just bragging, then you can come try me. Let's see whether my methods are more vicious than the hardness of your bones. Long Chen smiled sinisterly as he looked at Dragonbone Evilmoon in the primal chaos space. Being stared at like this, Evilmoon involuntarily shivered. In the end, it didn't reply. In that instant, a terrifying divine might appeared in the primal chaos space, making it so it didn't dare to do anything. Long Chen ignored it. After parting with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Tang Wan he went to find the Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor, gather your people. We go to attack the Dark Forest and pull them up by their roots. Chapter 1463 Unrivaled Black Soil. Long Chen, are you serious? We're still in the process of recovering. The Spirit Emperor was shocked that Long Chen wanted to attack the Dark Forest. I know, but this is the best time to attack the Dark Forest. We can't miss it. We're going to pull them up by their roots and completely annihilate them, said Long Chen. But they're so powerful. The Forest of Life's spirit race warriors and spirit beasts had taken heavy losses. Only 30% of them remained. Even though the Spirit Emperor wasn't very intelligent, she was clear that they couldn't launch an attack. We don't need power. I just need some helpers and some wind attribute magical beasts. Long Chen smiled. You're saying, you'll use. The Spirit Emperor instantly understood. Yes, I have as much black soil as I want. I can completely poison the Dark Forest to death. However, if the Master of the Dark Forest takes action, I'll probably need your help. The only thing Long Chen was worried about was the Master of the Dark Forest. Don't worry, the Dark Master is like the Life God Tree and has no fighting power by itself. It can only use its energy to support the other tree demons. But what's different is that the Life God Tree views each of the spirit race warriors it birthed as its child, and their souls are connected to the Life God Tree, while the Dark Forest tree demons are viewed as nothing more than tools by the Dark Master. It doesn't feel the slightest emotion when they die, said the Spirit Emperor. Then that's good. Arrange some helpers. I'm going to completely remove this scourge called the Dark Forest. Hearing that, Long Chen felt much more relaxed. If you spread the black soil that widely, there will be no more life in the spirit world. Once the Dark Forest is destroyed, everything will be a land of death. There's no need for you to worry about that. After I send out the black soil, I have a way of pulling it back. The spirit world will still be the same spirit world, promised Long Chen. The black soil of the primal chaos space had a definite connection to his soul. As long as he wasn't too far, he could summon it back at will. The most marvelous thing was that the black soil in the primal chaos space always maintained a set amount. Whether he shot it out or pulled it back, the amount in the actual primal chaos space wouldn't change. It was extremely strange. The magical beast corpses, once their essence blood and crystal cores were extracted by Guo Ran, had all been tossed into the black soil. The world trees had grown explosively to 6,000 meters. They were flourishing and emitted boundless life energy. This was a powerful trump card to Long Chen. Last time when fighting against the Undying Willow, he had been constantly injured. He had relied entirely on the world trees, bountiful life energy to maintain his peak combat power. Otherwise, he'd have long since been defeated. Hearing that Long Chen could pull back the black soil, the Spirit Emperor's worries vanished. She began to gather people. Long Chen didn't ask for many people. He picked out 10,000 spirit generals and hundreds of wind attribute spirit beasts. These spirit beasts were a mix. Some were large, some were small. The strongest had reached the 11th rank, while the weakest was only at the 7th rank. However, he didn't want them to fight. He was merely borrowing their wind energy. Just like that, Long Chen led this group of spirit race warriors and spirit beasts back toward the battlefield. When they flew over it, the desolation was striking. The blood had dried, but its pungent smell still hung in the air. There were some nameless magical beasts fighting against each other for the broken fragments of other magical beast corpses. The spirit race warriors shot them down without Long Chen having to say anything. Long Chen formed a hand seal, and the endless black soil on the ground rose and rapidly vanished. The black soil was all tossed into the primal chaos space. When it fell where the circle of black soil was in the primal chaos space, it silently merged with it and vanished. Long Chen continued forward, summoning back all the black soil from back then. Once the dark forest was destroyed, this battlefield would vanish. Then the life god tree could populate this entire world. This place would become a paradise without any fighting. The black soil on the ground quickly vanished. Long Chen led his group straight toward the dark forest. A pitch-black forest quickly appeared ahead. Long Chen flew into the air, and black soil fell down from him. The spirit race warriors formed a line behind him, their bows in their hands. They were focused entirely on protecting him. As the black soil fell, all the spirit beasts unleashed wind attribute attacks that sent the black soil flying. Wind blades, wind pillars, hurricanes. All kinds of attacks shot out, bringing the black soil shooting into the distance. The black soil was like a powerful current sweeping through the dark forest. The peaceful dark forest was instantly thrown into chaos. Countless startled cries rang out. Any trees touched by the black soil withered and turned to dust. Some of them tried to run, but it was useless. Once they were touched, they wouldn't last long before dying. The black current rapidly spread thanks to the efforts of the magical beasts. The dark forest was quickly vanishing. Some of the dark forest's magical beasts appeared, but before they could attack, they were killed by the spirit race warriors. These magical beasts were only at the 8th rank. They were no different than rabbits when compared to the spirit generals. Forest of life, don't go too far. Very quickly, a furious roar came from the depths of the dark forest. A huge tree image appeared in the sky. It was the Dark Master. It didn't come with its true body, instead sending only a projection. But the terrifying pressure could make a person's soul explode. It was a terrifying existence, but Long Chen ignored it. He continued unleashing the black soil. You'd best stop right there. Otherwise, the dark forest will fight to the death and bring you down with us. Roared the Dark Master. What did you say? Long Chen tilted his head, acting like he hadn't heard. I said that you'd best stop right there. The dark forest will fight to the death and bring you down with us. The Dark Master obediently repeated what it had just said. What did you say? I said, you'd best stop right there. Otherwise, the dark forest will fight to the death and bring you down with us. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Then why haven't you stopped? The black soil was still spreading rapidly. All the tree demons were fleeing into the distance, but some of the younger ones couldn't transform and couldn't move. They could only wait for their death. Why would I have to stop? Asked Long Chen. You want to die with us? Then hurry up and stop. Why would I? Long Chen continued to act stupid, infuriating the Dark Master. But it truly was wooden-brained. It was still discussing whether or not it should fight to the death. Long Chen wanted to see how long the Dark Master would continue discussing this matter with him. As a result, for 2 hours, the Dark Master had used the threat of bringing Long Chen down with him the entire time. Long Chen had no choice but to admit defeat and stop talking. The power of a wooden brain was truly great. Life Master, what do you think you're doing? Do you really want to get the entire spirit world destroyed? The Dark Master was shocked and infuriated to see that the black soil was still spreading rapidly. Without any other solution, the Dark Master directly threatened the Life Master. Oh, not bad, you've finally added something new to your repertoire, appraised Long Chen indifferently. Finally, the Dark Master had used a new threat. The Life Master was the Life God Tree. But the Life God Tree didn't speak on its own. The Spirit Emperor was its representative. Yet, the Spirit Emperor also ignored the Dark Master. Long Chen began to push forward as he unleashed the black soil. Through the Dark Master's actions, Long Chen could tell that the Dark Master was powerless to do anything against his attacks. That was why it was trying to scare him into stopping. To Long Chen, who often had to deal with sinister scheming fellows, the Dark Master's thoughts were easy to read. Bastard, Then we'll just bring you down with us. On the verge of despair, the Dark Master suddenly let out a furious roar. Its figure vanished. Roaring came from the depths of the dark forest. Countless magical beasts began rushing out. So it really did have a trump card. Long Chen was startled. The sea of beasts appeared once more. At the front were thousands of 11th rank magical beasts. That truly gave Long Chen a start. Just as he thought the dark forest was really using up everything it had to bring him down with them, Long Chen became speechless. Other than the thousands of 11th rank magical beasts at the front, the rest were all weak. Some were even still at the Shantian level. This was just a bluff. The spirit race warriors prepared to attack. They were only 10,000 people, so this would be a fierce battle. But before they could attack, Long Chen raised a hand high into the air. A huge flame sphere rapidly grew. Sacred chanting began to fill the air. In the battle last time, Long Chen had wanted to use Starfall to destroy the Undying Willow, but the Undying Willow's attacks came too quickly for him to have a chance to unleash it. When it came to destructive power, Starfall was even more terrifying than Split the Heavens. But the casting time was too long. Under the Undying Willow's concentrated attacks, there had been no way to unleash it. The huge flame sphere in Long Chen's hands finally shot out and exploded amongst the sea of beasts. Chapter 1464 10th Heaven Stage of Jade Core. The huge flame sphere exploded like a star. A wave of golden flames devoured the army of magical beasts. Magical beasts below the 11th rank were instantly killed and turned to ash. Only 11th rank magical beasts with great defense were able to survive. But after struggling for a moment in the sea of flames, they also burned to a crisp. This was the terror of Starfall. Even though it was a huge area attack, that didn't diminish its destructive power. All the magical beasts were killed in one blow. All the spirit race warriors stared in shock at the sea of flames. This attack was too terrifying. The flame energy roaring throughout the world suddenly vanished. The air still twisted from the heat, making it seem like they were in the water. Their vision was turbid. Life Master, and you human race bastard, just wait. We'll regroup and come back even stronger. The furious roar of the Dark Master rang out from the distance. The void began to twist crazily, forming a huge portal. Countless tree demons rushed into it like a flood. They actually fled. Although Long Chen had expected that the dark forest would flee, he hadn't expected them to run so quickly. After all, now that they had left the spirit world, it would be difficult for them to come back in. Leaving might be easy, but coming back in was difficult. The world's natural protective barriers would prevent them from forming a new channel. Opening it would definitely not be a simple matter of using some brute force like they were doing now. The stronger tree demons quickly vanished. As for the weaker tree demons, they were abandoned and died to the black soil. To be safe, Long Chen spent 3 days searching for any traces of the dark forest's lifeforms. He mobilized all the warriors of the Forest of Life, having them go over every inch of the spirit world. They pulled up quite a few hidden roots. They were all excavated and destroyed. After 3 days, the spirit world was completely cleaned up. Only then did Long Chen pull back all his black soil. Once he had done that, he saw the Spirit Emperor floating in the air, singing. She seemed to be performing some kind of ceremony. All the lifeforms of the Forest of Life were also participating in this ceremony. They seemed to be devoutly worshipping something, yet also seemed to be in the midst of spreading a kind of blessing. That blessing was a kind of hope. When their ceremony concluded, countless lifeforms of the Forest of Life flew out. Wherever they passed, the ground began to thrive with vitality once more. New vegetation sprouted out all over. There was no more barren land. They are sowing the seeds of life. Wherever they go, they spread the blessings of the life god tree. In just a few centuries, all of this will be a thriving forest once more. Long Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. The spirit world that was on the verge of death has now begun to thrive once more. You are the savior of the entire spirit world, thank the Spirit Emperor. Saying words that are too courteous between us would make us feel like strangers. Long Chen smiled. He could understand the Spirit Emperor's emotions. The feeling of returning to one's home after driving off invaders was definitely indescribable. The dark forest had retreated, and all the spatial channels into this world were closed. The spirit world finally won some precious breathing room. There was no longer any danger to their safety for now. If the outside world tried to establish new spatial channels here, it would cause violent fluctuations. The Forest of Life would only have to defend those points and ruin any of their attempts of forming a channel. It would be difficult for their opponents to succeed. Long Chen, the martial heaven continent is filled with countless dangers. Why don't you stay behind in the spirit world? The spirit emperor once more offered him this invitation. Long Chen shook his head, tactfully declining. The spirit emperor might be the leader of the spirit world, but her way of thinking was different from the human races. The word hatred didn't exist in their minds. Whether it was the human race's betrayal or the Dark Forest's invasion, they simply passively defended. They didn't once think about revenge. Perhaps Long Chen envied them a bit. Perhaps not keeping hatred and resentment in their hearts was what allowed them to live so freely and without pain. However, he couldn't do the same. He had always followed the principle of blood for blood, an eye for an eye. He didn't like owing others anything, but he definitely wouldn't let his opponents owe him anything. Since they owed him, he would be getting back their debts. Since they gave him pain, he would make them know what pain was. Although he wasn't petty with his vengeance, he was never merciful to his enemies, no matter who they were. After resolving the Dark Forest quickly, Long Chen also went into seclusion. But the place he went into seclusion was a remote valley. Boom! The ground around him crumbled and dust rose. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, shocked. As expected of Pill Valley's private treasures. Top-grade 10th-tier medicinal pills that have been nourished for who knows how many years truly have terrifying medicinal energy. Right now, Long Chen's cultivation base was too low. He was at the bottom of the entire Dragonblood Legion, so he had to quicken his cultivation speed. However, his stomach had a limit, and he not only had to eat medicinal pills that increased his cultivation base, but he also had to eat pills to condense the Divine Gate Star. Thus, he was raising his cultivation base and condensing the Divine Gate Star at the same time. Both were very important to Long Chen. In the end, Long Chen decided to focus on raising his cultivation base right now. And to do so, he took out the precious medicinal pills he had stolen from Pill Valley. He had just swallowed a top-grade 10th-tier giant pill. A normal 10th-tier pill was for soul transformation experts. But Long Chen was using a top-grade 10th-tier giant pill that had been nourished for thousands of years. The medicinal effect had completely transformed from its original state. The medicinal pill had spirituality, and it could transform to unleash battle prowess equivalent to ordinary Life Star experts. Even for powerful Life Star experts, devouring this giant pill would spell instant death. Right now, endless energy was raging in Long Chen's body. It was like a rampaging bull trying to break his body. Long Chen also hadn't expected a single pill to possess such violent power. He was injured just after swallowing it. It seems I underestimated Pill Valley's formations. Long Chen circulated his spiritual yuan to cancel out the impact of the medicinal pill as he observed it. This pill had been nourished by Pill Valley's formations for a much longer time than he had estimated. He almost ended up screwing himself over. Explosive sounds continued to ring out in Long Chen's body, but now that he was prepared, his spiritual yuan was defending. No matter how the energy rampaged in his body, it was no longer able to injure him. However, a giant pill's power was violent. It refused to submit. Long Chen had to suppress it continuously for an hour before finally being able to absorb its energy. This pill was used to raise the cultivation base of soul transformation experts. But Long Chen had forcibly absorbed its energy in the Jade Core realm. Due to the difference between the two realms, 70% of the medicinal energy was wasted. And yet, the 30% remaining energy allowed him to advance directly. Long Chen had advanced from one pill. It had to be known that even after eating pills like his life had depended on it, he had only managed to break through to the 4th heaven stage recently. This one pill had brought him all the way to the 5th heaven stage, delighting Long Chen. This medicinal pill was amazing. Although he felt that continuing to eat top-grade 10th-tier giant pills was a waste of such treasures, he had no choice. Raising his power was of the utmost importance, especially at this time. Once the first pill was fully absorbed, Long Chen took out another and popped it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Long Chen had consumed over 80 giant pills, raising his cultivation base to the 10th heaven stage of Jade Core. As his cultivation base increased, his 4 Cs and 108,000 stars underwent huge changes. The amount of spiritual yuan within them was several times greater than before. The change when he advanced to the 10th heaven stage was exceptionally great. Holding Evilmoon, Long Chen let out a single slash. A great spatial pressure caused the void to explode. My power has at least doubled. I can finally use it with one hand. In 1 month, he had gone from the 4th heaven stage to the 10th heaven stage. This was his fastest advancement in all of history. After continuous advancements, his power had risen to the point where he no longer needed to use Evilmoon with both hands. The only regretful thing was that the remaining giant pills were not used for cultivation. Otherwise, he might be able to reach the 12th heaven stage in one go. On the other hand, having advanced so much, he needed some time to stabilize his realm and get used to his new power. Despite his power increasing, Long Chen felt that Dragonbone Evilmoon was too conspicuous. Its evil aura was too strong. Otherwise, if he fiercely swung it and then placed it on his back, it would definitely be flashy. Ever since he had warned Evilmoon, it had stopped trying to entice him. However, Long Chen always kept it in the primal chaos space. He didn't place it in his spiritual space like the Black Pot, Blazing Dragon Cauldron, and Heaven Flipping Seal. In his spiritual space, he could nourish them with his soul. This blade was too evil. If he placed it in his spiritual space, the slightest carelessness would cause it to infect him with its evil aura. Long Chen looked at the Heaven Flipping Seal that was still in slumber. However, it was no longer a dead brick as some faint runes were shining on it now. It was undergoing a kind of rebirth. Thanks to the nourishment of his soul, Long Chen could clearly sense that the Heaven Flipping Seal's item spirit was growing stronger with each passing day. He also knew it had formed a kind of dependence on his soul. Although its item spirit had been created with the Aldevil monster's soul, Pill Valley's master had already wiped away its consciousness. When Long Chen injected its soul essence into the Heaven Flipping Seal, it was like a newborn baby, and its soul was pure. There was no evil element to it. Once it awoke, it would be completely loyal to Long Chen, and he would have obtained another powerful weapon. As for the pot, it had been injured when it broke Peng Wansheng's ancestral item spear. However, it had completely recovered. Its self-repair ability was shocking. Putting away Evilmoon, Long Chen tidied himself up and returned to the Forest of Life. When he arrived in front of the Life God tree, he saw that everyone was still in seclusion. Only Chu Yao had gone out a few days ago to one of the floating islands. Long Chen didn't disturb the others, and he went over to Chu Yao's floating island. This was the floating island they had rested on before. From a distance, he could already see a barrier of trees around Chu Yao. He found this very curious. Why would Chu Yao leave seclusion alone? But it just so happened he had a few things he wanted to talk with her about. He had only just approached this wooden barrier when a root beneath his feet suddenly snaked out and wrapped around his foot. Startled, Long Chen pulled, wanting to break the root. But he was shocked that the root didn't break. Instead, it tugged on him, causing him to fall. At the same time, countless willow branches appeared in the air. Their sharpness cleanly cut through the void. An intense feeling of death enveloped Long Chen. Chapter 1465 Protector Contract. It's the Undying Willow. Long Chen was shocked. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Chu Yao hadn't refined the Undying Willow. Could it be that the Undying Willow had harmed her? Seeing the endless willow branches attacking him, Long Chen let out a powerful punch, and his lightning and flame energy exploded. The branches were blown apart. Long Chen broke the root binding his foot and retreated. He also summoned Evilmoon. However, before he could slash Evilmoon out, his wrist tightened. It had been bound by countless branches. What? Long Chen suddenly realized he had fallen for a trap. All the Undying Willow's previous attacks had been in preparation for this. It had long since established this trap behind him, and when he had instinctively retreated, he had fallen for it. With his wrist bound, Long Chen couldn't swing Evilmoon. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring appeared, surging powerfully, and dragon scales covered his body, giving him endless energy. The branches binding him were crumbling one by one. This was the result of his 1 month of work. If it had been a month ago, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to escape from this binding. Now that he had unleashed his full power, the branches could no longer pose a fatal threat to him. He had only just destroyed the branches binding him when a slim palm shot into his chest. It was as though a mountain had crashed into him, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. His right hand was holding Evilmoon, so he couldn't use it. He used his left hand to meet the palm. Long Chen's body trembled and he shot back. His right arm almost broke. Dragonbone Evilmoon had been bound by countless branches and snatched away. A translucent figure appeared in front of Long Chen. It actually grabbed Evilmoon and slashed it at Long Chen. Its speed was shocking. Long Chen clapped his hands together, catching Evilmoon just as it was about to land on him. At the same time, he sent a Kick to that figure's abdomen. A banging sound rang out as that figure was kicked away. Long Chen snatched back Evilmoon and swung it through the air, shattering all the nearby branches. He then pointed Evilmoon at the sky. A huge saber image tore into the sky, and boundless killing intent coalesced. That figure formed rapid hand seals, and countless branches assembled, forming a huge whip in the air. It swung through the air with terrifying power. This was a move that the Undying Willow hadn't used before. Split the heavens. Just as Long Chen and the Undying Willow were preparing to unleash full-power attacks, a startled cry rang out. Long Chen was startled. That voice belonged to Chu Yao. He had thought that she was in danger thanks to the Undying Willow, so he was delighted that she was fine. However, his saber still pointed toward the sky, ready to unleash his attack at any point. He couldn't be the slightest bit careless in front of the Undying Willow. Seeing Long Chen stop his attack, the Undying Willow slowly released its huge whip. The branches slowly descended from the sky. Only then did Long Chen release his energy and rest Evilmoon on his shoulder. Chu Yao appeared in front of Long Chen. Not waiting for Long Chen to say anything, she rebuked the Undying Willow. "Rian, what are you doing? Didn't we already discuss this? You can't randomly kill people. He bullied me. This is simply revenge. I refuse to accept my defeat from last time," said that translucent figure. As it spoke, its figure slowly solidified. It transformed into a tall and slim woman wearing black robes. She had shapely features and long hair, and there was a mark of a black flower on her forehead. Her lips were a bit thin and the corners of her lips turned upward ever so slightly. She looked like an extremely unyielding and opinionated woman. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were cold. She glared at Long Chen without the slightest friendliness. "Furthermore, I wasn't trying to kill him. I was just getting revenge. Only once I defeat him can I wipe out that disgrace," said that woman. This time, instead of using spiritual fluctuations, she used her actual voice. Her voice was melodious and a bit similar to Chu Yao's voice. However, it lacked Chu Yao's warmth. "Didn't I tell you that Long Chen is a good person? We're all one family now, so you can't attack him," scolded Chu Yao. "Fine, I'll listen to you." After saying that, the woman transformed into willow leaves and vanished from Long Chen's sight. "Chu Yao, what just happened?" demanded Long Chen, perplexed. "I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you and didn't refine the Undying Willow. It's just. She's very pitiful," said Chu Yao, a bit nervously. She told him that she originally wanted to act according to his instructions. However, when her soul had entered the Undying Willow's seed to refine it, she found that even in this seed form, the Undying Willow was extremely tough. It refused to submit and fought back against her. She failed 3 times to refine the seed. But although she had failed 3 times, she managed to peer into the things deep in the soul of the Undying Willow. It was a seed that came from a demon spirit world. It was planted in the dark forest and relied on the life energy of the world trees to grow. In truth, in all its life, it was only viewed as a chess piece. It gradually matured in its spot. However, the Undying Willow also knew that it was nothing more than a chess piece. Once it matured, it would have to return to the demon spirit world and work. It was full of loneliness. It felt disgust for life, because the fate of its life had already been set in stone without it having a say. According to reason, the Undying Willow race wouldn't have such a profound intelligence. Spirit, or emotion. Perhaps it was because it had been infected by the aura of the forest of life, which led to it feeling more emotions. When Chu Yao had seen its inner heart, she had suddenly thought of her own fate in the Phoenix Cry Empire. Many parts of her fate were quite similar to the Undying Willow's. In the end, Chu Yao hadn't managed to harden her heart and kill it. Due to seeing the hidden emotions in the Undying Willow's heart, she ended up feeling sympathy for it. In the end, she promised not to harm it and released it so it could return to the demon spirit world. But due to Chu Yao entering its soul, the Undying Willow also saw through Chu Yao's heart. Chu Yao had come out of seclusion a few days ago to release the Undying Willow. But unexpectedly, after obtaining its freedom, the Undying Willow activated an ancient contractual agreement and willingly became her protector. This protector contract made it so that their souls were connected. The two of them could share each other's powers and lives. This move from the Undying Willow caught Chu Yao off guard, but she was also extremely moved. With their souls connected, they both knew what the other was thinking. The two of them were like one person. The Undying Willow had become Chu Yao's contractual protector. It rested in Chu Yao's life space but could come out to the real world whenever it wished. Instead of returning to the life god tree and continuing her seclusion as planned, Chu Yao decided to seclude herself on this floating island. After all, the undying willow had been the forest of life's enemy. She didn't want the life god tree to feel bad. With the undying willow as a protector, there was no need to worry about her safety in seclusion. But Chu Yao hadn't expected Long Chen to come looking for her. As a result, he ended up in a fight with the undying willow. Long Chen. You don't blame me, right? Chu Yao tensed nervously. She felt that what she had done was almost like letting him down. Foolish girl, why would I blame you? I'm very happy for you. Long Chen smiled. Chu Yao had actually subdued the terrifying undying willow. Long Chen was almost dancing with joy. He knew just how terrifying the undying willow was. For Chu Yao to have such a terrifying protector, to be able to share its life energy, Chu Yao was now practically in possession of an undying body. Really, I just knew you were the best. Chu Yao hugged Long Chen excitedly, a stone finally falling from her heart. Speaking of which, you called her Ruyan. Did you give her a name? Asked Long Chen. Yup, she's from the undying willow race, and I gave her the name Ruyan, so she's Lu Ruyan. What do you think? Chu Yao smiled as if she had come up with the name of her own child. Long Chen naturally wouldn't say it was bad. An excellent name, Lu Ruyan. Willows like mist, flowers like brocades, it invokes an image of soaking in the sunshine and smelling the flowers of summer. But inside, Long Chen thought to himself, Ruyan. That smoke is probably toxic. Killer smoke. Only my master is allowed to say my name. If others randomly say it, I'll get angry. A voice rang out. Lu Ruyan appeared like a phantom in the air. Clearly, she was very displeased to have her name called by Long Chen. Her hostility was clear as she glared at Long Chen. Chu Yao immediately felt awkward, and she cast a meaningful glance at Long Chen. As for Long Chen, what kind of person was he? How could he not understand what Chu Yao meant? Alright, I admit that my true combat power is lower than yours. I admit defeat, said Long Chen truthfully. This was the truth. Although their last exchange had been interrupted, Long Chen knew that if it was a month ago, he wouldn't have been able to receive such a terrifying attack. Lu Ruyan had many trump cards that she hadn't revealed before she had been sealed by the black soil. For her to be irritated by her defeat was only natural. When Long Chen said this, Lu Ruyan's expression improved slightly, and she didn't say anything. Seeing that, Long Chen said, Chu Yao, I'm preparing to leave first and see how the martial heaven continent has changed. If anyone asks, just tell them I've left and to focus on their cultivation. Lu equals willow. Ru equals like, similar. Yan equals smoke, mist. This is referred to in the next few lines by Long Chen. Chapter 1466 Returning to the martial heaven continent. On your own, why don't I go with you? Asked Chu Yao. It's fine. My cultivation base has reached the peak of the Jade Core realm. I have enough power to protect myself. Long Chen smiled. Having advanced to the 10th heaven stage of Jade Core, Long Chen had enough confidence. Then be careful. Chu Yao reached out and tidied his robes, straightening his collar. Long Chen never cared too much about such details, and so his collar was often askew. Ah, wait, Cloud was sent back to the martial heaven continent by the Spirit Emperor 10 days ago. What? Why? Asked Long Chen. Cloud said that it has reached the peak of the 9th rank. In order to advance, it needs to return to its ancestral lands and undergo a baptism. That way, it'll be able to take human form at the 10th rank, said Chu Yao. Cloud was no ordinary magical beast. It was classified amongst the annals of the Zon beasts. Although it had an innate deficiency, thanks to Meng Qi's care and the help of the myriad spirit diagram, Cloud's spirit blood showed signs of returning to its ancestral state. Its spirit blood had been purified to a peak. The 10th rank was an important level for the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. It had to return to its ancestral lands and undergo a spirit awakening ceremony. Then it would be able to take human form. By taking a human form, the Zon beasts were able to get closer to the heavenly Taos. That allowed them to progress toward the path to ascension. As for magical beasts that were unable to take human form, they would forever be magical beasts. Only Zon beasts that were capable of taking human form could ascend. Mere magical beasts, no matter how strong they became, would never step foot onto that path. Long Chen nodded. If Cloud could transform into human form, then with the assistance of the myriad spirit diagram, it would no longer have any setbacks on its cultivation path. Perhaps it could restore the ancient glory of its race. When Long Chen looked at Cloud, he was reminded of Little Snow's image. Right now, Little Snow's crystal core was being nourished by the myriad spirit diagram. According to Meng Qi, Little Snow's soul was strengthening with each passing day as if there was no limit. Even Meng Qi didn't understand this phenomenon. Little Snow's spiritual strength had now surpassed the standard of 11th rank magical beasts. If even Meng Qi couldn't understand it, then there was no way Long Chen could. However, Long Chen thought it was related to the Eastern Wasteland Bell. This mysterious phenomenon might be related to how the Eastern Wasteland Bell had sealed Little Snow's soul. Thinking of the Eastern Wasteland Bell, Long Chen thought to himself how it had been many years, and there wasn't the slightest news of the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It was like it had vanished. Ah, that's right, how is everyone doing with nourishing their ancestral items? Asked Long Chen. It's not ideal. In over a month, I think only 200 people have managed to awaken their item spirits. The others still haven't managed to provoke a reaction. Chu Yao shook her head. What? They have 2 ancestral items sharing 1 item spirit. But even after a month, they were unable to awaken their spirits. Long Chen naturally knew that true ancestral items required their item spirits to be nourished. This process required a large amount of time and effort. That was why when he had given instructions to Guo Ran to forge them, Long Chen had instructed him to make sure that the armor and weapons shared runes, so that they could share 1 item spirit. That was to save everyone's time. Other than Guo Ran's armor, everyone else's armor and weapon shared 1 item spirit. But despite that, only a few people had managed to awaken their item spirits. That was too slow. Chu Yao was speechless. Do you think everyone's soul is as powerful as yours? Ancestral items are normally nourished by generations of people. Even for the first generation user, it normally requires half a year to awaken the spirit. For some people to have succeeded in just a month is amazing speed. Long Chen laughed embarrassedly. It was true. The item spirits of ancestral items required a huge amount of spiritual strength to awaken. Just like incubating an egg, it couldn't be rushed. It needed to be done 1 step at a time. But the day that everyone awakened their item spirits would come sooner or later. For an item spirit to form a resonance with a master was an excellent sign. That meant that the item spirit had already obtained a slight consciousness. After gaining its own mind, the item spirit would need its master to continuously nourish it with their soul. This increased the item spirit's loyalty and favorable impression. It made them feel dependent on their master. That was the only way to guarantee their loyalty. Once both sides had reached a necessary level of trust between them, as the item spirit grew stronger, the master would work together with the item spirit to learn how to activate the item's runes. When the master attacked, the item spirit would assist, multiplying their individual power. From the time that an ancestral item was forged to when it grew to its peak state, normally hundreds of years would have passed. At the very least, it would require a few decades. For some of the Dragonblood warriors to have reached this point in just a month was shocking. Long Chen had truly been too impatient. No matter what, having an item spirit with consciousness alone would double the ancestral item's power. That was the difference between having an item spirit and not. As their item spirits grew stronger, the power of the ancestral items would also grow. This was an excellent thing. However, having 2 ancestral items sharing 1 item spirit would most definitely not be as strong as 2 ancestral items with individual item spirits. But there was no way around that. The Dragonblood Legion didn't have that much time or energy to waste. What about Guo Ran? How's he doing? Asked Long Chen. Him, I suppose he's weeping in his room. Chu Yao was caught between laughter and tears. Although she knew she shouldn't laugh, she couldn't help it. In order to increase his power to the max, Guo Ran had begged Long Chen to create item spirits in every part of his armor. As a result, now he had met with tragedy. As a forging master, Guo Ran's spiritual strength was above average. But when he started nourishing his item spirits, he almost crumbled. Others were nourishing 1 and having difficulty, while he was nourishing dozens. But regret was useless. He had poured too much blood, sweat, and tears into his armor already. He had to nourish them. However, thinking of how he had to nourish dozens of them at once, he felt completely powerless. He deserves it. I told him that even if he constantly used medicinal pills, 5 item spirits would be his limit, but he refused to listen. His expression back then was like he was going to become hostile if I refused to give him more item spirits, like he wouldn't view me as his boss anymore. Long Chen smiled. Having not listened to his boss, Guo Ran was reaping what he had sowed. Fortunately, Meng Qi has been helping him out a bit, lending him some spiritual strength to nourish them. Furthermore, she also split a bit of the three-head nine-eye illusion spirit beast's energy with him to quicken the process. Guo Ran was so moved that he swore to create her a powerful soul item to thank her. Thinking of Guo Ran's tears of gratitude from that time and how he had looked like he had seen his savior, Chu Yao's smile widened. TCH, he should be thanking his luck. Who knows how long it would take him otherwise. Long Chen laughed. However, Long Chen had long since known this would happen. With Meng Qi's vast spiritual strength, lending Guo Ran a small fraction wouldn't hinder her own cultivation. Hearing all this, Long Chen was relieved. He had Chu Yao go back into seclusion by the life god tree. She didn't need to worry about the life god tree's emotions. The undying willow would be a terrifying helper to the Dragonblood Legion in the future, and this was definitely a good thing. Only then did Chu Yao feel at ease and return back to the life god tree with Long Chen. Long Chen didn't hide his intentions. He directly told the Spirit Emperor that the undying willow was no longer an enemy, but Chu Yao's contractual protector. The Spirit Emperor didn't express any shock. She merely smiled and gave Chu Yao her blessing. Long Chen also said that he wanted to go. He gave explicit coordinates of where he wanted to be transported to. A single leaf floated down from the life god tree and landed in his hand. When you return to the martial heaven continent, we will no longer be able to sense you. This leaf is similar to your spirit transmission talismans. If you inject your spiritual strength into it and then crush it, we will be able to receive a message from you, said the Spirit Emperor. Due to Long Chen's suggestions, the Spirit Emperor had closed all the channels to the spirit world. The entire world was now isolated, and the outer world wouldn't be able to create new channels for a while. But within the spirit world, the life god tree could freely send Long Chen and the others out, or even create a temporary channel that allowed them to come and go. That kind of channel was not exactly a spatial channel. Even with the life god tree's power, it could only maintain it for a single breath's time. Furthermore, this channel could not accept people above the life star realm. Otherwise, the fluctuations would grow too violent and cause the channel to crumble. Long Chen nodded and put away the leaf. This was his key to returning to the spirit world, so he had to take care of it. Since they had only given Long Chen one leaf, it meant that it was no ordinary item. Otherwise, considering the Spirit Emperor's generosity, she would have given him a pile of them to use. Through the life god tree, Long Chen saw countless isolated spaces within its crown. All the Dragonblood warriors were sitting in a meditative state. Each one of them had a jar full of medicinal pills in front of them. Occasionally, a person would stick their hand into the jar and pull out a medicinal pill to eat. Right now, they were absorbing the energy of medicinal pills while nourishing their item spirits with their souls. Seeing everyone going all out to get stronger, Long Chen didn't hesitate. He gave a look to the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor waved her staff, and the head of her staff began to glow like a star. The light of millions of leaves on the life god tree converged into a huge vortex, and it gradually shrank until it became a 3-meter wide channel. As soon as the channel was stable, Long Chen stepped into it, vanishing from the spirit world. The scenery in front of him changed. The dense air of life and the sun vanished. Long Chen's vision darkened. He had returned to the martial heaven continent, but it was currently night. Looking around, he realized the life god tree's channel was frighteningly accurate. He was just a few thousand miles from the Xuantian Dao sect. Determining his position, Long Chen rushed off to the Xuantian Dao sect. But when he saw the scenery where the Xuantian Dao sect was, killing intent exploded out of him. Chapter 1467 The Shocking Transformation of the Xuantian Dao Sect. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. The old mountain gate he had walked through when he had just joined the sect had vanished. The lofty and majestic mountain range was gone. The countless pavilions and buildings were no more. All he could see was a pile of ruins, as well as some leftover violent fluctuations in the air. The entire Xuantian Dao sect had been destroyed. The void here was still twisting with a powerful pressure lingering. The auras continued to clash, and the air was filled with the scent of blood. Who did this? Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar that contained boundless killing intent. His hair stood on end and his eyes were scarlet. The Xuantian Dao sect, an existence with countless years of history, had been destroyed. Long Chen's heart was full of fury and killing intent. This is the aura of divine items. Looking at the raging turbulent auras in the air, Long Chen could tell that the Xuantian Dao sect had encountered an attack of unprecedented scale. There's the aura of the reincarnation mirror, the Xuantian tower, and the corrupt god skull. There's the aura of other divine items as well. Was this a combined plot to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect? Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. The fluctuations in the air were unique to divine items. Based on the marks, it should have happened just 1 or 2 days ago. I was one step too late. Long Chen's expression sank. Seeing the blood on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. One of the 3 great heavenly sects, the one with the most ancient inheritance, had actually been destroyed. Let me see who did this. Long Chen began to circulate the 9-star hegemon body art, calming himself down to return to the source of these events just like what he had done in the spirit world's ancient battlefield. However, this time, he was unable to see anything. He could only hear some muffled screaming, angry roars, startled cries, and wailing. It was all muddled. He knew this was because he wasn't able to calm himself down. The more he tried to do that, the less calm he became. In the end, he couldn't even hear the voices. How are the Zan Master and the others? What about Wild? A sharp light began to shine in Long Chen's eyes. He was extremely anxious. It was obvious that the Xuantian Dao sect had been subject to a sudden attack. They hadn't been able to retaliate at all and had to have taken heavy losses. Suddenly, the sky trembled and countless fluctuations spread, sealing the world. The blood moon devouring sun formation. So it's the corrupt path. The grand formation completely covered the sky. Long Chen didn't panic, nor did he have any intention of running. He just coldly watched as the formation was set up. Hundreds of corrupt experts slowly descended from the sky. One of them was one that Long Chen recognized. He was that dwarf he had encountered on Devil Spirit Mountain. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that after destroying the Xuantian Dao sect, even you, Long Chen, would quickly come over. How excellent. The dwarf laughed sinisterly, looking down at Long Chen from above. Where is the Zan Master? Demanded Long Chen. Dead. They're all dead. Their muscles were torn out one by one, their bones were turned to dust, and their souls refined. Ha ha ha, laughed the dwarf. Then you can die with them. Long Chen roared furiously and jumped into the air. His divine ring as well as the 5 stars in his eyes appeared. Dragonbone Evilmoon swung out furiously. As soon as Dragonbone Evilmoon appeared, the void trembled. A boundless air of death enveloped everyone. The dwarf was shocked by this. A blood-colored pagoda with 9 levels appeared in the air. It looked like it was dripping in blood. It rapidly grew larger. Countless blood-colored skulls flew out from the tower, attacking Long Chen. These skulls were all different. Some were human skulls, and some were magical beast skulls. Some were small, some were large. But they all contained blood marks on them and emitted powerful pressures. This pagoda was a powerful ancestral item of the corrupt path, and countless resentful spirits were locked within it. Skulls from powerful existences had been refined into corrupt weapons and nourished by the tower, increasing their power. This was a powerful ancestral item the dwarf had been bestowed after the Battle of Devil Spirit Mountain. Speaking of which, this ancestral item was also closely related to Gui Yan. It was because of Gui Yan's usage of the underworld soul ghost curse that this dwarf's sect took extremely miserable losses. As a result, the higher-ups sent him this ancestral item as compensation. Now he was taking it out to handle Long Chen. In the face of the endless skulls, Long Chen simply swung out Evilmoon. A huge saber image struck like a black bolt of lightning. A powerful chi wave blew apart all those skulls. In front of Dragonbone Evilmoon, the skulls of Life Star experts were as weak as tofu. At the same time as those skulls were broken, sharp cries rang out in the air. The souls inside the skulls were killed as well. What? The dwarf was shocked. Was Long Chen actually this powerful? He had already arrived right in front of the other corrupt experts. All of these experts were at the Life Star realm, but they were all stunned by Long Chen's terrifying power. They all launched attacks on him. The dwarf in particular sent the blood-colored pagoda crashing toward Long Chen. It was 3,000 meters tall now, and it rumbled through the air. Die! Long Chen's furious roar was like exploding thunder. Wielding Evilmoon with both hands, he slashed it right on the pagoda. Terrifying energy erupted and the powerful tower instantly exploded. As it did, countless crushed skulls flew out like exploding shooting stars in every direction. The exploding skulls weren't something the corrupt experts could handle. Many of them were blown apart by the resultant explosions. It had to be known that this pagoda was an ancestral item, so their weapons were fundamentally unable to block it. They were instantly killed. The explosion of the pagoda killed half the corrupt experts present. Due to the close distance and suddenness, there had been no chance for them to dodge. However, Long Chen also suffered. This was Long Chen's full-strength attack. He had used Dragonbone Evilmoon's innate hardness, not a technique. As a result, his arms were broken, and his hands were bleeding profusely. As for the explosion of the ancestral item, Long Chen used the pot to block it. To compare the pot to Evilmoon, when he had used the pot to defend against Peng Wansheng's ancestral item spear, several fine cracks had appeared on the pot, but Evilmoon had been completely fine after crushing the spear. The resulting backlash almost caused Long Chen's arms to explode. However, he didn't care about that, as he was overflowing with killing intent. After smashing apart the pagoda, he used the life energy of the primal chaos space to instantly heal. He didn't give his opponents any chance to retaliate, and he attacked once more. The dwarf coughed out a large mouthful of blood when his ancestral item exploded. He held his head in pain as he flew back. As the master of the pagoda, his soul was linked to its item spirit. Its death made his head feel like it was about to explode. He could only retreat. He had only just fallen back when Long Chen came rushing in. The surviving corrupt experts were horrified. With just one slash of his saber, Long Chen had sealed heaven and earth. A huge saber image came slashing toward them. The Life Star experts summoned their manifestations and released their full power, but they were like cabbages in front of Evilmoon and were slain rapidly. After this attack, Long Chen reached out and grabbed one of the corrupt experts that only had half his body left. He grabbed his head. Long Chen's spiritual strength poured in. It was like a blade, piercing into the corrupt expert's soul in the most tyrannical manner. Long Chen's soul had only just entered the mind sea when the expert's head exploded. His soul was locked with restrictions that caused him to explode. There were also people from the ancient races and ancient family alliance. Raged Long Chen. Although that person's soul had detonated, Long Chen had managed to see a fragment. That fragment contained the figures of the ancient races and ancient family alliance. In other words, the ones who had attacked the Xuantian Dao sect weren't just the corrupt path. They included the ancient family alliance and ancient races. Long Chen instantly understood that those three powers had decided to join hands to attack the Xuantian Dao sect since they were unable to get revenge on him personally after all the heavy losses he had inflicted on them. The Xuantian Dao sect might be one of the three great heavenly sects, but it had already declined. Under the combined attack of these three powers, it couldn't fight back. Corrupt path, ancient races, and ancient family alliance, you should all die. Long Chen roared and started a slaughter of the surviving corrupt experts. They were horrified. Although they had heard that Long Chen was extremely powerful, they hadn't expected him to be such a monster. He wasn't an Empyrean and had no heavenly Dao suppression on them, relying entirely on brute power. Yet, this brute power was so strong that they couldn't even block one of his attacks. The black saber in his hands was like a life-reaping fiend, continuously harvesting their lives. They didn't even have the courage to fight Long Chen any longer. Wherever his saber went, no one could block it. Although Evilmoon refused to lend Long Chen its power, just its weight with Long Chen's power was unstoppable. Long Chen didn't need heavenly Dao suppression. He would suppress them with brute power and didn't need technique. He released all the fury in his heart. Quick, use the divine item to suppress him, roared a corrupt expert. Long Chen was continuously reaping the corrupt experts' lives. There was no way for them to stop him. Just at this moment, the corrupt dwarf managed to suppress the pain in his head. He waved his hand, and a giant skull appeared, filling the air with an evil aura. It was the corrupt path's divine item, the corrupt god skull. As soon as it appeared, a blood-colored light launched out of it, shooting at Long Chen like a sharp sword. Chapter 1468 Evilmoon vs. Skull. The blood-colored ray of light shot out, and it was like time froze. Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure crash down on him, making him feel like he was locked in an iceberg and unable to move. This was the pressure of a divine item. Only other divine items could resist it. Long Chen let out a sharp cry, and green scales covered his body. A sound similar to ice cracking rang out in the space around Long Chen. He forcibly broke free of this lock, about to dodge. Don't dodge, let me. Suddenly, Evilmoon, who hadn't said anything in many days, sent Long Chen a message. At the same time, a black aura condensed, and the void began to surge tumultuously around it. Long Chen hesitated, but clenching his teeth, he raised Evilmoon and slashed it at the blood-colored light. Following his movements, the black chi emanating from Evilmoon condensed into a black light that smashed into the attack. Black mist and blood-colored light intertwined. The two of them were in a stalemate for a moment as they raged against each other. You can block divine items. Long Chen was given a nice surprise. Divine items? Divine? My ass. That stupid skull is nothing more than a mortal husk left behind by someone who ascended. All that ascender left behind was a divine mark on it. It can't even count as a quasi-divine item. However, it still contains the slightest divine element to it. Through this attack, I can absorb that trace of divine essence. It's good stuff to me and can help me heal. Evilmoon suddenly shut its mouth. There's no need to be so careful about what you say. Sovereign Yuanshang already told me everything about you. Your secrets aren't secrets to me. Back then, Sovereign Yuanshang harmed your core, and then you were suppressed by him and never able to heal. Right now, you're in an extremely weak state and need this divine essence to heal. It's not embarrassing, said Long Chen lightly. In truth, his heart was pounding fervently. He was truly shocked by Evilmoon's power. Based on its tone, it was much stronger than the corrupt god skull. Long Chen couldn't express his shock and delight. He had to act like this was simply natural. That would make it easier for Evilmoon to expose even more secrets. At the same time, Long Chen felt even more worship for Sovereign Yuanshang. Evilmoon was so terrifying, but had been suppressed by him so easily. Just what level were sovereigns? HMPH, being defeated by Yuanshang has always been my greatest humiliation, snorted Evilmoon. It was clearly extremely displeased by its defeat. Holding Evilmoon, he could sense that as the black mist blocked the light from the corrupt god skull, Evilmoon was absorbing its energy. Now he understood why divine items could not be blocked without other divine items. It was due to that special energy within them. That energy had surpassed Long Chen's current understanding, and he hadn't reached the point of touching that kind of energy. The corrupt experts didn't know what was happening with Long Chen and Evilmoon. In their view, Long Chen was using his own power to block the attack of the corrupt god skull, a divine item. Their eyes almost popped out in shock. How is this possible? The dwarf was also shocked. He suddenly recalled that the higher-ups of the corrupt path had mentioned that Long Chen had obtained an extremely terrifying weapon that made all the other powers envious. They were all trying to obtain it. The higher-ups viewed this matter as top secret and hadn't told him the exact details. The corrupt experts that had managed to escape from the spirit world had all been ordered to keep their mouths shut. Some people even had their memories of Evilmoon sealed. It was just to make sure that fewer people would learn of Evilmoon, and it would increase their own odds of obtaining it. The dwarf was only in charge of observing this place. There was a formation laid down, but it was only for sensing what was happening here. Other experts would have great difficulty sensing the formation, because it wasn't a killing formation. Even Long Chen hadn't sensed it. As a result, when the dwarf saw Long Chen, he immediately gathered people and used a transportation formation to rush over, laying a heaven-encompassing net to capture Long Chen. He thought he was about to accomplish a great merit, but instead, he realized Long Chen was far stronger than he had thought. The black mist released by Long Chen was fighting equally with the corrupt god skull's attack. The two of them were deadlocked. This brat, what kind of unorthodox method did he use to actually activate a divine item? This is completely against reason. The dwarf grumbled inside. It had to be known that the corrupt god skull he was using was not his. It was only because of his post that the corrupt god skull had been temporarily loaned to him to use. Furthermore, just possessing it meant that he had to sacrifice a huge amount of energy and resources to nourish it. It looked mighty, but it was actually a hot potato. Others were envious of him when he had it, but his own heart was dripping blood. Ever since he had been loaned the corrupt god skull, his sect had grown poorer and poorer. After being bestowed the pagoda, he had been planning on handing the corrupt god skull to someone else. He couldn't handle it any longer. Yet, the tower had been destroyed by Long Chen. And now even the corrupt god skull was in a bind against him. The dwarf could only pour in the energy of his spirit blood and spiritual yuan. That was because even life star experts weren't qualified to use divine items. However, the corrupt path's divine items could be used by corrupt experts who offered up their own spirit blood and spiritual yuan to it as an offering. The corrupt path's divine items didn't accept masters. They only accepted benefits. If someone gave them benefits, they would help them out. It was very simple. As the dwarf poured in his energy, not all of it was used to attack. The corrupt path's divine items were truly interesting. Either someone had to have the absolute power required to suppress it and make it so it didn't dare to resist, or they had to offer their energy to it. But just like the people in the corrupt path, their divine items were cruel and greedy. The dwarf was pouring in so much energy, but in reality, only 30% of his energy was being used to attack. 70% of it was taken by the corrupt god skull as a reward for itself. The corrupt path's weapons, whether they were ancestral items or divine items, relied on the nourishment of powerful souls or spirit blood. Even divine items wouldn't help out for nothing. That was why the corrupt path's life star experts could not possibly subdue divine items. They could only offer up their own energy to make them attack. Now, the two of them were in a deadlock. The dwarf was pouring in more and more of his energy. At first, he thought that the amount of energy he had would allow him to crush Long Chen. He thought that Long Chen wouldn't even last a breath's time. In fact, all the corrupt experts were of the same view. But they were disappointed to see that even after several breaths' time, Long Chen's expression was still calm. He didn't seem to find it the slightest bit taxing. On the other hand, the dwarf was already starting to sweat and turn pale. "What are you all foolishly standing there for? Kill him," roared the dwarf at the stunned experts. Only then did they react and attack Long Chen. The first one had only just gotten close to Long Chen when a giant pot smashed into him. That life star expert exploded along with his spear. Long Chen held his saber in his right hand and a pot in his left hand. The life star experts that rushed toward him were all sent flying by the pot, and the unlucky ones were directly killed. Having advanced to the 10th heaven stage of Jade Core, Long Chen's power was limitless. Furthermore, the pot's item spirit was gradually awakening. When Long Chen attacked, it was starting to use its own power as well. When Long Chen used it, it would increase his power. This pot smash was incredibly powerful now. Furthermore, the pot could transform its size in accordance with how far away the enemies were. With Long Chen's current power, let alone a body of flesh and blood, even a giant mountain would crumble from his attack. As for the pot itself, its rust was capable of cancelling out its opponent's defensive runes. It managed to pass through any protective lights to directly strike the body behind. After over 10 unlucky fellows were killed, the others retreated in fright. They hid at a distance and began launching long-range magical arts. The pot grew larger and acted as a shield, protecting Long Chen. Those attacks caused the void to tremble, but only caused some rust to fall from the pot. They were unable to pose any threat to Long Chen. How can he have this many treasures? The corrupt experts roared furiously. How could a Jade Core disciple possess two such priceless treasures? Whether it was the pot or the saber, they were both stronger than ancestral items. The corrupt experts attacked for a long time without any success, while the dwarf was starting to quiver. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood transformed into an arrow that shot into the corrupt god's skull. "Die!" roared the dwarf, his expression twisted. That blood was his purest essence blood. It was a huge price for him, but he had no choice now. The corrupt god's skull's runes lit up, and the ray of light that was originally 3 meters thick instantly became almost 10 times in size. Its power had also increased by 10 times. That terrifying pressure shocked Long Chen, but very quickly, the black mist from Evilmoon increased in density. The two powers shook the sky. It felt like the world was about to explode, but they were still deadlocked. The dwarf's expression turned as pale as paper. Now he was stuck. If he cancelled his power, Long Chen's attack would instantly erupt and kill him. The corrupt god's skull wouldn't save him. A crazy light suddenly shone in the dwarf's eyes. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood onto the corrupt god's skull. The corrupt god's skull began to rumble, and light began to shine where its eyes would be. It was like a sleeping fiend had suddenly woken. Chapter 1469 Destroying a Divine Item. The corrupt god's skull seemed to have awoken thanks to the dwarf's energy. A frightening aura filled the world. It was like the true corrupt god had descended. Long Chen jumped in fright. After coughing up 3 mouthfuls of blood, the dwarf withered and looked almost dead. In exchange, the corrupt god's skull looked alive now. Blood-colored flames burned in its eyes. "Can you still handle it?" asked Long Chen to Dragonbone Evilmoon. He had no confidence against this corrupt god's skull. He didn't even know if the pot could block it. "It's just the husk of an ascender. It's nothing to fear. All I'm thinking about is how to completely split open its head and suck away all its divine essence." "Do you have any ideas?" asked Evilmoon. "You can't just directly hack it apart?" asked Long Chen. "No, my current state is just too weak. If I went all out, Defeating it would be no problem, but it would run away. You usually have a few evil ideas, so think of something, said Evilmoon. As Long Chen and Evilmoon conversed, two blood-colored rays of light shot out from the corrupt god skull's eyes and at Long Chen. Golden flames filled the world. All the experts were enveloped by them. The place where Long Chen was at exploded. There was a hole left in the void, but Long Chen's figure had vanished. The dwarf was using his last remaining bit of energy to block the golden flames, and he was just barely able to endure. He stared closely at where Long Chen was. When he saw that hole in the void, he thought that Long Chen had been turned to dust. But suddenly, a lightning blade appeared behind him and mercilessly slashed down. The dwarf's fist was sent flying by the lightning blade. He was flying away when a flame spear pierced his head, causing it to explode. At the moment that he was slain, the corrupt god's skull quivered. It had a slight connection with his soul, so it was also affected when the dwarf was killed. Right now, just at this moment, Long Chen's figure bizarrely appeared above the corrupt god's skull. He stabbed Evilmoon into it. The previous Long Chen was not actually him, but a fake created by Lei Long and Huo Long. The two dragon images on Dragonbone Evilmoon lit up, and strange runes appeared on its tip. It actually ran through the corrupt god's skull easily like it was tofu, piercing all the way to the hilt. Suddenly, the corrupt god's skull trembled violently. Countless blood-colored runes lit up on it, and the roars of millions of life-reaping fiends stabbed into people's ears and souls. At the same time, a terrifying power exploded. The sky crumbled, and Long Chen wasn't able to keep hold of Evilmoon. He was blown away. Long Chen coughed up blood repeatedly, and his body was covered in cracks. He was blown into the distance by terrifying astral winds. Explosive sounds continued to ring out. Long Chen barely managed to stabilize himself from the first wave when more astral winds buffeted him. His flesh was ripped off his body, revealing bone. Long Chen was horrified and hastily used the primal chaos space's life energy to heal. Fortunately, the world trees held vast life energy. As he extracted all this energy, they weren't damaged at all. Endless life energy poured throughout his body, giving birth to new flesh. In just a few breaths, Long Chen's terrifying injuries were completely healed. At this time, Long Chen had been blown tens of thousands of miles away. He could see that in the distance, the terrifying corrupt god's skull had exploded in size, becoming 100 miles wide. But as it grew, Dragonbone Evilmoon also followed. Its blade was firmly stabbed into its skull, and no matter how the corrupt god's skull tried to struggle, it was unable to escape. This is the true power of divine items. In front of this kind of energy, humans are nothing more than ants. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked as he stared at the corrupt god's skull. The world was constantly quivering, and space was twisting wildly. The stars in the sky were trembling in the face of this apocalyptic power. In comparison, the power that the dwarf had unleashed with the corrupt god's skull was nothing more than child's play. This was its true power. No matter what the corrupt god's skull did, it was unable to throw off Dragonbone Evilmoon. Whether it grew larger, whether it shrank, Dragonbone Evilmoon stuck on it. After an incense stick's time, its struggling grew weaker. In the end, it stopped moving. The blood-colored runes on it had all faded. Its entire body was white. Only then did Long Chen slowly approach it. The corrupt god's skull had lost its original luster and looked like it had been eroded for tens of thousands of years. Finally, cracks covered its body and it crumbled, transforming into bone particles that blew away with the wind. A terrifying divine item had been destroyed just like that. On the entire battlefield, only Long Chen was alive. The other corrupt experts had been busy handling the golden flames and hadn't realized that death had already come for them. When the corrupt god's skull unleashed its full power, they had all been slain by it. Why don't you run away? Long Chen stood in the air, looking at Dragonbone Evilmoon that had transformed into 30,000 meters long. Run, are you insulting my evil dragon race? I didn't even think about running in front of a sovereign. Do you think a little human like you can make me run? Sneered Evilmoon. If you left, you'd be free, said Long Chen. Do you think I'm stupid? You have Yun Shang's seal. How could I be free? Although you're insignificantly weak and not fit to hold me, I suppose your brain can just barely count as not bad. At the very least, your guts aren't small. I can consider cooperating with you, said Dragonbone Evilmoon. Cooperate? Cooperate how? In the future, when you run into existences on this level, I can help you handle them. But you have to give me enough benefits. Remember, This is not submission. Your power simply isn't fit for that. We are just cooperating. If it's not a battle involving divine items, I won't help you. Even if you're dying, I'll just watch, said Evilmoon obstinately. Long Chen smiled. He suddenly felt extremely grateful for Sovereign Yun Shang. Now he knew why Sovereign Yun Shang had left Evilmoon to him. Although Evilmoon was an evil weapon with a brutal and tyrannical item spirit, it was also extremely prideful. Although it had tried to seduce and threaten him, it had never tried to trick him. Perhaps it didn't know how, but Long Chen felt that it was mostly because it disdained doing such a thing. However, it was true that with his current power, there was no way for him to subdue Evilmoon. The power difference between them was too immense. The difference was like an ant and a dragon. Sovereign Yun Shang had left this dragon in his hands. As for the best way to use Evilmoon, Long Chen would have to figure it out himself. I accept. Long Chen naturally wouldn't refuse such a thing. If he didn't meet with a divine item, then the pot should be enough. He wouldn't need Evilmoon. Furthermore, he could rely simply on Evilmoon's weight to blow away his enemies. How much did the corrupt god skull's energy help you recover? 10%, asked Long Chen. 10%, ha ha ha, how much divine essence could be contained in an ascender's husk? I can't believe you even call such trash treasures. Calling them divine is a joke. In my peak, the master of that skull wouldn't even be worth shit, sneered Evilmoon. Although it didn't reply directly, its meaning was clear. That corrupt god skull's energy was far from satisfying it. Don't be in such a rush. By coming with me, I guarantee there will be countless powerful enemies. You don't need to worry about that point at all. Long Chen smiled. That smile was very sinister. With Dragonbone Evilmoon cooperating with him, he was thinking of some possible big business. I hope so. That husk's divine essence was lacking. The main thing is that it lacked any innate divine essence. Anything without innate divine essence is garbage. Hence, this skull shows how stingy the Ascender was. They didn't want to leave much behind for their descendants after ascending. But even a bug has some meat that can let me recover a bit. I see you have many enemies. That's good for me, said Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded and returned Evilmoon to the primal chaos space. He took out a map and quickly found a marking, the heaven-suppressing magic sect. When killing the dwarf, he had managed to gather a single fragment of his soul. It was extremely muddled and chaotic, but within that chaos, he had seen a divine item. It was a violet gold magical staff. Although Long Chen didn't have much of an understanding of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, he was well aware of their divine item, the violet gold soul-devouring staff. It was famous, and he had even seen it before. The heaven-splitting battle sect had the heaven-splitting blade, which was claimed to be number 1 in offensive power. As for the Xuantian Dao sect's Xuantian Tower, it was believed to be unparalleled in defense. Lastly, the violet gold soul-devouring staff was said to possess the greatest destructive power. When put like this, the violet gold soul-devouring staff seemed a bit contradictory with the heaven-splitting blade. In truth, there was no contradiction. It was true that the heaven-splitting blade possessed the greatest offensive power. The violet gold soul-devouring staff was used to unleash terrifying area attacks. There was once a saying that wherever the violet gold soul-devouring staff went, all life vanished within 10,000 miles. It could create a terrifying domain where no life could exist. Seeing this staff in that fragment of the dwarf's memories, Long Chen's killing intent soared. He hadn't expected that even the heaven-suppressing magic sect had participated in this. Determining the direction, Long Chen rushed off toward the heaven-suppressing magic sect. The Xuantian Dao sect was gone, and he had no idea whether Li Tianxuan, Wild, and the others were still alive. He would start his investigation with the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Of course, Long Chen's investigation style was different from others. It might be a bit bloody. Chapter 1470 Killing his way into the heaven-suppressing magic sect. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was also one of the 3 great heavenly sects. It was one of the 3 strongest sects in the martial heaven continent after the immortal era. Its history was extremely long. After the last dark era, the 3 great sects had completely declined. But compared to the Xuantian Dao sect and the heaven-splitting battle sect, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had lost much less in the dark era. There were rumors that during the last dark era, when everyone else went all out to face the bloody slaughter, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had secretly held back its true power, acting like a turtle in its shell. That was the only way its inheritance could be preserved perfectly. So amongst the 3 heavenly sects, it was flourishing the most. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had always suppressed the Xuantian Dao sect after the Dark Era. Practically, everyone on the martial heaven continent felt that the Xuantian Dao sect had become a convenient punching bag. However, the truth was that someone in the shadows was secretly directing the heaven-suppressing magic sect to suppress the Xuantian Dao sect. The one secretly directing them was Pill Valley. To be more accurate, it was the radical faction within Pill Valley. They were the ones thinking of various strategies to use against existences that refused to submit to Pill Valley. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's suppression of the Xuantian Dao sect was a good example. The Xuantian Dao sect had declined to the point where they couldn't retaliate. There were thousands of years of history involving the heaven-suppressing magic sect bullying the Xuantian Dao sect. It had become the accepted state of things. Due to their bullying, the Xuantian Dao sect had become the laughingstock of the continent. Even many second-rate sects looked down on them. If they didn't have their fame as one of the three great heavenly sects, it might be very difficult for them to even recruit disciples. Even so, they were only able to get some ordinary disciples. When Long Chen had joined the Xuantian Dao sect, the fact that there had been rank 5 celestials joining had delighted the Xuantian Dao sect. But in the eyes of other sects, they were just garbage and not fit to be seen. However, after Long Chen had joined the Xuantian Dao sect, the Xuantian Dao sect had gone through a heaven-flipping change. Ever since the disciples Ma Xingtong had led over to humiliate the Xuantian Dao sect had been given a slap in the face by Long Chen, the Xuantian Dao sect had been filled with new air. That resounding slap was like a proclamation that the Xuantian Dao sect was no longer the old Xuantian Dao sect. Starting then, the Dragonblood Legion had rapidly risen, growing stronger and more terrifying by the day. In just a few years, they had grown to the point that they shocked the entire continent. Previously, Long Chen had announced to everyone in front of the Xuantian Dao sect that the Xuantian Dao sect was rising. Anyone who dared to block their rise, whether they were man or god, would be eliminated. The Xuantian Dao sect had risen rapidly, while the heaven-splitting battle sect was also recovering. It was like a spring breeze was blowing through the branches of two withered trees. These two ancient sects that had been dormant for so long were finally starting to thrum with vitality, and they supported Long Chen. On the opposite side, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had grown more and more mediocre in comparison. They now no longer dared to challenge the Xuantian Dao sect. They were constantly worried. That was because everyone knew of the grievances between them and the Xuantian Dao sect. If the Xuantian Dao sect suddenly rose, the heaven-suppressing magic sect wouldn't have any good days in the foreseeable future. However, their vice sect master, Ma Xingtong, had been slain in the Battle of Devil Spirit Mountain. As for their sect master Qi Yunao, he had been summoned by Pill Valley to charge toward the Xuantian Dao sect along with the experts from other sects and the ancient races. But instead, they had been viciously slapped in the face and forced to leave dejectedly. After that, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been completely obedient. The entire heaven-suppressing magic sect was very reserved, no longer having their old arrogance. Even their disciples were no longer arrogantly looking down on others. The reason Long Chen knew this was because he had spotted several of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples. He was in front of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's gates. Warm sunlight sprinkled on the ground. Towering mountains covered in mist filled this region. There were dozens of disciples standing in front of the gates. They had long since gotten used to this beautiful scene and stood there like wooden statues, not moving. These disciples were at the Sea Expansion realm and were celestials. For the heaven-suppressing magic sect to send Sea Expansion celestials to guard the gate, it could be seen how much stronger they were than the Xuantian Dao sect. The Xuantian Dao sect normally had outer sect disciples guarding the gate, and they were only at the Shantian realm. Those disciples now saw a black-robed man with a large black saber resting on his shoulder slowly walking up the steps. He was sharply contrasted by the sunlight. He was walking slowly and calmly, yet each step caused the ground to shake. It was like a giant was walking. The sunlight caused a halo to appear around him, making it so others couldn't see his face clearly. This figure was mysterious, yet he also gave off a heavy feeling that made it hard for them to breathe. This place is the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Newcomers must state their names. Those disciples shook. This black-robed man hadn't released any of his aura, but they all felt their hair standing on end. The black-robed man seemed to not hear their words. He continued walking slowly. He was getting closer and closer, and the ground was shaking harder and harder. His footsteps were like thunder in their ears. Those disciples felt that this person was a fiend from hell slowly approaching them. They could smell the scent of blood and slaughter. All the disciples suddenly took out their blades. One carefully shouted, "Newcomer, report your name. Otherwise, don't blame us for activating the grand formation to kill you." Yet, the figure still ignored them. He continued walking. As he advanced, the sunlight eventually fell away from his figure. Long Chen. When the piercing sunlight stopped shining on him, those disciples all saw the young face that had shaken the entire martial heaven continent. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was a handsome face that was worth a second look, but at this time, that face was completely icy. His eyes contained terrifying killing intent. With Evilmoon on his shoulder, Long Chen slowly advanced. He had black robes and a black saber. He was just like a devil god. "If you don't want to die, don't get in my way." Long Chen's footsteps didn't pause as he slowly raised Evilmoon. One of the disciples hastily slapped one of the stone pillars beside him. Countless runes gathered in the air into a runic blade that slashed down on Long Chen. This runic blade was the result of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's grand formation. It could easily kill Life Star experts. Bang! A scale-covered fist smashed apart the huge runic blade, and the resulting shockwave killed the disciples guarding the gate. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me." Long Chen snorted and took a single step forward, vanishing. When he reappeared, he was within the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Continuous explosive sounds began to ring out, and a huge barrier of light covered the entire heaven-suppressing magic sect. But at this time, Long Chen was already inside. "Who dares?" A cold cry rang out. A Life Star expert appeared. However, Long Chen ignored him. He continued at the same pace, going toward a certain mountain. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had 81 large mountains and 49 rivers. The refined mountains and winding rivers made the scenery here exceptionally beautiful. Even such beauty couldn't influence their hearts. A disdainful expression appeared on Long Chen's face. He hadn't expected the heaven-suppressing magic sect to be so beautiful. However, there was no way to describe the heaven-suppressing magic sect as a magical wonderland filled with heroic spirit. This beautiful scenery had only raised a group of sinister and shameless fellows. This beauty was a waste. "Long Chen, you dare to barge into my heaven-suppressing magic sect? Haha, your guts are quite big." Countless experts began to rush over, and they all saw that it was Long Chen. A Life Star expert sneered at him. "My guts might be even bigger than you think. Call out Chi Yu now." Long Chen didn't even look at that person. He continued advancing, crossing several miles with each step. It looked both slow and fast at the same time. "Little brute, you're listed as a wanted criminal throughout the entire martial heaven continent, but you still dare to say such arrogant words. Since you want to die, I'll help you out." This Life Star expert was the person promoted to the Vice Sect Master position after Ma Xingkong had died. The only reason he had been promoted was thanks to Long Chen. If Ma Xingkong hadn't died, he never would have had that opportunity to be promoted. Yet, he didn't thank Long Chen at all. With a cold smile, he took a single step, seeming to teleport in front of Long Chen. This was a spatial art, and it was extremely profound. Normally, only a Life Star expert could possibly use such a technique. When he appeared in front of Long Chen, the runes behind him connected with the grand formation in the air. He sent out a punch at Long Chen. This punch contained the power of the grand formation. It seemed to come from every direction. He was still sneering when a large hand viciously slapped him across the face and distorted his smile. The sound shook the sky, and the entire formation trembled. This new Vice Sect Master was slapped flying. The sound of bones breaking also rang out. The Vice Sect Master's face had caved in. Beads of blood sprinkled through the air along with some broken bones. The millions of disciples of the heaven-suppressing magic sect were struck dumb like chickens having heard thunder. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their Vice Sect Master, a Life Star expert, someone backed up by their sect's grand formation, was sent flying by a slap in the face from a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect. This was thanks to the grand formation's protection. Otherwise, this Vice Sect Master would no longer exist in this world. At the Jade Core realm, Long Chen almost killed a Life Star expert with a slap. All the experts of the heaven-suppressing magic sect were stunned, unable to move or speak. "Help me out, do you really think you're capable of that? What a huge joke." Long Chen didn't even look at the Vice Sect Master. He continued walking forward. As he advanced, all the experts in front of him fell back. Even their vice sect master had almost been killed by a slap. They were filled with horror. Little brute, you're too arrogant. This isn't somewhere you can run rampant. Be suppressed. The vice sect master suddenly let out a furious roar and rapidly formed hand seals. The grand protective formation began to quiver. Chapter 1471 Challenging a sect on his own. The grand formation in the air shook, and countless runes gathered from it, condensing into a golden spear. It pierced down like a heavenly spear. This was an attack that contained the full power of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's grand protective formation. It was terrifyingly powerful. Just the pressure from it made everyone's hearts quiver. Moreover, they were just feeling some weak shockwaves. They were unable to imagine the pressure Long Chen was under as the main target of the attack. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's mouths are loathsome. Ah, whatever, I'll be the one helping you out today. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon, and a huge black saber image crashed into the spear. The spear exploded. Not only that, but the huge saber image also split apart the sky. The grand formation was broken. Cracks spread throughout the formation until it completely shattered. The grand formation. It broke. Long Chen's shocking attack not only crushed the grand formation, but it also crushed all their hearts. His arrival had caused an alarm to ring throughout the sect. All their experts had rushed over, only to witness a power even more terrifying than the legends. Long Chen's power made it so none of them even dared to resist. They were all pale, filled with terror. The vice sect master coughed up blood from the backlash of having the grand formation broken. Suddenly, his vision flashed. Long Chen had appeared in front of him and slapped him in the face. Your mouth is too disgusting. The vice sect master already had a handprint on his face from the first slap. This time, he wasn't sent flying but was directly blown apart instead. Long Chen swung the back of his palm in another slap, which ended up missing. His original intent had been to continuously slap the vice sect master. He had forgotten that without the support of the grand formation, the vice sect master couldn't endure even a slap from him. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's people had extremely weak physical bodies. With his physical body destroyed, the vice sect master's yuan spirit flew out. He tried to flee, as there was no way he could block Long Chen. The vice sect master was filled with regret. He had been too confident. He had never imagined that Long Chen was so terrifying. Just as he turned to flee, Long Chen pointed a finger. A lightning arrow pierced through the yuan spirit. No. The vice sect master's cry of despair hung in the air as his yuan spirit exploded. Ripples spread in the air where he died. He didn't know about what Xianxia did. Long Chen was surprised. He had rapidly investigated the vice sect master's soul, and he hadn't found any restrictions. He had quickly gone through the majority of his memories but hadn't seen any memory of Xianxia attacking the Xuantian Dao sect. When he had killed the corrupt dwarf, he had managed to grasp a fragment of his soul in which he had seen the violet gold soul-devouring staff unleashing a powerful attack, as well as Xianxia's figure. Clearly, this vice sect master didn't know the truth. Long Chen waved his hand, and the ripples in the air faded. The vice sect master completely died. All members of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, I, Long Chen, have come today for revenge. If you don't want to die, then you should hurry up and scram. Long Chen looked coldly at the distant disciples of the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Long Chen began to float into the air, Dragonbone Evilmoon on his shoulder. After killing the vice sect master, he appeared indescribably imposing. He was like the reincarnation of a devil god. Haha, how senseless. Dragonbone Evilmoon snorted, its voice full of disdain. It clearly found Long Chen's actions to be incorrect. To Dragonbone Evilmoon, there was no need to even say such a thing. Since he had decided to be decisive, then he should slaughter everything within the heaven-suppressing magic sect, making it a land of death without even a chicken overlooked. Yet, for Long Chen to actually warn such people, Dragonbone Evilmoon couldn't comprehend such foolishness. Long Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? Just as all the experts of the heaven-suppressing magic sect were filled with terror, a voice suddenly rang out. Two new figures appeared. One was the one Long Chen recognized, Xianxia. He held a violet gold staff in his hand, and divine light circulated around his body. That staff was composed of 9 strands of wood, and its head had 9 gemstones shining with divine light. Primal chaos circulated around it along with a grand Tao. This was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's core divine item, the violet gold soul-devouring staff. It was as famous as the Xuantian Tower and the heaven-splitting blade. There was also an elder beside Xianxia. When Long Chen saw this person, he narrowed his eyes. He also recognized this person. He was a life star expert, but he was not from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. No, he came from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Back then, the Eastern Zan branch of the Martial Heaven Alliance had had their Vice Alliance Master, Deng Kang, collude with Pill Valley's Zhou Tianxiang. They had tried to borrow the power of all the Eastern Zan region sects to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. However, Long Chen had slapped them in the face, and then the Huayan sect's Yu Qingshan had exposed Deng Kang and Zhou Tianxiang's relationship. In the end, Deng Kang had been handled by the Martial Heaven Alliance. Afterward, the Martial Heaven Alliance had sent someone to the Xuantian Dao sect to express their apologies and give them their reward for their contributions. They had also done the transactions for the resources the Xuantian Dao sect had asked for with the greatest speed. The person in charge of that was precisely this person. Long Chen recalled that his name was Luo Jinan. He was the current Vice Alliance Master of the Eastern Zan region's Martial Heaven Alliance. For him to appear now, Long Chen immediately sensed something fishy. He coldly stared at the two of them, not saying anything. Qi Yunao's arrival lifted the spirits of all the disciples present. The sect master has finally come out of seclusion. We're saved. Please, sect master, kill this brute Long Chen. But don't give him too easy of a death. Don't forget to extract his soul. There are plenty of ways of slowly torturing him. The terrified disciples immediately had their morale explode. They all began to curse Long Chen, looking like they wanted to personally tear him apart piece by piece. They were no longer afraid. Didn't I tell you that you were stupid? You actually wanted to let these people off. Did you think they would be grateful? What a joke, sneered Evilmoon. I have no enmity with these people, so I gave them a chance to live. If they could grasp it, then fine. If they couldn't, then I'll simply kill them and they can't blame me. I always keep my conscience clean, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen was not a saint, but he wasn't a homicidal maniac either. Amongst the millions of disciples in the heaven-suppressing magic sect, there were many idiots. But there were definitely some good people as well. For this small portion of good people, Long Chen gave them a chance to live. As for whether those good people grasped that chance to leave or not, it was up to their luck. In this merciless world of slaughter, he could only do so much. To be merciful on the battlefield was purely courting death. And that death would be very miserable. Experts had to kill decisively. They couldn't be sloppy, nor could they be soft-hearted. That was why Evilmoon found Long Chen's actions very contemptible. But Long Chen had his own principles. What bullshit, it's just a waste of time, said Evilmoon disdainfully. Long Chen ignored its tone. Instead, he asked, can you handle the violet gold soul-devouring staff? That was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's core divine item. Everyone knew its power. Now that he saw it, he felt a bit uncertain. That staff is a bit decent, I suppose. Perhaps I can't handle it in my current state. Evilmoon's words caused Long Chen's expression to change, but it hastily added, don't start cursing. First, I'm still very weak, and two, I'm still under the sovereign's seal. It's only natural I can't beat it. But don't panic, although I can't beat it, holding on against it for some time won't be a problem. This time, we're only here to dredge up some benefits before leaving. After hearing the rest, Long Chen felt better. If Evilmoon couldn't handle the violet gold soul-devouring staff, then today, he would have really sent himself to his death. Now, he didn't need to be in a rush. He calmly stared at Qi Yunao and Luo Jinan. Long Chen, you are a disciple of the righteous path, but your heart is filled with evil. You slaughter your fellow race and join sides with devils. You've become completely different. Don't you think it's time to put down your blade and face the consequences? Shouted Luo Jinan. Long Chen stared at Luo Jinan and then looked at Qi Yunao. Possibilities rapidly flitted through his mind. He calmly said, Luo Jinan, as Vice Alliance Master of the Eastern Zan region, what intentions do you have by slandering me? Slander. You are a wanted criminal of not only the corrupt path, ancient races, ancient family alliance, and the Bloodkill Hall, but you are also a wanted criminal of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Everyone has issued a death warrant for you. When everyone in this world is already your enemy, why would I need to slander you? Sneered Luo Jinan. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance views me as a wanted criminal. That's surprising. What's the reason? Asked Long Chen lightly. The reason? You betrayed the continent and colluded with the spirit world's tree demons. You even helped those tree demons slay your fellow humans. If you just killed corrupt experts, no one would care. but you killed people from the ancient races, and that threatens the peace of the continent. Most importantly, you even slaughtered people from the ancient family alliance mercilessly. They are a faction within the righteous path. Now, not only are you a traitor of the righteous path, but you are also a traitor of the entire continent. So, is this reason enough? Luo Jinan smiled coldly. With the violet gold soul devouring staff on their side, he was fearless. Is it just because of this that you joined hands to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect? Long Chen's voice instantly became chilly, and boundless killing intent erupted. Chapter 1472 World-Destroying Apocalypse Light. Long Chen, don't slander others. Who are you accusing of destroying the Xuantian Dao sect? Shouted Qi Yunao angrily. Long Chen, what nonsense are you saying? When did the Xuantian Dao sect get destroyed? Luo Jinan also shouted along. Ha 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 ha. Long Chen raised his head and laughed loudly. This laughter was full of killing intent. The world seemed to become dark, as if all its light and color had been sucked away. Even the sun in the sky no longer appeared as bright. This killing intent, Dragonbone Evilmoon muttered to itself, shocked. Long Chen was laughing out of rage. He was now 100% sure that these two were aware of the Xuantian Dao sect's destruction. According to logic, if Qi Yunao didn't know about what happened with the Xuantian Dao sect, he would first display shock and not immediately accuse him of slander. As for Luo Jinan, adding on his cover-up only made it worse. These two definitely knew about this matter. In fact, perhaps Luo Jinan had participated in it. Seeing these two sanctimoniously criticizing him, acting like they stood on the side of right and morality, Long Chen's killing intent soared. Since that's the case, you can both die. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, 5 stars circulated in his eyes, and green dragon scales covered his body. He raised Dragonbone Evilmoon, and a huge saber image tore into the clouds. Not good. Qi Yunao's expression changed. This attack was so powerful that even before the saber image slashed down, the mountain beneath him was crumbling. Xianxia formation, soul devouring staff, seal. The violet gold soul devouring staff's divine light suddenly connected to the peaks of the 81 mountains in the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Their power combined to form a giant, seal, character. When the seal character appeared, time and space froze. The world entered a strange static state. This was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's Xianxia formation. It came from ancient times, and its power was terrifying. With the violet gold soul devouring staff at its core and the energy within the 81 mountains, this formation could seal devils and gods. When the seal character appeared, everyone was unable to move. However, there was one exception. It was unable to seal Dragonbone Evilmoon. The 2 dragon images on it seemed to come to life, and the saber image fell onto the seal character. The seal character instantly exploded. It was unable to bear Evilmoon's power. When it exploded, the 81 mountains were also blown to bits. The entire heaven-suppressing magic sect was badly damaged. As for the disciples on the mountains, not one of them managed to escape. They were all killed. Even soul transformation elders were unable to survive those explosions. In the entire heaven-suppressing magic sect, the only mountain to survive was the one Long Chen was standing on. It was the core of the heaven-suppressing magic sect and protected by the violet gold soul devouring staff. It was now a lonely mountain in this destroyed land. Long Chen, I will tear you to pieces. Qi Yunao let out a furious roar. He practically went insane. This one attack almost completely destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Qi Yunao, when you joined hands with the corrupt path to destroy the Xuantian Dao sect, did you once think about the Xuantian Dao sect's grief? Let's just see who tears who to pieces. Long Chen roared furiously, and black light exploded out of Evilmoon. The world seemed to transform into an endless hell. World-destroying apocalypse light. Qi Yunao raised the violet gold soul devouring staff. Divine light condensed and shot toward Long Chen. Boom! The black light collided with the divine light. The void exploded, and thunderous rumbling shook their ears. Long Chen, I can only give you an incense stick's amount of time. Figure things out on your own, said Dragonbone Evilmoon. Long Chen understood that in Evilmoon's current state, it could only last for this long. Brother Luo, quickly kill Long Chen. Qi Yunao's expression changed. He was shocked to find that the violet gold soul devouring staff was sucked in by Long Chen's black saber. They were in a deadlock, so he immediately asked for Luo Jinan's assistance. Long Chen, you fiend, you've once more slaughtered countless innocents. Today, I'll take the places of the heavens to punish you. Luo Jinan shot toward Long Chen with a sword in his hand. Fuck your heavens. Long Chen released Evilmoon, a pot appearing in his hand. Another explosive sound rang out. Luo Jinan's sword shattered, while he himself was blown back, coughing up blood. What? Qi Yunao was shocked to see this. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to release his weapon and continue fighting. As for himself, when he tried to do the same, he found some strange energy from the black saber preventing him from throwing it off. It stuck to the violet gold soul-devouring staff like glue. Is this how you plan on tearing me to pieces? Then let's see who tears who to pieces. Starfall. Long Chen raised his hand, and a golden sphere appeared, quickly growing larger before it rapidly fell down. The experts on the core mountain all jumped in terror. They had never imagined that even Qi Yunao wouldn't be able to kill Long Chen. Now they were all filled with regret. If they had fled when Long Chen had warned them, they wouldn't have fallen into such desperate straits. Boom! Starfall landed on the ground and exploded. A wave of flames spread in every direction. No, I don't want to die. Cries of misery and despair intertwined. But very quickly, hundreds of thousands of experts were turned to ash. The only area of the heaven-suppressing magic sect that hadn't been destroyed had now become a sea of flames. On this huge mountain, the only structure to survive was the statue of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's founder. Long Chen. Qi Yunao's eyes almost exploded. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood almost came out. All the heaven-suppressing magic sect's experts were dead now. The sole survivor of the sect was Qi Yunao. All their buildings had been destroyed. The thing that enraged him the most was that even at this moment, the violet gold soul-devouring staff was still bound by the black saber and unable to escape. If he wanted to kill Long Chen, he would have to fight him with his fists. But that would be no different than suicide. Brother Luo, go to the ancestral statue's head, quick! Shouted Qi Yunao furiously. Luo. Jinan didn't know what he was planning, but it just so happened that after being blown back by Long Chen's attack, he was very close to the statue. Just as Luo Jinan reached the head of the statue, Qi Yunao pressed the space between his eyebrows. Fresh blood spurted out, condensing into a rune in his hand. It rapidly lit up. When the blood rune lit up, a rune also appeared on the same spot of the giant statue. Divine light flowed out into Luo Jinan's body. Bathed in that divine light, a runic sword condensed in Luo Jinan's hand. With the divine light flowing around him, he seemed like a completely different person. Brother Luo, you have been blessed by the ancestor. Take my place to get rid of Long Chen. But leave his soul behind. I want to make sure he never reincarnates ever again. Roared Qi Yunao with rancor. Luo Jinan nodded and shot toward Long Chen, many times faster than before. He let out a single slash of his sword. Although it was a simple slash, its power caused the stars to quiver. Long Chen raised his pot, but as a result, he let out a muffled snort as he was blown back. Both his arms were numb, and his chest was hurting. He almost coughed up blood. Long Chen's eyes began to shine. It seemed he had underestimated the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Fortunately, he had Evilmoon first entangle the violet gold soul-devouring staff, making it so Qi Yunao couldn't interfere. If Qi Yunao had this blessing and used the violet gold soul-devouring staff in this state, then his power wouldn't necessarily be something Evilmoon could block. Two streaks of sword light flew toward Long Chen. They were like torrents of power, and no matter how Long Chen dodged, he would still be struck. This kind of attack possessed an invisible locking power. It would follow Long Chen to the ends of the earth. Even if the attacker launched it with their eyes closed, it would land. This kind of attack could only be met head-on. Long Chen blocked them both but couldn't help coughing up blood. The runic power behind these attacks was able to bypass the pot to land on his body. Long Chen, you should hurry up and let yourself be captured. That's the only way to lessen your sins, shouted Luo Jinan as he once more attacked with his runic sword. Double Dragon Destruction. Long Chen suddenly shouted, unleashing Lei Long and Huo Long. An insect's insignificant struggle. Break. Luo Jinan sneered. He felt a great power supporting him right now. He was like a god who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Long Chen's fierce attack blew apart. Lightning and flame runes flew out in every direction. In front of the current Luo Jinan, everything seemed so powerless. He was invincible. Die. Luo Jinan charged in front of Long Chen, slashing his sword into him. Bang. Long Chen's body exploded, and Luo Jinan's expression changed. At the same time, Qi Yunao's furious roar rang out. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.